Chapter 1. Kunlun Wei Qinglan. At the foot of Kunlun Mountain, Jiang Lixing cast down the teleportation scroll. The jubilant exclamations of Jiang Shimi has finally been expelled, echoed in her ears, though she could not discern which impertinent fool had shouted the loudest amidst the throng. Gee! It was evident, however, that her departure from Qingshu had elicited delight among many. As she rose from the ground, preparing to settle the score, the teleportation scroll abruptly soared away, leaving her with a face full of its lingering tailwind. Jiang Lixing felt a surge of frustration. Whom had she offended? Her master had refused to heed her explanations, resorting to the sect's treasured teleportation artifact to unceremoniously dispatch her to Kunlun. This wretched scroll had jolted her along the way, and upon landing, it had ungraciously sent her sprawling like a dog in disgrace. Even though you would not have found her plight as unjust. Her senior from Xiaoyang Peak had been caught in a rendezvous with his fiancée from Spirit Beast Peak, and in her unfortunate timing, she had stumbled upon them. Without a moment's hesitation, the pair had synchronously obliterated her medicinal field, and before she could comprehend the situation, they had the audacity to apologize, uttering, "Gee, sorry, Shimmy, Shiji," while dashing away, claiming she had suddenly gone mad and ruined the crops. As she watched their outrageous antics, she stood dumbfounded, a myriad of curses lodged in her throat. In any case, her defense was futile. Moreover, no one allowed her the opportunity to defend herself. The medicinal field had harbored thousands of spiritual plants, and with the majority destroyed, the losses were catastrophic. Upon hearing the news, the peak masters and hall leaders converged upon her master at Wangyue Peak, seething with anger and intent on expelling her from the sect. Her master, sensing the unfavorable turn of events, made a swift decision to employ the sect's treasured artifact, the Scroll of Mountains and Rivers, to expedite her arrival at Kunlun, entrusting the sect with her temporary refuge and rigorous training. The scroll could traverse vast distances in a single day. Once activated, no steed could catch up. Her master exhibited remarkable resolve in this matter. Jiang Li sighed, realizing she had arrived in haste without any belongings. All she possessed was a low-tier storage bag filled solely with her usual snacks. Just prior to the incident, she had been soaking in the spirit spring, relishing the combination of snacks and relaxation, neglecting to remove the bag. Had she done so, she would now find herself utterly destitute. Resigned, she cast a cleansing spell to rid her face and body of the dirt and dust from her tumble, and began her ascent up the mountain. Kunlun towered majestically, its heights daunting. She had not brought her sword, talismans, teleportation symbols, the Chinchou brush, nor the Bagua plate. She could only rely on her own 2 feet to Klimno to scramble upward. After climbing for the better part of the day, she had yet to encounter a single Kunlun disciple. Gazing up at the towering peak, she belatedly realized that her master must have communicated to Kunlun to ensure she faced some hardship. Otherwise, the scroll would have delivered her directly to the mountain gate rather than the base. With over 10,000 disciples within the vast expanse of Kunlun, it was inconceivable that she had not encountered anyone along the mountain path for such an extended duration. Was it not glaringly apparent? She sat on the steps, feeling frustrated, and resolved not to move any further. The revered leader of Kunlun, Qin Fengxing, gazed into the spiritual water mirror, observing the young girl seated on the steps at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. She had remained motionless for 3 days, seemingly devoid of any intention to ascend. Each day, she consumed a few snacks, sipped some mountain spring water, and then took a nap, presenting an air of indifference as if she would not venture up the mountain unless one came to fetch her, which amused him greatly. He commanded his named disciple, Yin Duan, "Please bring that young girl up the mountain." Yin Duan glanced at the water mirror and replied, "Yes, master." As he turned to exit, Qin Fengxing suddenly interjected, "Wait, there's no need to go just yet." Yin Duan turned back in confusion. Qin Fengxing continued to observe the water mirror, noting the arrival of an individual ascending from the base of the mountain. "Qilan has returned," he announced. Yin Duan's face lit up with joy as he quickly returned his attention to the water mirror. Within the reflection, a young man emerged from below. He was strikingly youthful, slender in stature, with exquisite features and dressed in crimson brocade. A jade belt cinched his waist, and his dark hair was partially tied back, adorned with an elegant hairpin point, two strands of hair cascaded by his ears, swaying gracefully as he moved. A precious sword hung at his side, and a jade ring adorned his hand. Rather than flying up the mountain, he ascended the jade steps at a measured pace, exuding a calm demeanor and a composed presence, embodying the essence of Wei Qinglan, who had read. And after 3 months away, that he was the sole direct disciple of the Kunlun leader, a prodigy of his generation. At that moment, Jiang Li also caught sight of Wei Qinglan, her gaze momentarily frozen. What remarkable beauty, she mused, while simultaneously reflecting on the fact that he was returning from the base of the mountain. Wei Qinglan naturally noticed Jiang Lixing, who sat languidly on the jade steps, slender and small, curled up in an unrefined manner. In his hand, he held half-eaten snacks, the nature of which remained a mystery, yet they appeared quite delectable. His fair and unadorned visage bore cheeks puffed with food, and upon catching sight of her, his eyes widened in surprise, momentarily halting his chewing, revealing a hint of bewilderment. Aside from the snacks in his hand and a low-tier storage pouch at his waist, he possessed little else. His attire, an unremarkable dark azure, seemed neither new nor old, devoid of any distinctive markings, making it impossible to discern his sect, though it was certain he was not a disciple of Kunlun. Wei Qinglan felt no inclination to probe further. She averted her gaze and continued her ascent, step by step, passing Jiang Lixing as she climbed the stairs. A crisp breeze brushed past her, and Jiang Lixing regained his composure, parting his lips with the intention of calling out to him for a ride, but quickly recoiled, retracting his head in hesitation. She dared not approach him. The disciples of Kunlun don a uniform of white adorned with black patterns, yet there existed one exception: Kunlun's prodigious youth, Wei Qinglan. The sect leader had crafted a distinctive crimson robe for him, designed to set him apart from all others, a sight both striking and revealing of his identity. He was a treasure of Kunlun, destined to bear significant responsibilities in the future. She felt compelled to maintain her distance, avoiding any casual conversation, lest Kunlun turn against her as well, rendering her master's painstaking efforts on her behalf futile. Alas, should she express her sentiments, she would prefer expulsion from the sect over enduring such a stifling existence. With a silent sigh, she chose to ignore her surroundings and continued to munch on the snacks in her hand. Qin Fengxing gazed intently into the spirit water mirror, a faint smile gracing his lips as he nodded. This little girl possesses a commendable sense of self-awareness. Yinwan, please go and bring her here. Once she arrives at the mountain gate, escort her to the discipline hall, where she can diligently study the precepts under the guidance of Master Zhou. Yinduan observed with curiosity. Yes, sect master, Qin Fengxing added, inform Qinglan to come see me. Each time he returns from his travels, he must ascend the heaven's staircase for a day. This time, there can be no delay. Tell him I am about to enter seclusion, and he must come swiftly. Understood. Chapter 2. The departure of Jiang Lixing. As the clouds gathered, Jiang Lixing finished her snacks and drank the mountain spring water, preparing for sleep. Upon noticing someone descending from the mountain, she squinted and refrained from speaking impulsively. Yun Duan stood before her, courteously clasping his hands, and addressed her. Are you Jiang Lixing, the disciple of Qingshu? I am Yun Duan from Kunlun's Jiuhua Peak, here by the command of the sect master to escort you. Jiang Lixing blinked and promptly scrambled to her feet, obediently greeting him. Greetings, senior brother Yun. Thank you very much. Yun Duan was taken aback by her docility and curiously asked, why didn't you ride your sword up the mountain, junior sister Jiang? His bewilderment was understandable. She had lingered on the mountain path for 3 days, not appearing to be someone with an inflated ego waiting for an invitation. Yet no one had come to fetch her, and she refused to ascend. I came in a hurry and forgot to bring my sword. Jiang Lixing scratched her head. Feeling embarrassed despite her usual boldness, Yun Duan was astonished. Jiang Lixing awkwardly explained. I released my sword while soaking in the spirit spring and didn't have time to retrieve it afterward. Yun Duan fell silent. Having heard of the sect master's only direct disciple, who was reputed to be proficient in various arts, swordsmanship, talismans, divination, formations, weapon refinement, and alchemy. However, she lacked mastery in any, which was why she had not ascended the rankings. Although she was still in the foundation establishment stage and quite young, she had surpassed many. Yet it was said her achievements were merely a product of the countless treasures and elixirs provided by the sect master. The fact that she had even left her sword behind was unexpected. He kindly suggested, "Shall I carry you up on my sword?" "Thank you, senior brother Yin," she replied. Yin Duan mounted his sword, gestured for her to stand behind him, and Jiang Lixing hesitated, glancing at the height of the sword. "Senior brother Yin, your sword is too high. Could you lower it a bit?" Yin Duan was taken aback. "I can't get on," Jiang Lixing said sweetly. Yin Duan quickly lowered the sword by half. "How about this?" Jiang Lixing leaped onto the sword. "This will do." Without further ado, Yin Duan guided the sword, taking care not to speed excessively, fearing she might not acclimate, especially since she had struggled to mount the sword initially. Upon reaching the Kunlun mountain gate, Yin Duan retracted his sword, and Jiang Lixing hopped down, expressing her gratitude once again. "Thank you, senior brother Yin." Yin Duan shook his head. "No need for thanks. The sect master has instructed me to take you to the discipline hall, where you will learn the Kunlun regulations under Hall Master Zhou from today onward." Jiang Lixing blinked. "All right." Yin Duan escorted her to the registration area at the mountain gate to obtain her identity token. The senior brother in charge of registration glanced intently at Jiang Lixing's name, admiration evident on his face. "So, you are the renowned Jiang Lixing of Qingxiu? It is a pleasure to finally meet you." Jiang Lixing flushed. "You flatter me, senior brother." Her name was not regarded with much honor. The registering senior brother laughed heartily. "There's no need for modesty, junior sister. Your name resonates through the three sects. I am Lu Shaoling from Yuzhu Peak, guarding the gate for a friend today. I've heard you can refine elixirs. Perhaps I could seek your guidance one day." Jiang Lixing felt embarrassed. "I dare not claim to teach. I merely know a little." Lu Shaoling chuckled. "You must not be so modest. Among the three sects, you are indeed a polymath." Jiang Lixing's face turned crimson. Such a title felt undeserved. Lu Shaoling smiled as he handed her the token and turned to Yin Duan. "Senior brother Yin, just a moment ago, junior brother Wei returned. Did you see him?" Yin Duan nodded. "I did. He delivered a message from the sect master and has gone to see him. It's no wonder he left in such haste." Lu Shaoling murmured. "Junior brother Wei has been away for 3 months this time, longer than usual. He seems to have made significant progress. Perhaps he has reached the later stages of Golden Core at 18. That is astonishing." He sighed. Junior brother Wei's talent is unparalleled. None can compare. We lack such fortune." Yin Duan smiled. "Junior brother Wei is indeed exceptionally gifted, and his fortune is remarkable. It is not uncommon for him to progress in 3 months. Indeed, but it seems he has advanced 2 stages this time, which is impressive." Lu Shaoling expressed envy. "I've been stuck in the mid-stage of foundation establishment for 6 months without progress. Cultivators each have their own fate. One cannot rush. In a month, the Qishan secret realm will open, and you may try your luck there, junior brother Lu." Yin Duan advised. Lu Shaoling was astonished. "Isn't the Qishan secret realm opened once every 100 years? Why is it opening after only 80? Yin Duan shook his head. "It is uncertain. The 3 sects have predicted it will open in a month. Those in foundation establishment and below may attend. All 3 major sects will send representatives. And as you are in foundation establishment, you may go." Lu Shaoling sincerely thanked him. "Thank you, senior brother Yin, for the guidance." Yin Duan replied, "You're welcome," and led Jiang Lixing through the mountain gate. Kunlun Mountain appeared majestic and mysterious, with clouds and mist enveloping its towering peaks, seemingly unreachable. Inside the mountain gate, one could see splendid halls and majestic structures. As they ventured deeper, it unfolded like a series of paintings, featuring snow-capped mountains, vast waters, and winding landscapes, displaying the grandeur befitting the foremost sect. Kunlun disciples passed by, their postures straight and their demeanor refined, with no signs of raucous behavior. Jiang Lixing silently admonished herself to be more obedient, to blend in and avoid causing trouble. Her master had already lost face due to her antics over the years. She could not afford to embarrass him further, especially in Kunlun. As Yin Duan walked, he provided brief introductions, but he found Jiang Lixing to be exceptionally quiet and obedient, leaving him puzzled about how such a well-behaved girl had come to earn such a notorious reputation. Surely, the rumors could not be entirely accurate? He refrained from probing further and ultimately brought her to the discipline hall. The hall master, Zhou Jiangnan, had received word from the sect master and was already waiting at the entrance, knowing that today a direct disciple of Qingxiu would arrive. Since it was a personal instruction from the sect master, he naturally intended to give her special attention. Upon seeing Yin Duan, he clasped his hands in greeting. "Senior brother Yin, this is Jiang Lixing, the direct disciple of Qingxiu. From today onward, She will be studying here in the discipline hall. Jiang Lixing returned the greetings. Hall Master Zhou. Zhou Zhenyan, having heard of Jiang Lixing's renown, was pleasantly surprised to find her such a fair and demure young lady. He smiled warmly. You are Jiang Zizi, correct? Very well, you shall stay in the discipline hall from now on. He gestured to Yun Duan, senior brother Yun. You may go about your business. Yun Duan nodded, hesitated for a moment, and looked back at Jiang Lixing with concern. Hall Master Zhou. Junior sister Jiang arrived in haste and brought nothing with her. Perhaps Jiang Lixing felt embarrassed. Zhou Zhenyan noticed that Jiang Lixing possessed only a low-tier storage bag, clearly inadequate for her needs, lacking even a sword. Although puzzled, he nodded, understood. Shortly, according to the new disciple procedures, I will take her to receive her provisions. Yun Duan nodded, relieved, and departed. Jiang Lixing quietly reflected, senior brother Yun is truly a thoughtful person. Chapter 3. Peace at Yushu Peak. Zhou Zhenyan personally accompanied Jiang Lixing to collect the provisions for new disciples. The supplies included the Kunlun disciple robe, a sword, 5 medium-grade spirit stones, 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, a bottle of chi-nurturing pills, a bottle of fasting pills, a communication jade token, and a low-tier storage bag. For a new disciple, this allocation was exceedingly generous within the sect, far superior to what some smaller sects could offer. Though Jiang Lixing felt somewhat embarrassed as a newly initiated disciple in the foundation establishment stage receiving such provisions, she understood that she was now a temporary disciple of Kunlun. Thus, she quietly set aside her embarrassment, as she was currently devoid of resources. After receiving her supplies, Zhou Zhenyan personally escorted Jiang Lixing to her living quarters, which was a modest, independent courtyard significantly smaller than her previous solitary residence in Qingxiu. Zhou Zhenyan observed Jiang Lixing's expression and remarked, new disciples are assigned to live in groups of 8, with assessments taking place every 3 months. Only after successfully passing multiple evaluations will they be granted a private courtyard by the Peak Master. If one is an outer sect disciple, they would share accommodations with 3 or 4 others, which can be quite inconvenient. This statement was meant to inform Jiang Lixing that, due to her status, she was receiving special consideration. Thank you for your care, Master Zhou. I am not picky, Jiang Lixing replied obediently. Zhou Zhenyan nodded and added, there will be morning lessons at the hour of the rabbit tomorrow. First, you should study our Kunlun's regulations and laws. Master those well, and we will make further arrangements. Jiang Lixing nodded in agreement. Zhou Zhenyan then gave a few more instructions, noticing her obedient responses, and felt a mix of curiosity and bewilderment. How could such a well-behaved young girl be associated with the rumors surrounding her? However, he refrained from probing further and left after imparting his instructions. Once he departed, Jiang Lixing turned and lay down on her bed, rolling around in distress. The law enforcement hall. She felt as though the heavens were conspiring against her. It was essential to note that within Qingxiu, there existed a multitude of regulations, all of which she had treated as mere snacks. After all, she had been taken under the sect master's wing as a direct disciple since infancy. The rules of Qingxiu were as inconsequential to her as air, having grown up there as the sect master's sole disciple. Yet here, in Kunlun, she was treated as a new disciple, and all matters pertaining to Qingxiu were momentarily irrelevant to her. Oh, how she lamented. When she eventually left Kunlun, she vowed to shatter the skulls of those treacherous scoundrels who had wronged her. Not only did they engage in shameless infidelity, but they also conspired against their fellow disciples. They were indeed a malignant tumor in Qingxiu. How infuriating. Perhaps the bed was simply too comfortable, for after several days without rest, she soon succumbed to slumber. Eventually, she vaguely heard someone calling, new junior sister, new junior sister. Jiang Lixing was roused from her stupor and opened the door to find a lively figure perched atop the wall on her left. With a handsome face and bright eyes, he grinned at her. New junior sister, you've been here for half a day without making a sound, so I called you. Since arriving at Kunlun, Jiang Lixing had mostly encountered solemn and serious cultivators, save for the cheerful Lu Shaoling she met upon entering the mountain. This was the first time someone so vivacious had approached her. May I ask who you are, senior brother? She inquired. I am Enruxu from Yushu Peak. What is your name, junior sister? He replied, gazing at her with curiosity. I am Jiang Lixing, she answered. Jiang Lixing? Enruxu scratched his head. That name sounds familiar. Which peak are you from? Feeling embarrassed, Jiang Lixing replied truthfully, I am from Qingxiu. Oh, you are. Before Enruxu could finish his sentence, he lost his balance and tumbled off the wall with a loud thud. Jiang Lixing approached the wall, concern etched on her face. Are you all right, senior brethren? Ouch, that hurt. I'm fine, really. I'm tough, he groaned, rubbing his backside as he picked himself up, dusting off his clothes. He climbed back onto the wall, looking at Jiang Lixing with wonder. So, Jiang Jr. sister, why are you here in Kunlun instead of staying in Qingxiu? Jiang Lixing looked up at him and suggested. Perhaps you could come into my courtyard to chat? She feared he might fall again. All right. And Ruxu agreed, jumping down and entering her courtyard. Jiang Lixing invited him into her room, but he waved his hand. I can't just enter a girl's room. Let's sit on the steps instead. After saying this, he unceremoniously took a seat on the steps. Jiang Lixing thought to herself that although this senior brother and seemed a bit unruly, he was still quite courteous. She nodded and sat down beside him, replying, I was sent to Kunlun for reformation due to a grave mistake. And Ruxu, brimming with curiosity, asked, what kind of mistake warranted a trip to Kunlun? I destroyed a medicinal field, ruining half of the precious herbs, she confessed. And Ruxu gasped. What did you do to ruin the medicinal field? I acted impulsively, she admitted. And Ruxu was taken aback. You mean, you lost control? That's right. I wasn't cursed or anything. I just couldn't manage my emotions at the time, she explained. And Ruxu suddenly understood. Oh, I get it. Is it similar to the rumors that you tried alchemy and not only failed to produce elixirs, but also blew up your master's residence? Jiang Lixing replied. Something like that. All those rumors about you were true, then? And Ruxu found it hard to fathom how such a well-behaved junior sister could be branded as a great disaster in Qingxiu, notorious across the 3 sections. Jiang Lixing nodded. Most of them are indeed true. The outsiders had not exaggerated. Aside from the most significant incident being a result of her being framed, the rest were accurate. This was why her master had not listened to her excuses and had promptly sent her to Kunlun without even investigating. And Ruxu sighed. Junior sister, you truly are remarkable. Jiang Lixing felt her cheeks flush. And Ruxu stood up, brushing off his clothes. I was also sent to the law enforcement hall today. Tomorrow, I'll accompany you to the morning lessons. Can you wake up on time? If you can, please call for me. Jiang Lixing was unsure, scratching her head, and honestly replied, I love to sleep. And Ruxu laughed heartily. So do I? The two exchanged glances, and in Ruxu's side, we are indeed kindred spirits in misfortune. As a man, I should look after you, junior sister. I'll set a small bell to wake you up on time. Jiang Lixing breathed a sigh of relief. Having a companion was quite nice. She thanked him. Thank you, senior brethren. The next day, and Ruxu indeed arrived on time to call Jiang Lixing for their morning lessons. Jiang Lixing, yawning, stepped out of her room and joined him, rubbing her eyes with her sleeves. Good morning, senior brother, and good morning, junior sister Jiang, he replied, also yawning. Both appeared as if they had just awakened. A striking resemblance. Normally, cultivators require little sleep or can forego sleep altogether, but these two clearly needed their rest. And Ruxu drew his sword and began to soar through the air, instructing, Junior sister Jiang, follow my lead. Jiang Lixing also took out the sword she had received the previous day and nodded. With a swift motion, and Ruxu took off into the sky. Jiang Lixing mounted her sword, but when she looked up, he had already vanished from sight. Silently, she sensed the sword energy and pursued him. The two figures grew distant as they flew. Arriving at the classroom entrance, and Ruxu waited for a while until Jiang Lixing finally arrived on her sword. He looked puzzled. Your sword control is? Jiang Lixing blushed. I was too playful and didn't practice properly. And Ruxu was taken aback. So, your foundation is? My master helped me advance, she confessed. And Ruxu was speechless. No wonder she was listed among the top 3,000 on the Fengyan list. She had not even properly mastered the basics. Even a Qi refinement disciple's sword control surpassed hers. He thought to himself that with such a level of skill, facing any demons would likely have her fleeing in terror. It was no wonder the rumors spoke of Qingxiu's sect master doting on her, not allowing her to descend the mountain for training. With such abilities, she was hardly prepared for the world outside. He led Jiang Lixing into the classroom, feeling a mix of emotions. Upon their arrival, they found over 100 people already seated, and the instructor had arrived. Seeing the two latecomers, he frowned and said, You two are late. Each of you shall endure 10 strikes under my hand. And Ruxu's expression changed dramatically. He had calculated the timing precisely, but he hadn't anticipated Jiang Lixing's slow sword control, resulting in their tardiness. He turned to her and whispered, The chief instructor of the law enforcement hall, He Jintang, hails from the Tianjin Peak. He is in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, cold and ruthless, with an ironclad demeanor. We are doomed. He could easily cripple us with 10 strikes. Jiang Lixing's face paled at his words. He Zhentang did not engage in further conversation with the two. Suddenly, he drew his sword, and a beam of golden light surged forth, enveloping them in a torrent of sword energy. Jiang Lixing brandished her sword in defense, but her fragile blade shattered with a resounding crack, sending her flying against the wall with a loud thud. Dazed and disoriented, she nearly lost consciousness. And Ru Su, though also at the initial stage of foundation establishment, fared significantly better, managing to withstand 5 strikes from He Zhentang before being thrust against the wall, from which he promptly spat out a mouthful of blood. He Zhentang sheathed his sword with a cold scoff, dismissing the two as worthless. Without glancing at them again, he took his seat, announcing that should they be late again the following day, the same punishment awaited them. Jiang Lixing struggled to rise. Noticing that Ru Su seemed incapacitated, she turned to assist him, guiding him to 2 adjacent empty seats, thus truly embodying the notion of brother and sister in adversity. After a while, Ru Su's chi surged, and he managed to retrieve a vial of medicinal pills, swallowing 2 with great difficulty while wiping the blood from his lips. He turned to see Jiang Lixing sitting properly, seemingly unaffected, and inquired with astonishment, "Junior Sister Jiang, do you not require medicine? Or perhaps Mr. He goes easy on you?" Jiang Lixing replied softly, "I have been beaten. Senior brethren, focus on the lesson. Be careful not to earn another punishment." And Ru Su immediately fell silent, forcing himself to sit upright, though the buzzing in his mind from the sword energy made him feel utterly miserable. In the classroom, He Zhentang had begun lecturing on the Kunlun Code of Conduct, a daunting list of over 1,000 rules that left Jiang Lixing feeling dizzy and despondent. She thought to herself, "It's over, it's all over. Even if I am not late tomorrow, will the teacher expect us to recite these rules? Can I possibly memorize them all?" Halfway through the class, He Zhentang pointed at a young disciple, commanding him to stand and explain why the Wanyuan Wuwang Cliff represented the highest penalty in Kunlun. The disciple responded, "Sir, because once the Wanyuan Wuwang Cliff is opened, any disciple who violates the rules is imprisoned within for no less than 10,000 years, regardless of their status, even the sect master." "Very well, sit down," He Zhentang approved, surveying the room with a warning gaze. "Thus, pay heed, all of you. Study the Kunlun Code diligently. Do not one day provoke a calamity that would lead you to the Wanyuan Wuwang Cliff, nor emulate Jiang Lixing of Qingsu, who would have already been imprisoned for her numerous grave errors." Jiang Lixing interjected, "Sir, is that polite? I am right here. Is it appropriate for you to say such things?" And Ru Su turned to her and whispered, "Junior sister, does Mr. He not seem particularly cold-hearted? He clearly knows you are here, having just struck you, yet he speaks like this." Jiang Lixing quietly replied, "Senior brethren, you are mistaken, Mr. He does not even know me." She gestured to her attire. "I am wearing the robes of a Kunlun disciple." And Ru Su slapped his forehead in realization and suddenly raised his hand, exclaiming loudly, "Sir, the Jiang Lixing you mentioned is right here." Jiang Lixing sighed, "Please, senior brethren, I thank you and your entire family." Instantly, not only did He Zhentang look over, but the hundreds of Kunlun disciples in the classroom turned their attention as well. Blushing with embarrassment, Jiang Lixing stood up, feeling more humiliated than ever, and stammered, "Qingsu Jiang Lixing, greetings, Mr. He, esteemed colleagues." He Zhentang scrutinized her. "Qingsu Jiang Lixing? What brings you to Kunlun?" Jiang Lixing, feeling ashamed, replied, "On my master's orders, I have come for reformation." "Quite well, it is rare for the Jade Sect Master to possess such awareness. However, you were late today. Let this be the last time. Focus on your reformation and do not behave as you did in Qingsu, where you acted with impunity. Kunlun is not a place for you to run amok. Understood?" Jiang Lixing nodded, affirming, "Understood." He Zhentang was satisfied, concise, and to the point. "Take your seat." Jiang Lixing complied. He Zhentang then turned his attention to the disciple beside her, his demeanor turning stern. "And Ru Su, your mischief is no small matter. The Ling Beast peaks, Yin Hu is not something you can simply capture and roast. You are here to learn alongside the new disciples, not to skirt your tardiness. Do you understand? Your reckless behavior necessitates serious instruction." And Ru Su immediately stood, responding loudly, "Understood, sir. Let this be the last time. Sit." He Zhentang gestured for him to resume his seat. He continued the lecture, and the 100 disciples returned their gaze to the lesson. After class, As the teacher departed, Jiang Lisheng apologized to Enru Su. I am sorry, senior brethren. My sword control was lacking, causing your tardiness and subsequent punishment. Enru Su waved his hand dismissively. I share in the blame. I was too focused on my own sword control and failed to consider yours, miscalculating our time. Seeing his pale complexion, Jiang Lisheng worriedly asked, Is the class over? Can we return now? Senior brother, can you still control your sword? Enru Su shook his head, speaking weakly. Mister, he was too harsh. I fear I cannot. Junior sister Jiang, you appear unscathed. Can you manage to control a sword while carrying someone? I might need to visit the medical hall. My injuries are rather severe. Jiang Lisheng nodded. I can, though it will be slow. Enru Su sighed with relief. Then I must rely on you, junior sister. However, I have no sword. Jiang Lisheng lamented, glancing at the shattered remains on the ground, lamenting its irreparable state. Moreover, she possessed no materials to forge a new one. Enru Su also noticed, shocked that her sword had been so easily destroyed while she seemed unharmed, and inquired, How could your sword not withstand a single strike? Jiang Lisheng replied helplessly, It was issued to me as a new disciple. Perhaps it was not sturdy enough. Enru Su nodded, unfastening his own sword and offering it to her. Use mine for now. Let us head to the medical hall together, and afterward, I will accompany you to the sword hall to procure a new sword. Jiang Lisheng accepted Enru Su's sword, leaping onto it first and signaling for him to stand behind her. Enru Su looked at the low-lying sword, hesitating before stepping onto it. Chapter 5. Renowned among the three sects, Jiang Lisheng's slow was indeed quite slow. Enru Su felt that it was only marginally faster than walking, barely a fraction. Yet, as a wounded individual, he had no right to complain and felt too embarrassed to voice any grievances, enduring the painfully sluggish pace, which only intensified his discomfort and headache. The journey from the code hall to the medical hall required traversing 3 mountains. Jiang Lisheng wiped the sweat from her brow, contemplating how far it felt, lamenting the ill placement of the medical hall. Should it not have been adjacent to the code hall? Surely, any disciple punished at the code hall would have sustained injuries. Was it intentional? Especially for someone like Senior Brethren, who had been gravely injured and could no longer control his sword. It still had to painstakingly climb 3 mountains on foot to seek treatment. In that moment, she realized how Kunlun seemed to impose vigilance upon its disciples at every turn. No wonder it stood as the foremost sect of the immortal realms, with such intricate schemes. Observing her sweat profusely, Enru Su spoke up quietly, Junior sister Jiang, shall we take a moment to rest? In truth, had they not already traversed half the distance, he would have suggested turning back. I will not seek treatment. Jiang Lisheng shook her head. Senior brethren, no need for rest. I am not fatigued. But you appear to be quite tired. I am not fatigued. I simply sweat easily. Very well. Continuing their flight, they encountered an individual approaching from the opposite direction, donned in a crimson robe, exuding a refined elegance. He did not ride a sword but walked gracefully, his hair flowing, with a countenance as serene as the snow atop a mountain, floating amidst the clouds. Untouched by the dust of the earth, Jiang Lisheng's sword wavered, slipping from her grasp and crashing to the ground. Enru Su gasped, also losing his balance. Jiang Lisheng quickly reached out to steady him, and together they stumbled a few steps before regaining their footing. She immediately released him, apologizing, My apologies, senior brethren. Enru Su shook his head. No harm done, no harm done. Let us take a moment to, junior brother Wei. Wei Qinglan glanced at the two, his gaze lingering on Jiang Lisheng for a moment before nodding to Enru Su and addressing him with a melodious voice. Senior brethren. Enru Su asked in surprise, Wei Shidi, have you advanced 2 more levels? Wei Qinglan nodded. Enru Su looked at him with admiration. Wei Shidi, you are truly remarkable. Wei Qinglan remained non-committal. Has senior brethren sustained serious injuries? Yes, I need to go to the medical hall. Enru Su grimaced. I couldn't resist my cravings and roasted a wild yen hu, which resulted in my punishment at the discipline hall to relearn the rules. Mr. He is quite strict. Today I experienced it firsthand. We were just half a moment late and had to endure 10 strikes under his hand. I only managed to take 5 before being left in this state. Now my inner energy feels like it's ablaze, and I can't muster any spiritual power. My head hurts terribly, and even after consuming 2 recovery pills, it's still ineffective. I must go to the medical hall. Sighing, Wei Qinglan extended his hand. May I take a look at senior brethren? Enru Su was taken aback. Thank you, Wei Shidi. He stepped forward, unaware that Jiang Lisheng had quietly retreated a couple of steps, hiding behind him. Wei Qinglan caught a glimpse and paused momentarily before placing his hand on Enrusu's pulse. After a moment, he withdrew his hand. If senior brother entrusts me, there's no need to go to the medical hall. I can assist you, and all you need is to take a heavenly fragrance pill afterward. Enrusu hurriedly replied. I naturally trust you, Wei Shidi. However, I don't possess a heavenly fragrance pill and must purchase one from the medical hall. I have one. Enrusu quickly said, then I will exchange a communication pill for it. The communication pill is of greater value than the heavenly fragrance pill, only usable by those who have reached the golden core stage. As he had not yet reached that stage, he naturally wouldn't dare to use it. Wei Qinglan shook his head. No need. Enrusu had already retrieved the communication pill from his storage ring and handed it to Wei Qinglan. Meeting you has saved me the trouble of going to the medical hall, conserving both spirit stones and effort. If you refuse to accept this, then I won't ask for your help. Hearing this, Wei Qinglan nodded and accepted it, casting a golden light that enveloped Enrusu. In an instant, Enrusu felt a lightness wash over him, and all his pain dissipated. Wei Qinglan withdrew his hand and presented him with a heavenly fragrance pill. Enrusu took it and swallowed it, filled with gratitude and admiration. Wei Shidi, you are also skilled in medicine. Not at all. Wei Qinglan shook his head. I am not skilled in medicine. It just so happens that your injury was caused by Master He. I have been injured by him before, so I happen to know how to treat his sword wounds. Is that so? Enrusu was astonished. You have also faced punishment? After saying this, he realized it was incorrect. Wei Qinglan never breaks the rules, so it was impossible for him to be punished. He quickly shook his head and amended. Have you sparred with him? Yes. When was that? 10 years ago. Enrusu fell silent. 10 years ago. He was only 8 years old and could spar with He Jintang. Now at 22, he had only managed to endure 5 strikes from He Jintang and ended up gravely injured. It was truly disheartening. He suddenly remembered something and turned to find Jiang Lixing quietly standing behind him. He moved aside and introduced, Wei Shidi, this is Jiang Shimi, Jiang Lixing. After he finished, he added, Qing Su's Jiang Lixing, just like you, is renowned among the 3 sections. Jiang Lixing interjected, listen to me, senior brother-in. I must once again thank your entire family. While others are celebrated geniuses of the 3 sects, she felt like a mere waste of talent. Perhaps her silence and reticence made the disparity too evident. Enrusu realized his introduction was inappropriate and quickly added, Jiang Shimi is exceptionally well-behaved. Wei Qinglan nodded, his voice clear and calm, Jiang Shimi. His demeanor was devoid of emotion, as light as snow, just like his character. Jiang Lixing kept her head down, obediently quiet. Senior brother Wei. She made no mention of their previous meeting. Wei Qinglan did not elaborate either and continued walking ahead. After he had walked a distance, Enrusu turned to Jiang Lixing and apologized. Jiang Shimi, I misspoke earlier. I am truly sorry. Cultivators are exceptionally sensitive to the emotions of others. Just as he had sensed Jiang Lixing's momentary reluctance to compare herself to others, he also noticed her apparent desire to avoid conversing with Wei Qinglan. Jiang Lixing shook her head and smiled at Enrusu. You need not apologize, senior brother. I am not upset. She fiddled with her toes and sighed softly, explaining, I just do not dare to approach that senior brother Wei. I fear that I might inadvertently affect him. After all, he is a treasure of Kunlun, and I must keep my distance to avoid causing trouble, lest Kunlun no longer accept me. Enrusu understood, so that is how it is. Jiang Lixing nodded. You are quite honest, Jiang Shimi. He suddenly smiled, his gaze becoming more sincere. Come, I will take you to the sword hall on my sword. And I must also honestly tell you, you need to practice your sword riding skills. You are far too slow. Jiang Lixing handed the sword back to him. All right. Enrusu stood on the sword, carefully lowering it, and after Jiang Lixing jumped on, he remarked, otherwise, a month from now, when we go to the secret realm, will you be the one chasing the demons, or will they be chasing you? Jiang Lixing hesitated. Are we both going to the secret realm? Of course. Every peak must send representatives, and the discipline hall must too. Currently, the discipline hall only has the 2 of us in the foundation establishment stage. The others are all new disciples, so we will definitely be included. In Chapter 6, easily offending others, Jiang Lixing, having lived for 18 years, had never participated in a secret realm trial because her master feared she would be devoured by demons. It all boiled down to her master's belief that she was too inept. She sighed inwardly. With nothing in her possession and her sword destroyed, she wondered if her meager resources as a new disciple would suffice to buy a sword. Jiang Shimi, do not worry. I will look after you. and Ru Su reassured her as he flew on his sword, hastily comforting her. Thank you, senior brethren, Jiang Lixing replied gratefully. Upon arriving at the sword hall, the two dismounted. Two young women were exiting the hall, and one, adorned in exquisite clothing, exclaimed in delight upon seeing Ru Su, senior brethren. And Ru Su sheathed his sword and cupped his hands in greeting, Zhao Shimi, Zhu Shimi. Senior brother, what brings you here? The elegantly dressed woman, Zhao, was also a disciple of Kunlun, but her attire was more lavish, with numerous ornaments adorning her. She then noticed Jiang Lixing, and her expression shifted to one of suspicion as she scrutinized the two. Zhao Shimi, Zhu Shimi, this is Jiang Shimi. And Ru Su, having learned from his previous mistake, refrained from mentioning Qing Su this time, and turned to Jiang Lixing, Jiang Shimi. These two are disciples of the spirit beast Peak. He sheepishly added, it was I who secretly roasted the yin hu, which belongs to them, causing them to be punished with a month of sweeping the mountain gate. Jiang Lixing realized the implications and cast a longer glance at the woman named Zhao, thinking that this girl must have feelings for Ru Su. Otherwise, after he had stolen and roasted her yin hu, they would surely have to fight. She would have to maintain a cold demeanor in the future rather than greet him warmly. She greeted, greetings, senior sisters. Are you a new disciple? Which peak have you joined? Zhao Koxian scrutinized Jiang Lixing's delicate and fair face. Jiang Lixing obediently replied, the discipline hall. Oh, new disciples must undergo training at the discipline hall. Zhao Koxian inquired further, why do you not ride your sword yourself? Why let senior brethren carry you? Her sword was destroyed by Mr. He, so she has come to the sword hall to buy a new one. And Ru Su interjected, mentally lamenting, we were late today. Mr. He is too severe. We had to endure 10 strikes each. I sustained serious injuries, and Jiang Shimi's sword is beyond repair. Senior brother, are you seriously injured? Zhao Koxian's concern shifted back to Ru Su as she gazed at him worriedly. Senior brother, where are you hurt? It's already healed. And Ru Su waved his hand. Do not trouble the two of you. I will take Jiang Shimi inside to buy a sword. We'll accompany you. Zhao Koxian quickly pulled Zhu Wenyin and enthusiastically followed them back into the hall. Thus, the four of them entered the sword hall. In the sword hall, countless swords were densely hung upon the walls, their brilliance obscured by sheaths, thus preventing their gleaming edges from dazzling the eyes. And Ruxu inquired, Sister Jiang, what kind of sword do you desire? Upon finishing his question, he added, you ought to purchase a good one. The sword you possess today is far too fragile. Jiang Lixing, feeling embarrassed, rummaged through her low-tier storage pouch and placed her meager new disciple's funds on the counter. This is all I have. Whatever sword I can trade for, that shall suffice. And Ruxu stared, momentarily taken aback, before he couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, Sister Jiang, how is it that you are so impoverished? He recalled that Qingshu was not lacking in wealth, especially being the sole direct disciple of the sect leader. She surely should not be destitute. After all, she had the ability to destroy half of a medicinal field, and any spiritual plant from that field could fetch a fine sword. Jiang Lixing sighed, I am indeed very poor. Oh dear, and Ruxu lamented, with this, you can only exchange for the most ordinary of swords. Jiang Lixing nodded in agreement. Zhao Kursin approached, Sister Jiang, you are not from a prestigious family down the mountain, are you? If you come to Kunlun to cultivate, you might find it quite challenging. Sword cultivators require substantial resources. Jiang Lixing shook her head. No, I am not. Zhao Kursin, with a flourish, dumped a pile of high-grade spiritual stones from her storage ring onto the counter. Sister Jiang, I took a liking to you at first sight. Let us be friends. I will gift you a sword. Choose whichever you like. Jiang Lixing was taken aback, and Ruxu exclaimed, goodness. Is Zhao Jr.'s sister always this generous upon meeting someone for the first time? I, too, received a sword from her back in the day. Jiang Lixing immediately turned to ask, Senior brethren, what did you trade for it? Wei Qinglan had offered him a Tianxiang Dan, and he had to exchange it for a Tongshan Dan. Surely he wouldn't have taken advantage of a girl. And Ruxu replied, I was quite poor back then as well. I borrowed it first, then worked hard on missions to repay Zhao Jr.'s sister double. Jiang Lixing hesitated and pushed the high-grade spiritual stones back. Thank you, Senior Sister Zhao, but I fear I cannot repay you for the sword. I shall simply buy the most ordinary one. Zhao Kursin leaned closer. Speaking in a whisper meant only for Jiang Lixing's ears, you are different from senior brethren. You need not repay me. As long as you do not compete with me for senior brethren, I shall cover the cost of your swords from now on. Jiang Lixing was taken aback. This temptation is too great. She nearly succumbed to the offer, but one must not act in such a manner. Senior brother is quite kind. And although she had no intention of competing, she could not let him be sold off like that. She shook her head. No, senior sister Zhao, I cannot agree. Zhao Kerson's expression darkened. Sister Jiang, do you truly wish to offend me? Jiang Lixing did not want to stir trouble in Kunlun, yet she had never so easily offended anyone before. The people she had crossed paths with in Qingshu were either burned by her poorly controlled talisman experiments or had their homes wrecked during her weapon-forging mishaps. There were also those who had suffered for weeks after consuming her beautifully colored pills, fearing they could no longer cultivate. She had even once trapped herself and others in a formation for a month until her master rescued them, leaving everyone half dead. The instances were numerous. Yet never had she offended someone upon a mere first encounter. Her emotions were tumultuous. She attempted to reason. Senior sister Zhao, do not exert force against a fellow woman. She believed her words to be sound, yet it seemed to have only incensed Zhao Kerson further. Zhao's face darkened, and she withdrew the spiritual stones from the counter, leaving behind a harsh remark. Sister Jiang, being young and lacking in ability, do not be overly ambitious. Otherwise, beware of being devoured by monsters during your travels. Having spoken, she turned to Enruxu with a smile. Sister Jiang is far too proud to accept. Let that be the end of it. What a waste of my goodwill. Senior brethren, you may assist her in choosing slowly. We shall take our leave. Enruxu sensed something was amiss, but could not fathom the cause. He nodded, All right. Zhao Kerson took Zhu Wenin by the arm and departed. Enruxu curiously turned to Jiang Lixing. What did she whisper to you? Why did she leave so abruptly? Jiang Lixing was not one to conceal matters, especially when someone had threatened her. She recounted the exchange verbatim. Upon hearing, Enruxu was rendered speechless. Once again, he witnessed Jiang Lixing's honesty, yet her forthrightness left him in an awkward position. It took a moment before he coughed lightly into his hand and awkwardly apologized. Sister Jiang, I apologize. He had not anticipated that he held such value, and that someone would cover the cost of her future swords. Goodness. He would need to keep his distance from Zhao Jr.'s sister in the future. She was too terrifying. Jiang Lixing beamed, selecting the most ordinary sword to take with her. It is not wrong to attract the favor of young ladies. There is no need for senior brother to apologize. Let us return. Chapter 7. Trespassing in forbidden grounds. Throughout the journey, Enruxu flew swiftly on his sword, as if chased by wolves. Upon reaching his residence, he realized he had forgotten Jiang Lixing behind. He pondered, Sister Jiang should have a good sense of direction, right? She can surely find her way back. She won't get lost, will she? He felt exceedingly awkward and wished to hide away, particularly recalling how Jiang Lixing had smiled at him and remarked that it was not wrong to attract the favor of young ladies. He believed he had never been one to provoke young women. If others approached him, he would reciprocate, never taking advantage of anyone. Yet, he could not discard the possibility that he had acted inappropriately in the past, assuming that since they were all fellow disciples, helping one another was acceptable. He might have inadvertently stirred trouble. He felt on the verge of tears. He lingered for a moment, but ultimately decided to return on his sword to find her. It was Sister Jiang's first time in Kunlun, and she was unfamiliar with her surroundings. She must not truly get lost. As it turned out, Jiang Lixing indeed found herself lost. She had taken Enruxu's advice to heart, overcoming her fear of heights and focusing intently on her incantation while soaring on her sword. Yet, in her fervor, she neglected to turn at the necessary juncture, and by the time she realized, she was utterly disoriented. Surrounded by an endless sea of mist with no sign of buildings or houses, she wondered where she had ended up. Disembarking from her sword, she stood in confusion. Who dares to trespass in the forbidden grounds? A hoarse voice thundered, Come forth. Jiang Lixing was startled. Had she wandered into the forbidden area of Kunlun? She immediately turned to flee. Perhaps the other party deemed her intentions suspicious, for a beam of golden light shot toward her. Jiang Lixing, taken aback, spun around and swung her sword in defense. The newly acquired sword shattered with a resounding crack, and she was sent sprawling several paces back, crashing against a sturdy tree trunk. Her heart raced, nearly choking her, but she held back the urge to vomit. Before she could regain her composure, another sword came slicing through the air, bearing down on her with an overwhelming force. If it struck her, it would be the end. Jiang Lixing rolled on the ground, narrowly evading the blow. Not without skill. No wonder you dare to trespass, the aged voice growled angrily, launching yet another strike. This sword attack was like an intricate net, dense with sword chi, ensnaring her no matter how she rolled. Exhausted and helpless, she lay flat on the ground, resigning herself to fate. If she were to perish, her master would collect her soul. Just as the sword Qi threatened to pierce her with numerous holes, suddenly, a sword flew in from the side, as gentle as a breeze or soft as falling snow, instantly dispelling the overwhelming sword Qi. Jiang Lixing widened her eyes in astonishment. Who was this benevolent figure that had saved her? She felt an overwhelming urge to express her gratitude. Quickly, she scrambled to her feet and saw a figure descending gracefully before her, draped in a scarlet robe adorned with exquisite patterns, standing tall and elegant, a vision of ethereal beauty. Wei Qinglan. Jiang Lixing felt tears welling in her eyes. How could she ever repay this life-saving grace? Should she thank him herself? Or should she ask her master to do so? She was at a loss, uncertain of what to do. Had she once again stumbled into calamity? Wei Qinglan turned to regard her, his gaze calm and detached, devoid of any emotion. What brings you here? Jiang Lixing quickly glanced up at him before lowering her head, softly replying, I got lost. How could one be lost? Jiang Lixing explained, I was returning from the sword hall with senior brother and after purchasing a sword. Due to my inadequate sword control, I heeded his advice and immersed myself in practicing my sword mastery. By the time I regained my senses, I realized I was lost and had unknowingly entered the forbidden area. Nonsense. A voice, aged and filled with ire, rebuked. Did you not see the towering warning stone outside? Jiang Lixing felt utterly frustrated. She truly had not noticed it. Search her soul. An elder with graying hair emerged, his expression stern as he scrutinized Jiang Lixing. At such a tender age, you weave a web of lies. Do you know the consequences of trespassing in this realm? Uncle Qi. She is a newly arrived disciple of Kunlun. Perhaps she genuinely lost her way. Wei Qinglan interjected, acknowledging the elder. Qi Baiqing adamantly replied, impossible. A new disciple cannot withstand even a single blow from me. Yet she has endured 2 strikes and stands here unscathed. Jiang Lixing glanced at the elder, feeling helpless. Because I am. Uncle Qi, I am here to search her soul. Wei Qinglan interrupted, if she is indeed lost. I implore you to let her off this time. As a new disciple, she may have acted recklessly. Our master has just entered seclusion. If we were to punish her for intruding into a forbidden area, it would surely disturb him at this inappropriate time. Qi Baiqing stared at Wei Qinglan, puzzled. What is your relationship with her? Wei Qinglan shook his head. No relation, merely a new disciple who entered yesterday and has yet to fully grasp the Kunlun code. If her trespass was unintentional, she should be forgiven. With a cold snort, Qi Baiqing examined Jiang Lixing's new disciple attire and her low-grade storage pouch, scowling. Very well. You may search her soul, but do not shield her. Wei Qinglan affirmed, I will not. He turned to Jiang Lixing. Are you willing to allow me to search your soul? I will only conduct a soul search. Jiang Lixing nodded, standing obediently. Please proceed, senior brother Wei. Upon her consent, Wei Qinglan placed a hand atop her head, his spiritual energy forming a gentle halo that entered her consciousness. Jiang Lixing had never experienced a soul search before. It felt novel, and she had no thoughts of resisting. Although his presence was as cold as snow, the spiritual energy that entered her mind was remarkably gentle, akin to a soft breeze caressing the snow, causing her no discomfort. She understood that a high-level soul search would not harm one's consciousness or brain. And Wei Qinglan's search was indeed painless, showcasing his genuine prowess and reputation as a prodigy of Kunlun. In a brief moment, Wei Qinglan withdrew his hand, casting a peculiar glance at Jiang Lixing before turning to the elder beside him. Uncle Qi. Indeed, she is lost. Within a halo of soft light, Jiang Lixing recalled her hasty exit from the sword hall, where she had been so engrossed in her sword practice that she had nearly stumbled off her sword several times. Eventually, she had focused solely on her sword, unknowingly wandering into the forbidden area, her dazed expression now crystal clear. Qi Baiqing had no retort. After all, it was merely a case of sword riding, as foolish as a cow. Begone. Jiang Lixing noted he did not mention punishment and turned to leave, eager to depart lest he order her out of Kunlun. Wei Qinglan raised a hand to stop her. I will escort you out. Jiang Lixing paused, truthfully. She did not wish for his company. Sensing her reluctance, Wei Qinglan maintained a calm demeanor. The exit is quite far. I wouldn't want you to lose your way again and stumble into places you shouldn't. Jiang Lixing replied with a soft "oh," and silently followed him, murmuring her thanks. Thank you, senior brother Wei. Chapter 8. The earthworm Wei Qinglan walked ahead, while Jiang Lixing trailed 3 steps behind, enveloped in silence, her breathing nearly inaudible. Had it not been for Wei Qinglan's keen senses, one might have thought only the air followed him. Upon reaching the exit, they indeed found a towering warning stone, standing prominently as Qi Baiqing had described. Jiang Lixing gazed at the warning stone, feeling utterly perplexed. How had she failed to notice such a large marker? Wei Qinglan halted, turning to face her. Jiang Lixing expressed her gratitude once more. Thank you, Senior Brother Wei. You needn't accompany me any further. Wei Qinglan's eyes were cool. We are of the same generation. Jiang Lixing paused, pondering if that meant she could not address him as you. Meeting his gaze, she quickly corrected herself. Senior Brother Wei. You needn't accompany me any further. I appreciate your escort. She added sincerely, and thank you for saving my life. However, she was now impoverished and could offer no recompense, so she decided to refrain from further expressions of gratitude. Wei Qinglan nodded and turned back towards the forbidden area. As Jiang Lixing observed his retreat, she reflected that while the forbidden area was off-limits to ordinary disciples, prodigies like Wei Qinglan possessed special privileges. She withdrew her gaze, scanning the horizon, realizing that if her memory served her right, her dwelling was quite distant, and without her sword, how could she return? Would she rely solely on her feet? Tears threatened to spill from her eyes. After standing in place for a moment, she reluctantly began her walk back. And Ruxu had searched for Jiang Lixing tirelessly. Drenched in sweat, yet she remained elusive. He touched his communication token, recalling that they had not exchanged messages yesterday, rendering him unable to reach out. Where could she have gone, riding her sword? Jiang Lixing measured the mountain on foot until exhaustion set in, prompting her to retrieve snacks from her storage pouch. Finding a sheltered spot, she sat on a stone and began to nibble on her snacks. Just as she took a few bites, something suddenly charged at her, mouth wide open, startling her into a roll away from the spot. The creature missed its attack and pursued her instead. Only then did she discern its 4 legs and goat-like form, ferocious in demeanor. This was the infamous local specialty of Kunlun, known as the earthworm. Earthworms were known to consume humans. How had it escaped? Wasn't it supposed to be confined within the Spirit Beast Peak? She sprinted away. But she could not outrun the earthworm. This creature thrived in Kunlun's rugged terrain, adept at scaling mountains and leaping across ravines. Without her sword, her feet were no match for its speed. Desperately, she resorted to using her snacks as weapons, throwing them at the creature. Surprisingly, this tactic worked. It opened its mouth wide and consumed the treats, only to continue its pursuit with renewed vigor. Jiang Lixing, ignoring all else, frantically tossed snacks from her storage pouch while running in circles. Despite exhausting her supply of snacks, she still could not shake off her pursuer. Nor did she encounter anyone who could rescue her. Frustrated, she kicked a stone in anger, aiming it at the creature. The earthworm mistook it for another snack, catching it in its mouth. Upon biting down and realizing the error, it spat it out in fury, charging at her with bared teeth. Jiang Lixing seized a large stone and hurled it at the beast, but it nimbly dodged. The stone crashed to the ground, creating a resounding thud. The noise seemed to have finally drawn attention. A white ribbon flew in, ensnaring the creature's horns, rendering it immobile. Jiang Lixing collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air, drenched in sweat. A figure descended gracefully, surveying both the restrained earthworm and the disheveled Jiang Lixing. The expression on his face was one of disapproval. Chased by a mere beast and left in such a pitiful state, you've brought shame upon the sect, especially for one at the foundation establishment stage. Jiang Lixing rubbed her nose, standing up and accepting the scolding. Mister, he speaks true. It is the disciple's incompetence. He Zhentang disdainfully turned his gaze away from her. Having bound the earthworm with his white ribbon, he contacted the Spirit Beast Peak, his tone severe. Jin Wanchou, if your Spirit Beast Peak cannot even contain a simple beast, you may as well disband and leave, lest you continue to waste the sect's resources. Upon finishing, he severed the communication and fixed a cold gaze on Jiang Lixing. You have disgraced yourself. Jiang Lixing dared not respond. Despite her foundation establishment cultivation, she could not slay the earthworm. The Spirit Beast Peak had lost a young creature to senior brethren, and they had been punished, so as a disciple already studying in the discipline hall. Should she kill this one? Where else could she be sent for punishment? Was she to be exiled to the eternal despair cliff? He Zhentang seemed to discern her thoughts. Even if she did not kill it, she would not be utterly defenseless against its bullying. Jiang Lixing trembled as she shook her low-grade storage bag, on the verge of tears. All I have in my storage bag are snacks, and I fed them all to it. I have nothing else to subdue it. He Tang frowned. What about your sword? It attacks indiscriminately. It won't matter if you injure it. Jiang Lisheng lowered her head. You shattered it. He Tang paused, recalling how, in today's class, he had effortlessly broken her sword. It was fortunate she had escaped unharmed, albeit being chased by a beast. You are the direct disciple of the Clear Void Sect Master. Why are you relying on a mere, ordinary broken sword? Jiang Lisheng replied in a low voice. I was in a hurry when I came, and I left my sword behind. That ordinary sword was given to me by the new disciples. Not waiting for He Tang to inquire further, she continued in an even softer voice. Everything I had is back in the clear void. I truly have nothing to subdue it with. I am utterly impoverished. He Tang appeared astonished by her words. It was inconceivable for any cultivator at the foundation stage to be so destitute. Even the new disciples of Kunlun, barring those from exceptionally impoverished families, typically came with a rich background, possessing spiritual roots, and often being selected from noble or esteemed families. Upon entering the sect, they were well equipped with treasures and spiritual stones, and many even possessed high-grade magical artifacts. Yet, before her stood this young girl, truly without any possessions, save for a broken low-grade storage bag filled only with snacks. He Tang found it hard to articulate her thoughts. The sect master truly allowed you to come here empty-handed, unconcerned that you might inadvertently perish in Kunlun. After all, the sect was not a tranquil place. Despite its strict rules, it was fraught with dangers. Jiang Lisheng defended her master. It was my own oversight that led to me leaving my sword and storage ring behind. My master probably still does not know that I came empty-handed. After all, at that moment, her master had been greatly worried about being a moment too late and facing collective punishment from the sect's leaders for her expulsion. Once she departed, her master could then shield her. He Tang found it even harder to express her thoughts, remarking on her carelessness and foolishness. Chapter 9. Apology. The peak master of the spirit beast peak, Jin Wangchou, arrived promptly after He Tang sent word. This female peak master, though less powerful than He Tang, endured his harsh rebuke due to her culpability and managed to smile upon arrival. Brother He, I apologize. My two disciples were momentarily negligent, and this beast managed to escape. Thank you for teaching it a lesson. He Tang was not swayed. Your two disciples previously released a vermilion who that was subsequently roasted and eaten by that boy in Rusu. You protected them from punishment in the law hall. How do you justify releasing this soil insect to harm others? Jin Wangchou could only respond, I failed to properly educate my disciples. I will ensure they are severely punished and sent to the law hall upon returning. She understood that encountering He Tang would not allow her to shield her disciples so easily, so she proactively proposed a course of action. He Tang was somewhat satisfied, glancing at Jiang Lisheng, who stood obediently as an invisible presence, and inquired, This beast injured someone and nearly harmed a new disciple. What do you have to say? Jin Wangchou had already noticed Jiang Lisheng, who stood awkwardly in her new disciple garb, appearing quite disheveled. With her foundation stage cultivation, she glanced over and turned back to He Tang, saying, I see she is unharmed. I offer a bottle of heavenly fragrance pills and 100 mid-grade spiritual stones as compensation. What do you think, Brother He? As a peak master, she had little interest in inquiring about a new disciple's name, believing her compensation to be substantial. If I had not intervened, this beast would have devoured her. He Tang replied decisively, 100 high-grade spiritual stones. As a peak master, you cannot offer a mere 100 mid-grade spiritual stones. It would be a laughingstock. Jin Wangchou was reluctant, feeling that He Tang's demand was excessive. One high-grade spiritual stone equated to 100 mid-grade ones. And why should a mere new disciple bear such a heavy penalty? He Tang regarded her displeased expression. Her name is Jiang Lisheng. Jin Wangchou looked at He Tang in confusion. He Tang flatly added, Jiang Lisheng of the Clear Void Sect, the sect master's sole direct disciple. Do you believe her life is worth less than 100 high-grade spiritual stones? Jin Wangchou's eyes widened in shock, and she quickly turned back to scrutinize Jiang Lisheng from head to toe, utterly astonished. The sect master's direct disciple? What brings you to Kunlun? Jiang Lisheng then properly greeted, Greetings, Peak Master Jin. I have come to study at Kunlun. My master said the rules here are commendable, urging me to learn diligently. Jin Wangchou was still in disbelief. You come to learn the rules? Where are you studying? In the law hall, Jiang Lisheng replied. Isn't that still under Brother He's instruction? Jin Wangchou queried. Jiang Lisheng considered this. You have caused trouble in the clear void, haven to you? Otherwise, why would the sect master send you here for discipline? Jin Wang, Cho asked with curiosity. Jiang Lisheng remained silent. How could she confess to having destroyed a medicinal field, ruining over 10,000 spiritual plants? Such information could be shared privately within Ru Su, but not with the peak master of Kunlun. If revealed, would Kunlun still accept her? Her master had suppressed the news. It was best not to speak of it. Jin Wang Cho, seeing her reluctance to answer, could surmise that her misdeeds were indeed considerable. Otherwise, the sect master would not have so readily dispatched this precious disciple to another domain. She did not press further, but stated, "Since this beast nearly harmed you today, we will follow Brother He's suggestion. The Spirit Beast Peak shall compensate you with a bottle of heavenly fragrance pills and 100 high-grade spiritual stones." Upon finishing, she retrieved the compensation from her storage ring and handed it to Jiang Lisheng. "Disciple Jiang, you won't find this lacking, will you?" Jiang Lisheng hurriedly accepted. No, thank you, Master Jin." Addressing her as a master's niece warranted her to call her master. She was grateful for the encounter with this beast, as she had been worried about affording a sword. This title of master aunt seemed to please Jin Wang Cho, for even if the disciple were inept, having a commendable master was noteworthy. Not everyone could earn her a title of master aunt. Jin Wang Cho willingly produced a magical artifact and handed it to her. "This is a Qinquan bracelet. Should you encounter any disobedient beasts again, simply use it to restrain them and send them to the Spirit Beast Peak." With that title of master aunt, she generously offered a mid-grade artifact. Jiang Lisheng obediently accepted. "Thank you, Master Jin." Jin Wang Cho kindly instructed her on the incantation. Pleased by her compliance, having given so freely, she felt no regret. Once the exchange was complete, she turned to He Juntang. "Brother He, thank you for your timely intervention today. It prevented this beast from causing a major disaster. The youngling from my peak recently gave birth to a particularly adorable offspring. Shall I send someone to deliver it to the Heavenly Sword Peak for you, Brother He? It can be raised to guard your door." He Juntang nodded without reservation. "Thank you, Sister Jean." He casually collected the white silk and released the soil insect. Jin Wang Cho grasped the insect's antenna. It had previously appeared ferocious, yet now it obediently followed her, casting a longing glance at Jiang Lisheng. Jiang Lisheng shot the beast a fierce glare, wondering if it was still hungry for snacks or regretting that it could not have devoured her. After Jin Wang Cho departed, Jiang Lisheng sincerely thanked He Juntang. "Thank you, Mr. He." She presented the compensation she received. "Thank you for saving me." Her life was worth this much. After all, expressing gratitude equated to this value. He Juntang waved her off dismissively. "Just go. Don't be late tomorrow." With that, he vanished as swiftly as he had arrived. After Jiang Lisheng departed, she held the spirit stones in her hands, filled with joy. 100 top-grade spirit stones equated to 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones. She had exchanged 5 middle-grade spirit stones along with 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, a vial of qi-nourishing pills, and a vial of fasting pills for a simple sword. Now that He Juntang no longer needed it, she could easily trade for 100 ordinary swords to shatter at her leisure, with plenty left over. Oh, the bliss of wealth. It seemed she had forgotten that, not long ago. Such a meager sum would not have even caught the eye of the sole direct disciple of the Qingshu sect. After securely storing the spirit stones, she suddenly remembered that even if she could buy 100 ordinary swords, she currently did not possess any. She would have to make her way to the sword hall. Her expression fell at the thought. Fortunately, after walking a short distance, Enruxu found her, panting heavily. "Junior sister Jiang. Senior brother-in?" Jiang Lisheng's eyes brightened. Enruxu dismounted from his sword, gazing at her in shock. "What happened to you? Why are you covered in dirt? Your clothes are torn." Jiang Lisheng explained. "I encountered a Tuluo. It wanted to eat me, so I was evading it." "A Tuluo? How did a spirit beast from the Spirit Beast Peak manage to escape? You look quite disheveled." Enruxu looked at her with concern. "The Tuluo is far more ferocious than the Yanhis. It can't be consumed, but it can certainly consume you. You're not injured, are you?" "No, just my sword was destroyed again, and I need to buy a new one," Jiang Lisheng replied. "Senior brother-in, were you looking for me?" "Yes, I searched half of Kunlun for you. How did you end up here? Were you chased by the Tuluo?" Enruxu thought to himself how unfortunate she was, as it had been quite some time since a Tuluo had appeared, yet she had the misfortune to encounter one. Plus, her newly purchased sword was ruined. "And where is that creature now?" "It was taken away by the master of the Spirit Beast Peak," Jiang Lisheng said, shaking her pouch. It compensated me with 100 top-grade spirit stones, a vial of heavenly fragrance pills, and a middle-grade magical artifact. And Ruxu exclaimed in surprise, "What good fortune! Why didn't I encounter something like that? Is the Master of the Golden Peak really that generous?" Chapter 10. Growing up together caring for spirit beasts is quite expensive. According to Ruxu, the Master of the Golden Peak was not known for such generosity. However, the Spirit Beast Peak was indeed quite wealthy. Jiang Lixing reminded him, "Senior brethren, if you had encountered the Yanhas, they are rare in Kunlun. It is said that one of the elders brought them back from the Korpsu mountain, thousands of miles away. You could have captured one and returned it to the Spirit Beast Peak. The master would surely have rewarded you, but you consumed it instead." And Ruxu lamented, "The elder brought back 10 of them. I just wanted to taste what the Yanhas from the peak of the East Mountain were like. I had no idea the master of the Spirit Beast Peak would offer such a hefty reward. Had I known, I would never have eaten it." He regretted it for a long time and finally said, Junior Sister Jiang, you should use a cleansing technique. You look far too disheveled." Jiang Lixing was already accustomed to her often dusty appearance and did not mind much. However, as she was in Kunlun, she needed to maintain her image. Hearing Ruxu's words, she nodded and cast a cleansing spell on herself. And Ruxu mounted his sword and said, "Come on, I will take you to buy another sword. Now that you have spirit stones, you can purchase a good one." Jiang Lixing leapt onto his sword, standing behind him. "No, I want to save my spirit stones. I'd rather buy several ordinary swords." And Ruxu replied. He turned to look at Jiang Lixing. "How can a sword cultivator not use a good sword? Do you wish to be unable to withstand a single blow, always shattering swords?" Jiang Lixing whispered, "I am not a sword cultivator." "But your master excels in both swordsmanship and formations," and Ruxu insisted. "Junior Sister Jiang, one day, let me witness your formation skills." Jiang Lixing felt embarrassed. "I haven't learned formations well." And Ruxu paused, almost forgetting. "Oh right, among the 3,000 on the wind and cloud ranking, you haven't even made it onto the list. At least I have ranked a few hundred. The fact that you are still alive and have not been killed by the master of the Jade Sect, could it be that cuteness conquers all?" The two then arrived at the sword hall. With a clear purpose, Jiang Lixing immediately purchased 20 swords, filling her low-tier storage pouch to the brim. And Ruxu's lips twitched. "Junior Sister Jiang, you truly know how to spend." Jiang Lixing smiled at Ruxu, thinking that these 20 swords would occupy her for a while. It wasn't that she didn't want to buy better swords. She simply hadn't brought anything with her. Lacking in spirit stones, the ones she saved would also need to be spent on talismans, brushes, and refining materials. She couldn't just come to Kunlun to focus solely on swordsmanship, could she? Upon exiting the sword hall, and Ruxu cautioned Jiang Lixing, "Junior Sister Jiang, you walk ahead, and I will follow you. I fear you might get lost again." He certainly did not want to go searching for her again. Jiang Lixing nodded, summoned her sword, and flew off with a whoosh. And Ruxu was taken aback. So fast. He quickly mounted his sword to pursue, but could only see Jiang Lixing as shadow from a distance. He had to exert himself to catch up. Successfully returning to the courtyard where they were staying, Jiang Lixing stored her sword and thanked Ruxu. "Senior brethren, thank you." She poured out a heavenly fragrance pill from her vial. "This is a token of gratitude for accompanying me to buy swords today." And Ruxu waved his hand dismissively. "It's no big deal. You should keep it." She firmly refused, instead exclaiming in surprise, "How did your sword control become so fast all of a sudden? I almost couldn't catch up." Jiang Lixing had to retract the pill and explained honestly, "I used to be afraid of heights and didn't practice much. Today, I took your advice and pushed myself to overcome it." However, the consequence of practicing sword control to conquer her fears was that she had nearly met with disaster, almost losing her life in a forbidden area. "Really? You're a cultivator, and you fear heights?" And Ruxu was at a loss for words. "But your progress is astonishingly swift. If every cultivator advanced at your pace, why would you still be outside the 3,000? He recalled their class today. "Is your spiritual power denser than that of ordinary people?" Despite being at the initial stage of foundation building, he felt that Jiang Lixing was remarkably resilient. When she wielded her sword, her spiritual power was evident, and she moved much quicker than he did. Jiang Lixing scratched her head, admitting, "I truly didn't practice much before. Back in the Qingshu sect, I would just let Qingwan take me around every day. My spiritual power was nourished by pills since childhood." And Ruxu was left speechless. Jealous. "No wonder you are the only direct disciple of the master of the Jade Sect, treating pills like meals." Jiang Lixing sighed. "Now I feel bad for making senior brother and accompany me and face punishment every day." and I don't want to wake up early. I must overcome this quickly. She had nearly lost her life just to practice sword control, and Ruxu understood. You almost got eaten by the Toluo. I admire you, junior sister Jiang. Qingluan is the mount of the master of the Jade sect, right? You are quite impressive. Riding your master's mount while running around and not even practicing sword control, he felt exhausted just thinking about it. Let us go inside. Tomorrow, I'll call you at the same time as today. Jiang Lixing nodded. The two parted ways and returned to their respective courtyards. Once back in her room, Jiang Lixing lay on her bed, exhausted, wondering if she would find time to descend the mountain tomorrow to purchase some necessary items. Lost in thought, she soon drifted off to sleep. And Ruxu, however, could not sleep. Only she could remain so cheerful after being punished. And Ruxu had a sudden realization. Was it because she had escaped the earth beetle? Zhao Curson nodded, acknowledging their oversight. And Ruxu contemplated the irony of fate's cruelty. Observing Zhao Curson's delighted expression, he sighed inwardly, advising her not to be so careless next time. Fortunately, the earth beetle had encountered Jiang Shimi. Had it met someone like him, it would have faced a swift demise. Zhao Curson, feeling elated, readily agreed with Ruxu's words, inquiring about Jiang Shimi's well-being. Was she all right? According to my master, she had been in quite a predicament, being pursued by the earth beetle. It's merely a beetle, after all, even if it's fierce. Our Kunlun disciples are unafraid. Yet, she seemed rather helpless. Chapter 11. A close call, and Ruxu peeked next door, noticing the stillness in both the courtyard and the house. Jiang Shimi must be exhausted and asleep, he said. Zhao Curson scoffed, realizing that her ineptitude stemmed from wasting precious time. Not having seen Jiang Lixing for a while, she turned her happy face toward Ruxu, asking, "And Xixiao, may I practice swordsmanship with you and Shiji?" Though Ruxu hesitated. Considering the capabilities of the Ling Beast Peak disciples who were accustomed to dealing with spirit beasts, he recognized that they would inevitably encounter demon beasts in the secret trials. Since both spirit and demon beasts share similarities, he seized the opportunity to gain insights from the two Shimi. Very well, he agreed. Thus, the three engaged in a spirited contest in Ruxu's courtyard. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Lixing had been roused from her slumber. Using her spiritual awareness, she briefly observed their ruckus, but just as quickly withdrew, falling back into a deep sleep. The following day, Ruxu called for Jiang Lixing to join the morning class. Well-rested and invigorated, she rushed to the door with her sword, determined not to be late. Ruxu, yawning, admitted to feeling quite fatigued. Did you not rest well last night, and Xixiao? Jiang Lixing queried, recalling that he had practiced with the Ling Beast Peak disciples until midnight. He took out his sword. Let us go, Jiang Shimi. The doors of the neighboring courtyard swung open as Zhao Curson and Zhu Wenin emerged, greeting Ruxu with a cheerful good morning, and Xixiao. Good morning, Shimi, he replied politely. Zhao Curson turned to Jiang Lixing, teasingly asking, is your sword sturdy enough? I hope it doesn't shatter mid-flight. Jiang Lixing reassured her. Don't worry, if it breaks, I have spares. After exchanging brief pleasantries, the four of them soared toward the school. However, halfway there, Jiang Lixing's sword unexpectedly broke, causing her to tumble off. Ruxu gasped and rushed to catch her, Jiang Shimi. Just as she was about to hit the ground, Jiang Lixing reacted swiftly, using her spiritual energy to steady herself and land gracefully. Ruxu, now close, exclaimed, Jiang Shimi, your sword truly lived up to Zhao Shimi's words. It's far too fragile. Jiang Lixing glanced at the halted Zhao Curson and Zhu Wenin, sighed inwardly, realizing that dealing with women was indeed a matter beyond men's grasp. Ruxu, oblivious to her predicament, was merely concerned about her being late, so she retrieved another sword. No worries, I have plenty of swords. Let us hurry. I cannot afford to be punished for tardiness. Seeing that she was unharmed, Ruxu nodded repeatedly, urging, let us go quickly. They arrived at their classroom just in time. Ruxu entered first, followed by Zhu Wenin, while Zhao Curson turned back to Jiang Lixing, whispering, Jiang Shimi, be discreet and keep your distance from Xixiao, or you may find yourself in a precarious situation. She was clever enough to sense Jiang Lixing's awareness of her veiled warning, as otherwise, she wouldn't have looked her way upon landing. Jiang Lixing countered with sincerity, Zhao Shiji, it's futile to exert yourself against women. Zhao Curson's expression darkened. Are you seeking death? I want to be stopped, just wait. Jiang Lixing remained silent as the four entered the classroom, where He Jintang arrived shortly thereafter. Jiang Lixing observed He Jintang's face, thinking how close she had come to being late again. Just as she pondered this, He Jintang called out, Jiang Lixing. Immediately, she stood up, obediently responding, Sir. Recite the Kunlun regulations, the first scripture, 100 articles. Jiang Lixing felt a wave of dread wash over her. She had feared an examination today and had attempted to memorize it in class yesterday, but having neglected to review it afterward, she had forgotten everything and slept instead. Could she possibly recite it now? If not, she would have to face the consequences with her broken sword. Seeing her pale countenance, He Jintang coldly commanded, Come forth. Jiang Lixing, frightened, stammered, Sir, I can recite it. With trepidation, she stumbled through the recitation under He Jintang's watchful gaze. Though her words were jumbled, He Jintang refrained from interrupting until she had finished. Finally, he remarked, That was utter nonsense. Ashamed, Jiang Lixing lowered her head. Sit down, since you managed to recite it. Albeit poorly, I shall spare you this time. He Jintang waved his hand dismissively. Jiang Lixing breathed a sigh of relief and quickly took her seat. And Ruxu, filled with admiration, remarked, Jiang Shimi, you are remarkable for having memorized it. He, however, was at a loss, unable to recall a single article. And Ruxu, stand up and recite the second scripture, 100 articles. And Rux's heart sank. Sir, I haven't memorized it yet. Then come here. He Jintang glared at him. Bring your sword. And Ruxu, feeling cornered, made his way forward. Having endured 5 strikes from He Jintang the previous day, he was unaware of the leniency shown then. Today, however, there would be no mercy. The moment he stood before He Jintang, a blinding sword strike rained down upon him. And Ruxa hastily raised his sword to defend himself. But he was unable to withstand the blow, sending him crashing into the wall with a resounding thud, feeling as though his insides had shattered. And he spat out a mouthful of blood. And Shixiang, Zhao Kersen rushed to his side, followed closely by Zhu Wenin, both of them extending their hands to help him, their faces etched with concern. Jiang Lixing noted the scene, reflecting on how the usually reticent Zhu Wenin harbored deep feelings for Enruxu. The 2 most favored disciples of the sect master had both fallen for him, proving that men could indeed be a source of trouble. Watching Enruxu struggle to rise, she silently thanked her stars for having memorized her scriptures. Otherwise, she might have met a similar fate. Observing the concern of others, she refrained from stepping forward, reminding herself to study diligently, not solely to avoid punishment, but to thrive in Kunlun, where no one would shield her from the repercussions of failure. Zhao Kersen hurriedly produced a healing pill and forced it into Enruxu's mouth, urging, Quick, eat this. Enruxu, unable to refuse, swallowed it with difficulty, his pale face reflecting his gratitude. Thank you, Zhao Shimi. Is this the Tianxiang pill? I'll repay you later. Zhao Kersen whispered. My master provided each of us a bottle of Tianxiang pills yesterday, specifically for dealing with Master He's punishments. Only the Tianxiang pill can heal your sword wounds. And Ruxu nodded, allowing the 2 to help him to his feet as he regulated his chaotic energy. Zhao Kersen inquired, And Shixiang, does it help? Should we go to the medical hall? And Ruxu shook his head. Thank you, Zhao Shimi. It's effective. No need for the medical hall. With their assistance, he settled back into his seat, wiping the corners of his mouth with a handkerchief. He cast a reproachful glance at Jiang Lixing, who had initially seemed like the underachiever, only to realize he was the true slacker. The camaraderie that had blossomed among the brothers and sisters was shattered in the wake of their punishment. Jiang Lixing rubbed her nose, surprised that he had been unable to recite a single article. She had merely feared being expelled from Kunlun, which had prompted her to study, never imagining she would escape punishment herself. Chapter 12. The beautiful sword Zhao Kersen observed in Ruxu and Jiang Lixing engaged in a silent dispute, her heart seething with anger as she mentally noted Jiang Lixing's behavior. He Jintang, standing at the podium, regarded Enruxu with a cold sneer, deriding the worthless knowledge he had acquired, a source of embarrassment. After finishing his remarks, he sternly declared that there would be no lessons on discipline that day. Instead, everyone was to emulate the technique he had just demonstrated. Tomorrow, they would be tested outside the hall, and anyone unable to withstand it would face the same fate as Enruxu today. The room fell into stunned silence. Enruxu gasped, realizing that this discipline hall was akin to hell. He had mistakenly believed each day would be as easy as the first, but that was far from the truth. No wonder no one dared to break the rules. He Jintang was nothing short of a demon. He desperately wished to expel the turmoil within him, yearning to escape the discipline hall. But clearly, it was too late. And Ruxu could only focus on calming his turbulent spirit while gritting his teeth, fixating his gaze on He Jintang. He Jintang then produced a mirror, revealing not a person but a sword, dancing in the air, glimmering with a cold light. With each stroke, it could level mountains and seas, and with another, it could obscure the sun and moon. Such a sword transformed the previously bright day into a tempest of snow. The sword's movements quickened, initially visible, but soon obscured by a flurry of snow and wind, rendering it nearly invisible. Yet, the sight of countless snowflakes being cleaved into fragments was mesmerizing. Such a sword! Such a sword! And Ruxa felt his breath catch. New disciples, unable to withstand the pressure, fainted in the hall. Zhao Curson and Zhu Wenin's faces gradually paled, gritting their teeth in endurance. Only Jiang Lixing, from her elevated vantage point, appeared somewhat dazed, her focus unwavering on the mirror, making Enruxu wonder if her soul had wandered off somewhere. Suddenly, Enruxu spat out blood and collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Zhao Curson and Zhu Wenin, affected by the sword's influence, were too preoccupied to rush to his side. Jiang Lixing swiftly reached out, her gaze fixed on the mirror, pulling Enruxa close. One hand supporting him while the other retrieved the heavenly fragrance pills from her robe, unhesitatingly pouring two into his mouth. Enruxu swallowed them. Jiang Lixing murmured softly. Today, in order to attend the early class, that broken sword of mine was indeed crafted by Sister Zhao. Did you not notice? Enruxu, having heard clearly, immediately replied. I did notice. Jiang Lixing paused in surprise. Really? Enruxu sighed. Yes, I noticed, but time was tight. Fortunately, you were unharmed, so I refrained from making a fuss. Otherwise, we would have surely been late. I had to pretend I didn't see anything. Rest assured, my senior brother, I will compensate you with the sword. After saying this, he felt something amiss, sensing it was too light a gesture, especially considering it was a mess of his own making, and quickly added, I will provide you with 2 swords. Additionally, I will privately clarify things with Sister Zhao and let her know that I do not harbor any feelings for her. So she should refrain from wasting her efforts, especially in dealing with you. It is utterly senseless. Jiang Lixing regarded Enruxu with newfound respect. Surprised that this senior brother was not as foolish as he appeared, she immediately remarked, and what about Sister Zhu? Her eagerness today likely indicates that she has feelings for you. She is far more subtle than the emotionally expressive Sister Zhao. Enruxu felt exasperated, wanting to pull at his hair. She hasn't shown any overt hostility towards you, nor is she particularly blatant with me, so I cannot say much. Sigh. After contemplating for a moment, he suddenly had an idea, his eyes brightening. It would be best if Sister Zhao learned that Sister Zhu has an interest in me as well. Ideally, the two would end up in a conflict, leaving them too preoccupied to bother with you, or even think of me. Jiang Lixing was impressed by his cunning. Senior brother, and you are quite remarkable. It seems that when a man possesses a scheming mind, he has little need for the involvement of women. The two continued their conversation as they arrived at the medical hall. Inside, the hall master, Ing Zhongyu, was present, accompanied by another individual draped in crimson robes. Reclining casually on a long couch, his posture relaxed and somewhat languid. One arm rested lightly on the table beside him, while one leg was slightly extended. His expression bore a hint of indifference, completely unlike the ethereal demeanor Jiang Lixing had observed on previous occasions. She almost doubted her recognition, blinking several times before realizing that this was Wei Qinglan. But was this truly how Wei Qinglan appeared? This casual and languid demeanor. If she hadn't seen him wielding a sword with such grace and poise, she might have mistaken him for a leisurely noble from a high-ranking household in the mortal realm. Enruxu jumped down from his sword and noticed Jiang Lixing standing there in a daze. Perplexed, he asked, Jiang Junior sister, why aren't you going in? Jiang Lixing stammered. Enruxu stepped past her and then caught sight of Wei Qinglan inside, exclaiming in surprise, Wei Junior brother, you are injured too? He immediately realized his mistake and quickly amended, I misspoke. How could you possibly be injured? Wei Qinglan slowly sat up straight, glancing towards the entrance, his tone casual. Senior brother and junior sister Jiang, he brushed his sleeve. I am indeed injured and came to seek treatment from Hall Master Ing. Enruxa gasped, really? Who injured you? The last time I saw you, you seemed perfectly fine. Wei Qinglan seemed indifferent, just some minor injuries. Enruxu was incredulous, thinking that if it were truly minor, he wouldn't be here in the medical hall. Jiang Lixing suddenly recalled that when she and Enruxu encountered Wei Qinglan yesterday, he was actually coming from the direction of the medical hall, likely seeking treatment then as well. If he was here today, his injuries must not be trivial. However, like Enruxu, she failed to notice. After all, he had treated Enruxu's wounds yesterday and had even saved her in the forbidden area. Minor injuries? Ingzongyu scoffed. Your spiritual abode has been destroyed by more than half. Is that merely a minor injury? And Ruxu was astounded. What kind of person could destroy more than half of Wei Qinglan's spiritual abode? That certainly doesn't sound like a minor injury. Jiang Lixing glanced at the speaker. A man also clad in Kunlun's disciple robes, but with intricate patterns at the collar and cuffs, indicating his status as hall master. He appeared to be in his 30s, remarkably young, and Jiang Lixing could not discern his cultivation level. What brings you here? Ingzongyu scanned the two of them, his gaze settling on Ruxu. You are seriously injured, but you have already taken 4 Tianxiang pills. There is no need to come to the medical hall. And Ruxu quickly replied, Greetings, Hall Master. We are here on behalf of the disciples of the Discipline Hall. Mr. He has set up an illusionary realm in the hall, and the swordsmanship inscribed within it is the work of Wei Junior Brother. It is exceedingly formidable, causing most of the disciples to faint, and those who remain conscious have been spitting blood nonstop. We specifically came to request that the Hall Master send someone to treat them, lest the new disciples suffer casualties. Ingzongyu understood this. He Jintong. How could he allow the illusionary realm's swordsmanship to be used for new disciples to observe? They have barely been initiated for less than half a year. It's astonishing they could withstand it. He immediately declared, I will go personally. He promptly moved to exit. But just as he was about to step over the threshold, he suddenly turned and fixed his gaze on Jiang Lixing. You are also a new disciple. And you were present at that time? How come you were unharmed? Jiang Lixing obediently replied, I possess limited aptitude and cannot grasp the profound intricacies. I merely found the sword to be beautiful. Ingzongyu burst into laughter. What a refreshing statement. Wei Qinglan, listen to this. Your swordsmanship, infused with allure, has not captivated this young lady. She only saw the beauty of your sword and was not enchanted by your techniques. Let us see how self-important you remain. He then turned back to Jiang Lixing. Wait a moment. You are not a new disciple. Your cultivation is at the foundational stage, and new disciples do not advance to that level so quickly. He stroked his chin. But you are wearing the attire of a new disciple. What is the meaning of this? Jiang Lixing could only brace herself and say, Hall Master, I am a disciple of Qingxiu, here to receive teachings at Kunlun. Hall Master Ing acknowledged her with an O, circling around her a few times, suddenly enlightened. So you are Jiang Lixing of Qingxiu. Finally, the Jade Master has decided to let you out. Jiang Lixing felt embarrassed. I can't quite discern whether my aptitude is limited or not. But at least your ability to resist the allure of Wei Qinglan's swordsmanship could indeed assist him in restoring his spiritual abode. Ingzongyu mused aloud, Stay here. Don't leave. I wish to study you further. After saying this, he turned and left, moving with such speed that he vanished almost instantly. Chapter 14. Do not enchant me. Jiang Lixing gazed at Wei Qinglan, pondering whether she was to remain here indefinitely, waiting in the sword hall. And Ruxu, genuinely curious about how Wei Qinglan's spiritual abode was destroyed, cautiously asked, Wei Junior Brother, how did your spiritual abode sustain such damage? If it's not too much trouble, could you share? Wei Qinglan nodded, I can share. Upon returning to the sect, under my master's orders, I killed 2 demon snakes that had escaped from the demon tower, both at the late nascent soul stage. And Ruxu inhaled sharply, to kill 2 at the late nascent soul stage while being at the golden core stage? That is truly remarkable. It's no wonder your spiritual abode was so heavily damaged. He plopped down. Wei Junior Brother, you are incredible. Wei Qinglan smiled lightly. Jiang Lixing was taken aback. Wei Qinglan actually smiled. Perhaps her expression was too astonished, as he glanced over, prompting her to stand straight. Wei Qinglan observed her obedient demeanor and addressed her, Jiang Junior Sister, you needn't heed Hall Mastering S words. Just return. I do not require your assistance. Jiang Lixing hesitated for a moment, then softly said, I have yet to repay the life-saving grace of Senior Brother Wei. If I have the opportunity, please allow me to repay you. She did not wish to owe Wei Qinglan anything. That was not a debt she could afford. Wei Qinglan suddenly chuckled lightly. Since you say so, then it shall be. Jiang Lixing abruptly raised her head, and the smile she beheld was gentle as a spring breeze, reminiscent of willows swaying softly, akin to the blossoms of spring fruit trees, vibrant and resplendent. She caught her breath and quickly lowered her head again. And Ruxu, standing by, was also stunned. Forgetting to inquire about the life-saving grace, Wei Junior Brother, that smile of yours, do not enchant me. Wei Qinglan paused, returning to his indifferent demeanor, and turned to Ruxu, Senior Brotherin. Are you here to purchase Tianxiang pills? And Ruxu nodded. Yes, I came to buy Tianxiang pills. Wei Qinglan reached into the inner cabinet and took out a bottle, handing it to him. 50 high-quality spirit stones. Brotherin, would you like to buy a bottle? And Ruxa nodded slightly, responding with a simple yes. He hastily pulled out 50 spirit stones, but suddenly remembered something and turned to Jiang Lixing. Sister Jiang, I owe you 3 Tianxiang pills. I'll give you an extra one as compensation for your sword. This way, we won't have to bother going to the sword hall. 1 Tianxiang pill, in exchange for his promise to compensate her with 2 ordinary swords, was a profitable deal for Jiang Lixing. She readily agreed. All right, thank you, brotherin. Thus, and Ruxu handed the spirit stones to Wei Qinglan, watching as he tucked them into the cabinet where he had just retrieved the Tianxiang pills. Only then did he take the bottle of Tianxiang pills, which contained a total of 10. He poured 4 into Jiang Lixing's hand. She produced her own vial to store them, and Ruxa grimaced. Alas, I've lost 5 Tianxiang pills today. Tomorrow, if Master He decides to test me and I get injured again, will I even have any pills left to consume? Jiang Lixing quickly urged him, brotherin. You should return and meditate. Once you've recuperated, you'll be able to practice that technique swiftly. You must hold your ground tomorrow. She felt that Ruxu was too reckless. Constantly getting injured and spending on medicine, it was an unsustainable expense. Unlike her, who could simply endure a beating, should she break another sword tomorrow, what harm would it do? And Ruxa shook his head. I came with you. How could I abandon you? He settled down to meditate right there, waiting for the hall master to return. After saying this, he turned to Wei Qinglan. Brother Wei, do you mind if I stay here with you? Not at all, Wei Qinglan replied, putting Ruxu at ease. He found a spot, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes to meditate. Jiang Lixing had initially contemplated descending the mountain to purchase some talismans and writing materials. But with the current circumstances, that plan was thwarted. Suddenly, Wei Qinglan asked her, do you have any tasks to attend to today? Jiang Lixing shook her head decisively. No. It was as if the person who had just thought about doing something else was not her at all. Wei Qinglan observed her with a knowing glance. Sister Jiang, has anyone ever told you that your thoughts are quite transparent? They are written all over your face. Jiang Lixing chuckled awkwardly. Is that so? Feel free to speak your mind. Wei Qinglan gestured dismissively. After a moment of silence, Jiang Lixing finally confessed in a whisper. I just wanted to go down the mountain to buy some talisman paper, brushes, and materials for weapon forging. I left in such a hurry that I didn't bring any of these items with me. You wish to descend the mountain? Or do you simply want those items? Wei Qinglan inquired. Jiang Lixing was momentarily taken aback. To buy those items, of course. If it's just to purchase those. Brother Yun happens to be at the foot of the mountain today. I could ask him to bring them back for you, Wei Qinglan suggested. Tell him what you need, and you won't have to go down yourself. After all, those who have entered the discipline hall are not permitted to descend the mountain without permission. Is that a rule? Jiang Lixing scratched her head, realizing she had only memorized a small fraction of Kunlun's many regulations and was unaware of this particular one. It seemed she truly could not go down the mountain without risking a breach of conduct. Wei Qinglan nodded. So, would you like Brother Yin to bring those items for you? Yes. Jiang Lixing quickly produced 50 high-quality spirit stones. My requests are simple. I only need ordinary talisman paper, brushes, and materials for forging. After a moment's thought, she added another 10 high-quality spirit stones. Oh, and a gossip plate as well. It should be ordinary too. Sighing, she reflected on her financial situation. 100 high-quality spirit stones were hardly sufficient, and she had already spent a good portion of it. Wei Qinglan nodded and accepted the 60 spirit stones. All right, I will inform Brother Yun on your behalf. Jiang Lixing whispered her thanks. Thank you, Brother Wei. Wei Qinglan remained silent, lowering his head to send a message to Yun Duan. Jiang Lixing watched as his fingers tapped lightly on the communication talisman, its light flickering. Unable to contain herself, she shyly interjected, could you also ask Brother Yun to pick up some snacks for me? You know, the kind that the common folk at the foot of the mountain make, dried fruits, nuts, rice bars, jerky, and so forth. She felt her cheeks flush as she added softly, I lost all my snacks yesterday when I encountered a soil bug while leaving the forbidden area. It was ferocious and chased me, devouring everything I had. Pouting, she lamented, I have nothing left to eat. Wei Qinglan hesitated for a moment, then turned to look at her, his gaze lingering before he slowly nodded. All right. Jiang Lixing sighed in relief and quickly handed over another 10 high-quality spirit stones. And please, a storage bag as well. This low-tier storage bag of mine is overflowing. I need a new one. Wei Qinglan accepted it without a fuss. Okay. He then resumed tapping on the communication talisman. Moments later, it lit up again. Wei Qinglan glanced at it. his expression momentarily stiffening. After a brief pause, he shrugged it off and continued to ignore it. On the other end of the talisman, Yin Duan was astonished. What does Brother Wei want me to bring? Upon seeing the list, he was baffled. A pile of trivial items was expected, but a large assortment of snacks as well. He suspected that there was something wrong with his communication talisman. Could this really be a request from Brother Wei? Upon closer inspection, he realized it was for Jiang Lixing from Qingxiu. But when had Jiang Lixing and Brother Wei grown so close? When he returned to Kunlun, he had seen her, and she hadn't uttered a word, showing absolutely no interest before simply leaving. Chapter 15. Asleep. Although Yun Duan was bewildered and puzzled, he still complied with Wei Qinglan's request, prepaying 70 high-quality spirit stones to help Jiang Lixing acquire her needed items. As he shopped, he mused that this was indeed a first. Disciples of Kunlun, regardless of gender, rarely troubled Wei Qinglan in such a manner, even for the smallest of tasks. He was the most gifted disciple of the younger generation, and all disciples looked up to him in awe. Even he, as an inner door senior brother, could only aspire to match his brilliance. His communication talisman typically buzzed with news of formidable beasts or villages plagued by malevolent spirits, but today, it was filled with trivial requests. Such a contrast left Yun Duan feeling incredulous. Meanwhile, Jiang Lixing remained blissfully unaware of the confusion her trivial requests had caused on the other side of the communication talisman. She felt a bit embarrassed, but relieved to have resolved a pressing matter, which brought her a sense of ease. This newfound relaxation was evident. She soon found herself growing drowsy. Aware that this was not a suitable place for slumber, she struggled to keep her eyes open. Wei Qinglan handed her a scroll. Take a look at this. Curiously, Jiang Lixing accepted it and opened it, discovering it to be a sword manual. She glanced at Wei Qinglan, seeking clarification. If you wish to meet Master He's tests, you must learn this manual. Otherwise, you cannot leave the discipline hall. Do you intend to stay in Kunlun indefinitely? Wei Qinglan queried. Naturally, Jiang Lixing did not wish for that. She had come to Kunlun for transformation. If not here, where could she go? Would her master come to fetch her? Unlikely, as she estimated she wouldn't return to Qingxiu for at least a year or more. Take a look. It will benefit you and help stave off your drowsiness, Wei Qinglan suggested, turning back to his own reading. Feeling guilty, Jiang Lixing noticed that Wei Qinglan also held a scroll, though she could not discern whether it was a sword manual or something else. She had no choice but to follow his lead, lowering her head to examine the sword manual. Her master practiced both sword formations and dual cultivation, but she had not inherited her master's skills, primarily because her mind was too cluttered with distractions. She was curious about everything and interested in every subject, yet ended up mastering none. As the matters regarding the discipline hall became increasingly complex, and with Ing Zhongyu yet to return, the sky gradually darkened, and he remained absent. Wei Qinglan felt a sense of something stirring within him. He turned his gaze to her, only to find her slumbering in exhaustion. A faint smile tugged at his lips as memories of the soul-searching incident flooded back to him. Her spiritual realm was enveloped in a profound darkness, causing him to retract his smile. His own spiritual realm had been ravaged, reduced to an abyss of sheer cliffs and endless chasms, perpetually collapsing. Yet hers remained an unfathomable void. His master had once scoffed, recounting how the master of the Jade sect, after a period of introspection, ventured thousands of miles to seek wisdom from the Yellow Emperor. In the northern realms of the human world, he scaled the cliffs of Ji to seek the ancient Xianyuan platform, all the while traversing the clouds of Kongtong Mountain, where he discovered an abandoned infant. The child had been forsaken for an extended duration, barely clinging to life. Nonetheless, the master of the Jade sect was overjoyed upon finding her and took her back to Qingxiu, adopting her as his sole disciple. Later, he boasted to his master and the leader of the Tai sect, proclaiming that this disciple would undoubtedly become an extraordinary talent. Who could have foreseen that as the girl grew, she would amount to nothing, leading the master of the Jade sect to feel the sting of humiliation whenever he spoke of her, lamenting his own blindness. Wei Qinglan shifted his focus back to the sword manual in his hands, yet found himself unable to concentrate. And Ruxu, after regaining his composure, awoke to a tranquil atmosphere in the medical hall. Wei, his junior, remained in the same position, engrossed in the sword manual, and Jiang Shimi had fallen asleep. He called softly, Wei Shidi. Wei Qinglan turned his head, and Shi Xiao. And Ruxu stood up and stretched quietly, continuing in a subdued tone. Has the hall master not returned yet? Not yet. And Ruxu glanced at the sky, pondering the delay. Why is the hall master taking so long? Are those who fainted and bled difficult to treat? How long must we wait? Wei Qinglan rolled up the scroll, rising from his seat. There's no need to wait any longer. And Shixiang, wake Jiang Shimi. You both should return. And Ruxa scratched his head. Wei Shidi, your injuries are serious. We should wait a bit longer. Unnecessary. We can discuss it tomorrow. Wei Qinglan turned, his jade-like fingers lightly tapping the table. Jiang Lixing jolted awake, raising her head to see a sea of crimson before her. A strikingly beautiful face. Wei Qinglan regarded her calmly. You may return now. There's no need to wait. Jiang Lixing stared blankly. Wei Qinglan produced a communication talisman, placing it before her. It's getting late. Tomorrow, after your classes, send me a message. Jiang Lixing took a moment to process, then turned to look outside, realizing the hour was indeed late. She nodded absently, retrieving her own talisman and tapping it against Wei Qinglan's, a golden light shining as they established a connection. He pocketed the talisman and exited the medical hall. Jiang Lixing, slightly delayed, tucked her talisman away, still in a daze, wondering how she had dozed off. She glanced down to find the sword manual still there. Wei Qinglan hadn't taken it. She quickly grabbed it and rushed outside, only to discover he had already left. And Ruxu widened his eyes, calling out, Jiang Shimi. There's still someone here. Are you only concerned with Wei Shidi? Feeling embarrassed, Jiang Lixing turned back to Ruxu. No, and Shixiang, I was. All right, I was just teasing you. And Ruxa chuckled, stretching lazily as he retrieved his own talisman. Jiang Shimi, we still need to establish our communication. Jiang Lixing hurriedly tapped her talisman against Ruxu's. Satisfied, Ruxu said, let's go. The hall master hasn't returned. Let's check the discipline hall. Jiang Lixing nodded, putting away her talisman and sword manual. The two took to the skies on their swords, heading back to the discipline hall. Inside, Ingzonyu had just finished his tasks. Having worked tirelessly for most of the day, he was currently discussing the situation with the discipline hall's leader, Zhou Jinyan, regarding He Jintang's conduct. He wore an exasperated expression. Has He Jintang lost his mind? How long has it been since these new disciples joined? Barely half a year. And even the most talented among them are only at the mid-stage of qi refinement. How could he show them Wei Qinglan's sword techniques enhanced with the Shadow Phantom? Those techniques are beyond the comprehension of even Foundation establishment practitioners. You allowed him to do this? Zhou Jinyan had not anticipated the severity of the situation. He pondered aloud. Logically, he shouldn't have. In previous years, he was quite prudent. I don't know what happened this year that led to such a ruckus, resulting in so many injuries. Ingzonyu replied tersely, he's gone mad this year. Zhou Jinyan attempted to soothe him. Calm down, brothering. Tomorrow, I'll remind He Shixiang to exercise caution. Ingzonyu corrected him. Not a reminder. He ought to be warned. Zhou Jinyan repeatedly agreed. Yes, I will warn him. Thank you for your hard work, brothering. Ingzonyu huffed, about to leave when he noticed Jiang Lixing and Ruxa returning, immediately frowning as he questioned Jiang Lixing. Didn't I ask you to wait for me in the medical hall? Jiang Lixing replied softly. Wei Shixiang left and told me to return, saying we could discuss it tomorrow. Ingzonyu was displeased. Fine then. Tomorrow, take out your communication talisman. After your classes, I will message you. Jiang Lixing obediently retrieved her talisman. Ingzonyu tapped it, then without further ado, departed swiftly. Chapter 16. Averse to conversation after sending off Ingzonyu, Zhou Jinyan let out a sigh of relief. Among his contemporaries in Kunlun, two individuals were particularly formidable, He Jintang from the Tianjin Peak and Ingzonyu from the medical hall. Ironically, he, residing in the discipline hall, interacted with both the most frequently. He turned to Jiang Lixing. What did the hall master ask you to do? Jiang Lixing recounted obediently. Zhou Jinyan, contemplating, asked, are you able to assist Wei Qinglan in healing his spiritual realm? Jiang Lixing shook her head honestly, uncertain if she could be of help. The hall master suggested I study it further. Zhou Jinyan chuckled. You are far too accommodating. He observed Jiang Lixing. Remarkably, you viewed the shadow realm without sustaining any injuries? Jiang Lixing nodded. Zhou Jinyan regarded her curiously, realizing the rumors about her were unfounded. You are indeed the master of Qingshu's favored disciple, possessing true talent. Jiang Lixing felt a blush of embarrassment, murmuring, the sword wielded by Wei Shixiang is exceptionally beautiful. Zhou Jinyan burst into laughter after a moment, returning to simplicity. That sword is indeed beautiful. You are not mistaken. His mood lifted significantly, pondering what else could capture one's attention beyond a sword. The techniques enhanced by the Shadow Phantom did not mesmerize the beholder. Instead, they transported one into an enchanting realm. However, To truly appreciate swordsmanship, one must return to its essence. To remain unenchanted was indeed a skill. Jiang Lixing lifted her gaze, her eyes brightening at the praise. Thank you, Hall Master. She wished for him to continue with such compliments. However, Zhou Jinyan, oblivious to her desire for further praise, waved her off with a smile. All right, you may return now. Jiang Lixing, undeterred, nodded and looked towards Enruxu. Enruxu mounted his sword. Jiang Shimi, let us go. Upon returning to their residence, they were greeted by Zhao Curson and Zhu Wenin, who emerged from the courtyard, calling out, and Shi Xiang, Jiang Shimi, you have finally returned. Jiang Lixing feigned ignorance, heading straight into her courtyard. Enruxu lagged a step behind, silently chiding himself for not being as clever as Jiang Lixing. He turned to greet the two Zhao Shimi. Zhu Shimi, we were delayed at the medical hall for a while. Zhao Curson cast a glance towards Jiang Lixing's courtyard, thinking how Zhao Curson remarked, while Enruxu felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. Indeed, Jiang Shimi was kind-hearted and would never abandon him. Just as Zhao Curson was about to retort, Zhu Wenin tugged at her sleeve, interrupting her words, and said, and Shi Xiang, today we practice swordsmanship in the illusion realm, and tomorrow, Mr. He intends to test us. How much did you comprehend? Shouldn't we seize the moment to practice diligently? Otherwise, we might suffer injuries again tomorrow. Enruxu nodded, admitting, I only grasped 50%. I too managed about the same, and our shimmy is not far behind, Zhu Wenin added. Shall we practice together? Perhaps the three of us can attain enlightenment collectively. In truth, Enruxu was reluctant to join them. His gaze drifted towards Jiang Lixing's courtyard, observing the tightly shut gate. He extended his consciousness to scan the area, only to find the door to her room also firmly closed. Today marked yet another day when Jiang Shimi would not emerge to practice her swordplay. While it mattered little to her, as she seemed unperturbed by the prospect of injury, it was a different story for him. Alone, he realized he could achieve far less than when collaborating with others. Resigned, he agreed, very well, let us practice together. He thought to himself, once we get through this hurdle, I shall distance myself from them. Meanwhile, Jiang Lixing returned to her room, lying on her bed, listening to the sounds of sword practice coming from next door. Overcome by drowsiness, she closed her eyes for a brief respite. Suddenly, she jolted awake, sitting up in alarm, and retrieved the sword manual that Wei Qinlan had given her. She had to study it, otherwise, how could she pass the test tomorrow? She harbored strong doubts that Mr. He would likely commence with her, just as he had with the recitation of rules yesterday. She could not afford to enter unprepared, thus suppressing her fatigue. She resumed her reading of the sword manual, which she had only partially examined earlier in the medical hall. Had her master been present, he would surely have been astonished by her newfound dedication to study. In the past, she would have fallen asleep upon merely glancing at a sword manual, and during practice, she would forget all the techniques she had learned, resorting only to haphazardly swinging her sword. But now, things were different. Jiang Lixing persevered until midnight, finally managing to complete the entire manual, diligently memorizing each move and technique, fearful of forgetting them. She rehearsed the techniques thrice in her mind before finally succumbing to exhaustion and drifting off to sleep. The next day, Enruxu called for Jiang Lixing as per usual. She emerged from her courtyard, yawning and appearing rather dazed. Good morning, and Shi Xiang, she greeted. Didn't you go to bed early? Why do you look so unrefreshed? Enruxu wondered aloud. Zhao Curson, timely pushing open the courtyard gate, answered on Jiang Lixing's behalf. Perhaps Jiang Shimi didn't sleep at all. Who knows what she might have been doing locked in her room. Isn't that right, Jiang Shimi? You didn't practice with us. Have you mastered it all by yourself? You didn't sustain any injuries yesterday. What is your secret? Keeping it to yourself, without sharing a hint with us? It's quite unbrotherly. Jiang Lixing cast a glance at Zhao Curson, too weary to respond. Zhao Curson, irked, exclaimed, Jiang Shimi, I'm speaking to you. Jiang Lixing, mounting her sword, replied, Zhao Shiji, I have no desire to engage in conversation with you. Zhao Curson's expression shifted dramatically. What an attitude you possess. In a swift motion, Jiang Lixing soared into the air. Fuming, Zhao Curson retaliated, unleashing a silent gust of energy directed at Jiang Lixing. With a crack, Jiang Lixing's sword shattered, and she was sent tumbling to the ground. Drawing upon her experience, she steadied herself and turned back to gaze at Zhao Curson, who smirked at her. Jiang Shimi, this is the consequence of your rudeness. Look, even your sword couldn't withstand it. Jiang Lixing remained silent. Zhao Curson summoned Enruxu and Zhu Wenin, stating, "And Xixiang, Shiji, let us depart." She took to the skies, emulating Jiang Lixing's earlier move, soaring off. Jiang Lixing retaliated with another silent burst of energy aimed at Zhu Wenin's sword. Being unguarded, Zhao Curson sensed the oncoming attack, but she underestimated Jiang Lixing's capability to disarm her. With a snap, her sword too shattered, and unprepared, she let out a startled scream as she fell from her blade. In the ensuing chaos, Zhu Wenin rushed to assist, but she was too late to catch Zhao Curson. The latter landed face first on the ground, her visage marred by the fall. In shock, she clasped her face, only to find it smeared with blood, prompting a terrified scream. "Ah, my face." Zhu Wenin gasped at the sight of her bloodied face, turning to glare at Jiang Lixing. Unfazed, Jiang Lixing remained stoic, advising, "Zhao Shiji's face must be treated immediately at the medical hall. Otherwise, it may be too late, and her beauty will be ruined." Zhu Wenin gritted her teeth, quickly assisting Zhao Curson to her feet. "We will settle this upon our return," she declared. Jiang Lixing nodded. "I shall await your return." It was clear that the one who struck first was not her, and Ruxu bore witness. Zhu Wenin, exasperated, turned to Enruxu and said, "Please inform Mr. He that we need to take a leave." Enruxu sighed and nodded. Zhu Wenin, supporting Zhao Curson, hurriedly took to the skies towards the medical hall. Jiang Lixing retrieved another sword from her storage pouch, mounting it, while reminding Enruxu and Xixiang, "We must leave soon, or we will be late." Enruxu snapped back to reality, swiftly mounting his sword, and they departed together for the discipline hall, arriving just in time. When Yijintang arrived and surveyed the scene, his brows furrowed. "Why are half of you missing?" Zhou Jinyan, concerned about potential mishaps, had come to supervise personally. He sighed, Xixiang. "Your use of the illusion realm yesterday resulted in too many injuries. Naturally, half the disciples could not attend today's lesson. This batch of new disciples is truly worthless." Yijintang commented. Zhou Jinyan was at a loss for words, retorting, "Xixiang, do not speak so harshly. It was your deployment of the illusion realm. Such incidents did not occur in previous years. How can you blame the disciples? This new batch has great potential. Of course, only those with potential can enter Kunlun." He added, cautioning Yijintang. "That sword technique was enhanced by Wei Qinglan. You cannot simply use it recklessly, especially not on new disciples. Brother Ing from the medical hall came by yesterday, and with his skills, he spent half a day treating the injuries. He repeatedly reminded you not to let this happen again. You must exercise caution." Yijintang scoffed. "I can be cautious, but can the monsters be cautious?" Zhou Jinyan observed him closely. "Can this new batch of disciples be treated the same as those from previous years? The Qishan secret realm has never been opened before. Are you saying this new group of disciples should not be allowed to enter the Qishan secret realm? After all, such opportunities are rare. Those at Foundation Establishment and below can try their luck." Zhou Jinyan found himself speechless but insisted, "Even so, we must proceed gradually. It has only been a month." "Are you certain?" Yijintang cast a glance at the new disciples. "Perhaps you should ask them if they would prefer to undergo my rigorous training for a month and gain the courage to enter the Qishan secret realm, or spend the month idly, only to find themselves too timid to go when the time comes, or worse, possessing the courage to go but lacking the skills to survive." Zhou Jinyan fell completely silent. Yijintang bluntly stated, "Cultivation is inherently a rebellious path. If they cannot endure such trivial hardships and injuries, they might as well return home." Zhou Jinyan conceded, Xixiang is right. He felt a headache coming on, thinking, "Oh no, if the medical hall is stirred up again, and Ning Xixiang comes over, I should keep my distance to avoid trouble from both sides." Yijintang let out a cold snort, casually retrieving a sword and tossing it to her. "Use this to block one of my strikes, and I shall consider you worthy." Jiang Lixing quickly reached out to catch it, uncertainly asking, "Sir, this sword. It's shattered. You need not compensate for it." Yijintang seemed to understand her concern. Immediately reassured, Jiang Lixing sheathed her own sword. "Good." As Yijintang observed her steady grip on the sword, he wasted no time and launched an attack. A beam of sword light struck toward her. It appeared unremarkable. Merely a single move, yet along its path, it transformed into countless shimmering shadows, enveloping Jiang Lixing in an instant. Though she had diligently studied the entire sword manual the previous day and mentally practiced it thrice, all her knowledge evaporated in that moment. Instinctively, she swung the sword to defend herself, lacking any technique. With a sharp crack, the sword shattered, and she was sent flying. crashing against a distant wall with a resounding thud that resonated painfully in her insides. And Ru Su rushed over, exclaiming, "Junior Sister Jiang." That was terrifying. It was a fine sword. How could it have shattered? Dazed from the impact, Jiang Lisheng felt the sting of pain but did not cough up blood. Before Ru Su could reach her, she managed to prop herself against the wall, thinking, "Oh no, I've truly broken the master's sword. I wonder if he is someone who changes his mind easily." As this thought crossed her mind, a flash of sword light sliced through the air again, aimed directly at the crown of her head. Startled, she attempted to evade, but the sword light pursued her relentlessly. After narrowly dodging twice, she could not escape the third strike, rolling on the ground to evade the oncoming sword wind. Though her movements were swift, they could not match the speed of the blade. Another strike came, and she could only draw a sword from her storage bag to block it. With another crack, yet another sword shattered. Fortunately, she had evaded the attack, but there was no respite as the sword tip continued its pursuit. And Ru Su stood frozen for a moment, realizing Jiang Lisheng could not handle the onslaught. He snapped back to reality, swiftly drawing his sword to assist her. His swordplay, compared to Jiang Lisheng's, exhibited more finesse, employing techniques learned from the illusory realm, effectively countering He Jintang's strikes for 3 exchanges before his sword was sent flying, crashing against the wall. Unlike Jiang Lisheng, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yet, even as he was thrown back and injured, the sword did not relent. Continuing its deadly chase after Jiang Lisheng, she hastily pulled out sword after sword from her storage bag, each one breaking painfully in her grasp. With only one sword remaining, she gritted her teeth and decided against using it. Instead, she picked up a branch and infused it with spiritual energy, watching helplessly as it was gradually severed. In a moment of desperation, she hurled a piece of the branch toward He Jintang. Empowered by her spiritual energy, the seemingly innocuous twig pierced through the sword aura, reaching He Jintang, who was forced to sheath his sword in defense. With a swift motion, he reduced the branch to powder. Meanwhile, Jiang Lisheng sat on the ground, gasping for breath, utterly disheveled, as if she had just survived a catastrophe. He Jintang, amused and exasperated, remarked, "What nonsense." Zhou Zhengyan, after a moment of stunned silence, burst into laughter. "Truly impressive, junior disciple of the Jade sect. Despite the rumors, you managed to withstand over 20 of Brother He's strikes and even forced him to defend himself. Remarkable indeed." Chapter 18. Cleverness. He Jintang glared at Jiang Lisheng. After a moment, he scoffed, "Utterly nonsensical swordsmanship. You didn't even utilize the illusory sword techniques. What were you learning in class yesterday? Were you merely captivated by the sword's aesthetics?" Jiang Lisheng fell silent, feeling sheepish. No, she had studied earnestly, and Wei Qinglan had even provided her with the sword manual. Yet the moment she engaged, all knowledge fled her mind. Zhou Zhengyan chuckled, "Brother He, don't be so harsh. I think it's quite commendable. Junior Sister Jiang wasn't deceived by the illusory sword. Otherwise, she couldn't have withstood so many of your attacks. Look at Ru Su. He clearly studied diligently, yet he could only manage 3 strikes. Using their newly learned illusory sword techniques against your profound and ever-changing swordplay is inherently unfair." After he spoke, Zhou Zhengyan curiously beckoned Jiang Lisheng, "Junior Sister Jiang, come here." Jiang Lisheng quickly rose, brushing off the dirt from her clothes, and first went to assist Ru Su. He was panting, struggling to catch his breath. And upon seeing Jiang Lisheng seemingly unscathed, he nearly cried, "Junior Sister Jiang, had I known, I would not have intervened. I am far inferior to you, and could hardly be of any help." Jiang Lisheng took out some Tianxiang pills and stuffed 3 into his mouth, reassuring him. "Brotherin, you should think of it this way. The master has tested me, and you will be next. You have saved yourself this time." And Ru Su responded, "Is that so?" He struggled to swallow the pills, taking a moment to recuperate before Jiang Lisheng helped him back to his original position. Zhou Zhengyan, intrigued, asked Jiang Lisheng, "With 3,000 on the Fengyun rankings, logically speaking, to have taken over 20 of Brother He's strikes without harm, you should be ranked higher than the bottom. What happened during the grand examination of the sects?" Jiang Lisheng felt a pang of embarrassment. "I was thrown off the stage after a single strike." Zhou Zhengyan exclaimed in surprise, "Why was that? Is it because your sword shatters upon contact?" Jiang Lisheng touched her nose, clarifying, "No, my sword is excellent. It was specially sought by my master over several years and will not shatter, regardless of the opponent. It is my fault. I simply could not withstand the opponent's strike." Zhou Zhengyan questioned, "That shouldn't be the case. Who was your opponent?" Jiang Lisheng pondered for a moment. Tai yi xing ci. Zhou Zhengyan burst into laughter. Ah, how fortunate you are. Second on the Fengyan rankings. Only behind Wei Qinglan of Kunlun. Being a direct disciple of the sect master, Tai yi xing ci is merely 2 years your senior. If I were to employ this illusory sword technique, he could withstand 100 strikes from me. He Jintang appeared equally speechless, remarking, and you? Qingsu Jiang Lisheng could barely manage over 20 strikes, and so chaotically. It is no wonder you could not withstand a single blow from Yi Xing Ci. Jiang Lisheng lowered her head. All right. In my view, you performed admirably. Not everyone can measure up to Qing Lan or Yi Xing Ci. They are both prodigies. If they were to strike without holding back, it would indeed be challenging to last a single exchange. Zhou Zhengyan smiled, defending Jiang Lisheng. Why do you carry so many swords? Is it to prevent them from shattering? How curious. Your ordinary swords could not withstand Brother He's illusory sword. But the one he provided you, being of mid-grade quality, shattered in your hands nonetheless. Jiang Lisheng quickly glanced at He Jintang, noting that he was not angry, and softly explained, my spiritual energy is unique. Only swords of celestial quality withstand my power. Thus, my master, after countless shattered swords during my training, painstakingly sought a celestial-grade sword for me, which is why it no longer breaks. However, I did not bring that sword to Kunlun. Zhou Zhengyan, intrigued, requested, show me your spiritual energy. He Jintang interrupted him with a wave of his hand. If you are so idle, then you shall test the new disciples next. Oh dear, Brother Zhou, I'm simply curious. Since junior sister Jiang has already been tested, she is free from further examination. I wish to study her a bit. Zhou Zhengyan beckoned Jiang Lisheng. Junior sister Jiang, do you agree? Jiang Lisheng nodded, having no objections, and obediently walked over, thinking that throughout Qingsu, from her master to her senior uncles, countless individuals had studied her to no avail. Seeing her consent, Zhou Zhengyan immediately said, demonstrate your spiritual energy for me. Jiang Lisheng moved her fingertips, releasing a stream of ice-blue light. Zhou Zhengyan observed for a moment, finding nothing unusual. He retrieved a sword from his storage ring and handed it to her. Here, strike me. Jiang Lisheng glanced at the sword and swung it at him. He gazed at Jiang Lisheng in astonishment. Ah, your spiritual power appears unremarkable at first glance, yet it is undeniably enigmatic. He stroked his chin, pondering. Could it be that only a celestial-grade sword is worthy of wielding such advanced spiritual energy? How intriguing. Jiang Lisheng remained silent. Oh dear, may I examine your spiritual veins? Zhou Zhengyan inquired. Jiang Lisheng nodded. Zhou Zhengyan grasped her wrist, and after a brief moment, withdrew his hand. A look of confusion etched on his face. It seems rather ordinary. What did your master say? Jiang Lisheng sighed. My master remarked that I am a piece of wood unfit for carving. Zhou Zhengyan coughed lightly. No? I meant regarding your spiritual power. Jiang Lisheng sighed once more. Initially, my master believed he had taken on a student with a celestial spiritual root. However, less than a month after bringing me to Qingshu, he discovered my spiritual roots were quite mixed and impure. It can be said that I possess a hodgepodge of qualities. Alas, it was too late. He had already boasted. That can't be right. Just now, your spiritual energy resembled that of a celestial root, Zhou Zhengyan observed, noting the icy blue hue of her energy, which appeared remarkably pure. I pride myself on my discernment. Jiang Lisheng shook her head. You did not scrutinize closely enough. She released her spiritual energy again, this time for a longer duration, bringing it almost directly beneath Zhou Zhengyan's gaze. He widened his eyes, examining it closely for a while, and was astonished to discover that beneath the icy blue energy, there were indeed streaks of vibrant colors, 7 colors in total. Such complexity. If one did not look closely, it would be nearly undetectable. Once Jiang Lisheng saw that he understood, she retracted her energy. Zhou Zhengyan's expression was a mix of emotions. Your master must have had quite the challenge. To fool the head of the Jade sect speaks volumes about the cunning nature of this spiritual energy. Jiang Lisheng agreed, recognizing the burden her master had carried over the years due to her presence, which had troubled him day and night, ultimately dissuading him from taking on another disciple. Regardless of her pleas, Zhou Zhengyan observed the sighing young woman and could not help but chuckle. Do you still possess a sword? Jiang Lisheng turned to glance at He Jintang, who had resumed focusing on the other disciples, instructing them collectively. She whispered, I have kept one. Zhou Zhengyan clicked his tongue in admiration. Clever. Chapter 19. Unhealable. When Zhu Wenin brought Zhao Curse into the medical hall, Ing Zhongyu was engrossed in ancient medical texts. his brow furrowed in concentration. Apart from Ing Zongyu, there was another disciple present, named Si Xiao, who upon seeing the two, clasped his hands together in greeting. "Greetings, sisters." Zhao Curson covered her face, her eyes swollen and voice trembling with suppressed sobs. "Please, look at my face. Enough with the commotion. Be quiet." Ing Zongyu admonished without lifting his head, his irritation palpable. Zhao Curson fell silent instantly. Zhu Wenin respectfully greeted, "Greetings, Hall Master." Ing Zongyu ignored her. Si Xiao, noticing Zhao Curson's bloodied visage, gestured for them to follow him, indicating they should not disturb the Hall Master. The two nodded and followed Si Xiao into the inner chamber. Si Xiao finally spoke. "Though the injuries on Sister Zhao's face are severe, they are not insurmountable. A single beauty pill should suffice. I presume Sister Zhao is not lacking in such pills. Why have you not taken one? Have you run out?" "No, I have taken one," Zhao Curson replied, her heart racing with panic. The beauty pill had proven ineffective. Initially, she had forgotten her bloodied face, startled by the sight. Jiang Lixing had urged her to come to the medical hall, and her sister, equally alarmed, had hurried her along. It was only a short distance away that they recalled the option of the beauty pill, leading them to pause and consume one. Ordinarily, the effects of the beauty pill should be immediate, yet her face showed no improvement. The pill was utterly useless, causing her to panic further. "Oh," Si Xiao expressed doubt. "Let me take a look." He examined Zhao Curson's face closely, producing a beauty pill for her to consume. Yet, after she ingested it, her face continued to bleed without any sign of improvement. Using his spiritual energy to assist her, he was astonished to find that his efforts yielded no results either. Si Xiao was taken aback. This shouldn't be happening. He questioned Zhao Curson. "Sister Zhao, this injury on your face is indeed peculiar. May I ask how it came about?" Zhao Curson hesitated to reveal that she had been schemed against by Jiang Lixing, leading to her fall while wielding her sword, but knowing her face was paramount. She gritted her teeth and disclosed the truth. Si Xiao was alarmed. "I recall that your sword is a high-grade treasure. How could it have shattered?" "Indeed," Zhao Curson affirmed, anger evident in her nod. Si Xiao contemplated for a moment before retrieving a high-grade celestial spirit pill and offering it to Zhao Curson. After she consumed it, however, there was still no change. Si Xiao was at a loss. As a healer, his spiritual energy could mend both internal and external injuries. Yet it was ineffective on Zhao Curson's face. Even a high-grade celestial spirit pill could reconstruct shattered bones, let alone a mere face, yet it was of no use. He had no choice but to take the two women to seek Ing Zongyu's guidance. Ing Zongyu was currently troubled over how to restore Wei Qinglan's spiritual abode, having tried every method with little success. As long as the spiritual abode remained damaged, Wei Qinglan's cultivation could not progress, a matter of great importance. Si Xiao clasped his hands. "Master, I am unable to heal Sister Zhao's face. I must seek your assistance." Ing Zongyu set aside the medical tome and looked up, his expression one of irritation at the triviality of the injury. "How is it that you cannot treat such a minor wound? Though it is a minor injury, I have attempted various remedies. The beauty pill was ineffective, and my healing techniques have failed as well. Even the high-grade celestial spirit pill has shown no results. I have never encountered such an injury before. I beg for your guidance, Master." Upon hearing this, Ing Zongyu beckoned Zhao Curson forward. She hurriedly stepped up. Ing Zongyu waved his hand, enveloping Zhao Curson's face with his robust healing energy. After a brief moment, he lowered his hand, astonished to see that her face remained unchanged. "What on earth has caused this injury? What struck you?" Zhao Curson gritted her teeth and recounted the circumstances once more. Ing Zongyu uttered, "Oh, you claim it was Jiang Lixing?" Zhao Curson nodded. "What prompted her to attack you?" Zhao Curson immediately replied, "She is infatuated with Senior and Ruxu from Yushu Peak and looks upon me with disdain." At that moment, Wei Qinglan entered the medical hall and, following the sound, glanced at Zhao Curson. Ing Zongyu recalled that Jiang Lixing had been at the medical hall with Ruxu the previous day, suggesting a close relationship. He raised an eyebrow. "She is merely at the foundational stage, while you are at an intermediate level. How could she have injured your face? Where did you harm her?" "I was caught off guard," Zhao Curson replied through gritted teeth. "I have yet to settle the score with her." "So, you mean to say you failed to injure her?" Ing Zongyu clicked his tongue and turned to Wei Qinglan, who had just arrived. "You came at the right time. Come take a look. It seems even my healing energy has encountered a day of ineffectiveness. It is indeed peculiar that I cannot heal her face." Wei Qinglan observed the situation but did not approach. Instead, He took a seat on a nearby chair, his tone calm. Junior sister Jiang possesses unique spiritual energy. It is not surprising that she has caused harm with it. It may be necessary to seek a remedy from her. Zhao Kersen felt a shift in her expression at Wei Qinglan's familiarity with Jiang Lixing, but as her face continued to bleed, the change went unnoticed. However, Zhu Wenin nearly lost her composure, her hands clenched tightly within her sleeves. Wei Qinglan was a prodigy of Kunlun, revered by all his peers. Though they shared the same sect, opportunities to converse with him were rare. He stood high above them, leaving them far behind. And even the chance to catch a glimpse of him was scarce. Do not be sent back. Wei Qinglan cast a fleeting glance at Zhao Kersen, pondering the underlying reasons. How could the master uncle hastily draw conclusions based solely on one side of the story? Ing Zongyu turned to look at him. Wei Qinglan produced a scroll and began to peruse it, falling silent. Ing Zongyu was uncertain of what Wei Qinglan meant. He was not one to meddle in others' affairs. And today's words were indeed peculiar. After observing Wei Qinglan for a moment, who remained absorbed in his reading, he redirected his gaze to Zhao Kersen. Are you lying? Wei Qinglan would not speak without reason. Zhao Kersen shivered under his scrutiny, convinced that Jiang Lixing indeed favored Enruxu. Otherwise, why would he agree to distance himself from her? Her teeth chattered as she bit her lip. I did not. Ing Zongyu scoffed, withdrawing his gaze, disinterested. Whether or not there was affection was irrelevant. After all, this was a matter for the discipline hall, not within his jurisdiction. He then took out a communication talisman, urging Jiang Lixing to hurry. Chapter 20. Unwilling to heal her, the talisman vibrated twice, and Jiang Lixing looked down at it. Hesitating, she asked Zhou Jinyan for leave. Master Zhou, Master Ing has summoned me to the medical hall. May I leave now? After all, class had not yet concluded. Zhou Jinyan recalled her mentioning that Ing Zongyu wanted to assess whether she could assist Wei Qinglan with his spiritual injuries. For Kunlun, Wei Qinglan's injuries were significant. He nodded. You may go. I will accompany you. Jiang Lixing nodded in agreement. At this moment, Enruxu interjected, Master Zhou, I have run out of heavenly fragrance pills and need to buy more at the medical hall. I will accompany you as well. Zhou Jinyan glanced at him, noting his pale complexion, indicative of serious injuries, and nodded, very well. Thus, the three mounted their swords and headed towards the medical hall. Enruxu, having just sustained injuries, could not fly on his sword for the time being and naturally leaned on Jiang Lixing's. Upon arriving at the medical hall, they found several people standing or lingering inside, with Wei Qinglan being the most striking figure. Zhou Jinyan sheathed his sword, surprised. Why are there so many people in the medical hall today? You came at the right time. Fellow disciples have been fighting. As the head of the discipline hall, shouldn't you intervene? Ing Zongyu's gaze swept past Zhou Jinyan and landed on Jiang Lixing. This injury is beyond even my ability to heal. That is quite a skill. Zhou Jinyan followed Ing Zongyu's gaze and noticed Zhao Kersen, bloodied. He inquired, what happened? Zhao Kersen, upon seeing Jiang Lixing carrying Enruxu on her sword, nearly ground her teeth in fury, increasingly convinced that Jiang Lixing favored Enruxu. She resentfully replied, in response to Master Zhou, this injury on my face was inflicted by her. She pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Lixing. I do not know what trick she used, but this wound on my face is such that even Master Ing cannot heal it. Zhou Jinyan turned to Jiang Lixing. You did this? Jiang Lixing nodded honestly. It was because senior sister Zhao struck first, shattering my sword and causing me to fall. I merely returned the favor and let her experience the consequences. She added, senior brother and witnessed it firsthand and can testify that it was senior sister Zhao who initiated the attack. And Enruxu glanced at Zhao Kersen, surprised as well. Her wound was indeed severe enough that even Master Ing could not heal it. He nodded, yes, Master Zhou. I can confirm that it was indeed junior sister Zhao who attacked junior sister Jiang first. Zhao Kersen's eyes brimmed with tears as she looked at Enruxu. Senior brethren, you have indeed been bewitched by her, to help her so. Enruxu thought to himself, what does being bewitched mean? He helplessly replied, junior sister Zhao, the facts speak for themselves. You were the one who acted first. Had you not attacked junior sister Jiang, her sword would not have shattered. I witnessed it with my own eyes, and there is evidence from the recording stone. It cannot be fabricated. Zhao Kersen, infuriated, retorted, the reason I struck her was because. Zhu Wenin abruptly grabbed her arm, cutting off her words. It was because junior sister Jiang, as a junior, showed disrespect to her senior sister. My junior sister intended to teach her a lesson, but unexpectedly fell victim to her ruthless tactics. Jiang Lixing, seeing someone she detested, Why should she show any courtesy? She looked at the two with exasperation, though I have yet to memorize all the rules of Kunlun. I do not believe that simply ignoring you warrants being judged as causing trouble. I have no need for senior sister Zhao's misguided guidance. Though she had refrained from showing anger since coming to Kunlun, fearing trouble, she was not a pushover to be bullied without retaliation. Zhu Wenin was momentarily speechless. At this moment, Ing Zhongyu finally understood, exasperatedly stating, "Did you not just say that you disliked her because she favored Enruxu? How is it that you are the one who struck first?" Zhao Curson defended herself. "She is so arrogant, favoring senior brother and looking down on me." Jiang Lixing widened her eyes at Zhao Curson. "When did I ever favor senior brethren? This is sheer fabrication. Enough, this is not the discipline hall. What a mess this is." Ing Zhongyu, lacking patience, declared, "This matter should be addressed in your discipline hall." He turned to Jiang Lixing. "What is the situation with this injury? My medicinal elixirs are ineffective, and my spiritual energy cannot heal it. Since you inflicted it, you should explain." Jiang Lixing turned back. "My spiritual energy is unique. Only my spiritual energy can heal injuries caused by it. Therefore, she rarely exerted her spiritual energy. Even when pursued by the earthworm, nearly injuring her leg, she had refrained from using her spiritual energy against it, as healing it would deplete her energy. However, this morning, Zhao Curson had truly irritated her, prompting her to retaliate. "Then why did you let us come to the medical hall?" Zhu Wenin exclaimed angrily. "You made us miss Master He's assessment class." Jiang Lixing calmly replied, "Because I am unwilling to treat her." "You." Zhu Wenin was momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Lixing turned away, her tone neither light nor heavy. "The people I detest are like flies, buzzing around me every day. She provoked me first, and I merely retaliated. I am simply unwilling to treat her." Zhao Curson, infuriated, drew her sword against Jiang Lixing. Jiang Lixing stood her ground, unconcerned, not believing that with so many witnesses, Zhao Curson would dare to strike. Zhu Wenin quickly grabbed her. "Junior sister, stand down. This is not a place where you can draw your sword." Zhou Zhenyan, unable to remain silent any longer, admonished, "You struck first and were outmatched. Now you seek treatment and still dare to brandish your sword in front of me? The rules of the discipline hall are evidently too lenient. You have not been punished severely enough." Zhao Curson shuddered and quickly sheathed her sword. "I acknowledge my mistake. Since you initiated the attack in my presence, you will be punished to transcribe the cautions of conduct from the rules 100 times. And you are prohibited from using spiritual energy or magical artifacts for assistance. You are to submit it to me by tomorrow morning." Zhou Zhenyan immediately imposed the punishment. Zhao Curson gritted her teeth, understood. After a moment of silence, not hearing any punishment for Jiang Lixing, she reluctantly raised her head. "Master Zhou, she injured my face while remaining unharmed. My injury is severe. You must advocate for me." Zhou Zhenyan turned to Jiang Lixing. Jiang Lixing, displeased, stated, "I am uninjured. That is because I reacted quickly. I should not be made to compensate for her injuries." Zhou Zhenyan found her reasoning valid. "Then how can you heal her?" Jiang Lixing muttered softly, "I am unwilling to treat her." Zhou Zhenyan chuckled in exasperation. "Do not speak in anger. A girl's facial injury is a matter of her appearance. Moreover, as disciples of Kunlun, we must not harm one another. Since you are in Kunlun, you must abide by our rules." Hearing this, Jiang Lixing suddenly wore a demure expression. "The earthworm beast from the Spirit Beast Peak had nearly harmed me the other day. Coincidentally, I encountered Mr. He, who informed Master Jean. And Master Jean compensated me with 100 high-grade spirit stones, a vial of heavenly fragrance pills, and a mid-tier magical artifact. In truth, I sustained no injuries that day. I was merely greatly startled." Zhou Zhenyan, unaware of the incident, was taken aback, astonished by Jin Wangchou's generosity. He glanced at Zhao Curson, who immediately cast an angry glare at Jiang Lixing. "You wish? Are you so desperate for money that you seek to rob me?" Jiang Lixing's expression remained impassive. "Indeed. Who told you, Sister Zhao, to boast of your wealth? When we first met, you offered me a fine sword merely to keep me away from brethren. I rejected it, and now you hold a grudge. Given that, why should I be courteous to you?" And Ruxu felt the tension rise. Several gazes shot towards him, causing his scalp to prickle and a strong urge to flee. What had he done to deserve this? The burden of this romantic entanglement was truly unbearable. Chapter 21. "Do not wrong me." Zhao Curson was furious. The words she had spoken to Jiang Lixing in private were now laid bare before everyone. She seethed with anger, wishing she could cleave her with a sword or unleash a spirit beast to tear her apart. Jiang Lixing, with a blank face, commented that if Sister Zhao wished to remedy her appearance, she ought to show some attitude, otherwise her visage would remain marred. In any case, I would not squander my spiritual energy to heal you for free. Feeling cornered by Jiang Lixing's assertiveness, Zhao Kerson's blood surged, filled with resentment. Yet she found herself powerless against her. Zhu Wenin had not anticipated Jiang Lixing to be such a formidable opponent, proving difficult to contend with. It seemed she had underestimated her. One should not judge by appearances. Though Jiang Lixing appeared soft and pliable, when it came to business, she could turn as fierce as anyone. In front of the two hall masters, she dared to be so audacious. Zhu Wenin reflected on her own master, who certainly was not one to be generous. The earthworm had not harmed anyone, yet compensation had been made to Jiang Lixing. All because she was the personal disciple of the lord of the Qingshu Jade sect. A useless person, yet because of her master, she garnered attention. Zhu Wenin tugged at Zhao Kerson. Sister, your reputation is at stake. Zhao Kerson, fuming, glared at Jiang Lixing. I'll give you 100 high-grade spirit stones, a vial of heavenly fragrance pills, and a mid-tier magical artifact. Is that enough? Jiang Lixing shook her head. When Master Jin compensated me previously, I was unscathed. I was merely frightened. Now, Sister Zhao, you wish to heal your appearance, which requires me to expend spiritual energy. Enraged, Zhao Kerson exclaimed, then tell me, what more do you want? Jiang Lixing, in a calm tone, increased the amount considerably. 500 high-grade spirit stones, 2 vials of heavenly fragrance pills, and 2 mid-tier magical artifacts. You truly are asking for a lion's share. Zhao Kerson scoffed. What you're doing is no different from robbery. Jiang Lixing defended herself. My spiritual energy is precious. If you do not wish to heal, then I do not wish to waste it. Zhao Kerson clenched her fists, blood rushing to her head, grinding her teeth in frustration. Fine, I agree to your terms. Jiang Lixing extended her hand. In a fit of anger, Zhao Kerson retrieved 500 high-grade spirit stones and 2 mid-tier magical artifacts from her storage ring, then turned to Si Xiao. Junior brother Si, purchased 2 vials of heavenly fragrance pills from the medical hall. Si Xiao, taken aback, quickly turned to fetch the pills from the cabinet. Zhao Kerson stuffed everything into Jiang Lixing's hands. Is that satisfactory? Jiang Lixing accepted the spirit stones and pills, inquired. How do I use these 2 magical artifacts? I must erase your imprint. Zhao Kerson gritted her teeth and instructed her, also removing her own imprint. Jiang Lixing, satisfied, stored the artifacts and activated her spiritual energy, enveloping the injured area on Zhao Kerson's face. Ing Zhongyu leaned in closer to observe, noting the pure ice-blue hue of Jiang Lixing's spiritual energy, which appeared similar to his own, yet upon closer inspection, he discerned a faint, rainbow-like coloration beneath the blue. It was these varying shades that gradually healed the wounds on Zhao Kerson's face. The healing process was not swift. It took a full tea session before Jiang Lixing, feeling drained, withdrew her hand. All done. Zhao Kerson immediately took a mirror to inspect her reflection, finding her face restored, smooth as before. Noticing Jiang Lixing's pale countenance, she taunted, such a trivial injury has rendered you so weak, truly useless. Jiang Lixing, disinterested, turned away to find a place to sit. She retrieved the spirit stones she had just acquired and counted out 20, handing them to Si Xiao. Brother Si purchased 2 vials of replenishing pills. Each vial of replenishing pills cost 10 high-grade spirit stones, an expense Jiang Lixing had previously deemed insignificant, yet now felt a pang of regret. Fortunately, having received 500 high-grade spirit stones today, she could afford it. Si Xiao swiftly handed her 2 vials of replenishing pills, introducing himself. Junior Sister Jiang. I am Si Xiao. You may call me Brother Si. Jiang Lixing nodded. Brother Si. Si Xiao watched in astonishment as she emptied both vials of replenishing pills into her mouth in one go. It was the first time he had seen someone consume replenishing pills so recklessly. After swallowing the pills, Jiang Lixing's complexion visibly improved. Ing Zhongyu remarked, your spiritual energy is indeed exceptional. Cultivators with excessively mixed spiritual roots struggle in their cultivation, making it difficult to achieve greatness. Thus, the 3 sects primarily accept those with singular spiritual roots or pure dual roots, rejecting those with triple or quintuple roots as they are deemed ineffective. However, Jiang Lixing's 7-colored spiritual energy could be considered as possessing 7 roots, something he had never heard of before, and it was exceedingly rare. Jiang Lixing nodded in agreement. Ing Zhongyu said nothing further, turning to Zhou Xinyan. What brings you here? Zhou Xinyan blinked. I came along with junior sister Jiang to deliver a message. Ing Zhongyu, displeased, retorted. Are you so idle? What are you even looking at? How can you possibly be of assistance? Hurry and leave. I do not entertain idle guests here. Still irritated by the troubles caused by the discipline hall the previous day, he had no patience for Zhou Xinyan. Zhou Xinyan rubbed his nose. Brother Ing, I do not require your hospitality. Leave quickly. What business do you have here? Ing Zhongyu waved him off, and then turned to Zhao Curson. Your face is healed. Why are you still lingering? Zhao Curson promptly took her leave. I shall depart now. Si Xiao quietly reminded, Sister Zhao, regarding the beauty pill and heavenly spirit pill you consumed, although they were ineffective, you still owe for them. The total is 500 high-grade spirit stones. The heavenly spirit pill was particularly expensive. Zhao Curson recalled this and quickly retrieved another 500 high-grade spirit stones from her storage ring. Even with her wealth, the sudden expenditure of over 1,000 high-grade spirit stones left her looking quite grim, especially since she felt it was a waste. She cast a frustrated glance at Enruxu. Brotherin, are you here to purchase heavenly fragrance pills? Please hurry, let us return together. Enruxu, wishing to distance himself from her, replied, I, like Uncle Zhou, am here to accompany junior sister Jiang. Zhao Curson's eyes turned red with frustration. Brotherin, you. Enruxu, fearing she might say something embarrassing, quickly interjected, Mister, he is currently instructing the disciples. You two sisters should return quickly. You might still catch part of the class. Today's lesson from Mr. He was tremendously beneficial for both Jiang and me. Was it not indeed beneficial? He was merely a scapegoat, while Jiang Lixing left him utterly astounded. Zhao Curson bit her lip, resigned to leave with Zhu Wenin. After they departed, Enruxa promptly retrieved spirit stones to buy 2 vials of heavenly fragrance pills from Si Xiao, then turned to Jiang Lixing. Ing Zhongyu urged them. You two should leave as well. She will remain here. Enruxu could only look back at Zhou Xinyan. Zhou Xinyan, feeling helpless, understood that Ing Zhongyu was still irked from the previous day and did not wish for him to linger. Since he was being driven away, he complied and told Enruxu, very well, let us depart. Enruxu could only reply, my injury is not yet healed, and I cannot fly on a sword. I came here riding along with junior sister Jiang. Uncle Zhou, you must take me back. Zhou Xinyan agreed, very well. Enruxu then turned to Jiang Lixing. Junior sister Jiang, we shall head back now. Please be careful on your way home. Do not lose it again. Jiang Lixing nodded in agreement. The two departed from the medical hall on their swords. The once crowded space became significantly quieter. Ing Zhongyu raised an eyebrow at Jiang Lixing. What is this? You've just arrived in Kunlun and already found yourself infatuated? Have you truly taken a liking to that Enruxu fellow? Does your master know? Jiang Lixing replied, no, I haven't. Please don't wrongfully accuse me. Chapter 22. I do not wish to see him off, and Jiang Lixing felt exhausted. Zhao Curson's incessant chatter was indeed troublesome. She emphatically declared to Ing Zhongyu, I did not. Ing Zhongyu remained skeptical, recalling how she had arrived on her sword with Enruxu, who had repeatedly urged her with a sticky sweetness as he departed. It hardly seemed like nothing was going on. Jiang Lixing, weary from the rumors, explained. Both of the senior sisters from Spirit Beast Peak are fond of senior brotherin. As a newcomer to Kunlun, I have received considerable guidance from him. I could not bear to reject the gift from Sister Zhao urging me to distance myself from him. But little did I expect that this would provoke her and embroil me in senior brother Anne's romantic entanglements. She sighed in frustration, it's not my fault. After all, Sister Zhao has her own affections. If she were to focus her attention elsewhere, it wouldn't be an issue. Senior brother Anne simply does not return their feelings. He only asked me to keep my distance from them, and he felt quite apologetic about it, even offering me compensation. Ing Zhongyu found the situation utterly perplexing. The younger generation of Kunlun disciples seemed more preoccupied with trivial matters than with their cultivation. In his view, the discipline hall should take appropriate measures to rectify this behavior. The current head, Zhou Xinyan, was simply inadequate, imposing far too lenient penalties. Jiang Lixing fell silent. Given her current position within the discipline hall, she had little fondness for overly harsh punishments, fearing that she might inadvertently step on a landmine. Wei Qinglan, who had been quietly reading, finally put down his book and raised his head to remind Ing Zhongyu, Uncle Ing, let us not waste time. Ing Zhongyu promptly recalled the matter at hand and, adopting a serious demeanor, asked Jiang Lixing, I observed that you used medical techniques on that Zhao's face. Do you also practice medicine? Jiang Lixing nodded. I only know the basics. Ing Zhongyu could not ascertain the extent of her knowledge, but continued, very well. Since you are familiar with the medical arts, examine the injuries to his spiritual abode and see if you can offer any insights. Jiang Lixing glanced at Wei Qinglan, hesitating as she found herself reluctant to proceed, feeling that the individual before her was far too precious. She feared that one careless move might cause harm. With a quavering voice, she stammered, I'm not sure if I can do this. Just proceed. He is not made of paper. Do not be deceived by his current state. Though half of his spiritual abode is destroyed, even 10 of you would be powerless against him, Ing Zhongyu remarked bluntly. Having seen through Jiang Lixing's thoughts, her expression was quite transparent, making her intentions all too evident. For a cultivator, being so easily understood was not a good sign, which perhaps explained why the leader of the Qingshu Jade sect was hesitant to allow her to venture out into the world. The martial arts world was fraught with peril, and one could only fear that she might end up in dire straits while expressing gratitude to her captors. Jiang Lixing could only inquire of Wei Qinglan, "Senior brother Wei, my medical skills are lacking." Wei Qinglan dismissed her concerns. "Just give it a try. There is no need to feel pressured. If it works, it works. If not, then we shall leave it be." Summoning her courage, Jiang Lixing stood up and approached Wei Qinglan, though she was cautious not to get too close, fearing his disapproval. With great trepidation, she began to channel her spiritual energy, carefully entering Wei Qinglan's spiritual abode. As he showed no signs of resistance, her entry was remarkably smooth. Upon connecting with his spiritual abode, she found that the damage was indeed severe, shocking in its extent. Chasms and cliffs seemed to collapse endlessly. Had Ing Zhongyu not mentioned that his spiritual abode was mostly destroyed, she would have been unable to discern it from merely looking at him. Despite the devastation, his foundation remained remarkably stable, unlike ordinary individuals who would have long since succumbed to incapacitation. He sat there as if nothing were amiss, truly deserving of the title of Kunlun's youthful genius. As thoughts flitted through her mind, she stifled any distractions and refrained from immediately using her spiritual energy to touch the areas of collapse. Instead, she cautiously observed for a moment, and then, like a little mouse sneaking a taste of oil, she tentatively extended a finger, using a mere wisp of spiritual energy to probe and attempt to repair the damage. To her delight, it appeared effective, emboldening her to gradually increase the flow of energy. Wei Qinglan sensed the change almost instantly, his expression shifting as his gaze fell upon Jiang Lixing's face. Noticing her complexion pale noticeably within moments, 2 bottles of restorative pills wasted, he pursed his lips, preparing to sever her connection to his energy. Jiang Lixing, sensing the impending interruption, urgently exclaimed, "Do not move." Wei Qinglan halted immediately. Jiang Lixing gritted her teeth, determined to continuously infuse her spiritual energy into his abode. She thought to herself that there was no such thing as a free lunch. Having been saved by him in the forbidden grounds, she was determined to expend her energy in repayment. Ing Zhongyu, noticing the unfolding situation, instructed Si Xiao, "Quickly, bring the restorative pills, bring a large quantity." Si Xiao hurried off. Before long, he returned with a box filled with dozens of bottles of restorative pills. Ing Zhongyu opened one and poured an entire bottle into Jiang Lixing's mouth. Worried that such an abundance might overwhelm her, Jiang Lixing withdrew a hand to crush the pills, directly absorbing the spiritual energy contained within. To the astonishment of both Ing Zhongyu and Si Xiao, she consumed all the restorative pills in mere moments. Her energy was depleting at an alarming rate. As soon as the pills entered her body, they were swiftly exhausted. Si Xiao, both panicked and astonished, exclaimed, "Master, there are none left. All the restorative pills in the medical hall are gone." Ing Zhongyu clenched his teeth and began channeling his own spiritual energy into Jiang Lixing, soon realizing that his energy seemed ineffective as her reserves continued to dwindle. Si Xiao observed, "Master, this is futile. Your energy cannot be converted for her use. It is less effective than the restorative pills." Ing Zhongyu had no choice but to withdraw his hand and said to Jiang Lixing, "Stop." Jiang Lixing shook her head, resolute in her intention to repay her debt of gratitude today, unwilling to see him often for fear of complications arising. Wei Qinglan, witnessing her increasingly pale and nearly translucent complexion, decisively severed her connection to his energy. Jiang Lixing, jolted by the sudden withdrawal, glared at Wei Qinglan in indignation. "What are you doing?" Wei Qinglan, equally vexed, retorted, "I should be asking you the same. Do you wish to exhaust your energy and become incapacitated?" Jiang Lixing, feeling weak and barely able to stand, stubbornly replied, I will not lose my abilities. At worst, I will only faint for half a month. In truth, it would be a month. Yet for her, being able to repay his life-saving grace was worth the sacrifice. Wei Qinglan stepped closer, gently grasping her arm, and softened his tone. Go rest over there. I am not so impatient as to allow you to deplete your energy in repairing my spiritual abode. Jiang Lixing, forcibly seated by him, realized belatedly that she had just been rude to him. She bit her lip, unwilling to apologize, especially since he had retorted in kind. Wei Qinglan released her arm, observing her puffed cheeks, and his tone became gentler. Do not be upset. Not everything needs to be rushed. This matter cannot be approached that way. If you exhaust your energy, you will miss out on the once-in-a-century opportunity of the Qishan's secret realm. Jiang Lixing did not perceive this as a significant issue. I do not need to go to the secret realm. Wei Qinglan was momentarily speechless. At that moment, Ing Zhongyu interjected sternly. How can a cultivator avoid trials? Your master cherishes you, and Ing Zhongyu let out a cold snort. The restorative elixir is of no use to you. Is this considered a blessing? Do you know where the Qishan secret realm is located? 30 miles east of Minshan lies a great mountain called Dexian Mountain, within which grows a rare herb resembling yarrow, covered in soft fuzz, blooming with blue flowers and bearing white fruits, known as the immortal herb. Consuming one can grant longevity and a century's worth of cultivation. What is it that you lack? Is it not spiritual power and cultivation? Why not venture forth? Jiang Lixing pondered. Such a renowned immortal herb, how many would go mad vying for it? Can I seize it by my own merit? It was not that she held herself in disdain. Rather, she felt utterly inadequate. Chapter 23. A scorching dilemma. Jiang Lixing's inner turmoil was evident on her face. Ing Zhongyu had never encountered such an easy-to-read person whose expression was utterly naive. In Kunlun, such individuals were non-existent. There was no need for peers to resort to killing for opportunities when a single beast could devour them whole. He remarked, "What kind of training have you undergone? It is one thing to be naturally limited in cultivation, but why do you present yourself as a blank slate?" Jiang Lixing quietly retorted, "I am not a blank slate." She did not believe one must conceal their emotions. It was exhausting. Lacking strength, must one also lack cunning? If one cannot achieve greatness, why bother pretending? Her master had told her that she lacked divine favor and should simply follow the current of fate, which led her to where she was now. Ing Zhongyu was speechless. With that demeanor, you are indeed a blank slate. Would you like me to show you a mirror? You appear so naive that even the beasts in the Spirit Beast Peak would seem wiser than you. Jiang Lixing felt insulted. Surely, she was somewhat superior to those beasts? She shot Ing Zhongyu a defiant look. After being chased by the earthworms to the brink of disaster, what makes you think you're superior? Ing Zhongyu responded bluntly. You were nearly devoured. How are you any better? Jiang Lixing found herself at a loss for words, deflated, and somewhat irritated. That beast had consumed her snacks, and her newly purchased treats had yet to return. She was left with nothing to eat. She turned to Wei Qinglan. Brother Wei, when will Brother Yin return? Wei Qinglan regarded her with uncertainty. Jiang Lixing sighed, my snacks. Noticing her spiritual energy was nearly depleted and her complexion pale, he observed that she was more preoccupied with snacks than regaining her strength. After a moment of silence, he said, it won't be more than 3 to 5 days. Just bear with it for now. After speaking, he turned to Ing Zhongyu. I will take Jiang Shimi back. The restorative elixirs she consumed today should be charged to my account. Charged to your account? You slew 2 demon serpents that escaped from the demon suppression tower for the sect. That should go on the sect's public account. Ing Zhongyu waved his hand dismissively. Just take her back to rest. I will call you once my disciples have gathered more restorative elixirs. Wei Qinglan nodded, saying no more. He unsheathed his sword, signaling Jiang Lixing to follow him. Jiang Lixing hesitated, insisting, I can return on my own. There's no need for Brother Wei to escort me. Wei Qinglan raised an eyebrow. Are you certain you can control the sword? Jiang Lixing forced a smile. I can. Wei Qinglan stared at her, noting her unsteady stance. Where did you learn such stubbornness? If you refuse my assistance, then I will not help you restore your spiritual energy. Jiang Lixing fell silent, obediently following him out of the medical hall. The two stood upon the same sword, one on the tip and the other on the hilt, walking steadily together. Ing Zhongyu watched them depart, shaking his head and muttering. The sect leader must have entered seclusion too early. He should have waited to see this little girl first. Si Xiao, puzzled, quietly inquired, Master, what do you mean by that? Ing Zhongyu did not respond, directing him, go down the mountain and procure 1,000 bottles of restorative elixirs. Kunlun was affluent. For Ing Zhongyu, 1,000 bottles were as trivial as a few. The strict regulations of Kunlun prohibited disciples from consuming large quantities of restorative elixirs to avoid shortcuts in cultivation, ensuring a solid foundation. Thus, the medical hall and storerooms held only a limited supply, just a few dozen bottles for emergencies, seldom used. Today, Jiang Lixing had consumed them all in one go. Qingshu had no such restrictions. Jiang Lixing, being inherently weak, treated restorative elixirs like meals and was blissfully unaware of the regulations. Xiao whispered, Master, Jiang Shimi can actually absorb the spiritual energy from restorative elixirs with her hands? There are myriad paths, each has its own way. Her spiritual energy is unique. So this is not surprising. Ing Zhongyu waved his hand. Xiao considered this and still found Jiang Shimi to be a marvel, filled with curiosity to explore further. Wei Qinglan soon escorted Jiang Lixing back to her quarters. Once her feet touched the ground, she graciously thanked him. Thank you, Brother Wei. Wei Qinglan produced a box from his storage ring and handed it to her. I don't have any restorative elixirs to expedite your recovery, but I have a box of jia fruits for you to snack on. Jiang Lixing was taken aback, hastily waving her hands. The jia fruit is precious. How can it be treated as a mere snack? No, it's for you, Wei Qinglan insisted, pressing it into her hands. If you won't eat it, then throw it away. With that, he took to the skies on his sword, departing much faster than when he had come to escort her. Jiang Lixing held the box he had thrust into her hands, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Her feelings were complex. This was jia fruit, harvested from the mythical Buzhou mountain. How could she dare to discard it? She feared divine retribution. It was said that beyond the northwestern seas, in the desolate corners of the great wasteland, there existed a mountain called Buzhou, a sacred domain. Buzhou mountain was perpetually cold, blanketed in snow year-round, and rarely visited by humans. It was home to two ferocious beasts known as the yellow bear and the yellow leopard, collectively referred to as the two yellow beasts. These creatures were so fierce that ordinary people could not approach the mountain. Those who dared enter often met with misfortune. Legend had it that Buzhou mountain overlooked the myriad peaks, and at its base lay a marshland where fruit trees flourished, their leaves resembling jujube leaves, adorned with yellow blossoms and red sepals, producing fruits akin to peaches known as jia fruits. Consuming a jia fruit during a contest or battle with beasts would grant one immunity to fatigue. To receive a box of jia fruits as a mere snack was extravagantly wasteful. Yet, she was indeed exhausted. She opened the box, revealing 6 fruits within. Picking one up, she took a bite, and its sweet, juicy essence was delightful. After finishing one, she contemplated whether to have another when Enruxu suddenly peeked from the adjacent room. Jiang Shimi, you're back? Why does your face look so pale? Is it because you helped Brother Wei? Jiang Lixing nodded in acknowledgement. Enruxu stepped out. Concerned, what have you done? You look so weak and pale. Is Brother Wei all right? I merely expended some spiritual energy. I'm glad to assist Brother Wei. So it's no trouble, Jiang Lixing replied, shaking her head. My energy is still lacking, and Brother Wei has yet to fully recover. Enruxu scrutinized her. You look terribly weak. Why didn't you stay in the medical hall? If your energy is low, you could have used restorative elixirs to replenish it. Surely the medical hall has some left to provide you with? I used them all up, Jiang Lixing admitted, feeling famished after depleting her energy. However, after consuming a jia fruit, I feel much better. Brother Wei gifted me this box, and I just ate one. I no longer feel fatigued. Thank you for your concern, Brother and jia fruit. Enruxu's attention was suddenly captured, astonished. Is it the box of jia fruits he brought back from Buzhou mountain? Wait, he actually went to Buzhou mountain himself? Jiang Lixing was equally surprised. She had assumed Wei Qinglan had obtained the jia fruits through some fortunate encounter, but it turned out he had ventured there himself. It was rumored that Buzhou mountain was a divine domain leading to the celestial realm. She suddenly felt a burning sensation in her stomach from the fruit she had just consumed. Chapter 24. The Bitter Tongue. The box in her hand was hot to the touch. Jiang Lixing wished to return it to Wei Qinglan, but he had insisted she discard it when he left. Could she possibly return it to him now? Enruxu's emotions were exceedingly complicated. Junior sister Jiang, you have struck gold, he thought, believing that this young woman had incredible fortune. Coming to Kunlun with nothing, she now possessed everything. If she were to sell the precious fruit, each piece would be worth a fortune, and she had an entire box of them. Wei Shidi was indeed generous. If it were him, he would never part with such a treasure, let alone an entire box. Jiang Lixing stood there in silence, reflecting that she had indeed said she did not want it. yet he insisted on giving it to her. And Ruxu looked at her and asked, "Junior sister Jiang, could you open the box for me to take a look? I have never seen the fruits of Buzhou Mountain before. Only Wei Shidi would dare venture into the Buzhou divine realm at the level of Golden Core." He lamented the many who had ventured there and never returned, leaving their lives behind on Buzhou Mountain. Jiang Lixing nodded and opened the box. The 6 beautiful fruits, once neatly arranged, now had one missing. But the remaining fruits were so stunning and plump that they appeared utterly delectable, still looking exquisite in their box. And Ruxu caught a glimpse and promptly closed the lid with a thud, swallowing hard. "Junior sister Jiang, you should put that away quickly." He dared not look any longer, fearing he might lose control of his hands and mouth. Suddenly, Jiang Lixing remembered that this person had once devoured a rare spirit beast. She reopened the box and decisively took out one fruit, offering it to him with a generous smile. "Senior brother-in, I gift you one." Since Wei Qinglan had forcefully given it to her, he would not ask for it back, and she had no intention of returning it either. And Ruxu immediately stepped back, shaking his head vehemently. No. He turned to leave, but Jiang Lixing called after him. "This fruit not only alleviates fatigue, but also replenishes spirit and invigorates the mind, granting vitality, dispelling sorrows, delaying aging, and extending life. It's most beneficial for you at this moment." By the time he finished speaking, he had already retreated into his courtyard, disappearing from sight. Jiang Lixing held the fruit, astonished by his swift retreat. If that spirit beast from Ling Beast Peak had been so elusive, she would not have been punished to endure the daily beatings from Master He in the discipline hall. She placed the fruit back into the box, contemplating its exorbitant price and deciding to keep it safe, avoiding unnecessary consumption. Junior sister Jiang truly possesses remarkable skills. In just a few days in Kunlun, she has captured senior brother An's heart and even elicited Wei Shidi to part with an entire box of precious fruits he brought back from Buzhou Mountain. Perhaps the teachings of Qingshu are not about the cultivation of immortality, but rather the art of enchantment. No wonder, despite years of effort, she has never made it to the higher echelons of the rankings. A cold, venomous voice interrupted her thoughts. Zhao Kursen's voice was laced with malice as she approached. Jiang Lixing turned to see her, having emerged from her courtyard, likely after overhearing and Ruxu's conversation. Encountering him seemed to trigger her instincts, akin to a cat sensing blood. Jiang Lixing's expression turned cold. "You may be able to ask Kunlun's Master Qin what kind of enchanting methods Qingshu cultivates that allow it to stand among the 3 major sects of this realm. Or perhaps inquire with your master, Uncle Jin, about what kind of alluring methods he has passed down that failed to sway someone as indiscreet as you." Zhao Kursen was momentarily taken aback. "You," Jiang Lixing, feeling increasingly irritable, continued her sharp retorts. "If one is unattractive, they should refrain from seeking attention. Are you a dog, always barking at me? If you fancy senior brother-in, then go pursue him directly instead of causing trouble for me. Do you think you have the right to dictate who can speak to him? After all, we are fellow disciples. You are not his exclusive possession. So why act so domineering? No wonder senior brother-in avoids you. It would be strange if he found you appealing. You've been told to focus your efforts on men. Yet you stubbornly persist in biting at me like a rabid dog." Jiang Lixing was fed up and unreservedly declared, "Sister Zhao, do you not know that I am not one to be trifled with? You would do well to refrain from provoking me further, lest you face the consequences. You, who caused a great scandal in Qingshu and were sent to Kunlun, what right do you have to be so arrogant? Today, I shall show you what happens when you provoke me." Zhao Kursen had never been so openly insulted and, in a fit of rage, drew her sword and advanced. Jiang Lixing drew her sword to defend herself, and in the blink of an eye, they exchanged several blows. Zhao Kursen was at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, while Jiang Lixing was merely at the initial stage, feeling the pressure of the higher level. Yet, she was undeterred. Her greatest asset was her tenacity in combat, which outweighed her lack of formal swordsmanship. Her movements were erratic, allowing her to evade and counterattack, and for a moment, she managed to hold her own against Zhao Kursen. And Ruxu had initially retreated to his courtyard, but upon hearing their escalating confrontation, he hesitated about intervening. However, in that moment of indecision, the two had already begun to fight. He felt an overwhelming sense of dread and forced himself to rush back out. "Sister Zhao, junior sister Jiang, please stop fighting." And Ruxu stepped in between them, wielding his sword to separate them. Zhao Kursen, caught up in her fierce intent, failed to retract her sword in time and inadvertently stabbed in Ruxu in the shoulder. Jiang Lixing, having exhausted her spiritual energy, could not recover instantly from consuming a single fruit, and at that critical moment, Enruxu stepped in front of her to absorb the blow. Senior Brotherin. Zhao Kursen's face turned pale upon realizing she had injured him. Jiang Lixing remained silent, unsure of how to address the trouble that had befallen her due to his intervention. This ill-fated romance. How did I become entangled in this? She thought, feeling utterly wronged. Enruxu pressed his hand to the wound, looking helplessly at Zhao Kursen as he gritted his teeth. Sister Zhao, I truly do not harbor feelings for you. Please cease troubling junior sister Jiang. Zhao Kursen's eyes reddened as she pressed him further. Has senior brother developed feelings for her? She is known to be a cultivation failure, as everyone knows. No, I have only just met junior sister Jiang, Enruxu denied vehemently. My lack of affection for you has nothing to do with her. Junior sister Jiang is now considered part of our Kunlun family. As fellow disciples, I have always treated my brothers and sisters with sincerity. I hope Sister Zhao will focus on her cultivation and not dwell on romantic entanglements. Senior brother, I do not believe you. You treat her differently from others. Zhao Kursen's tears began to flow. From the moment I entered the sect, I have admired you. Though you are usually sincere with your fellow disciples, there is a distinction in how you regard Jiang Lixing. The way you look at her. Sister Zhao, Enruxu's voice turned stern, do not speak such nonsense. If you continue to entangle yourself with these unfounded claims, you will hinder my cultivation. I will have Uncle Shou from the discipline hall arbitrate this matter according to the sect's laws. Zhao Kursen fell silent for a moment, trembling all over. Fine, fine, fine. Senior brother, if you say I am speaking nonsense, then I shall observe you and her, and see whether it is I who disrupt your cultivation or if you are merely being insincere. With that, she turned and fled back to her courtyard in tears. Chapter 25, Arbiter of Justice. Jiang Lixing truly felt a stroke of fortune. Whether in Qingshu or now in Kunlun, she had managed to offend people and draw their ire. What a troublesome situation. She turned to Enruxu, noticing his pale complexion as blood flowed from the wound inflicted upon him. If he were an ordinary person, he would have perished, but as a cultivator, he quickly used his spiritual energy to staunch the bleeding. However, the injury would not heal swiftly, unless he was willing to use high-grade spiritual medicine, costing thousands of spirit stones, to expedite the healing. He would likely be bettered in for several days. It was evident that Zhao Kursen had struck with lethal intent. Her spiritual energy could indeed heal him, but alas, her power had been severely depleted after using it to treat Wei Qinglan's injuries. After a moment of silence, she sought his opinion. Brotherin, should we summon Master Zhou to adjudicate this matter? It cannot be that Zhao Kursen stabbed you and simply walks away unscathed. If you hadn't intervened, she would have killed me. She has repeatedly attacked me. Although the injury was inflicted upon you, she must not be allowed to evade punishment. Otherwise, she may strike again. She must face retribution for her actions. The laws of Kunlun are stringent. I wonder how Master Jin instructs his disciples, who seem to prefer targeting women while pursuing their affections for men. It is a doctrine of prosperity for those who comply and ruin for those who resist. What kind of reasoning is that? She would not submit to such nonsense. Enruxu gazed at Jiang Lixing's pale face and fell silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and nodded. Very well. He too felt that this matter could not be brushed aside. Zhao Kursen had indeed attempted to take Jiang Shimi's life. Though her anger had been provoked by Jiang Shimi's harsh words, it was equally intolerable. One may endure insults directed at oneself, but insults aimed at one's sect are wholly unacceptable. Should someone disparage Kunlun, he would not stand idly by. He firmly believed that Jiang Lixing was not to blame for this incident. Jiang Lixing promptly activated her communication talisman, sending a message to Zhou Jinyan, requesting him to send someone over, stating that Zhao Kursen had nearly killed her, and that it was Enruxu who had blocked the sword for her. She implored him to seek justice. After sending the message, she asked Enruxu, Brotherin, can you endure? Shall I escort you to the medical hall? Enruxu shook his head. You are likely to struggle even with sword control. Let it be. I shall manage for now and wait for Uncle Zhou to arrive. He will send someone to the medical hall for me. Jiang Lixing nodded. Very well. She watched as Enruxu retrieved a vial of elixirs from his storage ring, poured out 2 pills, and swallowed them. He then took a few steps, leaning against the wall, breathing heavily as they awaited assistance. With her spiritual energy nearly exhausted, she could offer no aid, only remain by his side and wait. After receiving the message, Zhou Jinyan could not ignore the news of Enruxu's injury and soon arrived in person. Upon seeing the two, one extremely weak and pale, and the other bearing a sword wound and blood-stained chest, he furrowed his brow and inquired, what happened? and Ruxu produced a recording stone and handed it to Zhou Jinyan, weakly stating, "Uncle Zhou, you may view the footage yourself." Zhou Jinyan took the stone, which clearly displayed the events that transpired. After watching, his expression darkened. This was truly unacceptable. He did not immediately return the stone to Ruxu, but instead turned to Jiang Lixing. "What is your condition? If you were not injured, why do you appear so feeble?" Jiang Lixing briefly explained, "I exhausted some spiritual energy while healing Brother Wei." Zhou Jinyan realized it was likely more than just a little and commended her. "I did not expect you to heal a wound that even Brother Ying found challenging. Well done." He waved his hand. "Since you just left the medical hall, it is clear that recovery will not be swift. You should go back and rest. I will handle this matter." Jiang Lixing insisted, "You must not let Zhao Curson off lightly. You saw for yourself that she insulted me, but she also insulted the entire Qingshu sect. Such actions threatened the amicable relations between our two major sections. She even attempted to harm a fellow disciple with lethal intent. She must face severe punishment." "Understood," Zhou Jinyan replied tersely. "While Zhao Curson is indeed at fault, you are not entirely blameless either. You were already low on spiritual energy, yet you chose to retaliate verbally, provoking her and prompting her to strike. If Ruxu had not intervened, did you truly wish to be killed? Such recklessness is foolishness. Engaging in a war of words, merely for pride, is even more foolish." Jiang Lixing retorted, "Am I not allowed to respond if she insults me? You may respond. But what of your strength? Does your power permit such retorts? You could have sought my assistance to deal with her without putting yourself in danger." Jin Wanshou paused, and Zhou Jinyan continued, "Moreover, you should consider yourself fortunate that she harmed Ruxu and not Jiang Lixing. As you have witnessed, it is unreasonable to blame Jiang Lixing. She instigated the conflict, berating others for practicing demonic arts. Who wouldn't be infuriated by that? If this matter were to reach the ears of the leader of the Qingshu sect, do you truly believe she would let it slide? Our Kunlun and Qingshu have maintained a cordial relationship for millennia. The leader sends her disciples to Kunlun for guidance, not to be bullied." Jin Wanshou found herself momentarily at a loss for words, yet she still wished to plead for leniency for her disciple. However, 100 lashes seemed excessively harsh. Zhao Curson would not withstand it. Besides, the Qishan secret realm is set to open soon. In half a month, all those at the Foundation establishment stage and below will embark on a journey to the Qishan secret realm in hopes of fortune. If she were to receive such a punishment, she would be unable to go. Zhou Jinyan dismissed her concerns. "Yes, Zhao Curson might indeed be bettered from the lashes, but with you as her master and her family as a support, she has access to countless elixirs. At most, she would need to rest for half a month and would still catch up with the Qishan secret realm expedition. Otherwise, if we do not impose a severe punishment to serve as a warning, will everyone begin to emulate her? For mere romantic entanglements, becoming obstinate and speaking recklessly, damaging the harmony between the Kunlun and Qingshu sects, while disregarding sect rules and brutally attacking a fellow disciple. Such vile actions cannot go unpunished if we wish to maintain order." Jin Wanshou was silenced. Wei Qinglan, seeing Jin Wanshou at a loss for words, turned to the previously silent Mo Ruyan and asked, "What do you think, Master Mo?" In contrast to Jin Wanshou's warm demeanor, Mo Ruyan was far more austere and composed. As the head of the discipline hall, she was known for her impartiality. She stated firmly, "I concur with Zhou Shidi. Although 100 lashes are severe, Zhao Curson's actions were reprehensible and warrant a strict punishment." Wei Qinglan nodded, then turned to Jin Wanshou, "Master Jin, it must be this way," with 3 voices in agreement for a harsh penalty. Jin Wanshou found it futile to continue defending Zhao Curson. She could only nod, acquiescing to Qinglan's decision. Zhou Jinyan added, "Let the entire sect be informed of Zhao Curson's misconduct, serving as a cautionary tale for all disciples." He continued, "Let Jiang Lixing and Qingshu see that in Kunlun, discipline is stringent. When a disciple errs, they must face the consequences. Sect rules cannot be treated lightly." Jin Wanshou initially intended to voice her dissent, but upon hearing his concluding remarks, she swallowed her objections. Wei Qinglan nodded, affirming, "Let it be as Zhou Shidi has said, and Master Mo shall enforce the sect rules." Mo Ruyan nodded, rising to leave. After taking a few steps, she paused and said to Zhou Jinyan and Jin Wanshou, "You may go ahead. I need to speak with Qinglan privately." Zhou Jinyan immediately interjected, "I shan't leave, Sister Mo. I too have matters to discuss with Qinglan." "Then wait outside until I am finished." Mo Ruyan waved her hand. Zhou Jinyan was momentarily speechless and had no choice but to exit. Jin Wangshou had nothing to say to Wei Qinglan. Instead, she thought to hurry back and administer a Baoyuan pill to Zhao Curson. Though she had two beloved disciples, her affection for Zhao Curson was particularly strong, as there were old ties with her family. She could not fathom why Zhao Curson would become so infatuated with Enruxu that she would provoke Jiang Lixing. Despite her annoyance, she could not neglect her. Once the door closed, Mo Ruyan set up a barrier to ensure their conversation remained private before addressing Wei Qinglan. Qinglan, the Xiantian realm has been experiencing significant disturbances lately, and the leader is in closed-door meditation. Do you know the cause? I have consulted the omens, but remain unsettled. Wei Qinglan nodded. Master Mo, there is no need for concern. I killed 2 demon serpents that escaped from the demon suppression tower and disposed of their bodies back within the tower, hanging them from the beams as a deterrent. This has caused the myriad demons within to tremble, resulting in the disturbances in the Xiantian realm. It will settle in due time. Mo Ruyan let out a sigh of relief. Ah, I see. That is a relief. She then dispelled the barrier and exited. Chapter 27. Wasteful Extravagance. Seeing Mo Ruyan emerge, Zhou Zhenyan quickly re-entered to seek out Wei Qinglan. Like Mo Ruyan, he also set up a barrier and asked, Qinglan, did you give all 6 Jiahua fruits obtained from the Zhouchu divine domain to Jiang Lixing? Although he had not witnessed the exchange through Enruxu's projection stone, it was precisely this incident that led Zhao Curson to mock and confront Jiang Lixing, resulting in their altercation. He sought confirmation. Wei Qinglan nodded. Yes, Zhou Shidi. Zhou Zhenyan sighed in disappointment. What a waste. Jiahua fruits are prime ingredients for alchemy. Why would you give them to her? That little girl tends to squander precious things. Wei Qinglan explained. They were given to her as snacks. Zhou Zhenyan was almost in disbelief. That is sheer extravagance. He paced back and forth, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Wei Qinglan remained calm. Although the Jiahua fruits are valuable, Sister Jiang nearly exhausted her spiritual energy to heal my spirit vessel. You know her energy is unique and difficult to cultivate. Zhou Zhenyan was on the verge of losing his temper. Difficult to cultivate? Who told you that? Are you unaware that her spiritual energy was amassed by her esteemed master, the leader of the Yu sect, through pills? As long as she has pills, her spiritual energy can be replenished. No one else in this world finds cultivation easier than her. He had just sent Enruxu to the medical hall and had inquired about the situation. His senior brother informed him that he had already dispatched Si Shao down the mountain to procure replenishing pills, thousands of bottles, to be given to her. Tell me, who else uses replenishing pills like she does? Wei Qinglan paused, contemplating. The energy built from pills may only suffice for her to reach the foundation establishment stage, beyond which it becomes increasingly challenging. Zhou Zhenyan looked at him. Yet you still cannot allow her to treat Jiahua fruits as mere snacks. He rubbed his forehead. Our Kunlun, while renowned for its swordsmanship, is not devoid of elders skilled in alchemy. At the very least, you should have consulted her master, the leader of the Yu sect. After all, the leader is discerning. Should she learn her disciple has exhausted her energy in treating your wounds, she would surely be displeased. Giving away 6 Jiahua fruits as compensation would be reasonable, but to let Jiang Lixing treat them as snacks, does she even appreciate their value? Has she already devoured them? Wei Qinglan casually replied. If she ate them, then so be it. That was my intent anyway. I did not think too much about it. In truth, he wanted to explain that Jiang Lixing was quite discerning. She had waved away the fruits, but he had insisted on forcing them upon her. However, seeing Zhou Zhenyan's expression of sorrow, he chose not to elaborate on the details. What a waste. Zhou Zhenyan lamented, pacing again in distress. Well, what is done is done. They are likely already in her stomach. You have no idea how many precious items she has squandered throughout her life. It is beyond counting. In any case, you must not give her such fine items again, especially as snacks. It is utterly disgraceful to waste them, and it causes great sorrow. He mumbled to himself. The leader should have accepted them when you offered them. Sigh, such ignorance. Wei Qinglan rubbed his nose. I understand, master. I will be more mindful in the future. Zhou Zhenyan nodded, walking away with a pained expression. The efficiency of the discipline hall and the executive hall was remarkable. Just as Jin Wangshou had administered a Baoyuan pill to the tearful Zhao Curson, individuals from both halls arrived to escort Zhao Curson away. Zhu Wenin followed a few steps, but was stopped by the personnel from both halls. She could only halt, turning back to Jin Wangshou with urgency. Master, why did you not plead? The sect's regulations are clear. It is her own fault for lacking resilience. Within the sect, she boldly threatens others, disregarding the teachings I imparted to her. Perhaps it is time for her to learn a lesson. Though 100 lashes is a severe punishment, she has already consumed a rejuvenating pill. Once she endures the punishment, she can recover with the aid of spiritual elixirs and be fit to journey to the secret realm of the Qishan within half a month, without any delay. Zhu Wenin breathed a sigh of relief, glad that her junior sister's expedition to the Qishan's secret realm would not be hindered. She paused and, looking at Jin Wanqiu, expressed her discontent in a hushed tone. Master, wasn't Jiang Lixing sent here to learn from us by Qingxiu? It is said that she encountered great misfortune there, inciting public outrage, which led to her being sent to our Kunlun by Master Yu. Why is it only my junior sister who faces such severe punishment while she remains unscathed? She is at fault as well. It was your junior sister who struck first, engaging in a physical altercation over a verbal dispute with a fellow disciple, which is unforgivable. Jiang Lixing, though she retaliated, did so in self-defense. Jin Wanqiu replied tersely, adding that Jiang Lixing had returned from the medical hall, using her spiritual energy to heal Qinglan. Your junior sister took advantage of the situation, and the evidence captured by the reflective stone is irrefutable. She cannot escape her responsibility. Now, both the Discipline Hall and the Deacon Hall assert that Jiang Lixing is blameless. How could she be punished? Zhu Wenin fell silent. Jin Wanqiu glanced at her and sighed, understanding her concern for her junior sister. However, this matter has reached a conclusion, and further discussion is futile. Once she returns from her punishment, it will be your responsibility to care for her. You are older and more composed than she is. I urge you to counsel her more in the future. Let this experience serve as a lesson for her not to act recklessly or be easily provoked. Rest assured, Master. Zhu Wenin nodded. Additionally, after this incident, she should be able to let go of Enruxu. Moving forward, you must encourage her to focus on her cultivation. Indeed. Half an hour later, Zhao Curson, covered in blood, was brought back by the members of the Discipline Hall and the Deacon Hall, unconscious. Jin Wanqiu felt a pang of sorrow. After the two halls departed, he personally used his spiritual energy to heal Zhao Curson's wounds. Zhu Wenin stood by, astonished at the strict enforcement of the Deacon Hall, where the 100 lashes appeared devoid of leniency. She felt a twinge of discomfort, contemplating that had she been the one at fault, her master likely would not have treated her the same way. A rejuvenating pill costing thousands of spirit stones was given, and after her punishment, her master personally tended to her injuries. She was barely a few months older than her junior sister, yet from childhood, her master had always advised her to look after her junior. Thus, while her junior sister acted willfully, she never dared to do the same. Not only did she not dare, but she also felt compelled to counsel her. No one knew how envious she was of her junior sister's favorable background, her esteemed master's attention, and her seemingly perfect life. Her greatest setback was perhaps simply that Enruxu did not favor her. Chapter 28. Share blessings and bear hardships together. Jiang Lixing slept profoundly, oblivious, until someone began to throw beads against her window. The noise buzzed through her room, and it seemed that the intruder would not relent until she was awakened. Reluctantly, she opened her eyes. Who is it? Her voice was hoarse from slumber. It is I, junior sister Jiang. At last, you have awakened. Enruxu's voice came from outside, filled with concern. You have been asleep for 7 days. I was genuinely worried but could not bring myself to enter your room to wake you. So I resorted to throwing beads at your window, hoping to rouse you. It seems this method was quite effective. Every day he had called out to her multiple times, and hearing no response, coupled with his injuries preventing him from using spiritual energy to check on her, he could not withstand the wait any longer. Had it not been for Elder Zhou's visit, who confirmed her deep slumber through a spiritual probe, he would have continued to worry. Upon hearing that she had slept for 7 days, Jiang Lixing climbed out of bed, straightened her clothes, and stepped outside. She saw Enruxu leaning against the wall and thanked him. Thank you, senior brethren. Had you not called me, I might have slept for another 2 days. She had grown accustomed to falling into a deep slumber whenever her spiritual energy was excessively depleted since childhood. But the people of Kunlun were unaware of this. No need for thanks, junior sister Jiang. You simply slept too long. I hope you do not hold it against me for waking you, Enruxu replied, noticing Jiang Lixing still appeared drowsy. Jiang Lixing shook her head, her gaze falling on Enruxu, who still looked somewhat pale. Senior brethren, how is your injury? Has it healed? I couldn't bear to use the expensive elixirs, so I had to settle for the cheaper ones. It will take about half a month to recover. Enruxu turned his head to glance next door, lowering his voice. That sword strike from Zhao Curson was perilously close to my heart vein. After Elder Zhou sent me to the medical hall, He asked if I preferred a slow recovery using rejuvenating pills or a swift recovery with a top-grade solidifying pill. The former would cost around 500 medium-grade spirit stones, while the latter would require 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. Naturally, I chose the former. Jiang Lixing nodded. If given the choice, she would also opt for a slower recovery. However, she still inquired, Zhao Kursen injured you. She should be responsible for the medical expenses, right? And Ruxo blinked, responding in a hushed tone. Elder Jean from Spirit Beast Peak personally sent me 5,000 high-grade spirit stones as compensation. Junior sister Jiang, I am now wealthy. He gazed at Jiang Lixing, reminiscing. In the future, if such fortunate events arise again, I shall help you block swords. At that moment, he completely forgot that the troublesome romantic interest was his own doing. Jiang Lixing appeared to forget as well, her eyes widening in regret. Senior brethren, why did you suddenly rush out to block the sword for me? I could have handled it myself. 5,000 high-grade spirit stones could buy a multitude of treasures. And Ruxu scratched his head, realizing that this bargain seemed to benefit him. Feeling a bit guilty, he quickly declared, I will share half with you. Jiang Lixing coughed lightly. Let us save it for next time. If someone attempts to kill me again, do not intervene. And Ruxu readily agreed, all right. Wei Qinglan, having learned that Jiang Lixing had been asleep for 7 days, felt a twinge of concern, especially since it was due to him. He decided to check on her. Upon arriving at the courtyard, he overheard their conversation. He paused, sheathed his sword, and made a slight noise. And Ruxa turned around, his eyes lighting up. Junior brother Wei. Jiang Lixing looked at Wei Qinglan in surprise, and also greeted him. Senior brother Wei. Wei Qinglan nodded, stepping into the courtyard. His gaze swept across Jiang Lixing's face, noting her still evident fatigue. He then turned to Ruxu, inquiring, is senior brother N's injury fully healed? Not yet, Ruxu replied, leaning against the wall. He attempted to descend, but inadvertently tugged at his wound, gasping in pain and paling before returning to lean against the wall, catching his breath before unsteadily asking, Junior brother Wei, what brings you here? Are you looking for junior sister Jiang? After all, he had entered Jiang Lixing's courtyard, so it was clear he was not there for him. I came to check on junior sister Jiang since I heard she has been unresponsive, Wei Qinglan remarked, frowning. In 7 days, the expedition to the Qishan's secret realm will commence. Senior brother N's injury must heal quickly. It is best to avoid anything detrimental to your recovery. He might as well have directly told him that climbing walls was not conducive to healing. And Ruxa felt abashed. I was also worried about junior sister Jiang. She had been asleep for 7 days and still showed no signs of waking, so I climbed the wall and threw beads at her window to rouse her. Seeing Wei Qinglan's gaze on him, he felt a bit ashamed. I should return to rest. It sounded rather improper to wake a girl by throwing beads at her window. He hesitated to descend from the wall, feeling it was inappropriate to leave just yet, so he quickly scrambled back up. Junior brother Wei, you are not going to the Qishan secret realm, are you? Wei Qinglan, being at the Golden Core stage, could not enter the Qishan secret realm, which only allowed cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage or lower. For those with higher cultivation levels, they would need to suppress their powers to enter. While the Qishan secret realm was enticing, it held little allure for Wei Qinglan, who had already traversed the unending divine domain. I should not be going, Wei Qinglan replied. And Ruxu pressed further, what about junior sister Jiang? Her spiritual energy was completely depleted, and her body had yet to recover. After sleeping for 7 days, it seemed she still had not had enough rest. I was forced to awaken her by throwing beads at the window. In her current state, he wondered if Wei Qinglan had any means to help Jiang Lixing restore her spiritual energy. After 7 days, would she be able to accompany them to the Qishan secret realm? Wei Qinglan replied that the medical hall had procured spirit replenishing pills for Jiang Shimi, and her recovery would depend on her condition after taking them. And Ruxu thought about it. Given Jiang Lixing's current state, even if she could restore her spiritual energy, she would still need to heal Wei Qinglan's spiritual injuries. Whether she could go would depend on further developments. He sighed and turned to Jiang Lixing, solemnly saying, Jiang Shimi, we share both fortunes and tribulations. If you cannot go to the Qishan secret realm, then neither will I. Jiang Lixing quickly replied, and Shi Xiao, I am not particularly keen on going to the Qishan secret realm either. Focus on your recovery. Do not worry about me. That won't do. Our friendship is profound. How could I not care for you? He declared, and after finishing his words, he slid down the wall and returned to his room to recuperate. Jiang Lixing. She truly did not wish to go to the Qishan secret realm. She was not eager to be pursued and devoured by monstrous beasts. Chapter 29. Fearful Jiang Lixing was quite easy to read, her face clearly displaying resistance to the idea of going to the Qishan's secret realm. Wei Qinglan observed her, unconsciously curling his lips into a slight smile, though it quickly vanished as he spoke with a calm demeanor. The medical hall has procured over 1,000 bottles of spirit-replenishing pills for you, which will be administered as needed. According to Master Ying's estimation, it should not hinder your journey to the Qishan's secret realm in 7 days. Jiang Lixing gasped. This was indeed a lavish provision. Even her master would not have arranged such a quantity for her at once. However, she soon realized that this was due to the fact that the person before her was injured, and her insufficient spiritual energy prevented her from healing him promptly. Moreover, having slept for 7 days, with only 7 days remaining before their departure for the Qishan secret realm, both Lord Zhou and Master Ying had insisted that she must go there. It seemed they wanted her to use this time to heal Wei Qinglan's injuries, hence providing her with enough spirit-replenishing pills, aiming for a solution that would serve both parties. She sighed, "Do I really have to go to the Qishan secret realm? I am genuinely afraid of being torn apart by the beasts within." It was said that the secret realm was rife with vicious monsters, and even the various sects members would turn on one another in a bid for spirit herbs and opportunities. Someone like her would undoubtedly be at risk of being killed. Wei Qinglan reminded her, "You have already evaded 2 strikes from Master Qi. Ordinary people cannot harm you." "But you mentioned ordinary people. What about extraordinary ones?" Jiang Lixing lamented. Trying to negotiate, Wei Shixiao, "Could you speak to Lord Zhou on my behalf and request that I not be compelled to go? My master has strictly forbidden me from attending." Wei Qinglan firmly rejected her plea. 3 days ago, Kunlun received a message from Master Qingshu of the Yuzong, stating that you must participate in this Qishan secret realm excursion. Master Yuzong declared that as long as you are in Kunlun, you are a disciple of Kunlun and must adhere to its arrangements. Jiang Lixing's eyes widened in disbelief. "Has my master abandoned me?" Wei Qinglan coughed lightly. "Not quite. However, Master Yuzong believes it is time for you to venture out and gain experience. After all, you cannot remain on the mountain your entire life." Jiang Lixing mumbled. Staying on the mountain for a lifetime does not seem so bad. She felt she had not yet lived enough, but she was also quite averse to risking her life. Wei Qinglan chuckled at her. "All right, come with me to the medical hall." Jiang Lixing nodded in agreement. Wei Qinglan summoned his sword, gesturing for her to mount it. Jiang Lixing, still lacking strength to fly on her own, as she had done 7 days prior when he returned her, distanced herself and climbed onto his sword, allowing him to carry her to the medical hall. Zhu Wenin emerged from the adjacent courtyard and, upon seeing the 2 departing figures, recognized Wei Qinglan in his red attire without a doubt. She could not possibly mistake Jiang Lixing, who was being carried by him on his sword. She stared at their retreating figures until they vanished from sight before retracting her gaze and flying towards the Spirit Beast Peak. Since Zhao Curson had endured the lash, she was sent back to the Spirit Beast Peak by the service hall and entrusted to Jin Huaqiu. Upon reaching the Spirit Beast Peak and entering the main peak, she approached Zhao Curson's quarters, pushing the door open. Seeing Zhao Curson awake, she approached her bedside and asked, "Shimmy, how do you feel today? Are you any better?" "Senior sister," Zhao Curson replied with a pale complexion and a weak voice, "I am better, but still quite uncomfortable." Zhu Wenin looked at her with concern. 100 lashes were not something an ordinary person could endure, and it was only natural for her to feel unwell. "Master has gone to fetch medicine for you again. Rest assured, it will not delay your journey to the Qishan secret realm." Zhao Curson nodded in acknowledgement. Zhu Wenin sat beside her, using her own spiritual energy to soothe her muscles while saying, "I just stepped out today and saw Wei Shidi carrying Jiang Lixing on his sword." Zhao Curson was filled with hatred for Jiang Lixing and exclaimed in surprise, "Wei Shidi is carrying her? Did he go to her place to find her?" "Why? I don't know." Zhao Curson shook her head. "Jiang Lixing has been in a deep slumber for 7 days. She likely just woke up last night, and he must have taken her away this morning." Zhao Curson seethed with discontent. How dare she entice Wei Shidi, that vixen? "Shimmy, tread carefully," Zhu Wenin warned. "Do not speak such words again. Do not forget the reason for your punishment. I heard from Master that Wei Shidi was injured while slaying 2 demon snakes that escaped from the demon suppression tower. Because Jiang Lixing's spiritual energy is unique, Master Ying permitted her to assist in healing Wei Shidi. Perhaps that is why she was taken away right after waking." Zhao Curson's eyes turned red with indignation. "Senior sister, why does her fate appear so fortunate? Why doesn't Shixiang shield her from harm? He even claims to dislike me." Zhu Wenin paused momentarily and handed her a handkerchief to dry her tears. Shimmy, if Xixiang does not fancy you, then you should find someone else to admire. He is hardly worth your affection. I will not change. I only like him, Zhao Curson replied, her tears soaking the handkerchief. Zhu Wenin fell silent for a moment before saying, then you must find a way to win his heart. How am I to do that? I fear I may not even be able to approach him anymore. You do not know how he looked at me that day, with such disdain. That expression of disgust is etched in my memory. Zhu Wenin tightened her grip on the handkerchief. If you truly like him, then strive to cultivate. There will be opportunities in due time. Even if you harbor resentment towards Jiang Lixing, do not act recklessly. And Xixiang is kind-hearted, and he would naturally be displeased if he saw you acting maliciously. After a pause, she lowered her voice. There is a spirit beast on Qingxiu Mountain that resembles a fox and has 9 tails. Its cries are akin to that of a child. It excels in the art of allure and enchantment. If you were to collect its blood and have someone drink it, it would surely entice them. And even celestial beings would find it difficult to unravel the spell. If you genuinely cannot let go of Xixiao, you might try capturing one and see if it allows you to have your way with him. After that, he would belong to you. Zhao Curson's tears ceased as she reached out to snatch the handkerchief covering her eyes. Zhu Wenin held it tightly, preventing her from seeing her expression. In a gentle voice, she said, Shimmy, capturing a 9-tailed fox is no easy feat. I only mentioned it casually. You should not take it to heart. And Xixiang is indeed admirable. But there are countless men in the world. Surely, there is one better than him. Like Wei Shitty, Zhu Wenin unfolded the handkerchief, her tone as usual. Junior sister, look. In this brief moment, your tears have already soaked the cloth. A daughter's tears are precious. You must shed them wisely. Now, you have bestowed them upon me, which feels rather unworthy. If you must cry, it should be before brethren. He is the kindest soul. If you silently apologize to him while weeping, he would surely feel embarrassed to confront you harshly. Zhao Curson focused her gaze. Senior sister. Zhu Wenin tucked away the handkerchief. Junior sister, we are closely bonded. I genuinely wish for your well-being. I understand, senior sister. If only you had been there during my quarrel with Jiang Lixing. You would have intervened and prevented me from hurting brethren. Though Zhao Curson harbored resentment towards Jiang Lixing, she deeply regretted having harmed Ruxu. She looked at Zhu Wenin and said, Senior sister, you mentioned that if Jiang Lixing dared to confront Wei Shitty, then she would be finished. Would she truly be finished if she confronted him? Indeed, Zhu Wenin affirmed. Who is Wei Shitty? He is the young genius of our Kunlun sect, entrusted with significant responsibilities. He cannot falter. The sect leader will not allow any entanglement of emotions to jeopardize his path. Suddenly, Zhao Curson sat upright. I will make Jiang Lixing pay. Seemingly disregarding her pain, she grasped Zhu Wenin's wrist tightly, her heart surging as she declared, Senior sister, I will strive to cultivate diligently, go to Qingxiu Mountain, capture the 9-tailed fox, and obtain its blood. Even if it is not for brethren, I must have it. Her hand trembled. Yet she managed to complete her thought, voicing what she dared not think. I want Jiang Lixing to die. Junior sister, do not act impulsively. Zhu Wenin countered, gripping her hand firmly. In 7 days, we must venture to the Qishan's secret realm. Your first priority is to apologize to brother and mend your relationship. As for Jiang Lixing, you must also seek her forgiveness and reconciliation. She lowered her voice, emphasizing the importance of strategy. Zhao Curson nodded, her emotions tumultuous. After a long while, she released Zhu Wenin's hand. Senior sister, will this harm Wei Shitty? No, Zhu Wenin reassured her. What sort of person is Wei Shitty? He is favored by heaven and is protected by the essence of fate. He will not encounter misfortune. Zhao Curson felt a sense of relief, though the realization of her pain returned, causing her face to pale as she lay back down, drenched in cold sweat. Senior sister, I am in such pain. Zhu Wenin promptly responded, lie down properly. I will use my spiritual energy to alleviate your discomfort. Jiang Lixing remained unaware of Zhu Wenin's thoughts over the past 7 days. Thoughts about herself, Zhao Curson, and Ruxu, and Wei Qinglan. Upon waking, her mind was still foggy as she stood behind Wei Qinglan's sword, nearly stumbling twice, only to be caught by Wei Qinglan in time, who then grasped her collar and pulled her forward. Jiang Lixing felt a rush of embarrassment and apologized. Brother Wei, I'm sorry. I'm still waking up and feeling a bit dazed. Once we reach the medical hall, and you take the restorative pill, I will escort you back to rest. Wei Qinglan replied, observing her lowered head. It was clear she had been hastily awakened by Ruxu and rushed out without properly fixing her hair, which now was tousled by the wind. revealing her delicate neck and the fair skin peeking from her collar. He released her and turned his gaze forward, steadying himself. Jiang Lixing obediently steadied herself, determined not to lose focus again, straining to keep her eyes open. Wei Qinglan flew swiftly on his sword. Yet Jiang Lixing found the journey somewhat arduous. After what felt like an eternity, they finally arrived at the medical hall. As the sword halted, she exhaled deeply and leaped off, but due to her hasty descent and weakened state, she nearly stumbled over her skirt and faltered. Wei Qinglan reached out to catch her. Exasperated. What is the hurry? Jiang Lixing shrugged off his hand, stepping back. I wasn't in a rush. I just couldn't maintain my balance. Wei Qinglan observed her as if she were avoiding a great calamity, hesitating for a moment before retracting his hand, his expression growing indifferent. Jiang Shimi, what are you afraid of? I'm not afraid, she replied. Wei Qinglan scrutinized her. Whether you are afraid or not, you know it in your heart. Jiang Lixing lowered her head, rubbing her toes, instinctively feeling the weight of pressure above her, emanating from his golden core strength. It was indeed formidable, and she struggled to catch her breath. After a moment of silence, feeling overwhelmed, she mustered the courage to speak. Brother Wei Yu. She took a deep breath and quickly finished. Once I heal your spiritual injuries, I will have repaid the favor you owe me for saving me in the Forbidden Land. It would be best for us to avoid close contact in the future. Wei Qinglan's expression turned cold. Why? Jiang Lixing dared not look up, but with newfound courage. She said, You are a treasure of Kunlun. I fear that being too close to you might lead me to commit a grave mistake and cause you harm, bringing great disaster upon myself and ending up imprisoned for a millennium at the Cliff of Despair. Wei Qinglan scoffed lightly, sheathing his sword as he walked toward the medical hall, his voice coolly detached. Do not overestimate yourself. What abilities do you possess to cause me any trouble? With that, he entered the medical hall. Jiang Lixing stood rooted in place, inwardly grumbling. He underestimates me. Her worth had caused resentment in Qingxiu, where people wished to expel her from the sect, yet here in Kunlun, she was belittled. Well, the one underestimating her was Wei Qinglan, who had the privilege to be so proud. Chapter 31. The lesser which meets the greater which inside the medical hall. Ing Zhongyu had just dismissed Jin Wangchou and was now reprimanding Si Xiao. When you take on disciples in the future, do not emulate Jin Wangchou. Zhao Kersen made a grave mistake. Receiving 100 lashes is what she deserves. Yet look at her. As her master, you are not only jumping around to clean up after her, but also searching for spiritual herbs to heal her. That aside, it has been 7 days. And you yourself must make a daily trip to this medical hall. How can such indulgence teach Zhao Kersen a lesson or help her truly recognize her mistakes? There's a saying that a doting mother spoils her child. In my view, that is precisely what you are doing. Si Xiao listened attentively, but still quietly remarked. In terms of spoiling disciples, the head of Qingxiu, Master Yu, and Master Gu from Yushu Peak surpass even Master Jin. Ing Zhongyu shot him a glance. How can Jin Wangchou be compared to Master Yu? The leader of Qingxiu has vast influence. Jiang Lixing has been in Qingxiu for many years, walking through life unscathed. If it weren't for that fire that burned the spiritual fields and destroyed countless spiritual plants, her transgressions would not have warranted the protection of Master Yu, sending her to Kunlun for instruction. You must have seen that when the girl arrived in Kunlun, she was unscathed, brought here by the mountains and rivers that traverse thousands of miles. And as for Master Gu, while he may not compare to Master Yu, his swordsmanship is the deadliest among the 32 peak masters of Kunlun. His reckless fighting style instills fear in all. And Ruxa has even grasped half of his essence. These two protect their disciples because they possess the capability to do so, while Jin Wangchou, besides her noble lineage and her ability to be flexible. How does she compare to these two? Among the 32 peak masters of Kunlun, she is not at the bottom, but she merely relies on her wealth to clean up after her disciples. What merit is there in such indulgence? Si Xiao understood, cupping his hands. Disciple is enlightened. The master speaks wisely. He was still young and couldn't help but ask in surprise. Did Jiang Shimi really set fire to Qingxiu's spiritual fields and destroy thousands of spiritual plants? Ing Zhongyu snorted. Though Master Yu concealed the news, the disaster was too great for Qingxiu to keep quiet. Someone is bound to leak their grievances. I heard this directly from the head of Qingxiu's medical hall. So it must be true. The spiritual plants are crucial for concocting quality medicines, and naturally, the most aggrieved would be the Qingxiu medical hall. Si Xiao sighed. Master Yu is indeed too indulgent towards her disciples. Compared to him, Master Jin seems like a mere novice. Wei Qinglan arrived at the entrance, catching snippets of the conversation, pausing momentarily before stepping into the medical hall. Jiang Lixing followed closely behind, also listening. Over the years, she had caused numerous troubles in Qingxiu. Yet this particular incident was not her doing. She was merely taking the blame for someone else, utterly wronged. However, after just telling Wei Qinglan that she was always causing trouble and feared it would implicate him, it was fitting for him to hear that she was not exaggerating. It was indeed wise not to become too close to her, just like in Ruxu, who was now lying in bed recuperating. Although the peach blossom was caused by him, had it not been for her confrontation with Zhao Curson, he would not have sustained such grievous injuries, nearly striking his heart and putting his life at risk. Upon the arrival of the two, the mentor and disciple ceased their conversation. Ing Zhongyu, unfazed by the potential awkwardness of being overheard, glanced at Jiang Lixing and raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Awake? I thought you would sleep for another 2 days." Jiang Lixing responded with proper decorum, "Ing Hall Master." Waving his hand, Ing Zhongyu pointed to a nearby box of spirit-replenishing pills, stating, "This box of pills is all yours. Do you wish to use them here, or take them back?" "Right here," Jiang Lixing declared resolutely. "As soon as my spiritual energy is restored, I can immediately tend to Brother Wei's injuries. With this many pills, it should suffice to heal Brother Wei's spiritual palace." "Very well," Ing Zhongyu replied with alacrity. "Then use them now." The box was already open, revealing neatly arranged rows of spirit-replenishing pills and bottles. After sleeping for 7 days, Jiang Lixing's stomach was empty. She reached for a bottle, opened it, and poured its contents into her palm, consuming them one by one. In no time, she had finished one bottle, and she reached for another without hesitation. For her, consuming these pills was as effortless as eating a meal. Within moments, she had ingested 5 bottles. Si Shao watched in astonishment, while Wei Qinglan remained expressionless. Ing Zhongyu couldn't help but comment, "Fortunately, your spiritual energy is unique. If an ordinary person were to consume this many pills at once, they would surely perish." Jiang Lixing nodded, revealing that she had been accustomed to these pills since childhood, and would rather not consume them if she had a choice. Having filled her stomach with 5 bottles, she crushed the remaining pills, drawing energy directly from her fingertips. Her actions were swift, and before long, the ground was littered with empty bottles, and her exhaustion visibly faded. After using dozens of bottles, Jiang Lixing halted and addressed Ing Zhongyu. "We can begin now. I am ready to heal Brother Wei's spiritual palace. You and Brother Si will assist me, just as before. When my spiritual energy wanes, please crush the pills to replenish it." Ing Zhongyu nodded, agreed. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have imagined that after consuming dozens of bottles, she would transform from a wilted flower into one brimming with vitality. No wonder it had been said for years that her foundation was built solely with pills, given her unique spiritual energy, if there had been no other means. The Jade Sect Master would have truly been at a loss. He then turned to Wei Qinglan, sealed the medical hall's door, and said, "Let us begin." Wei Qinglan regarded Jiang Lixing, refraining from insisting that she rest. It was evident to anyone that after consuming dozens of bottles, she had regained her strength, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Lixing, relieved by his agreement, stepped forward and, as before, tentatively channeled her energy into his spiritual palace, drawing from her previous experience. This time the process was remarkably smooth, and she meticulously repaired the damage. Although eager to heal Wei Qinglan's wounds, she understood that repairing the spiritual palace was a delicate task. Despite her urgency, she remained vigilant, proceeding with caution, inch by inch. Wei Qinglan could sense her carefulness and patience as he quietly stood, his gaze fixed on her face. The radiance she had regained from replenishing her energy began to fade, becoming visibly pale as the replenished energy was consumed. Ing Zhongyu and Si Shao, standing nearby to protect them, dared not let Jiang Lixing deplete her energy as she had during their last encounter. Instead, upon noticing her pallor, they hurriedly pressed pills into her hands. In the stillness, the only sound was the soft crunch of pills being crushed. Half a day later, after consuming over 800 bottles of spirit-replenishing pills, Jiang Lixing finally repaired Wei Qinglan's spiritual palace. Just as she was about to withdraw her hand, a surge of immense spiritual energy erupted from within Wei Qinglan's palace. Seizing her, startled, she opened her eyes wide and looked at him. He had his eyes closed, lips parting as he commanded, "Do not move." Jiang Lixing found herself unable to obey. The moment his palace was repaired, the overwhelming pressure of his spiritual energy bore down upon her like a mountain. She felt utterly immobilized. Moments later, she sensed the vast energy enveloping her, releasing a fine thread of spiritual energy that, like a delicate stream, began to explore her own palace, reminiscent of her initial entry into his. A shiver coursed through her, and instinctively, she wished to erect a barrier to expel it. But his strength was insurmountable. Her consciousness was ensnared, akin to losing control, leaving her with no choice but to remain still as the thin stream infiltrated her own spiritual palace, which was ajar due to their connection from her healing efforts. As this dark expanse of her spiritual palace welcomed his energy, it felt as though a galaxy had flowed within, bringing a cool, snow-like light that traversed her palace before settling, transforming into luminous points that seamlessly merged with the low-lying reservoir of her dwindling energy. Unlike Ing Zongyu's energy, which she had resisted, this energy integrated effortlessly. Jiang Lixing's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Wei Qinglan. What was he doing? Bestowing her energy? After a successful initial attempt, he no longer hesitated, pouring his energy into her spiritual palace, which instantaneously shattered into luminous points, dispersing and merging. In mere moments, the reservoir within her palace was filled, and he seemed unsatisfied, attempting to expand her spiritual realm. No. Jiang Lixing struggled to voice her protest. Qinglan, what are you doing? Ing Zongyu was equally astonished. Though unaware of the specifics, he could see Jiang Lixing's panic and the overwhelming energy enveloping her. Brother Wei, Si Xiao, unable to withstand the pressure of the energy, paled and took a step back. Ignoring them, Wei Qinglan's energy surged within Jiang Lixing's palace, rendering her powerless to resist. His efforts to expand her spiritual realm were evidently effective. Soon, ripples began to spread across her reservoir as it expanded. Jiang Lixing was both alarmed and furious as she finally grasped his intentions. This man. He was using his energy to fill her empty palace and even attempting to widen it. For years, her master had been unable to achieve this, yet he had succeeded. But she did not want this. She was bewildered as to why her energy could merge with his. Perhaps it was due to her healing him? Regardless, she adamantly opposed his attempts to enhance her. She had just saved his life. If he simply did nothing, they would be even. But what was he doing? Realizing he had no intention of stopping, she angrily resisted, striving to reclaim control over her spiritual palace. Clenching her teeth against the searing pain, she stirred her energy, fiercely opposing his overwhelming force. Her resistance was so intense that her face turned pale. Reluctantly, Wei Qinglan withdrew, severing their connection. After successfully reclaiming her autonomy, Jiang Lixing glared at him in fury. What are you doing? I said no. Her face flushed with anger, and overwhelmed by her emotions and fatigue, she nearly collapsed. Wei Qinglan stepped forward, reaching out to steady her. Jiang Lixing, infuriated, pushed him away, breathing heavily, her eyes blazing as she glared at him. After a moment, she huffed in anger and turned to leave. Si Xiao was left dumbfounded. Throughout Kunlun, no one, including the sect master, had ever dared to confront Wei Qinglan in such a manner, let alone express such fury. Ing Zongyu seemed to understand. Knowing Wei Qinglan's character, he realized that after enduring such severe injuries, it was impossible for him to remain idle after Jiang Lixing had painstakingly healed him, even if he owed her a debt of gratitude. Thus, it is not surprising that he can perform such feats, utilizing spiritual energy to counterbalance. However, what astonished him was the fact that Wei Qinglan's spiritual energy could actually merge with Jiang Lixing's. The energy he imparted to her was not rejected by Jiang Lixing's sea of consciousness. Furthermore, he had not anticipated Jiang Lixing's vehement resistance, even to the extent of injuring herself to forcefully sever Wei Qinglan's infusion of energy and expressing such intense anger towards him. For a moment, the entire medical hall fell into a profound silence. Wei Qinglan remained standing, his expression calm and unrepentant, showing no sign of anger despite Jiang Lixing's outburst, making it difficult for anyone to discern his thoughts. Ing Zongyu, being well-versed in various matters, cleared his throat to break the silence, remarking on the girl's considerable temper. Si Xiao cautiously interjected, Master, Wei Shidi, Jiang Shimi has stormed off in anger. Should someone not follow to check on her? You go. Ing Zongyu waved his hand, instructing Si Xiao to also take the remaining spiritual recovery pills to her, stating simply to tell her that they were all for her. Si Xiao glanced at Wei Qinglan, noting his silence, nodded, and hurriedly took the remaining pills to pursue Jiang Lixing. Ing Zongyu conjured a barrier and turned to Wei Qinglan, stating, regardless of the life-saving grace you have bestowed upon her, or the box of precious fruits you brought from Mount Kunlun. It is more than sufficient to compensate for her treatment of your spiritual residence. There is no need for any further actions. Wei Qinglan remained noncommittal. Ing Zhongyu continued candidly. You have never been fond of others encroaching upon your personal space, yet you do not hesitate to assist Jiang Lixing repeatedly. Do not tell me you have developed feelings for her. Wei Qinglan lifted his eyelids, meeting Ing Zongyu's gaze with a cool demeanor. What is it that you wish to convey, Uncle Ing? Besides, Master, you often touch me too. Ing Zongyu clicked his tongue, clarifying, I was referring to a woman. He scrutinized Wei Qinglan's eyes, his tone frank. I am not the sect leader, and thus cannot govern your actions. The sect leader is in seclusion. And I do not wish to admonish you, but I believe Jiang Lixing is not in the wrong today. She possesses self-awareness and does not wish to be entangled in your reciprocal debts, for both her sake and yours. Do not be foolish. After saying this, he dismissed the barrier with a wave of his hand, urging Wei Qinglan to leave. Hurry along. Your injuries have exhausted me for days on end, and I have not had a good night's sleep. Now that you are healed, I can finally rest well. Chapter 33. No progress. As Jiang Lixing exited the medical hall, the cold wind revived her senses. Gradually realizing her earlier outburst towards Wei Qinglan was unwarranted, she reflected that he was quite infuriating, yet she felt no regret. When would their mutual debts of gratitude cease? This constant entanglement could lead to grave consequences, and she had no desire for any calamity to befall him, which might land her in the depths of the eternal despair cliff. At that point, her master's efforts to appease the sect leader of Kunlun would likely be futile. Her master had sternly warned her to behave, for if she caused significant trouble in Kunlun, he would be unable to assist her. Taking a deep breath, she braved the cold wind, shivering as she summoned her sword to return to her residence. She flew too swiftly, and Si Xiao, who had been a step behind, caught up to her just as she was about to close the door. Jiang Shimi, wait. Turning back, she saw Si Xiao and steadied her emotions. Si Xiao, did you pursue me because Master had any instructions? Si Xiao, having sheathed his sword, observed Jiang Lixing's pale, frostbitten complexion. Noting the layer of ice on her new Kunlun disciple attire, he exclaimed, Jiang Shimi, why did you not use your spiritual energy to perform a cleansing technique? You are soaked to the bone. The cold in Kunlun could easily induce a fever. Despite being cultivators, we still possess mortal bodies. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lixing stiffly cast a cleansing spell upon herself, feeling warmth envelop her as the ice melted away. I forgot. Had it not been for your reminder, I might not have remembered. Si Xiao sighed, realizing Jiang Lixing had indeed been vexed by Wei Qinglan, returning while freezing. He produced the recovery pills and handed them to her. Master asked me to deliver these. He said the remaining pills are all for you. Jiang Lixing's face brightened with joy. Are they truly for me? Yes, Master said so. She eagerly accepted the pills and placed them into her storage pouch, her face radiating with gratitude. Thank you, Master Ing, and thank you, Si Xiao, for your effort. Si Xiao was momentarily dazzled by her smile. Realizing how enchanting she appeared when happy, he quickly averted his gaze. No need for thanks. I shall take my leave now. Jiang Shimi, rest well. All right, Si Xiao. Take care. Jiang Lixing nodded as Si Xiao flew away. Holding the remaining pills, she turned back, feeling her anger dissipate significantly. And Ruxu, hearing the commotion, could not resist climbing out of bed and onto the wall. Spotting Jiang Lixing's return, he waved. Jiang Shimi, you're back. How did it go? Was Wei Shidi's injury treated? Jiang Lixing replied, it has been healed. And Ruxu was astonished. Healed? Indeed. After a moment of processing, seeing her affirming expression, he gave her a thumbs up, admiration evident in his eyes. To heal an injury that even Master Ing could not resolve. Jiang Shimi, your spiritual energy is truly formidable. This was the first time Jiang Lixing had received such praise regarding her spiritual prowess. Her abilities had continuously troubled her master, making progress feel like an insurmountable task. Looking up at Ruxu, she earnestly stated, and Shi Xiang, you should compliment me more. And Ruxu chuckled heartily. You are indeed remarkable. There is none like you in the world. Such divine favor must mean you are blessed by fate. If you truly achieve great success in your cultivation, who knows? You may ascend to immortality, perhaps even become a deity. Jiang Lixing, that is quite an extravagant compliment. She smiled brightly at him, feeling elated despite the improbability of his words. Thank you, and Shi Xiao. No need for thanks. Seeing her happiness, and Ruxu too felt joyous. Hurry back to rest. In 7 days, I will call for you to depart together as a team. All right, and Xixiang, make sure to rest well too. And Ruxu nodded twice before sliding down the wall. Jiang Lixing returned to her quarters with a lightened heart. Upon entering, however, instead of collapsing into bed as usual, she sat cross-legged and began to explore her spiritual residence. Indeed, it was not merely her imagination. That small reservoir within her spiritual residence had truly expanded significantly. Wei Qinglan's spiritual energy had remarkably impacted her spiritual domain. For years, her master had endeavored to unlock her stagnant spiritual residence without success, yet by a twist of fate, Wei Qinglan had inadvertently assisted her. No practitioner could resist the allure of benefits to their own spiritual residence, and she was no exception. Yet, ironically, the person capable of this was not her master, but Wei Qinglan, someone she had vowed never to provoke. She summoned her spiritual energy, attempting to extend her reservoir as per Wei Qinglan's method, but her entire body became drenched in sweat, and pain nearly caused her to faint. Yet the reservoir remained unresponsive. Not even a ripple disturbed its surface. Defeated, she abandoned the effort, cursing herself in frustration. Meanwhile, Wei Qinglan exited the medical hall, opting to walk rather than summon his sword. Yun Duan, returning from the mountains, was headed towards the medical hall when he fortuitously encountered Wei Qinglan. Wei Shidi, he called out. Yun Xixiang, Wei Qinglan acknowledged with a bow. Yun Duan scrutinized him closely, astonished. Wei Shidi, has your injury to the spiritual residence fully healed? Yes. Congratulations. Yun Duan expressed joyfully. Your injury had caused Master Ing considerable concern, and it is surprising that he found a remedy so swiftly. He produced a new storage pouch, asking Wei Qinglan, this is the item you asked me to procure for Jiang Shimi. I have gathered everything. Should I deliver it to her? Or will you do so yourself? Wei Qinglan accepted it. Thank you, Yin Xixiao. I will personally deliver it to her. Yun Duan observed him intently. And you and Jiang Shimi. Wei Qinglan's expression remained placid. It was she who treated my injury. Yun Duan was taken aback. Wei Qinglan did not elaborate. Brother Yun has just returned from the foot of the mountain? Is he heading to the medical hall? Yes. While I was down there, I happened upon a medicinal pill. I couldn't discern its nature, but I felt it must be something valuable. I'm taking it to the medical hall for Uncle Ing to examine. Wei Qinglan nodded. Brother Yun, please go ahead. The two parted ways. Yun Dan resumed his sword flight, but after a short distance, he suddenly turned back. He saw Wei Qinglan still walking. Step by step, her silhouette resembling the snow atop Kunlun Mountain, cold and serene, showing no signs of change. He mused that he had indeed overthought. Wei Shidi had been guided by the sect leader since childhood and would eventually shoulder the heavy responsibilities of their sect. A person like him, wholly devoted to the Tao, would not be easily disturbed by worldly matters. He recalled the day he returned to the mountain gate and first encountered Jiang Lixing. He had brushed past her without a word, clearly showing no interest in her. With that thought, he felt reassured and proceeded to the medical hall. Wei Qinglan arrived at Jiang Lixing's residence and knocked on her door. Not too many, just 3 knocks, enough for anyone inside, even if asleep, to hear. Jiang Lixing was indeed asleep. After expanding her spirit abode, she had spent a long time studying it, only to conclude that it was largely unchanged, merely allowing her to store a bit more spiritual power. Still at the foundational level of cultivation, she felt a mix of frustration and discontent, ultimately deciding to lie down and sleep. Upon hearing the knock, she groggily got up and opened the door, only to see Wei Qinglan standing outside, rubbing her eyes vigorously. She scowled and said, "What do you want?" She truly had no fondness for him at the moment. With a swift motion, she slammed the door shut. Wei Qinglan, unaccustomed to such coldness, especially from someone so overtly rude, felt a mix of amusement and disbelief. He looked at the door that had just been slammed in his face and called out, "Brother Yun has returned, and I've brought everything you asked me to buy. Are you sure you don't want it?" After saying this, he turned to leave. Jiang Lixing thought to herself, how could I have forgotten about that? She immediately opened the door and hurried after him, grabbing his sleeve, her previous anger dissipating. "I said I want it." Wei Qinglan shook off her hand, ignoring her, and continued walking. She hastily pursued him for a couple of steps, breathless, and finally grasped his arm again. "I said I want it." Wei Qinglan had no choice but to halt, glancing at her hand. "Is it not permissible to touch you? What is your hand doing now? Does it have a mind of its own?" Jiang Lixing felt on the verge of tears. She gazed at Wei Qinglan with a pained expression, recalling how he had once helped her, only to be pushed away in anger. Now, the tables had turned, and the repercussions came swiftly. She thickened her skin and admitted, "Yes, yes, yes, it's my hand, and it seems to have a will of its own." Wei Qinglan let out a soft snort. Jiang Lixing thought, "He can even snort at people." She forced a smile, apologizing sweetly. "Brother Wei, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been so ungrateful. I was wrong. Please forgive me." Wei Qinglan scrutinized her, pondering whether she genuinely felt remorse or was merely after her snacks. "If you truly regret it, then you have a good heart and don't wish to take advantage of me. I helped you, and you turned around to help me back. This is the courtesy between sect members. I should not have lost my temper and held a grudge against you." Wei Qinglan nodded. "Will there be a next time?" There one TB. Noticing her sincere apology, Wei Qinglan reached into his storage bag and handed it to her. Jiang Lixing eagerly accepted it. Opening it to find it brimming with her desired items, with her snacks prominently displayed, her expression brightened, and all her anger vanished. "Thank you, Brother Wei." Wei Qinglan turned his face away. "No need for thanks." He added, "In 7 days, we shall embark on the journey to Qishan. Don't forget." Jiang Lixing produced a package of snacks and stuffed it into his hands. "I want tea, forget." Wei Qinglan hesitated, almost saying he didn't tea want it. But upon seeing the gleam in Jiang Lixing's eyes after receiving the snacks, he swallowed his words and accepted the offering. Jiang Lixing fastened the storage bag to her waist and eagerly opened another package of snacks to munch on. I haven't tea eaten in days." While cultivators often abstain from food, resorting instead to medicinal pills, she had grown accustomed to snacking since her master would buy her treats whenever she felt nauseated from consuming pills. Over the years, she had formed the habit of feeling lethargic without ordinary food. Now, with her supplies replenished, she felt satisfied and was inclined to engage in pleasant conversation with Wei Qinglan. "Thank you again, Brother Wei. You've accomplished what my master could not. You're truly impressive." She imitated Enruxu's tone, sincerely praising him. "In the future, not only will you ascend to immortality, but you will surely become a deity." Wei Qinglan chuckled lightly. "Thank you for your kind words. Now, I shall take my leave." After saying this, he turned and walked away. The gentle breeze rustled his garments, and with that smile, it felt as if spring had graced the air, melting even the eternal snow of Kunlun Mountain. Jiang Lixing stood there, dazed for a moment, and when he vanished from sight, she gave herself a firm knock on the head, murmuring softly, oh no, I've lost my principles for a bite to eat. What smells so good?" And Ruxa climbed back up onto the wall, sniffing the air. "Jiang Shimi, what are you eating?" Jiang Lixing turned, exasperated. "Brethren, you can't heal like this. Snacks, do you have any?" And Ruxa grinned. "I'm so bored from healing. That is why I can't stay still. What snack smells so delicious? I want some." He was a true foodie, wanting to indulge in whatever could be found on Kunlun Mountain. However, he usually indulged in high-end delicacies, spiritual herbs, spirit beasts, and elixirs, never touching mundane grains. Jiang Lixing approached him. "Grains? You can't eat them while healing, can you? For cultivators, consuming grains could be detrimental, introducing impurities into the body, which is why most abstained from them. Unless, like her, it made no difference in terms of spiritual power." As for Wei Qinglan, having reached the golden core stage, eating grains was neither beneficial nor harmful. But for Enruxu, still in the foundation stage and recovering, it might not be advisable. "I want to eat," Enruxu said, seeing how much Jiang Lixing was enjoying her snacks, and he felt tempted. Jiang Lixing could only hand him a package. "Then just eat a little." "All right, thank you, Jiang Shimi." Enruxu stretched down from the wall, grasped a snack, and after chewing it, he reminisced. "It's been years since my master brought me to Kunlun. I haven't tasted earthly grains in ages." He ate another piece, sighing nostalgically. "I had forgotten what it tasted like. It's so good." Jiang Lixing replied, "Don't get addicted. After all, she was an exception. He was different. Sampling once in a while was fine, but he couldn't indulge in it daily." Enruxu paused, retracting his hand from the bag. "All right." With a sigh, he lamented. "I don't even know what we're cultivating for, avoiding this and that, toiling day in and day out. How pointless." Jiang Lixing found it quite fascinating. "If you weren't a cultivator, you wouldn't be able to eat this, or it could be fatal." "True." Enruxu felt comforted. "Jiang Shimi, you're really kind." Jiang Lixing urged him, "Brethren, you should return to rest. If you don't take care of your health, you won't be able to join me in the secret realm of Qishan." She truly wished for a companion. Otherwise, she feared being devoured by a beast as soon as she entered. "All right, if I can't resist coming out to talk to you again, Just ignore me. And Ruxu slid down from the wall. Chapter 35. A variety of pursuits. Upon returning to her room, Jiang Lixing eagerly emptied the contents of her storage bag. Among the items were the talisman paper, brushes, materials for refining tools, a bagua plate, and a large assortment of snacks. As she surveyed her treasures, satisfaction enveloped her. Although senior brother and claimed that cultivation was tedious, she felt otherwise. With these tools, she found her practice to be immensely engaging. Whether it was alchemy, tool refinement, or talisman drawing, her curiosity was piqued. However, her spiritual energy was rather chaotic, leading to frequent mishaps that often resulted in trouble. Yet, this did not diminish her enthusiasm for these pursuits. With these items at her disposal, her days no longer felt long and dreary. Thus, for the next 7 days, she sequestered herself in her room, experimenting with her newfound supplies. The materials were quite ordinary, so she did not anticipate any significant disasters. After all, any creations would lack substantial power. At most, they might only dislodge the roof. Yet, before the discipline hall could intervene, she adeptly repaired the damage herself. Only a few times did her activities disturb Ruxu, who was recuperating next door. The first time he heard a loud crash. It was unmistakably not the sound of a door closing. He rushed out to investigate, only to be astounded by the sight of Jiang Lixing's roof, which had collapsed in the middle. Seeing her emerge, covered in dust and ash, he hurriedly inquired, "Jiang, junior sister, what happened? Why is your house in ruins?" Wiping her face with her sleeve and brushing off the dust, she sheepishly apologized. "I'm sorry, senior brethren. I mismanaged the fire while refining tools and damaged the house. I didn't mean to disturb you." And Ruxu, bewildered, gazed at the collapsed ceiling. "I heard you could dabble in everything during your time in Qingshu, but I never expected you could create such a ruckus. Did you fail to control the fire?" Jiang Lixing shook her head. "No, I succeeded." Surprised by her success, and Ruxu immediately asked, "What did you create? Can I see it?" "Of course," Jiang Lixing replied. Rushing back into her room, she soon returned with an uneven, circular object resembling a bracelet. "It's this. A bracelet?" And Ruxu scrutinized the unsightly item, struggling to find any praise. "Is this something you wear for fun?" Jiang Lixing corrected him earnestly. "It's not a bracelet, it's a sleeve arrow." And Ruxu, forgive him. He had never seen a sleeve arrow that looked so unappealing. It resembled a simple circular bracelet. Jiang Lixing slid the sleeve arrow onto her hand, pressed a protrusion, and with a series of whooshing sounds, 3 sharp little arrows shot forth, embedding themselves into a nearby pine tree. "Wow." And Ruxu was taken aback. Watching all 3 arrows pierce the tree trunk, he instantly forgot his earlier disdain for its appearance and exclaimed, "Junior sister Jiang, your sleeve arrow can shoot 3 arrows in succession. That is impressive." Blushing from the compliment, Jiang Lixing clarified, "It's only these 3 arrows." And Ruxu, puzzled, turned to her. "Are you saying this item can only shoot 3 arrows?" "Surely not." "It can," she affirmed. And Ruxu, he had hoped it would be capable of firing 100 or more. Jiang Lixing approached the pine tree and extracted the arrows from the trunk, returning them to the sleeve arrow. With a sigh, she lamented, "It's all because I'm too poor. I didn't have enough materials, so I could only produce these 3. And Ruxu immediately encouraged her. "That is still quite impressive." He had no experience in tool refinement. Intrigued, he asked, "Junior sister Jiang, if you had enough materials, how many could you make?" "I'm not sure. It depends on my skill. If I fail, I won't be able to produce even 1. But if I succeed, making 8 or 10 should be feasible," she replied candidly. And Ruxu nodded repeatedly, eager to praise her. "That is still remarkable. Not everyone can refine tools." Glancing at her damaged room, he hesitated, "But you can't live here now. And it's the property of the discipline hall, so you'll have to compensate for the damage." Jiang Lixing quickly declared, "I'll fix the roof. I'll take care of it right now." She urged Ruxu to rest while she climbed onto the roof to begin repairs. Thus, Ruxu watched as Jiang Lixing skillfully mended the roof, restoring it to a seamless state. The task was labor-intensive. She ventured into the forest to fell trees, stripped the bark for rainproofing materials, and smoothed the mud, laboring for nearly half a day. When the representatives from the discipline hall arrived to inspect, they had no objections to her repairs, and consequently, she was not required to compensate for the damage. Jiangnan also made a point to observe her work and, noticing her adeptness, remarked on her skill. He had not anticipated that this young lady possessed such talents. Had she been in the mortal realm, she would surely thrive as a skilled mason. He praised Jiang Lixing. "You must have repaired roofs quite often over the years." her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she nodded. Zhou Jiangnan chuckled. As long as you can repair it yourself, feel free to experiment. There are countless paths. No one dictates that one can only pursue a single path. Any form of cultivation is a rebellion against fate. A collapsed roof is hardly a concern, as long as you don't split Kunlun Mountain in two. With Zhou Jiangnan's endorsement, Jiang Lixing felt liberated to continue her endeavors. The classes at the discipline hall had ceased. Zhou Jiangnan instructed the disciples to prepare for their upcoming journey to the Qishan secret realm. Jiang Lixing had 7 days to utilize all the materials entrusted to her by the diligent Qinglan, gathering supplies for their expedition. In the following days of Enruxu's recovery, he listened intently as each morning, loud crashing sounds echoed from next door. Unable to resist, he would rise from his bed to peek over the wall, discovering that Jiang Lixing was either refining tools, drawing talismans, or concocting elixirs. Her activities were diverse and abundant. Each time, she either dislodged the roof, broke windows, or damaged doors and walls. He observed her frantically creating chaos in the morning, only to spend the afternoons repairing her home, busy throughout the day with scarcely a word exchanged. Enruxu was left in awe. He had never encountered a girl as devoted to her cultivation as Jiang Lixing, who reveled in her pursuits, seemingly entranced. 7 days passed swiftly, and the day arrived for their departure to the Qishan secret realm. Enruxu's injuries had healed sufficiently, allowing him to continue his recovery on the journey. Thus, on that day, he and Jiang Lixing gathered their belongings and joyfully joined the entourage from Kunlun Mountain, heading toward the Qishan secret realm. Chapter 36. Departure. The opening of the Qishan secret realm was a rare event, occurring only once every 100 years, prompting various sects to send their teams. Moreover, some independent cultivators, having learned of the news, also made their way to the site. Disciples from all peaks and halls of Kunlun participated, forming a substantial assembly. Kunlun had even arranged a flying vessel to transport the disciples. To Jiang Lixing's surprise, she recognized the leaders of the group: He Jintang from the Heavenly Sword Peak, Jin Wanshou from the Spirit Beast Peak, and Ing Zhongyu from the Medical Hall. Enruxu and Jiang Lixing greeted the three. He Jintang cast a glance at the pair and asked Jiang Lixing, "Will you be able to return alive?" Jiang Lixing. It was a difficult question to answer, but she replied, "I will do my best." Ing Zhongyu chuckled, "Just don't get eaten by any beasts. If things look grim, run quickly, don't confront them head-on. You've witnessed plenty of valuable items throughout your life. Even if there are treasures in the Qishan secret realm, your master has the ability to procure even better ones for you. Your primary purpose in going is to gain experience and knowledge, as well as to ensure your safety. Understand?" Understood. She valued her life dearly. Initially, she had little anticipation for the Qishan secret realm. Unlike others, she felt she could forego the journey. However, having come to Kunlun, she had no choice but to comply with its customs. Jin Wanshou remained silent. During these past days, she had exhausted nearly half of her savings to aid Zhao Kursan's recovery, ensuring she was fit to accompany them to the Qishan secret realm. As such, she found it challenging to maintain a cordial demeanor with the two. Although the situation had primarily arisen from Zhao Ke during Zhao Kursan's recuperation, she remained confined to her residence. Now, as she steps out of the mountain gate, she cannot help but glance at Enruxu. Noticing him with Jiang Lixing, she observes his rather grim expression. However, this time, she refrains from approaching him or making any sarcastic remarks towards Jiang Lixing. Instead, Zhu Wenin takes the initiative to greet Enruxu, inquiring about his recovery. "Signorin, have you fully healed from your injuries?" Enruxu nods in affirmation. "Yes, I have." Jiang Lixing turns to look at Zhao Kursan and notes her significant weight loss. Her once round face has transformed into an oval shape, indicating she has endured considerable hardship. In contrast, Zhu Wenin appears unchanged, and upon catching her gaze, she smiles at Zhao Kursan. "Junior sister Jiang, many people from Qingshu will be heading to the Qishan secret realm. Having been away from Qingshu for so long, I assume you must miss them?" Though reluctant to engage with her fellow disciples, Jiang Lixing nods in agreement. Indeed, senior sister Zhu speaks the truth. As the group boards the flying vessel, Enruxu and Jiang Lixing find a place to sit, where they happen to see Lu Shaoling. Jiang Lixing greets him. "Brother Lu." "Ah, junior sister Jiang." Lu Shaoling, noticing a fair and delicate young girl, struggles to remember her until Jiang Lixing addresses him. "I almost didn't recognize you in our Kunlun's new disciple attire. You've been in Kunlun for quite some time. I trust everything is well?" Each peak and hall has its own cultivation duties. And since Lu Shaoling has no reason to visit the discipline hall, he had not seen Jiang Lixing since she entered the mountain gate. Jiang Lixing smiles and confirms. Everything is well. Recognizing Enruxu, Lu Shaoling pats his shoulder. Junior brother, come, sit with me, and junior sister Jiang. I heard you were injured. How could you get hurt in our Kunlun? Did you venture to the demon suppression tower to battle demonic beasts? Enruxu sits beside him and responds, Brother Lu, you overestimate me. The beasts in the demon suppression tower are formidable. The weakest are at the golden core level. Even a single one could devour me whole. I wouldn't dare to confront them. He adds, it's truly incredible for someone like Wei Qinglan to have killed 2 demonic snakes in one go. Then how did you sustain your injuries? Lu Shaoling inquires. Enruxu glances at him and asks, Brother Lu, you're not feigning ignorance, are you? Not at all. Lu Shaoling clarifies. I was in seclusion until recently and heard you were hurt, but I'm unaware of the details. Enruxu sees no reason to conceal the truth, especially since Zhao Kursen's incident has attracted much attention. He replies with a hint of embarrassment, I was intervening in a conflict and got stabbed. What do you mean? Lu Shaoling asks, intrigued. Jiang Lixing coughs lightly and interjects. I had a disagreement with someone, and in the scuffle, senior brother was injured while attempting to help me. The person I fought has already faced punishment. Enruxu feels a sense of pride that Jiang Lixing downplays his role as the instigator. He nods in agreement. Yes. Brother Lu, that's exactly it. It was just my misfortune. Lu Shaoling nods. In Kunlun, we adhere to strict rules, unlike Qingxiu. Since junior sister Jiang is new here, she may need time to adjust. In the future, if you plan to stay here often, it's best to prioritize harmony. Brother Lu is correct, Jiang Lixing agrees. Enruxu feels a pang of guilt. Had it not been for his close association with Jiang Lixing, the troubles he attracted would not have involved her. He scratches his head, acknowledging that Jiang Lixing has been quite compliant in this matter and that the fault lies primarily with him. Jiang Lixing murmurs. It's not entirely N's fault. It was the other party's unreasonable behavior. This time, it is Enruxu who coughs. Mindful that there are others in the compartment, including Zhao Kursen and Zhu Wenin. Despite their low voices, their conversation could easily be overheard. Enruxu is not one to speak ill of others, whether to their face or behind their backs, unless provoked. Zhao Kursen and Zhu Wenin have been paying attention to their conversation. As practitioners, they possess keen hearing and can easily catch snippets of dialogue. Zhao Kursen's expression darkens further. She feels the urge to stand and say something, but is restrained by Zhu Wenin's gentle grip. Junior sister, do not stir up trouble. Have you forgotten what I told you? Zhao Kursen recalls Zhu Wenin's warning and suppresses her anger. Turning her face away, she thinks to herself, Jiang Lixing, you will inevitably find yourself alone one day. It is easy to enter the secret realm, but leaving is another matter entirely. Lu Shaoling observes Jiang Lixing and Enruxu, noting their budding camaraderie. He shifts the topic, junior brother and junior sister Jiang. Are you two traveling together? Would you like to join us? Who else is with you? Enruxu asks, not seeing anyone else. Lu Shaoling explains, some junior brothers and sisters from Yuzhu Peak. They enjoy revelry and are currently in the cabin playing drinking games. I've opted to abstain, but once we enter the secret realm, we will be together, as I am their senior brother. That sounds great. It's just the two of us, junior sister Jiang and I. If you and the junior brothers and sisters from Yuzhu Peak don't mind us slowing you down, we would be glad to join. Enruxu, self-aware of his limitations, notes that the strength of Jiang Lixing can only ensure his own safety, but cannot guarantee he won't be devoured by a demonic beast. Thus, having more companions offers some reassurance. Of course, we don't mind. It's settled then. I have no objections. My junior brothers and sisters are all good people, and they won't discriminate against anyone, Lu Shaoling affirms. Enruxu feels a surge of happiness and looks at Jiang Lixing, who reciprocates his joy with a nod. Chapter 37. Confrontation. The flying vessel sails for 3 days, finally arriving at the Qishan secret realm. During this time, Enruxu's injuries have almost completely healed. Upon disembarking, he exhales deeply. The secret realm has yet to open, but many people have already gathered at the mountain gate. Jiang Lixing scans the area but does not see any members from Qingxiu, likely indicating they have not yet arrived. She does not recognize many individuals from other sects, even during the 10-year grand competition, where various sects exchanged skills. No one sought her out for a match due to her infamous reputation for being inept. Her dismal performance left her without any standing. And aside from having a commendable master, she lacked social connections. In the realm of mortals, there exists a hierarchy, just as there is in the immortal world. Within the immortal sects, Jiang Lixing occupies the lowest tier. Despite her esteemed master, her social standing remains unredeemed. In contrast to her isolation, Zhao Kersen and Zhu Wenin quickly find acquaintances among the crowd and engage in lively conversation. And Ruxu also spots a familiar face, a male disciple from the Tai sect, who greets him enthusiastically, "Senior Brotherin, Junior Brother Chun," and Ruxu responds, equally pleased to see a familiar face. After exchanging pleasantries, the disciple asks, "I heard you faced a severe punishment for consuming in Yinhu? I thought you might not make it to the secret realm." And Ruxu sighs, "I was punished to guard the discipline hall for a year. However, the opening of the Qishan secret realm is a rare opportunity, occurring only once every 100 years. Since there are new disciples this year, I can accompany them into the secret realm as part of the discipline hall." He continues, "Once I return, I must resume my duties in the discipline hall until my year is complete." He expresses his grievances. "You have no idea. The discipline hall is unbearable. I only lasted a little over a month and suffered multiple injuries, being knocked down by the instructors almost daily. I can't even afford the healing elixirs anymore." "You seem to be in good spirits now. Was it really that bad?" The disciple asks in admiration. "You dared to consume in Yinhu? That is quite impressive." Among the various sects, news often travels quickly unless deliberately concealed. And Ruxu coughs, "I simply had a craving." The disciple inquires, "Is the Yinhu tasty no matter how one puts it? This matter has been brought back by your elder from Kunlun, traveling thousands of miles from the Korpsu mountain. And you so carelessly consumed it. Your audacity is indeed remarkable. Kunlun has always upheld strict discipline, and the severity of your punishment is well-deserved." The person patted on Ruxu's shoulder and then cast a glance at the quiet girl waiting nearby, clearly someone accompanying Ruxu. He couldn't help but inquire, "And who might this be?" "This is Jiang Lixing, my junior sister," and Ruxu introduced, recalling the girl beside her. Jiang Lixing felt a bit shy and responded, "I am Qingshu's Jiang Lixing, currently studying at Kunlun." "Ah," Chun Luyan slapped his forehead. "So you are the junior sister of Qingshu. I heard about an incident involving you recently. It seems you got into quite a bit of trouble, but no one knows the specifics." Jiang Lixing touched her nose and explained, "My master sealed the news, so it was difficult for you to inquire, Senior Brother Chen." Upon hearing that it was a matter deliberately kept under wraps, Chen Luyan, though curious, refrained from pressing further. Instead, he expressed genuine interest, saying, "I have heard Senior Brother Yi mention you, and I've long wished to meet you. Unfortunately, every time there was a trial, you were not in Qingshu. Today, I finally have the pleasure." Jiang Lixing blinked. "The Senior Brother Yi you mentioned is Yi Xingxi," he replied. Jiang Lixing felt a pang of embarrassment, wondering if he thought her too lacking for not managing even a single exchange with him. "Not at all," Chen Luyan reassured her. "Senior Brother Yi said you should not have merely exchanged one move with him. He found it quite puzzling and mentioned you a couple of times." Jiang Lixing smiled, revealing two charming dimples. "I simply lack the skill. Senior Brother Yi is exceptionally formidable. I cannot withstand his swordsmanship." Chen Luyan thought to himself how lovely Jiang Lixing looked when she smiled, her features delicate and unassuming. Just as he was about to commend Senior Brother Ye's prowess, the flying boat of Qingshu arrived, and he quickly changed his words. "Qingshu has arrived." Jiang Lixing turned her head to see the Qingshu flying boat come to a halt, from which descended a large group of people led by the three peak masters, followed by disciples at the foundation establishment stage and below. She recognized each of them. After all, throughout her childhood, she had caused countless troubles in Qingshu, and each one had been affected to some extent. Thus, on the day she was sent away from Qingshu, she was met with a chorus of cheers. Jiang Lixing stepped forward to greet the Qingshu members with a smile. "Uncle Li, Uncle Wang, Uncle Chu, have you missed me?" The three, 2 men and 1 woman, were the peak masters of Qingshu, Li Shuming of Tianyun Peak, Wang Yuqing of Danling Peak, and Chu Liqing of Yaofeng. Upon seeing her, their expressions soured, particularly Chu Liqing, who had lost half of his spirit plants over 1,000 acres, was still so upset he wished to expel Jiang Lixing from the sect. The day of the incident, he nearly spat blood from rage, and had it not been for arriving a moment too late, he would have forced her expulsion. He, a handsome man, turned pale at the sight of Jiang Lixing, recalling the destroyed spirit plants. His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at her. "You shameless thing! How dare you come to see me?" Jiang Lixing, taken aback by his fierce expression, lost her smile. "Uncle Chu, please do not be angry. There are circumstances surrounding that incident. The spirit plants. Junior sister Jiang, It was witnessed by both me and senior brother Chengqian of Zhaoyang Peak that you destroyed the spirit plants. You cannot deny it. A woman stepped forward from the group, her voice clear. This woman was Ji Fuling, the junior sister from Qingshu's Spirit Beast Peak, who had been caught secretly meeting with Chengqian and was subsequently framed by the two of them, leaving her with no way to defend herself. That day, she had even offered her apologies, but now she seemed quite content, having completely shifted the blame onto Jiang Lixing. Jiang Lixing felt a mix of anger and amusement. Truly, the thief was calling out to catch the thief. She looked at Ji Fuling with a cold smile. Junior sister Ji, at that time. My master was in a hurry to send me away, preventing me from defending myself. Do you think this matter is set in stone? How about we stand here and have Uncle Chu search our souls? Let us see if it was I who destroyed the spirit plants of Yaofeng, or if you conspired with senior brother Cheng to frame a fellow disciple. Ji Fuling's face turned pale. Jiang Lixing snorted, you shameless duo. Ji Fuling's expression became frantic, her face a mix of red and white. Why, you're slandering me. I did not. It's you who did it. Jiang Lixing dismissed her. Whether or not I did it can be determined through soul searching. Do you think the absence of a recording stone means there is no evidence? You, I, and senior brother Cheng are all evidence in ourselves. Are you a 3-year-old child? So naive to believe that just because you harmed me, I would be rendered speechless? She scolded without restraint. You lack shame, are foolish and unaware. A pair of immoral individuals, shamelessly framing a fellow disciple. People like you do not deserve to remain in Qingshu. Chapter 38. Self-proving innocence. Jiang Lixing had long wished to vent her frustrations, yet her master had never given her the opportunity. Fearing she would be taken advantage of and hastily sending her away, she had suppressed this grievance until now, and upon encountering Ji Fuling, who had presented herself so brazenly, she felt liberated in her verbal assault. Her outburst left everyone stunned, including the 3 peak masters. They were well aware of Jiang Lixing's demeanor, obedient and gentle, often feeling guilty and coy after causing trouble. They had never seen her launch such a fierce tirade, and they puzzled over where she had learned such language. Chu Lixing's face darkened. Jiang Lixing. After finishing her admonishment, Jiang Lixing looked at Chu Lixing's grim countenance and feigned innocence. Uncle Chu, I have never denied my actions. I have no qualms about what I have done. I will not accept blame for something I did not do. She pointed directly at Ji Fuling. It was her. She and Chengqian. You lie. You speak nonsense. Ji Fuling interrupted loudly. Jiang Lixing ignored her protests and continued smoothly. You were caught meeting in secret. And fearing I would expose you, you framed me. You two, one ugly, one shameless. What a pair. To frame me, you destroyed over 1,000 acres of spirit plants. And now you shamelessly run to me, shouting as if you fear everyone remains unaware of your disgraceful actions. Ji Fuling suddenly drew her sword, swinging it at Jiang Lixing. You lie. Jiang Lixing did not flinch, her small face unyielding. If you have the guts, kill me in front of the 3 peak masters. Let us see if my master does not flay you alive and throw you into the deepest pit of hell. Enough. Chu Lixing intervened with a wave, blocking Ji Fuling's sword. He glared at her, noting her pale, trembling face, and his expression darkened further. What is there to misunderstand? No, it's not me. It's her. Her words are false. Ji Fuling. She gazed at Jiang Lixing and said, you have come of age. You can no longer remain untested. To aspire to greatness, this is the path that must be traversed. Continuous trials are essential to temper your resolve. Jiang Lixing, obstinate, retorted. What if those 2 wretches harm me within the secret realm? I may enter, but she and Chengqian must not. Li Shuming and Wang Yuqing exchanged glances. Their expressions troubled. Chu Lixing's face darkened. Chengqian had broken through to the Golden Core stage days prior and was absent. The number of young Golden Core practitioners had long been the focal point of competition among the 3 major sections. Now, with Chengqian achieving this milestone before 30, he was indeed a rare talent. After all, not everyone could defy convention like Wei Qinglan or Yi Xingzi, who had attained Golden Core status before 20. Jiang Lixing's expression soured as she recalled this. No wonder she hadn't seen Chengqian. She had assumed he was hiding at the back when he had actually advanced to Golden Core and was not present. She venomously declared, what if he has reached Golden Core? There are countless young prodigies in the world. Even if he has advanced, this matter is far from over. I will search his soul first. If I am to enter the secret realm, those 2 wretches must be barred. Li Shuming sighed. This is the entrance to the secret realm, not the Hall of Elders. This matter must be resolved back at our sect. That is fine. I will enter the secret realm and bring her back to the sect. Jiang Lixing shot back, glaring at Ji Fuling. I have never suffered such humiliation in my life. Either we search her soul now and bring her to justice, or I will enter and she will not. Otherwise, if I enter and fall prey to a beast or her treachery, who will I turn to for justice? Chu Liqing asked, are you truly intent on searching her soul? Yes. Very well. Chu Liqing extended his hand toward her. Come here. I will search yours first. Chu Shixiao. Wang Yuqing intervened. This matter should not be rushed. We ought to return to the sect for a decision. Perhaps we could agree to let her enter the secret realm while Ji Fuling is escorted back. I refuse. Ji Fuling's face turned pale. You cannot heed her. Wang Yuqing's gaze sharpened. Then we shall search your soul first. Ji Fuling fell silent. Her complexion drained of color. Wang Yuqing scolded. Such guilt betrays you. Your denial is futile. The secret realm is opening. Someone suddenly shouted. The crowd turned, witnessing a vast black hole at the entrance to the secret realm. At this moment, some had already rushed inside, and Ruxu approached, glancing between the members of Qingxiu and Jiang Lixing. Jiang Shimi, we should enter now. He had initially stood back, observing the tense standoff, but now, seeing that Jiang Shimi was unscathed, he felt it best not to interfere in Qingxiu's internal matters. With the secret realm now open, everyone began to move. But Jiang Lixing remained still, prompting him to call out to her. Jiang Lixing looked at Ruxu apologetically. I will not enter the secret realm. You should join Chen Shixiang and the others. My absence will not matter. This. And Ruxu grew anxious. This secret realm opens once every 100 years. You are part of our Kunlun sect. Child, why are you hesitating? The secret realm has opened. Hurry. Ing Zhongyu urged Jiang Lixing. She turned to him. Then back to Chu Liqing. Chu Shishu, we must expedite the soul search. At that moment, Chu Liqing's anger flared. You will enter. She will not. Ji Fuling, horrified, protested. No, she cannot be taken back. Trembling, she produced a talisman and swiftly affixed it to herself, her face pale as she dashed into the entrance of the secret realm. Her movement was so swift that the onlookers barely registered it before she vanished. Jiang Lixing, exasperated, cried out, Chu Shishu. Chu Liqing acted instantaneously, freezing time for just a moment to use his artifact to apprehend Ji Fuling, who had nearly breached the entrance. With a crash, he cast her down to the ground. Jiang Lixing rushed forward and kicked the subdued Ji Fuling. Are you seeking death? To defy Chu Shishu right before him. Do you wish to die slowly? This kick was one she had longed to deliver. In Qingxiu, she feared no one but Chu Liqing. Otherwise, had he not destroyed his medicinal field, her master would not have sent her away without allowing her a chance to explain, fearing Chu Liqing would tear her apart. Chapter 39. Soul Search. Humans are foolish and unaware of it. Jiang Lixing thought Ji Fuling was both foolish and malicious without a shred of intellect. She contemplated kicking her again, but Wang Yuqing seized her arm, exasperated. Enough. You must enter the secret realm. It will close soon. Protect yourself, and we can discuss matters afterward. Jiang Lixing remained unconvinced. Wang Shishu, you want to let her go, will you? No, hurry. Wang Yuqing urged. Jiang Lixing hesitated. You must guarantee it. Chu Liqing darkly commanded, quickly go. Jiang Lixing stamped her foot. You must guarantee it. Chu Liqing waved his hand, instantly sending her to the entrance of the secret realm, evidently unwilling to waste more words. Jiang Lixing shouted, and Shixiao. And Ruxu rushed over, grabbing her hand while shouting. Lu Shaoling, astounded, hurried over, seizing Ruxu's hand and shouting, Junior brothers and sisters, hurry. The disciples of Tai awakened, quickly pulling each other along as they surged into the secret realm. The Qingxiu members were left stunned, having never anticipated that Jiang Lixing would become so well-liked after joining Kunlun, mingling with the Tai disciples. It was well known that she had been a pariah in Qingxiu, avoided by everyone with no connections whatsoever. Why are you still standing there? Li Shuming barked. What are you waiting for? The secret realm is closing. The Qingxiu members snapped back to reality and hurriedly rushed into the secret realm. The last wave of people entered just as the entrance sealed shut, leaving behind the leaders and elders from various sects who were responsible for overseeing the entrance, all of whom possessed at least nascent soul-level cultivation and did not enter the secret realm. Apart from them, the only one remaining was Ji Fuling, who lay unconscious on the ground after being kicked by Jiang Lixing. With the secret realm closed, silence descended upon the entrance. Chu Liqing looked down at the unconscious figure and raised his hand over her head. He was a decisive man and, heeding Jiang Lixing's words, did not wait to return to the sect before conducting a soul search on the fainted Ji Fuling. Li Shuming and Wang Yuqing did not intervene, for the destruction of thousands of acres of medicinal fields had left Chu Liqing furious enough to spit blood. Had he not been unable to catch Jiang Lixing, he would have torn Ji Fuling apart long ago. The sect leader, out of his own pocket, had compensated for the lost fields, yet it had not appeased Chu Liqing, who remained unsatisfied and demanded the sect leader tend to the restoration of the ruined fields daily, leaving the sect leader tormented and nearly withdrawn. Who could have imagined that Ji Fuling was not guilty of this calamity, but rather a victim of deception? If the sect leader were to learn of this, he would surely be infuriated. Cheng Qian, a diligent youth who had never caused trouble, appeared innocent and compliant. Who could have anticipated that they would engage in such treachery behind the scenes? None had expected this, and no one believed Jiang Lixing could be wronged. She had been a troublemaker throughout her life, dabbling in various pursuits, and they thought she had merely gone to the medicinal fields and mishandled her alchemy, causing the disaster. Little did they know she was a victim of a scheme. As the soul search unfolded, the truth revealed itself to Chu Liqing, his expression darkening with each revelation until it resembled the depth of a blackened pot. Ji Fuling, awakened by the pain of the soul search, struggled against the overwhelming pressure of Chu Liqing. Her face contorted in agony, drenched in cold sweat, she was utterly soaked. Upon touching the truth embedded in Ji Fuling's soul, Chu Liqing's fury surged, and he forcefully extracted a vision, presenting it before Li Shuming and Wang Yuqing. Look at this. These two scoundrels, indeed, it is they, unashamed and conniving. They conspired in secrecy, only to have their schemes exposed, leading to accusations and framing. Almost everyone had been deceived. Although Li Shuming and Wang Yuqing witnessed Jiang Lixing vehemently denouncing others, her fervent assertions momentarily swayed Ji Fuling, who appeared flustered and pale. Yet, without first-hand evidence, their conviction remained uncertain. The unsettling scenes of the soul-searching left them infuriated. Known for his amiable temperament, Li Shuming found himself exceedingly agitated. The sight was an affront to his sensibilities. He averted his gaze, deeming the offenders deserving of the harshest retribution. They should be brought back to the sect for appropriate punishment. Their outrage stemmed not merely from moral transgressions of illicit affairs, but from the audacity to fear Jiang Lixing's revelation and resort to sabotage by ruining the medicinal fields, thus framing her. One must consider the magnitude of loss. Over 10,000 acres of spiritual flora. The medicinal fields were vital to the entire Qingshu sect, indispensable for alchemy, artifact forging, formations, and personal cultivation. Wang Yuqing, known for her integrity and gentle nature, was equally incensed. She remarked that Jiang Lixing had caused her share of troubles throughout her life, but surely she would not deny responsibility for this incident. In the past, whenever she found herself in trouble, she would do whatever was necessary to make amends, repairing roofs, buildings, courtyards, and gardens, even exhausting her spiritual energy to assist others in their cultivation. Though she had received some protection from her master, it only spared her from expulsion from the sect and punishment from the disciplinary hall. She was still obligated to compensate for her misdeeds. Yet this time, she firmly insisted on her innocence. To her surprise, she truly was not at fault. She told Chu Liqing, "I will stay here with Senior Brotherly. You take her back to the sect." Such shameless individuals, devoid of character and morality, who conspired against their fellow disciples, must not be tolerated. Chu Liqing nodded, retrieved Ji Fuling's memories, and contained her using a magical tool before departing. As the three peak masters of Qingshu resolved the matter, those from Kunlun and Taiyi found it difficult to approach. Once they saw that Chu Liqing had left and the situation was settled, they finally came over to greet them. The three sects had always maintained a cordial relationship, with millennia of camaraderie, and the peak masters, hall masters, and elders were mostly well acquainted. Ingzongyu candidly asked, "Senior Brotherly, Senior Sister Wang, is it true that Jiang Lixing has been wronged?" Li Shuming nodded. Wang Yuqing sighed. "The younger generation of the sect is quite disgraceful. I fear we have become a laughingstock in front of you, Junior Brothering." Jiang Lixing had raised her voice while scolding Ji Fuling, and during Chu Liqing's soul-searching, there was no concealment. They felt compelled to acknowledge the truth rather than lie about it. "I actually quite like that girl Jiang Lixing. If it weren't for this incident, how could she have been sent to Kunlun?" Ingzongyu thought to himself. Without Jiang Lixing, he might still be fretting over Wei Qinglan's injuries, which would delay her healing and cultivation. Others could afford to be delayed, but Wei Qinglan could not. Wang Yuqing smiled. It's rare for someone to take a liking to her. It appears she has not caused any trouble in Kunlun? No, she has behaved quite well, compliant and rule-abiding. Without any misconduct, Zhongyu assured. He felt the quarrel between Jiang Lixing and Zhao Kersen was trivial and not worth mentioning. That's good. Once we emerge from the secret realm, let her return to the sect, Wang Yuqing said. Zhongyu smiled, no rush. We shall discuss it when she returns. Chapter 40. Mountain Bomb. The secret realm resembled a black hole. Once one stepped inside, it felt as though they had plunged into the void. Jiang Lixing, having never entered a secret realm before, cried out in alarm, "Brethren, hold on to me." And Ruxa clutched Jiang Lixing's arm tightly, equally shouting, "Sister Jiang, don't worry." Their combined cries echoed, amplifying the sense of panic. Initially, they felt themselves plummeting, but soon the world spun around them, fierce winds swirling. Despite Ruxu exerting all his strength, he could not withstand the tempest within the secret realm, and his grip on Jiang Lixing slipped uncontrollably, ultimately letting go. Jiang Lixing thought, this is the end. And Ruxu shared the same sentiment. Will we both perish from the fall? A series of others behind them also lost their grips, becoming isolated entities, twisting and tumbling, unable to see anything clearly. After an indeterminate time, with a thud, Jiang Lixing landed in a daze, her mind recalling the danger of the secret realm, a place fraught with peril, not one where one could lie about freely. Quickly, she scrambled to her feet, finding herself in a dense forest, having fallen between two withered trees. Fortunately, she had not landed atop a branch. Otherwise, the dead twigs would have pierced her. The thick layer of fallen leaves cushioned her fall, preventing her from losing consciousness. The area was eerily silent, devoid of life save for the rustle of leaves. Scanning her surroundings, Jiang Lixing realized there were no living trees. These had seemingly perished long ago. It was unclear how many years had passed. Yet the leaves remained unturned to soil. Standing still, she waited for a while, but no one followed her descent. Hesitant to call out, she feared attracting unwanted attention. She prided herself on having at least a modicum of common sense. She fumbled to retrieve her communication talisman, tapping it repeatedly to reach Ruxu. But after a prolonged effort, it emitted no light or sound. She realized communication was impossible here. Her master had once spoken of secret realms, each unique in its characteristics. On the journey to the strange mountain secret realm, she had overheard Ruxu and Lu Shaoling discussing it. They had prepared extensively, mentioning the presence of iron, jade, and the elusive immortal grass that could grant longevity. However, they had never mentioned an endless expanse of withered forest. The Kunlun Library was said to contain detailed records of the strange mountain secret realm as conditions, but these entries changed every 100 years. Each century, the obstacles within would transform anew, and only by overcoming these barriers could one uncover the true nature of the realm. At the time, Jiang Lixing had been too preoccupied with alchemy and artifact forging to visit the library, reasoning that since the records changed so frequently, it would be more prudent to spend her time crafting protective items, especially with Ruxu accompanying her. Little did she know, upon entering the secret realm, she would be forcibly separated from him. Clearly, this forest of withered trees was some sort of barrier. But how to break it? She had no idea. All she could do was tread carefully forward, stepping on the brittle branches that creaked beneath her weight. After walking for a while without encountering any threats, her courage grew. After all, the commotion she had created upon her arrival had not stirred any lurking dangers, suggesting that perhaps this place was devoid of peril. Emboldened, she called out, "Brethren, Ruxu!" She shouted several times, but received no reply. Drawing her sword and stepping atop it, she resolved to fly upward. Although her communication talisman had failed, her spiritual energy remained intact. Cleverly, she intended to soar above the vast, unending forest of withered trees. However, to her astonishment, as she ascended, the surrounding dead trees grew taller. For every inch she rose, the trees matched her height. After numerous attempts, she could not escape the forest and was forced to descend. As she fell, the forest seemed to lower with her until she returned to the ground, restoring the trees to their original stature. Jiang Lixing inhaled deeply, thinking, "Are you intentionally opposing me?" The lifeless trees offered no response. After much futile struggle, she decided to cease her efforts. How was she to escape? She sheathed her sword and quickly came to a realization. Within the secret realm, she need not seek the immortal grass or seize opportunities. She only needed to avoid being devoured by beasts to ensure her survival. Given that the withered forest appeared relatively safe, why continue to struggle? Perhaps it would be wiser to remain here and wait until her time in the secret realm concluded, allowing her to exit at the appropriate moment. Thus, she found a suitable spot to sit, opened her storage bag, and discovered an array of snacks emanating delightful aromas, so many varieties, each tantalizing her appetite. Selecting a package, she began to munch contentedly. Just as she was enjoying her treat, a fuzzy paw suddenly reached out from behind her and swiftly snatched the snacks from her grasp. Jiang Lixing was startled, instantly springing to her feet, her eyes widening in disbelief. There, in the very spot she had just vacated, stood a beast resembling a pig, its fiery red fur glowing like embers. Upon noticing her retreat, it bared its teeth and uttered in human language, "You wretched creature, why are you running?" Jiang Lixing thought, this creature resorts to insults right away. Warily, she regarded it, thinking, "You dare to steal from me and curse me at the same time." The beast glared back, menacingly demanding, "Hand over everything, or I shall not let you eat." Jiang Lixing had no intention of complying. She planned to remain in this secret realm for an extended period, and if she surrendered her snacks, what would she have left to eat? Having learned from her prior encounter with the earthworm that had pilfered her treats, she astutely recognized that a beast would always crave more. It was better to deny it entirely than to give in at all. She resolved to give it nothing, not even at the cost of her life. But what was this creature called? Did her master's compendium of monsters contain such a being? She racked her brain, searching her distant memories, and thought it might be called Shangao. Yet Shangao originated from Bitter Mountain, over 500 kilometers away from the grand dazzling mountain, where she found herself. How did she end up here? The Shangao, incensed by her refusal, lunged at her with its mouth wide open. It moved with astonishing speed, akin to a fireball, and in an instant, it was upon her. Jiang Lixing could not evade in time, and swiftly struck with her sword, thrusting it into the beast's mouth. To her horror, she heard a crunch as her sword was shattered into pieces. Shattered. Gripping the hilt, she felt a wave of shock wash over her. Realizing the peril, she aimed the hilt at its eyes and fled. Naturally, the Shangao was not about to let her escape. It deftly dodged the blow and spat out the shattered sword fragments, pursuing her relentlessly. The desolate forest echoed with the sounds of Jiang Lixing's frantic flight, colliding with the brittle branches, accompanied by the beast's incessant barrage of curses. It hurled insults at her, calling her stingy, unworthy, a wretched spawn. The relentless verbal assault ignited a fiery rage within Jiang Lixing, who yearned to retaliate, but the creature's ability to crush swords instilled fear in her heart. She could only run with all her might, attempting to outpace it with her sword mastery. Fortunately, her storage bag contained a spare sword, otherwise, she would have met her doom on the very first day in the secret realm. Chapter 41. A canine's life saved. Jiang Lixing ran for an hour, then 2, 3. Half a day passed, then a full day and night. 2 days, 3 days. The Shangao continued its pursuit. No matter how hard Chen Luyan was also inspired. He cast another thunder talisman, striking at the mountain dog with a bolt of lightning that made its fur stand on end. However, once the attack concluded, he discovered that the creature was still in good condition, shaking itself off before glaring menacingly at Chen Luyan. In a hurry, he threw out another attack talisman, which proved ineffective, merely singeing a few of its hairs. While evading, he quickly unleashed a confinement talisman, trapping the beast in place as it spun around. Observing its effectiveness, Chen Luyan sighed in relief. Jiang Lixing also exhaled deeply, swiftly deactivating her protective barrier and rushing to his side, thanking him for saving her life from that ferocious creature. Chen Luyan paused, puzzled by her reference to a life of a dog. Jiang Lixing scratched her head, somewhat embarrassed. This creature can curse. It has been hounding me with insults for 3 days. I've learned many undesirable phrases in our exchanges. She quickly spat. I must forget those foul words, or I shall be tainted by them. The mountain dog continued to ramble angrily. You two worthless creatures, let me out. I will devour you and tear you apart. Chen Luyan observed it for a moment, remarking, this creature has quite the tongue. Jiang Lixing noted, any decent person, after spending so long with this foul-mouthed beast, would surely pick up some profanities. Chapter 42. The illusory confinement talisman. After being pursued by the mountain dog for 3 days and nights, Jiang Lixing was now exhausted and weary. She sank to the ground, asking Chen Luyan, Brother Chen, how long can this talisman hold this beast? Chen Luyan, watching the creature's relentless spinning and crashing, was uncertain how long it could withstand its strength. Logically, it should hold for an hour, but this creature is exceptionally fierce. I cannot be sure. He inquired. You mentioned this creature is a mountain dog? Jiang Lixing nodded. Look at its appearance. It closely resembles the mountain dog depicted in the bestiary. Chen Luyan scratched his head, apologetically admitting, I have not thoroughly studied the bestiary and am not well acquainted with many of the beasts. I only reviewed the records of the predecessors regarding the monsters encountered in the mystical mountain realms before embarking on this journey, but it seems this creature was not mentioned. Jiang Lixing sighed. This beast originates from Bitter Mountain. According to our entry into the mystical mountain realm, we should not be here in the Great Rumble Mountains. I was puzzled when I first encountered it. She lamented. If I recall correctly, Bitter Mountain is over 500 kilometers from Great Rumble Mountain. How do we end up here? Chen Luyan was taken aback. What could have caused this? Jiang Lixing shook her head. I do not know. I fell into this desolate forest 3 days ago and have been pursued by this beast ever since. You have seen my speed on the sword. It is not slow. Yet I have not managed to escape this barren forest in 3 days. Chen Luyan nodded, confessing that he too had fallen into this place and had not encountered a single creature in 3 days. Fortunately, I crossed paths with you. Otherwise, I would have resorted to chopping down trees. Jiang Lixing shared his sentiment, realizing that without him, she would have been relentlessly fleeing. She suddenly understood. So, Brother Chun, you intended to chop down trees. How long would it take to clear this endless desolation? He mused. I do not know, but we cannot remain idle, trapped here forever. Chen Luyan, who had also wandered aimlessly for 3 days, felt that even if he were to chop trees, he might labor to exhaustion without finding an exit. Sigh. Jiang Lixing lamented. What shall we do? The immediate concern is to eliminate this beast, Chen Luyan stated, gazing at the mountain dog that continued to hurl insults. Sister Jiang, in the bestiary you have read, is there no mention of this creature's weaknesses or how to defeat it? Jiang Lixing sighed again. There is a record. It is said that in ancient times, Emperor Ku encountered one, which also cursed vigorously. It was ultimately slain by the dog Panhu that the emperor kept. Unfortunately, we do not have a Panhu. Chen Luyan sighed in dismay. Ancient times? How can this beast still exist? He pondered. Even if there were a Panhu, would it suffice? Ancient dogs were known to devour humans, were they not? Jiang Lixing nodded. Indeed. Let us depart. Chen Luyan decisively declared, Sister Jiang, if we cannot kill it, we must flee while the talisman continues to confine it. Though exhausted, Jiang Lixing understood the urgency of preserving their lives and promptly stood. You are right, Brother Chun. Let us run. You dare to flee? You wretched creatures, let me out. The mountain dog, realizing their intent, became frantic. Chen Luyan inhaled deeply, unable to contain his anger. One day, I will slay you, you filthy beast. You wretched thing, I will devour you and tear you apart. You will be skinned and boiled. The mountain dog continued to rant. You incapable waste, you were trapped by a single talisman and yet are so arrogant. If you had any ability, you would not run. Seeing Chen Luyan unable to resist the urge to retaliate with insults, Jiang Lixing paused for a moment before clearing her throat. Brother Chun, we must go. Do not stoop to its level. Yes, Sister Jiang, let us depart. Chen Luyan blushed, realizing how close he had come to being influenced by the creature's foulness. The two took to their swords and hurriedly fled. The mountain dog, incensed, barked and cursed, but could only watch as they disappeared into the distance. Noticing Jiang Lixing rushing ahead, Chen Luyan followed closely. Sister Jiang, which direction are we headed? Are we on the right path? East. Always east. If this is indeed Bitter Mountain, we must head east to reach Great Rumble Mountain, Jiang Lixing asserted. Chen Luyan understood and called back. I will follow your lead. Their speed on the sword was swift, but after traversing for half an hour, Chen Luyan felt an intense heat radiating from behind him. A rush of hot wind surged forward, causing alarm. He turned abruptly, startled to see, Sister Jiang, that beast is pursuing us. Jiang Lixing gasped and quickly turned, her eyes wide with fear. Brother Chun, it seems that creature's speed has doubled. It has leveled up. Run. Chen Luyan shouted. I cannot run fast. I have a Gale talisman, he exclaimed, slapping a talisman onto Jiang Lixing's sword hilt. Her speed instantly doubled. He hurriedly applied one to himself as well. Feeling his own speed increase, Jiang Lixing was almost moved to tears. Brother Chun, how long will this Gale talisman last? 1 hour, he replied. Jiang Lixing shouted. How many do you have left? Just 2. Jiang Lixing's face fell. I have other talismans, but none that can kill it. Even if used, they would only sustain us for another hour. Chen Luyan mused. Though this creature resembles a pig, it likely possesses a keen sense of smell. How else could it have tracked us over such a distance? It must have an extraordinarily acute sense of smell, Jiang Lixing lamented, recalling her own struggles to escape its relentless pursuit. Realizing their dire situation, she shouted, "Brother Chen, stay close to me." Chen Luyan immediately followed her lead. Once he was close, Jiang Lixing swiftly applied a talisman to him, then quickly affixed one to herself. She had consumed 2 talismans in an instant. Feeling a pang of regret as she gritted her teeth, "Brother Chen, this creature is clever. From now on, do not speak, just follow me." With that, she veered sharply northward, guiding her sword. Chen Luyan readily complied, trailing closely behind her. After a brief moment, Chen Luyan stared in astonishment as Shangao did not pursue them, but instead continued to roar and curse as it headed east. He opened his mouth, but dared not speak, instead following Jiang Lixing as they ran northward. After a while, Jiang Lixing turned west, almost in the opposite direction of Shangao. They continued running for an hour until the wind talisman on their swords became ineffective. Feeling safe at last, Jiang Lixing finally spoke. "Senior Brother Chen, we can talk now." Chen Luyan had been holding back for a long time. "Junior Sister Jiang, what kind of talisman is this? That beast didn't even notice us and kept chasing eastward. I've never seen anything like it. It's truly astonishing. It's a type of invisibility talisman, enhanced with an illusion, called the illusory invisibility talisman," Jiang Lixing explained. Chen Luyan was enlightened. "This talisman is remarkable. Where did you buy it?" Jiang Lixing beamed with pride. "I drew it myself." Chen Luyan was left speechless, his admiration for Jiang Lixing growing. Such an exceptional illusory invisibility talisman, unseen and unheard of, was created by the seemingly inept Jiang Lixing. The rumors he had heard were clearly untrustworthy. "Junior Sister, how long can your illusory invisibility talisman last?" "I'm not sure," Jiang Lixing replied honestly, shaking her head. "The effectiveness varies each time I draw a talisman. Some last longer, some shorter. The longest can last for several days, while others might only last for a moment. I drew these 2 when my spiritual energy was abundant, so they should hold for a while longer." "Then let us hurry and run a bit farther," Chen Luyan urged. He then posed another concern. "The beast will track us by scent. Once your illusory invisibility talisman fades, will it still be able to find us?" "Hard to say. We should just keep running further," Jiang Lixing admitted, uncertain. Chen Luyan inquired again. "How many more of these talismans do you have?" "None left," she replied. Chen Luyan sighed, realizing that extraordinary items are seldom in abundance. The 2 dared not linger or slow their pace, continuing to run northward for an entire day and night without Shangao pursuing them before they finally felt secure enough to stop. Chen Luyan was overjoyed. "Junior Sister Jiang, your illusory invisibility talisman was effective for a whole day and night, and it still hasn't worn off. You must know that even the high-level talismans drawn by Elder Danyang of Tai only last a short while." Jiang Lixing shared in the joy, relieved to have finally evaded that beast. "We should be safe now, right?" She reached for her snack in her storage bag, but hesitated, fearing that taking it out might attract the beast again. She sighed against the tree, feeling quite hungry. Chen Luyan produced a fasting pill. "Junior Sister, didn't you bring any fasting pills? Here, take one." In theory, cultivators at the foundation level no longer required fasting pills, as simply absorbing the essence of nature would suffice. However, Chen Luyan had a habit of being prepared, keeping fasting pills for his younger siblings who were not yet at the foundation level. Jiang Lixing shook her head. "I didn't bring any, but senior brother, you should keep it. I don't want to eat this." She sighed, explaining, "I crave snacks, earthly snacks that I have in my storage bag. But I'm afraid to take them out. They have a strong scent, and I worry it will attract that beast again." She lamented, "You see, it started pursuing me when I was eating, and since that day, it has relentlessly chased me, wanting my snacks. When I refused to share, it turned its anger toward me." Chen Luyan finally understood. "So, Junior Sister, you mean to say that you didn't want to part with your snacks? And that is why it's been chasing you?" Jiang Lixing nodded. "At first, it didn't want to eat me. It just wanted my snacks. When I refused, it became furious." Chen Luyan fell silent for a moment before asking, "Is earthly food really that delicious?" He had been raised in the Tai sect, where both his parents were cultivators. He had been taught from a young age to avoid worldly indulgences. While he had ventured into the mortal realm, he had always been warned that such food was tainted and unbeneficial for cultivators, so he had never partaken. Jiang Lixing fondled her storage bag. "I find it delicious." "Well, that beast can't have it for free," Chen Luyan said, seeing how Jiang Lixing was clearly tempted yet afraid to indulge. "Just endure a little longer. Although we have traveled far, that beast is clever. and it has advanced in a short time. If it comes back, we might not be able to handle it. Jiang Lixing was determined to hold out, nodding. Yes, I can endure. Chen Luyan sighed. In this cursed place, how can we escape? We've traveled so far north. Can we still go east? Now calm, Jiang Lixing pondered. We're quite fast on our swords. Logically, we should cover several hundred miles in a day. However, before meeting you, I had been running east for several days and still couldn't find a way out. Now that we're heading north, it's the same. After a day and night, there seems to be no end. I suspect we're inside a grand formation set by a master. We've been running in circles. Whether east or north, it may all be in vain. She added, and going upwards won't help either. I've tried that. I'm tall, and the withered trees are also tall. I've tried that too, Chen Luyan said, surprised. Is this truly a grand formation? Junior sister, your words resonate with me. However, I know nothing about formations. He looked at Jiang Lixing with expectation. You must have some understanding of formations, right? Jiang Lixing scratched her head, admitting, I've studied them. But my knowledge is not profound. This formation is incredibly intricate. It took me several days just to vaguely perceive that it is a formation. With my abilities, I fear I cannot break it. Chen Luyan took a deep breath, encouraging her. Junior sister, you must believe in yourself. This only increased Jiang Lixing's pressure. Chen Luyan continued. If this is indeed a formation, we must rely on you. Clearly, there is no one else here. It's just the two of us. My master once said that in secret realms, the challenges we face are opportunities meant for us. Our presence here indicates that there is an opportunity for both of us. Jiang Lixing felt like crying. I didn't ask for an opportunity. She then shared her thoughts. Senior brother, I was hoping that if we couldn't get out, we could simply wait for the secret realm to fall asleep again and then be ejected. As long as I can survive, that's enough. Chen Luyan shook his head. Junior sister, you're mistaken. We must find a way out. Otherwise, if we're trapped in this grand formation, we may fall into a slumber alongside the secret realm, waiting another 100 years to awaken. Don't you remember how many predecessors have gone out to train, only to be eaten by beasts or trapped in various illusions? Never to escape? Jiang Lixing gasped in horror. Is it really like that? Indeed, Chen Luyan replied, chuckling at the absurdity. So, who told you that by merely waiting, you'd be ejected? When we entered, we passed through an entrance. To leave, we must find an exit. Jiang Lixing fell silent, realizing no one had ever informed her. This was her first venture into a secret realm, and she had assumed it was a given. Chen Luyan clarified, the kind of secret realm you described, where one can be ejected, is one specifically opened by our sect for the training of disciples, overseen by the elders with a set time frame. That is not the case here. This place is exceedingly perilous. Jiang Lixing was taken aback. I thought it was enough to just keep myself safe from being eaten by beasts. Had she known, she would never have ventured in. Yet here she was, having thwarted the entrance for Ji Fuling, the dead woman, while she entered. Chapter 44. The Nexus. Jiang Lixing felt tears welling up. Chen Luyan, noticing the sudden redness in her eyes, was taken aback, rendered speechless. Jiang, junior sister, please, do not cry. It is said that once the secret realm opens, it can take several months before we awaken from our slumber. We still have ample time to devise a plan. We will surely find a way out. Jiang Lixing's tears were not shed for the inability to escape, but rather from her own foolishness. If only she had known better, she would have dragged Ji Fuling, that wretched woman, along with her. If they were to perish, they might as well all perish together. That way, even if she unveiled the truth, the sect would not take her life, while her own fate remained uncertain. She sniffled and said, Chen Shixiang, I am not crying. Not crying, not crying. I must have seen it wrong, Chen Luyan hastily assured her. Jiang Lixing nodded. Chen Shixiang, do you think someone will come to rescue us? Chen Luyan was uncertain and replied with difficulty. I fear it is rather unlikely. If we are indeed trapped within this great formation, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone outside to detect our plight, unless among us there is a master of formations. He sighed. But I have not heard of anyone skilled in formations. Formations were notoriously difficult to master, and practitioners were few and far between. Masters were even rarer. To his knowledge, there was only one, the Lord of Qingshu sect, a rare dual practitioner of sword formations. He looked at Jiang Lixing and said, Junior sister, if only your master were here, we would have hope. Jiang Lixing felt even more despondent. It was impossible for him to be here. With his cultivation level, even if he suppressed his power, this secret realm would not permit him entry. Otherwise, after all these years, he would have long led her into the secret realm. With his protection, what would she have to fear? The reason he never allowed her to venture forth was that many secret realms categorically excluded masters like him from entry. Thus, she could not undergo trials. Indeed, some secret realms could not withstand the presence of masters, and even with suppressed cultivation, they would inherently reject them. Chen Luan could only place his hopes in Jiang Lixin. Junior sister, how much of your master's teachings have you grasped? Senior brother, you mentioned that you should not have lost so decisively to him back then. You can surely manage. Jiang Lixin thought to herself. She was truly grateful to Yi Xingzi for sending her flying with a single sword strike and still holding her in such high regard. Sniffling, she sat on the ground, ruminating on the knowledge she had acquired. To break the formation, one must first locate the nexus, but this formation was exceedingly arcane. It was merely a desolate forest, and every part looked identical. Where could she possibly find the nexus? With her naked eye, she could see nothing else. Chen Luan immediately interjected, "No, junior sister. There is indeed something. There is that peculiar entity." Jiang Lixin gasped, realizing, yes, there's that wretched creature. Just as she began to speak, a sudden terror struck her, her eyes widening as if she had thought of something dreadful, and she fell silent. Chen Luan observed her. "Junior sister, did you think of something? Is this formation related to that creature?" This time, Jiang Lixin truly felt like crying. Her mind was flooded with terrifying thoughts as she stammered, "That nexus. It couldn't possibly be that creature, could it? Only by slaying that creature can we break the formation." Chen Luan's demeanor shifted. "No, it can't be." Although he uttered those words, he began to suspect that it might indeed be the case. He felt like crying as well. They had barely escaped from that creature, and now they must actively seek it out? How could they possibly defeat it? They were already incapable of harming it, and it had advanced in power. Are we doomed to perish here, Chen Shixiao? To sleep alongside the secret realm? That must be the literal interpretation, right? If not, will we die? In the next century, will we awaken alongside it? Chen Luan, having ventured into other secret realms that opened once every decade, knew this notion was unlikely. He replied honestly, "Those who previously entered secret realms and could not return have all turned to bones. I have explored other realms and stumbled upon many skeletal remains. Some appeared to be merely asleep, yet when touched, crumbled to dust." Jiang Lixin, how terrifying. Junior sister, while your talisman remains effective, that creature cannot see us yet. Let us return and ambush it. Perhaps we can discover its weakness, Chen Luan proposed, realizing that since this was a formation, running away was not an option, and hiding would not suffice. Jiang Lixin nodded, preferring to confront the creature rather than succumb to the fate of sleeping alongside the secret realm. "Let us go," Chen Luan commanded, unsheathing his sword. Jiang Lixin stood up, but as she reached for her sword, her hand trembled. "Chen Shixiao, the illusion talisman has expired." Chen Luan noticed as well, nearly losing grip on his sword. The talisman had lasted longer than expected. Jiang Lixin contemplated, "Then let us not waste our energy searching. We shall wait here for that creature to come to us. We must conserve our strength for the battle. Since this is a formation, that creature, being the nexus, will undoubtedly sense our position once the illusion talisman fails." Indeed, Chen Luan found this reasoning sound and sheathed his sword. Jiang Lixin sat back down, retrieved her storage bag, and opened a packet of snacks, munching heartily. Initially hesitant to eat, she now indulged, fearing she might run out if she delayed. Chen Luan noticed her enjoyment and, captivated by the rich aroma, recalled whether he had ever encountered such a scent during his previous visits to the mortal realm, where he had only focused on ridding the populace of monsters, paying little attention to such earthly pleasures. Seeing his gaze upon her, Jiang Lixin paused momentarily. "Chen Shixiao, would you care to try some?" Chen Luan nodded. Jiang Lixin generously offered him a packet, declaring, "I would not share with just anyone. That creature would not want any of this." Chen Luan graciously accepted. "Thank you, junior sister." He followed her lead, pinching a piece and savoring it. Nodding in approval, he exclaimed, "This is quite delicious." Jiang Lixin beamed. "Isn't it? It's far tastier than pills. I study alchemy not only for the intrigue, but also to infuse the flavors of snacks into my pills." Chen Luan found her ambition unique and encouraged her. "Do keep at it." Indeed, Jiang Lixin affirmed with determination. After finishing a packet, she felt satisfied, contemplating whether to indulge in another or ration her intake, when suddenly, a fiery figure charged towards them. She sprang to her feet, shouting in alarm, "Chen Shixiao, the creature is coming." Chen Luan also spotted it, hastily stowing away the snacks he had just tasted. He sprang into action, drawing his sword. Junior sister, prepare for battle. Jiang Lixing's first instinct was to flee. Yet she restrained herself, gritting her teeth as she produced a talisman and hurled it at the creature. With a resounding slap, it adhered to the creature's forehead, causing it to spin in place. What sort of talisman is this? Chun Luan pondered, but he had no time for questions as he swung his sword to strike. Chapter 45. Plea for mercy. Jiang Lixing realized her sword was ineffective, and her concealed arrows would not pierce the creature's hide, which was as tough as iron. Gritting her teeth, she pulled out a rope and asked, Chen Shixiao, do you have any more water talismans? We need to douse its flames. I do, Chun Luan replied while swinging his sword, tossing a talisman that unleashed a torrential downpour upon the creature. Jiang Lixing, observing the flames still burning, exclaimed, Chen Shixiao, your water talismans seem ineffective. Chen Luan suddenly understood. The creature had advanced in power, rendering lower-tier water talismans ineffective against it. Jiang Lixing had no talisman capable of extinguishing the flames, so she donned her protective shield and attempted to ensnare the creature with the rope. Chun Luan swung his sword repeatedly, but his strikes failed to penetrate the creature's tough skin. Seeing Jiang Lixing's actions, he was perplexed. Junior sister, what are you doing? Jiang Lixing averted her gaze from the fiery eyes of the mountain spirit and gritted her teeth, declaring, strangle it. Chun Luan approached to assist, questioning whether it would be feasible. In ancient times, the Panhu, nurtured by Emperor Ku, had indeed killed such a creature, but where had it bitten? Surely not on the rear. I would wager it was the neck. That makes sense. Chun Luan deftly lifted Jiang Lixing's rope with his sword, helping her evade the fiery gaze and securing it around the creature's neck. Once the noose was in place, they each pulled with all their might. Jiang Lixing exerting every ounce of strength, and Chun Luan matching her efforts. Their faces flushed from the exertion as they tugged relentlessly. Blood was drawn. Chun Luan exclaimed in delight, Jiang, your rope is effective. The area beneath its neck is its weak spot. Jiang Lixing nodded, urging, Chun, hurry. My talisman is about to fail. As he continued to pull, Chun Luan drew his sword and aimed at the creature's vulnerable spot, piercing it with a swift thrust. However, at that moment, the talisman lost its power, and with a crack, the rope snapped. The mountain spirit, enraged, reared up, raising its massive paws, and with two resounding slaps, sent Jiang Lixing and Chun Luan crashing to the ground. Chun Luan coughed up a mouthful of blood. Jiang Lixing, feeling the familiar pain radiating through her body, was momentarily dazed, but as she saw the mountain spirit lunging toward Chun Luan with its gaping maw, she disregarded her own discomfort and sprang up, launching her hidden arrows at its neck wound. 3 arrows struck true, embedding themselves in the creature's bloodied gash, allowing her to hoist Chun Luan to his feet just in time to evade the mountain spirit's monstrous jaws. The mountain spirit howled in fury. Despite being wounded by a sword and struck by 3 arrows, it remained formidable, charging at them with its gaping mouth. Chun Luan struggled to lift his sword, each attempt sending a sharp pain through his chest, draining his strength. Realizing their predicament, Jiang Lixing, aware she could not defeat it alone, pulled Chun Luan onto her sword and fled. However, dragging him slowed her down, and the frenzied mountain spirit quickly closed the distance. Jiang Lixing's heart raced in terror as she rummaged through her storage pouch, casting every talisman she could find at the creature. Explosions erupted around them, filling the air with deafening blasts. As the smoke and debris settled, Jiang Lixing caught her breath, her eyes fixed on the beleaguered mountain spirit, uncertain if her onslaught would slay it. Her arsenal consisted primarily of explosive talismans, crafted in fear of being hunted by beasts, designed to buy her a moment of escape. After launching several talismans, the air thick with smoke, the mountain spirit shook itself off and charged again. Jiang Lixing had never expected to easily kill it. She quickly retrieved the Qianquan bracelet, a magical artifact gifted by Jin Wangchou as an apology. He had instructed her to use it against any creature from the Spirit Beast Peak to return her safely. She had never encountered the Earth Spirit again, nor had she dared to use it in the secret realm, but now, with a resolute heart, she invoked its power and directed it toward the mountain spirit. The Qianquan bracelet expanded before the mountain spirit, encircling its neck and tightening instantly. Jiang Lixing watched intently, her heart racing as this was her first time wielding the artifact, uncertain of its potency against the beast. The creature thrashed violently, its paws striking against the bracelet, producing cracks upon impact. Jiang Lixing's heart sank. She had not anticipated that a mid-tier artifact would suffer damage so swiftly. Chen Luan, recovering from his earlier setback, recognized the peril and summoned his own weapon, a circular artifact adorned with inward-facing spikes. After reciting its incantation, he hurled it at the mountain spirit, replacing the Qianquan bracelet just as it shattered, the new artifact exerting double the force, immediately constricting the creature. Jiang Lixing, momentarily relieved by the success, hastily consumed a recovery elixir from her pouch. Chen Luan, seizing the opportunity, swallowed a pill, disregarding the need to recuperate, and charged at the beast, his sword piercing the mountain spirit's jaw wound with relentless strikes. Jiang Lixing, unable to assist in that moment, observed in shock as she noticed something alarming. Chen, its wounds are healing rapidly. Look. Chen Luan, having struck several times, initially believed he was making progress, but upon Jiang Lixing's warning, he too recognized the horror of the creature's self-healing abilities. Gritting her teeth, Jiang Lixing surged forward, channeling her spiritual energy into the mountain spirit's wound while shouting, "Chen, keep going." She desperately attempted to suppress its healing, uncertain if it would work, but feeling compelled to try. Though Chen Luan was initially confused, he obeyed Jiang Lixing's command, continuing to stab at the creature, soon realizing that her efforts were indeed effective in restraining its regeneration. Overjoyed, he exclaimed, "Jiang, it's working." Jiang Lixing felt her strength wane, silently hoping it would suffice. "Let us go, and I shall cease my threats, relinquishing your belongings. Just release us from this torment." The mountain spirit's eyes, once ablaze, now reflected fear as it pleaded, "You didn't kill me when you seized my treasures. Grant me this one mercy, and I shall release you from the bitter mountain array." Jiang Lixing hesitated, torn between the arduous struggle to subdue the creature and the prospect of mercy. After all, they had expended considerable effort to ensnare it, and she had sacrificed a mid-tier artifact in the process, an irreplaceable loss. "We cannot afford to be merciful. A beast is still a beast and cannot be trusted," Chen Luan cautioned, fearing Jiang Lixing's compassion might lead to their demise. "Please, spare me. I can lead you to treasures left by my master. If you kill me, you will remain trapped in this array. My heart-eating oath is the key to your escape. Only by my willing sacrifice can you be freed." Jiang Lixing paused, intrigued. "Is that true?" "Indeed," the mountain spirit replied earnestly. Turning to Chen Luan, Jiang Lixing proposed, "Should we consider trusting it?" Chen Luan remained skeptical. "Jiang, beasts are cunning and treacherous, prone to deceit. Their words should not be taken at face value." Reflecting on his words, Jiang Lixing replied to the mountain spirit, "Then swear your heart-eating oath now." "You must promise not to kill me," the spirit countered. "And you must promise to release us," Jiang Lixing insisted. "I will agree if you also provide me your food." "Absolutely not. That is out of the question." The mountain spirit shed tears of despair. "I have been trapped here for millennia, surrounded by desolation, with nothing to consume. Your food smells so delightful." Jiang Lixing felt exasperated, realizing the creature's tactics. Its roar instilled fear, while its tears evoked sympathy. She grit her teeth. "I can offer you one pack, but only after you swear your heart-eating oath and release us from the array. Otherwise, we could easily kill you again." "2 packs. The mountain spirit eyed her intently. Jiang Lixing, surprised by its audacity to bargain, raised an eyebrow. "1 pack is all I can spare. There is nothing more to discuss. Or else you shall face death. Kill me, and you shall remain trapped as well." The mountain spirit wept incessantly, lamenting, "You stingy wretch. You can't even spare me 2 bags." Jiang Lixing fell silent. It was not incorrect. Within the secret realm, her snacks were indeed scant, and she could not afford to be generous. With a stern expression, she declared, "1 bag will suffice. If not, so be it. First, I shall deal with you. Then we'll find a way. You may kill me, but you shall never escape." The mountain spirit trembled, its sorrowful voice echoing. "My existence is entwined with this bitter mountain formation. Otherwise, why would I be trapped here for millennia? My master ascended, disdainful of my penchant for cursing, leaving me behind to guard this mountain and the treasures he bequeathed, awaiting a fated individual. After thousands of years, I finally encountered you. It is we two." Jiang Lixing corrected. The spirit, disdainful, gazed at Chen Luyan. "I had no interest in him when I fell in, thus I ignored him. Thanks for your consideration." Chen Luyan retorted, "But I don't need your interest." Being pursued and insulted by this creature, he would rather it take no notice of him. Jiang Lixing queried Chen Luyan. "This creature weeps more than I do. Brother Chen, let us trust it for now?" Only one bag. If not, then let it be. We shall kill it, and speak no more, Chen Luyan insisted. Jiang Lixing nodded, her tone fierce. Did you hear that? Just one bag. Take it or leave it. The mountain spirit sobbed painfully. You heartless beings. After guarding for thousands of years, I await two ungrateful wretches. Woe is me. Jiang Lixing choked up. Chen Luyan laughed in anger. If you insult us once more, you are as good as dead. The mountain spirit immediately ceased its tirade. Chen Luyan commanded. Swear the heart-eating oath now. Fine, let me go first, the spirit pleaded. All right, release it, Brother Chen, let it be free. Jiang Lixing stepped back, preparing another bottle of elixir. Chen Luyan gritted his teeth, retracting his hand and stowing his treasure, moving away with Jiang Lixing. After he withdrew, the mountain spirit swayed and collapsed, its gaping wound leaking air, weakly stating, You do possess some integrity. And you? Chen Luyan scoffed. I have my own, it replied. Though humans are notoriously cunning, I will reluctantly place my trust in you. Chen Luyan rolled his eyes. The mountain spirit curiously pawed at its wound, asking Jiang Lixing, What is this strange thing that prevents my injury from healing? I want to tell you. You're a wicked creature, the spirit huffed. Jiang Lixing urged, Stop stalling. Let us out quickly. Why the rush? It pouted. Can't you stay and play with me a bit longer? Jiang Lixing contemplated this. After all, upon exiting, uncertain dangers awaited her. Staying with the familiar creature seemed safer. They had discovered its weakness, and together they could defeat it. Yet, she sensed Brother Chen would not feel the same. He was genuinely here to train. Enough with the chatter. We have no time to waste with you, she snapped. We are not idle enough to spend our days playing. Then give me something to eat. Without it, I cannot conjure the heart-eating oath. Very well. Jiang Lixing tossed it a bag of snacks. The spirit eagerly caught it, crunching away as if its injury did not hinder its appetite. After a few bites, it reluctantly pulled back its paw, negotiating. If you inherit my master's formation techniques, remember to leave a message. Any future arrivals must bring me food. If not, I shall not swear the heart-eating oath. Jiang Lixing hesitated. Didn't you just say you waited millennia for us? How does that make sense? I do not know. The spirit shook its head. My master said his legacy is bestowed upon the fated. It gazed at them disdainfully after waiting so long. I ended up with you two rascals. Jiang Lixing glared. We were headed to the great fiery mountain. Who knew we would fall into this place? Do you think we desired this? The spirit fell silent. Jiang Lixing continued. Not everyone is like me, enjoying these mundane snacks. Most cultivators refrain from consuming worldly grains. Moreover, after waiting for us, do you intend to remain trapped here once the formation opens? The spirit pondered. True. Enough with the idle talk. Hurry and swear the heart-eating oath. Chen Luyan urged. Do not think to play tricks or impose further conditions. Otherwise, we shall not be merciful. The spirit muttered something indistinct, and Chen Luyan, unable to hear, asked, Were you cursing us again? Before he could finish, the surrounding barren trees suddenly vanished, the sky transformed. Where the dead trees had stood, vibrant, living trees flourished. Adorned with round leaves and blooming yellow flowers, bearing fruit resembling elongated, three-edged or six-edged pods. Aside from the trees, the ground was carpeted with a type of grass. Covering the mountains, its leaves rounded, devoid of stems, blossoming with red flowers. The landscape was a tapestry of yellow and red, revealing the true visage of the bitter mountain. Jiang Lixing mused. So this is the bitter mountain. It truly lives up to its name. According to the records of the mountains and seas, this tree is called huangji, and its fruit, if consumed, prevents procreation. The flowering grass is known as wutiao. Eating it prevents growths on the neck. In her previous life, she had occasionally ventured to the mortal realm to procure snacks and had seen many mortals afflicted with neck tumors, which were untreatable. Even if cut away, they would regrow. Consuming this, she thought, could provide a permanent remedy. Chapter 47. The earth shakes and cracks. Jiang Lixing, quick-witted, swiftly gathered a handful of wutiao, stowing it in her storage bag, along with 2 huangji fruits. Her actions were so swift that Chen Luyan barely processed them before a great force suddenly enveloped him. And with a startled exclamation, he vanished. Jiang Lixing experienced a similar disorientation, her surroundings blurred. And if not for the tangible sensation of the grass and fruits in her hands, she might have doubted her senses. As the world spun, when clarity returned, she found herself in a vast cave dwelling, stark yet spacious, furnished only with tables, chairs, and a stone bed. The walls intricately engraved with dense writings and complex diagrams of the 8 trigrams. The cave was sealed, with no visible entrance or exit. She had been inexplicably drawn in by an unseen force. "Brother Chun," Jiang Lixing called out twice, but no answer came. Surveying her surroundings, she deduced that this was likely the place where the mountain spirit's master had left his formation legacy. Brother Chen must have a different inheritance. Without anyone to negotiate with, Jiang Lixing turned her attention to the elaborate formations on the wall, contemplating that mastering this formation was likely her only means of escape. Yet, learning it seemed daunting. Exhausted and worn out from days of turmoil, she sensed that danger had receded. Thus, she decided to rest first, replenishing her strength before attempting to learn. Yawning, she lay down on the stone bed and fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, the mountain spirit, whose wound had yet to heal, ambled into the cave after finishing its snack, perked up its ears to listen, then began to thump against the barrier of the cave, creating ripples across the tranquil surface. A constant buzzing filling the air. Jiang Lixing, deep in sleep, was abruptly awakened by the disturbance. Rubbing her eyes, she peered through the reflective barrier, spotting the mountain spirit's massive paw pounding insistently from outside. Sitting up, she groaned, "What are you doing?" The mountain spirit appeared equally irate. "Your chance at my master's formation is a rare opportunity, and you dare to sleep through it. And what of it? You will not exit if you fail to acquire the inheritance. Humph, I need not your concern. What sorcery did you employ? My wound remains unhealed. You must remedy it." The mountain spirit continued to pound forcefully, insisting she wake. Jiang Lixing inhaled sharply. "You wretched creature, begone." The mountain spirit refused to relent, continuing to pound insistently. No sleeping allowed. Jiang Lixing was irritated by the incessant noise, tugging at her hair before leaping off the stone bed. "Where is Senior Brother Chen? Why aren't you searching for him? He is diligently scouring the treasure vault, unlike you, a lazy creature, merely lounging about." The mountain spirit scolded her, exclaiming how unworthy she was of being chosen by its master. "It's your fault for chasing after me for days and nights, leaving me exhausted and drowsy." Jiang Lixing retorted, her anger flaring. The mountain spirit berated her further, calling her a sloth, a waste, a fool. "As a cultivator, how can you succumb so easily after just a few days?" Jiang Lixing countered, "If I were to search for treasures, I would exert myself with equal fervor. Who doesn't he love treasure hunting?" She longed for the thrill of discovery. Yet, the intricate formation before her was daunting, vast and complex, rivaling even the protective formations of Kunlun's Qingshu Tai. How long would it take her to comprehend? The mountain spirit, uncaring of her plight, insisted she could not sleep. Seeing its unwavering determination, Jiang Lixing, frustrated, realized it could not enter, just as she could not exit. After a brief standoff, she reluctantly yielded to its demands, sulking as she began to study the densely inscribed characters on the wall. Pleased by her compliance, the mountain spirit ceased its incessant prodding and settled outside the cave, intending to keep a watchful eye on her to ensure she did not slack off. To her surprise, as she calmed her mind, the intricate symbols seemed to leap into her consciousness, coalescing into a Bagua diagram that aligned perfectly with the one on the wall. In that moment, she entered a realm of profound understanding, where stars, all things, mountains, and seas seemed to converge. Suddenly, the air surged with energy, and the spiritual power from her reservoir swirled into a tempest, a violent storm that spread throughout the cave, shaking the barriers with increasing intensity. The mountain spirit, alarmed, bolted away. Moments later, the cave's barrier shattered with a resounding crash, the energy rippling outward, causing the entire bitter mountain to tremble. The mountain spirit, terrified, fled, while Chun Luran, who had been treasure hunting in the vault, was startled by the earth-shaking noise. He abandoned his treasures and rushed outside. The mountains crumbled, boulders tumbled. The sky darkened, and chasms opened in the ground. Chun Luran narrowly escaped the abyss that threatened to swallow him whole, his heart racing with panic as he shouted, "Jiang Shimi!" He was unaware that this cataclysm was triggered by Jiang Lixing's inheritance. He had no desire to be buried in Bitter Mountain. But the chaotic collapse was ferocious and swift. Despite utilizing his finest treasures, he found them utterly ineffective. "I did not encounter the mountain essence you mentioned." Enshin Lian remains unconscious. The entire Bitter Mountain has now been devastated, and once you exit the cave, you shall see. He was equally perplexed. Logically, having obtained a certain opportunity for inheritance, one would not act as you have, obliterating everything in sight. This situation is quite unprecedented for me. Jiang Lixing's face contorted in confusion as she voiced her doubts. "Senior Brother Wei, how did you come to Bitter Mountain?" Wei Qinglan pursed his lips recently. The Xiantian realm has been trembling day and night. Initially, I thought it was due to the demon suppression tower of Kunlun, but after several investigations, the tower remained utterly quiet, quite unassuming. I grew curious until Uncle Master Qi divined that something significant might transpire in this area. After all, the Xiantian realm intertwines with the souls of heaven and earth, and the mountain deity is also sheltered by the divine. Hence, I came to take a look. I never anticipated encountering you and the unconscious Chunlian. Jiang Lixing felt an urge to scratch her head, but alas, she lacked the strength. Could it be that the mountain essence is the deity of Bitter Mountain? That wretched creature. I wonder if it is dead. She was genuinely exasperated, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards that creature. She had been resting peacefully when it insisted on waking her up to prompt her into action. Had it not been for its incessant urging, she would not be in her current state, utterly drained of energy, finding it laborious to speak. Observing her indignant expression, Wei Qinglan reached out to massage her brow. I shall assist you to the stone bed to rest for a moment and then search for the mountain essence. We can discuss matters once Qinlian awakens. Jiang Lixing nodded in agreement, grateful for the chance to lie down rather than endure his constant support. She felt utterly miserable. Wei Qinglan rose, gently encircling Jiang Lixing's waist, and in an instant, transported her to the nearby stone bed. Despite the chaotic landslide outside, this cave remained remarkably sturdy. He withdrew his hand, producing a pill, which he offered to Jiang Lixing, instructing, "This is a spirit awakening pill. Do not sleep." Lying on the stone bed, Jiang Lixing felt significantly more comfortable as she swallowed the pill with great difficulty, nodding in acknowledgement. Wei Qinglan discreetly rubbed his fingertips together, concealing them within his sleeve. Before exiting the cave, apologies for the wait. The updates are commencing. Starting today, barring extraordinary circumstances, there shall be 2 updates daily. Please support me with your monthly votes. Chapter 49. Tragedy. Jiang Lixing watched as Wei Qinglan stepped outside, feeling immensely relieved. Had he not arrived, she might have truly resembled a desiccated fish, drained of all spiritual energy, unable to endure for much longer. This man had saved her once again. Moreover, he had expended so much of his own energy on her. Though it bore no tangible benefit to her body, she felt profoundly touched. As for senior brother Chen, had she perished due to her inability to bear the inheritance. Buried beneath Bitter Mountain, it would not only bring trouble from Tai Yi, but also leave her with an insurmountable guilt. Fortunately, they had both been rescued by him. The spirit awakening pill proved remarkably effective. Her mind felt clear, and she lay on the stone bed with her eyes open, pondering various thoughts, yet unwilling to succumb to sleep. Outside the cave, Chunlian, leaning against a stone, remained in a deep slumber. Having been administered the pill, his condition had improved significantly, and it was likely he would awaken soon, though the Bitter Mountain lay in ruins, devoid of life. Wei Qinglan still took the precaution of setting up defenses around the cave before departing to search for the mountain essence. He soared swiftly on his sword, simultaneously searching and extending his consciousness. Half an hour later, he discovered a trembling creature resembling a pig, muttering curses beneath its breath, hidden beneath a massive stone. Having perused numerous ancient texts, Wei Qinglan recognized it as the mountain essence Jiang Lixing had spoken of. Its bloody jaw was conspicuous, yet despite its grievous injuries, it continued to hurl a series of insults, which upon closer inspection were directed at Jiang Lixing. It lamented about the foolish girl, the dimwit, the imbecile, cursing her for being incapable of receiving the inheritance and questioning the wisdom of its master in choosing her, as it nearly met its demise because of her. Even now, with the calamity subsiding, it dared not emerge from its hiding place, fearing another disaster. Upon Wei Qinglan's approach, it noticed him and immediately bristled, instinctively feeling the danger and wishing to flee, yet found its legs paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure emanating from him. It gazed at him with fear-stricken eyes, too terrified to utter a sound. Wei Qinglan sheathed his sword and addressed it. "Tell me, is there an issue with your heart-devouring oath? Where did the array inheritance go awry?" The mountain essence, realizing he was not there to kill it, felt somewhat reassured, yet still cowered behind the boulder. "The heart-devouring oath was bestowed upon me by my master before his ascension. It cannot possibly be flawed. My master ascended, wishing for his abilities to be inherited. So there is surely no problem. Then what is happening now?" Wei Qinglan pressed, noting the evident issues with her inheritance. "How would I know? Who can say what that foolish girl is up to? I nearly met my end because of her." My master clearly stated that as long as I guarded the mountain diligently, once a fated individual arrived and received the inheritance, I would also benefit and be able to ascend. Yet now, I almost perished because of her, indicating she has not received the inheritance. The mountain essence began to cry, feeling utterly wronged. I have waited for over 10,000 years, only to encounter such a dim-witted creature. How could she be so foolish as to not even comprehend the inheritance? Seeing its genuine tears, Wei Qinglan felt a pang of sadness. Having witnessed many creatures weep, he could discern between authentic and feigned sorrow. He retorted sharply, "Your master did not take you along when he ascended, which indicates he did not hold you in high regard. Even if you were to ascend, you would likely remain unappreciated." "That is not true," the mountain essence protested vehemently. "It was merely because I was too young and lacked sufficient cultivation at the time. Thus my master could not take me along. It was not due to a lack of regard." "Who are you? Why have you come here? You and that foolish girl are both villains, bullying me together." Wei Qinglan chose not to respond, turning to leave. "Where are you going?" the mountain essence inquired. Wei Qinglan maintained his silence. The mountain essence hurriedly crawled out from behind the boulder, trailing after him. "What about that foolish girl? Is she dead? She has caused me such misfortune. Is she dead?" Wei Qinglan halted, turning to glare at it coldly. The mountain essence was instantly struck with fear, retreating several steps and daring not to utter a word. Seeing its compliance, Wei Qinglan had no intention of ending its life and continued onward. The mountain essence hesitated for a long while before ultimately following him. Having matured early and understanding that in the current predicament, its future was uncertain and it was unsure of what to do, it could only seek out that foolish girl for the time being. Even if the inheritance had failed, she was still the fated individual awaited by its master. Otherwise, she would not have been able to enter its master's cave. Wei Qinglan circled Bitter Mountain and confirmed that apart from the mountain essence, no other living creatures remained, neither trees nor grass, utterly obliterated, resembling Jiang Lixing's spiritual abode, barren and desolate. The mountain essence dared not voice its curses aloud, but internally berated Jiang Lixing, for its master had foretold that upon encountering a fated individual, the Grand Array would activate, restoring Bitter Mountain to its former glory, with the heavens showcasing auspicious signs, golden light illuminating the land, and the passage between the Bitter Mountain and the celestial realm opening. At that point, it would have amassed enough cultivation to ascend via the heavenly ladder. Yet now, it found only scorched earth, devoid of any semblance of its former self. It would have preferred the previous state of desolate forests to this barren wasteland. The heavenly ladder was nowhere in sight, and it felt utterly despondent. Its hopes of ascension dashed. Returning to the cave, Chun Lian remained unconscious. Wei Qinglan had little connection with him, merely casting a glance before entering the cave to check on Jiang Lixing. The mountain essence followed closely behind. Jiang Lixing, drowsy and weary, found that even the finest elixirs could only provide temporary relief, and had it not been for her promise to Wei Qinglan to stay awake, she would have long since succumbed to sleep. After all, with him present, she felt no fear. After enduring an agonizing hour of waiting, she was finally relieved to see him return. Tears welled in her eyes from exhaustion as she pitifully exclaimed, "Senior Brother Wei, you have finally returned. I am so tired." Wei Qinglan paused briefly, approaching the stone bed to help her sit up. "Rest a while longer. I have found that wretched creature that harmed you." At this, Jiang Lixing's fatigue vanished instantaneously. With his support, she sat up and caught sight of the mountain essence trailing behind him, unleashing her ire. "You worthless creature. If it weren't for your incessant urging for me to obtain the inheritance, would I have been subjected to such suffering? Look at the chaos you have caused. If only you would allow me to sleep soundly, wouldn't all troubles vanish?" Upon witnessing Jiang Lixing's unyielding spirit, Shan Gao felt no disappointment. Although it wanted to retort, the calm gaze of Wei Qinglan silenced it, causing it to withdraw slightly, mumbling under its breath, "It's your own foolishness, not my fault. The master clearly stated that with your inheritance, I could seize the opportunity to ascend. Now that your inheritance has failed, I cannot ascend either. My plight is equally dire. You know?" Jiang Lixing, infuriated, demanded, "Then what shall we do now? My spiritual abode has been ravaged by your so-called inheritance. My future cultivation is likely severed. If my master finds out, he will surely punish me and roast you alive. Do you believe it?" Shan Gao, in tears, lamented, "I truly do not know." Chapter 50. A stroke of luck. Shan Gao wept as if mourning a father, its sobs sorrowful and pitiful. Upon seeing it cry like a dog, Jiang Lixing found herself at a loss for words, pouting, "Enough. Stop crying. What good does it do? We need to think of a solution." "What solution?" Shan Gao wiped its tears. "How could the inheritance fail? How foolish can you be?" Jiang Lixing was momentarily speechless. "And my injuries? What nonsense are you practicing? My wounds ache terribly and refuse to heal. You must treat me." Shan Gao insisted through its tears. Jiang Lixing retorted, "I can hardly move. My spiritual energy is completely depleted. How can I treat you? Stop dreaming." Shan Gao burst into tears again, lamenting, "Why am I so unlucky?" Jiang Lixing, overwhelmed by its cries, turned to Wei Qinglan. Wei Qinglan, showing no pity for the creature, asked Jiang Lixing, "Are you very tired?" "Yes." "Then sleep." Wei Qinglan, aware that Kushin posed no immediate danger, spoke calmly. "Chen Luan has yet to awaken. You should rest for a while. As for your spiritual abode, I will think of a solution." Jiang Lixing nodded, and, upon Wei Qinglan withdrawing her hand, promptly fell back onto the bed and fell asleep almost instantly. Seeing this, Shan Gao felt a surge of tears. This foolish creature, so carefree, entered the inheritance cave without a thought for the inheritance itself, simply drifting off to sleep. I could not bear it, so I called her awake. Who knew that now Kushin was in such disarray because of her, and she still had the heart to sleep? Wei Qinglan cast a glance at it. Shan Gao immediately fell silent, retracting its head, no longer daring to cry or chatter, and nestled into a corner. Wei Qinglan gently pushed Jiang Lixing further onto the stone bed, which was quite large. She, being slender, freed up a significant portion of space. Jiang Lixing, unconcerned, sat down and began to meditate. For a time, the cave was peaceful, with the entire Kushin enveloped in silence. Shan Gao, feeling wronged as it observed Wei Qinglan and Jiang Lixing, one asleep, the other meditating, grew weary and soon closed its eyes, drifting into slumber. Chen Luan was awakened by the sound of snoring. As he opened his eyes, he was momentarily disoriented, surveying his surroundings. Charred earth lay all around him, and he leaned against a rock, recalling the storm that had swept through, leaving him feeling as if he had been sliced by blades, plummeting into an abyss. Now, he felt somewhat dazed. He was alive, what a relief. But where was this place? He shifted slightly, wincing from pain, his clothes tattered, revealing skin marred with scars. Struggling to stand, he retrieved a new set of clothes from his storage ring and, following the sound of snoring, ventured into the cave, where the snoring emanated from. He found that familiar dog-like creature, and in the distance, a figure sat cross-legged, someone he recognized. He was taken aback, staring at Wei Qinglan. Wei Qinglan opened her eyes, looking at Chen Luan with a calm expression. "Chen Shixiang, you've awakened?" Chen Luan, astonished, exclaimed, Wei Shidi from Kunlun. What are you doing here?" Wei Qinglan explained, "My sect's master Qi divined that there were anomalies in this area, so I came to investigate. I did not expect to encounter Jiang Shimi and you, just in time to find you in peril." Chen Luan understood, realizing it was Wei Shidi who had saved him. Wei Qinglan nodded. Chen Luan hurriedly clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Wei Shidi, for your rescue. Otherwise, I would have perished." "Indeed, I witnessed the terrifying situation," he continued. "My superior artifact could not withstand it and shattered into pieces." Wei Qinglan acknowledged, "It was indeed frightening." "Yes, thankfully you arrived just in time to save me." "And Jiang Shimi, is she?" Chen Luan noticed Jiang Lixing lying on the stone bed and stepped forward. "Is Jiang Shimi all right?" "Not so well." Wei Qinglan shook her head. "When I arrived, she had collapsed, her spiritual energy depleted, now utterly weak. She can hardly lift a finger. Fortunately, her life is not in danger." Chen Luan gasped in shock. What on earth happened? Wei Qinglan could not provide an answer. Chen Luan recalled his own circumstances. After that dog, Shan Gao activated the heart-devouring oath to initiate the grand formation. I was swept away by a tremendous force into a treasure vault filled with numerous treasures. However, I could not take them freely. For every item I attempted to grasp, it turned to ash. I soon realized I needed to use my sect's summoning technique to acquire the treasures. He generously displayed the items he had retrieved, laying them on the stone table, over 10 items in total, offering them to Wei Qinglan. "Wei Shidi, you saved my life. I have no way to repay you, so please accept these treasures." Wei Qinglan smiled gently. "Chen Shixiang, keep them for yourself." Chen Luan insisted sincerely, "I know you do not lack treasures, but you saved my life. I must offer you a token of thanks." or I will feel uneasy. Hearing this, Wei Qinglan casually picked up one item. Is this an alchemy furnace? This will suffice. Qin Luan felt it was insufficient and pressed a few more items upon her, resolutely stating, 1/2 each. Wei Shitty. My life is worth far more than these items. Since you do not want them all, we shall split these. You must accept. Upon finishing, he looked determined, saying, even if I give you all these, I still feel it is too little to repay your kindness. In the future, should you ever need my assistance, I shall not hesitate to go through fire and water. Wei Qinglan smiled lightly. Qin Shixiang, you are being overly dramatic. Not at all. Qin Luan scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Although you are powerful, it is unlikely I will ever be of help, but you must accept these items. Seeing his insistence, Wei Qinglan could only nod. If that is the case, I shall accept them. It is a small favor, nothing to concern yourself about. She ceased further discussion, storing the items in her storage ring. Qin Luan sighed in relief as he saw her accept them, placing his half back into his storage ring, lamenting, so many treasures. If only I had acted more swiftly, I could have obtained more. Now, they are likely destroyed, never to be recovered. Turning his gaze to Jiang Lixing, he suddenly felt a surge of gratitude, murmuring, Jiang Shimi seems worse off than I. She should have a way to recover her spiritual energy, Wei Qinglan affirmed. Qin Luan, unsure of Jiang Lixing's specific condition, felt reassured by her words. In any case, we are fortunate to be alive. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, Wei Shitty, I find it strange. How did Jiang Shimi and I end up falling into Kushan from the entrance of the Qishan secret realm? Do you know why? Have you encountered anyone else? Wei Qinglan shook her head. I do not know the reason either. I have not seen anyone else since arriving here, apart from you. Qin Luan sighed, alas. How unfortunate we are. Chapter 51. Departing first, Jiang Lixing remained in slumber for 3 days, still not awakening. Qin Luan began to grow restless. His injuries had fully healed, and he had wandered around Kushan, returning to Wei Qinglan with a sigh. Wei Shitty, it seems Jiang Shimi will not awaken anytime soon. It is not feasible for us to remain here indefinitely. Wei Qinglan remained calm and unhurried, displaying no signs of impatience. Upon hearing the words, he said, if Brother Chen is anxious, feel free to leave. Although Sister Jiang hails from Qingxiu, she is presently under my tutelage at Kunlun, and I shall remain here until she awakens. I assure you, I am not in a hurry either. Qin Luyan scratched his head, expressing his concern over Jiang Shimi's prolonged slumber. What I meant to say is, do we have any means to awaken her? In truth, he had attempted to rouse her several times, calling out and even shaking her, but she remained unresponsive, leading him to believe that she might sleep for 10 days or even half a month. Wei Qinglan extended his hand to pulse Jiang Lixing's veins and noted that her spirit was deeply asleep. It would likely take no less than half a month for her to awaken. She cannot be roused, he stated. Although it was not impossible to awaken her through traditional methods by connecting to her spiritual abode, he felt it unnecessary. Since she was in such a deep slumber, her spirit undoubtedly required rest. Awakening her prematurely would leave her disoriented, and would he carry her along the way? He looked at Qin Luyan. Brother Qin, you may leave. You can either continue your journey eastward along the Bitter Mountain towards Dakia Mountain to seek another way into the secret realm, or return to the Tai sect. It is entirely up to you. Qin Luyan was indeed inclined to depart, yet he was not overly anxious. He glanced at Jiang Lixing and pondered, even if she were to awaken, it would be impossible for her to venture to Dakia Mountain in her current state. After all, her spiritual energy had been depleted, and recovering would be a formidable challenge. Wei Qinglan, too, was uncertain about Jiang Lixing's intentions upon awakening. And what of you, Brother Wei? Qin Luan inquired. If Jiang Shimi wishes to enter the secret realm upon awakening, what will you do? I shall look after her throughout the journey, rest assured, Brother Qin. Qin Luyan reflected for a moment. I have already sent word to the sect regarding my situation. My master, perplexed, has delved into ancient texts. He advised that since I am unharmed, I may attempt to enter the secret realm once more. If I cannot gain entry, I shall return to the sect. He regarded Wei Qinglan and proposed, why not let me head eastward to explore? If I manage to enter the secret realm, I shall send word to you, by which time Jiang Shimi will likely have awakened. We can then discuss whether the three of us should enter together. Should I fail to find the secret realm, I shall return to you before I depart for the sect to bid farewell to Jiang Shimi. As a consummate practitioner could not suppress their cultivation to access the secret realm, Wei Qinglan, despite being at the golden core stage, was not yet a consummate practitioner. Thus, He could suppress his cultivation without fear of being rejected by the secret realm. That sounds agreeable, Wei Qinglan acquiesced. Seeing his agreement, Qin Luin gathered his belongings and prepared to leave. Before departing, he kicked the slumbering Shango awake. Hey, you wretched creature, what will you do now? Will you accompany me? Shango opened its eyes with disdain, glancing at him before closing them again, clearly annoyed. Do not bother me. Hey, you insolent beast. How dare you dismiss me? Qin Luyin retorted in frustration, waving goodbye to Wei Qinglan. Brother Wei, I shall take my leave. Once Jiang Shimi awakens, please inform her that my departure is not due to a lack of concern for her, but rather the futility of waiting together. Rest assured, Brother Chun. I will convey your message, Wei Qinglan nodded. Qin Luyin wasted no time and departed on his sword, heading eastward. Though he traveled alone, he possessed greater courage than Jiang Lixing and did not mind embarking on this solitary journey. After all, the path of cultivation was fraught with challenges, and one must face them alone. The absence of one companion did not affect Wei Qinglan, who resumed his meditation. Shango, opening its eyes, found the situation rather dull. This individual seemed solely dedicated to cultivation, capable of meditating for 3 days without movement, unlike the slumbering Jiang Lixing, who would surely not indulge in such relentless practice if awake. It muttered, no wonder the mountains crumble and the earth quakes. You can still rescue others while remaining unscathed. More devoted to cultivation than my master. What is your master's name? Wei Qinglan inquired, opening his eyes. Upon realizing Wei Qinglan was addressing it, Shango perked up. My master is the Lord of Bitter Mountain, a formidable figure who achieved enlightenment through formations. He united the heavens and earth, creating a grand array with Bitter Mountain. On the day the array was completed, he ascended. Wei Qinglan appeared to grasp the implication. Are you saying that the day the array was completed was also his ascension day? Indeed. What was his cultivation level at that time? At one with the heavens and earth, he was certainly a consummate practitioner. Wei Qinglan began to understand why Jiang Lixing had failed, but he pressed further. But do you realize that the legacy you urged her to accept was at the foundation stage? The disparity between her cultivation and your master's is monumental. The grand array, now at the consummate level, would be unbearable for her, nearly destroying her spiritual abode. It is a miracle she survived. Shango fell silent, lamenting. The foolish girl is too dim-witted. How could her cultivation be so lacking? Wei Qinglan regarded it thoughtfully. Shango, realizing it had crossed a line, quieted down, understanding that this individual would not tolerate disparagement toward Jiang Lixing. The earlier expressionless gaze was a warning. If it uttered another insult, it could face dire consequences. It had no doubt that this person could easily end its existence. Confounded, Shango muttered, how could this be? My master said to wait for a fated person. If she lacked opportunity, how could she have been drawn into the legacy? If she can gain the legacy, how could she not endure it? Truly, this is preposterous. Wei Qinglan ceased his conversation, returning to meditation, though his thoughts remained unsettled. After a moment, he decided to abandon his meditation, rising from the stone bed and stepping outside the cave, standing with arms behind his back, surveying the scorched earth before him. Shango also stood, shaking itself. Its unhealed wound on its jaw causing considerable discomfort. Following Wei Qinglan out of the cave, it gazed upon the seemingly endless desolation and felt a wave of sadness. I have resided here for millennia. I remember when this land was covered in yellow thorns and wild vines, and I had many brothers and sisters. Yet, one by one, they perished during the heavenly tribulations. I was fortunate to have my master as protection, helping me navigate through countless trials. Now, has my great tribulation finally arrived? Whether it be demon beasts, divine creatures, spiritual plants, or mortals across the realms of magic, all must face tribulations. The path of cultivation is inherently a rebellion against the heavens. Wei Qinglan was moved by Shango's words, suddenly reaching out, a beam of golden light striking it. Shango was startled, unable to evade, and could only submit to the impact. However, contrary to its expectations of facing death, it realized that Wei Qinglan was healing its wound. As his spiritual energy enveloped its jaw, the unhealable gash began to mend slowly. Surprise and joy filled Shango's eyes as it gazed at Wei Qinglan. With an expressionless countenance, Wei Qinglan revealed that he possessed no healing arts. However, since Jiang Lixing had restored his spiritual abode, he discovered he had gained this ability. To be continued. Chapter 52. A big heart. After Shango's injury was healed by Wei Qinglan, it felt a surge of joy and became much more animated. Realizing that Wei Qinglan bore no ill will toward it, Shango began to prance around him, chattier than before. Do you harbor feelings for that little girl? My advice is to refrain from such inclinations. She is too foolish and dim-witted. Although you are of similar age, your talents differ vastly. Should you become companions, she would only be a burden. Wei Qinglan turned to look at it, remaining silent. Shango sighed. My master once had a companion. But that person was lazy and incapable of enduring hardship, lacking both talent and diligence. She could not even withstand a minor foundation stage thunder tribulation, requiring my master to shield her each time. She hindered him for over 1,000 years, only to succumb during one tribulation, obliterating her spirit and nearly dragging my master into rebirth with her. Ultimately, it was my master's mentor who had to venture to Nyosho Mountain to procure a type of herb called ghost grass, which, when consumed, alleviated worries and allowed him to forget the past, focusing solely on cultivation. He eventually shed his burdens and achieved greatness. After recounting this tale, Shango noticed Wei Qinglan's indifferent expression and assumed he was skeptical, prompting it to insist, I speak the truth. Wei Qinglan turned again, his tone lacking warmth. You are overthinking. Shango murmured softly, I am not overthinking. Do not underestimate us beasts. Our senses are most acute. Your feelings for her differ from those of the man who has departed. Wei Qinglan once more turned to fix his gaze upon it. Startled, the mountain creature swiftly retreated, displaying a keen sense of discretion. If you find my words displeasing, consider them unspoken, as if I had never uttered them. Seeing Wei Qinglan still fixated on it, the creature turned and fled. Observing its hasty departure, Wei Qinglan retracted his gaze, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Moments later, he returned to his cave dwelling, where Jiang Lixing lay in deep slumber. Contrary to his usual routine of meditating on the stone bed, he stood before it, gazing at her. The sleeping figure was serene. Her small, pale face unmarked by worry, her features relaxed. Her deep sleep seemed to reveal her inner peace. Even though her spiritual realm lay in ruins, it appeared as no great concern to her. Perhaps knowing someone was watching over her, she slept soundly and securely. Such a carefree soul was a rarity in his experience. After a while, he sat on the stone bed, not in meditation but lounging lazily against its edge, idly fingering a string of beads from his storage ring. After half a day, the mountain creature returned with a sword manual in its mouth. Seeing Wei Qinglan lounging indolently, it widened its eyes in surprise, doubting its own eyes. Could it be that this man, like the foolish girl, was also indolent? But how then did he achieve such high cultivation at a young age? Surely not solely by talent. The creature, a mere beast, found itself pondering the complexities of human nature, utterly baffled. Wei Qinglan raised an eyebrow, questioning its intent. The creature, realizing its purpose, presented the sword manual to him, explaining its origin and significance. The manual, though old and tattered, was protected by a seal, indicating its value. Wei Qinglan, intrigued, began to study the seal, his interest piqued. Jiang Lixing awoke after 20 days, finding Wei Qinglan lounging beside her, engrossed in the sword manual. The spacious stone bed now felt cramped with his presence, momentarily stifling her breath. Noticing her discomfort, Wei Qinglan turned to her, remarking on her long slumber. He inquired about her ability to move, to which she responded by slowly sitting up. She expressed her surprise at having slept so long and her guilt for wasting his time. Wei Qinglan dismissed her concerns, indicating that his time was not wasted as he had been studying the sword manual. Jiang Lixing, noticing the worn manual, understood its value despite its appearance. She inquired about Qinluan, to which Wei Qinglan replied that he had left to continue searching for the entrance to the Qishan secret realm. Wei Qinglan suggested they join him at Dao Mountain if she wished to explore further. Jiang Lixing, however, was hesitant, feeling her lack of spiritual power rendered her useless for such endeavors. Wei Qinglan assured her of his protection and proposed a solution to her spiritual realm's condition, suggesting the infusion of a spiritual vein to rejuvenate it. Jiang Lixing was astounded by his suggestion, questioning the feasibility of finding a spiritual vein. Wei Qinglan, amused by her reaction, explained that not all spiritual veins were claimed and that hidden ones might exist within dormant secret realms. Jiang Lixing gazed at him and questioned, "What gives you the right to assist me in locating the spiritual vein?" Wei Qinglan turned around, stepped down from the stone bed, and with a casual flick, smoothed the creases on his attire. Emotionlessly, he replied, "Master Yu of Qingshu has cared for you for many years, expending immense effort to elevate your cultivation to the foundation stage. You have only just arrived at Kunlun for a little over a month, and due to Kunlun's regulations, you ventured into the secret realm, resulting in this calamity. Your spiritual residence has been destroyed, and Kunlun bears some responsibility. Master Yu entrusted you to Kunlun, and it is Kunlun's failure to protect you that leaves us unable to answer to him. After my master entered seclusion, I have taken on the responsibility of overseeing Kunlun, so the burden naturally falls on me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lixing was taken aback. It was my master who consented to this. I was due for training anyway. This has nothing to do with Kunlun. Wei Shixiao, are you truly so eager to shoulder responsibility? Wei Qinglan paused. You appeared at Ku Mountain and saved my life. If my master were to know, he would undoubtedly be immensely grateful to you. Jiang Lixing scratched her head, dismissing any further discussion. As for the rest, it's best left alone. You need not take on any responsibility. This is neither Kunlun's fault nor yours. That wretched mountain Gua spoke the truth. It is she who is useless, unable to uphold the legacy bestowed upon her, leading to her current state of ruin. Wei Qinglan remarked, you seem remarkably carefree. Jiang Lixing felt embarrassed. What choice did she have if she was inherently incapable of receiving good fortune? Therefore, even if I assist you in searching for the secret realm and the spiritual vein, you need not? Wei Qinglan inquired. Are you truly willing to let your master's years of effort go to waste? Are you simply going to abandon all hope? Jiang Lixing yearned to abandon all hope. Yet she could not afford such a luxury now. With her spiritual residence in its current state, any further decline could very well cost her life. To live to the age of 200 as a foundation cultivator, I was quite content. Yet now, with my spiritual residence so desolate, devoid of any spiritual energy, will I even see 200 years? Life is precious. I do not wish for an early demise. Thus, she refrained from uttering any words of despair. But how could she, a mere novice, ask a prodigy like Wei Qinglan to expend efforts searching for the spiritual vein? She rubbed her head. My master will find a way to help me. Always relying on your master? How unfortunate for Master Yu to have taken you as a disciple, Wei Qinglan stated, waving his hand to cast a cleaning spell on her. Let it be decided. I shall accompany you to Dexian Mountain. If we can locate the secret realm, I will join you within. If we find the spiritual vein there, excellent. If not, we can seek Master Yu's assistance over time. Jiang Lixing was not one to be oblivious, and upon hearing such words, felt a sense of shame. All right, thank you, Wei Shixiao. After receiving the cleaning spell, she felt considerably refreshed. She shuffled down from the stone bed, her feet touching the ground. After a couple of steps, she realized her legs were weak and lacked strength. However, lying there for so long was still better than being utterly immobile. She shuffled outside the cave and gazed at the endless scorched earth, feeling somewhat dazed. Is my destructive power truly this immense? Previously at Qingshu, she possessed some destructive capabilities, but the most significant damage she caused was during alchemy or artifact crafting, where she might accidentally collapse a building or, at worst, damage half a mountain peak. Now, however, the sight of the seemingly infinite scorched earth, with its ravines and deep chasms, left her astonished. The entirety of Ku Mountain bore no traces of fertile soil. Wei Qinglan maintained a calm demeanor when I arrived. The mountains crumbled and the earth quaked. Had it not been for a primordial treasure bestowed upon me by my master, passed down from ancient times, I would not have been able to safeguard even 10 zhang of land. Your destructive power is indeed significant. Jiang Lixing lamented. Fortunately, I had the foresight to gather a handful of wutiao and pluck 2 huangqi fruits. She reached into her storage bag, retrieving them to show Wei Qinglan. Look, Shixiao. These are likely the last wutiao river and huangqi fruits in the world, aren't they? Wei Qinglan glanced at the items in surprise and nodded. Indeed. These 2 items can only be found in Ku Mountain. I never expected you would have the opportunity to gather them. Jiang Lixing felt quite clever for her earlier actions and generously offered. I'll give them to you as a token of my gratitude for saving my life. The next day arrived, Chapter 54, Acceptance. When facing Chun Luan's offering as a token of gratitude, Wei Qinglan hesitated for a moment, but when Jiang Lixing presented her gift, he accepted it without a second thought, promptly storing it in his storage ring. Jiang Lixing felt no qualms about his swift acceptance. His acceptance lightened her spirits. Looking at his storage ring, she envied. I also possess many wonderful items in my storage ring, all gathered by my master over the years. Unfortunately, they were left behind in Qingshu, or I could have given you even more in return. That is unnecessary. These 2 items are sufficient, Wei Qinglan replied. Are you able to walk? Shall we depart today, Or would you prefer to rest another day? Let us depart today, Jiang Lixing said as she dug into her storage bag, pulling out some snacks. This place is utterly ruined, and there is nothing worth lingering for. Brother Chen must be anxiously waiting. She generously offered him a packet of snacks. Shi Xiang, would you like some? Wei Qinglan casually accepted the snack. Mountain Gua, drawn by the scent, rushed over, gazing at Jiang Lixing with longing. I want some too. Jiang Lixing turned her face away. There's none for you. Wah. You've treated me so poorly. You want to even share a pack of snacks, Mountain Gua cried. Jiang Lixing glared at it, arguing, who exactly harmed whom? She then turned to Wei Qinglan. Shi Xiang, is it true that this wretched creature is known for its tears according to ancient texts? Wei Qinglan replied, not at all. Exactly. So why does it cry so much? Jiang Lixing questioned in confusion. Mountain Gua, feeling wronged, declared, I never cried before. It's only because of you. You tempt me with food while putting me in such a dire situation. Jiang Lixing retorted, you sought me out for an explanation. Who shall I turn to for mine? I don't care. I have guarded this place for thousands of years. I deserve some recognition. You cannot simply disregard me. Upon hearing that they planned to leave, Mountain Gua grew anxious, crying heart-wrenchingly, you must care for me. Your failure to uphold the legacy has hindered my ascension. You must take care of me in the future. It made a small request. I'm easy to care for. Just feed me a pack of snacks each day. Jiang Lixing burst into laughter. Even if I were to starve, I wouldn't have the money to buy a pack of snacks. I have to live frugally myself. Mountain Gua remained undeterred. Glancing at Wei Qinglan, who stood by silently, it mustered the courage to tug at Jiang Lixing's skirt, pouting, you must take care of me. I will protect you in return. Jiang Lixing, feeling disgusted, declared, you look like a pig. If I were to keep you as a spirit pet, others would surely mock me. Though her dignity had dwindled significantly, she still retained some semblance of pride. She did not wish to lose it all. Mountain Gua cried, I never looked down on you for being foolish. How could you disdain me? I have lived for over 10,000 years. Can you even survive that long? Jiang Lixing was momentarily stumped. She could not guarantee her own survival. Wei Qinglan chuckled lightly. You should accept it. There is reason in it. Keeping it will bring you no harm. Your current spiritual residence resembles the present state of Ku Mountain. If you ever find the spiritual vein and restore your residence, perhaps Ku Mountain will also revive. Since it was born in Ku Mountain, it may indeed aid you in your cultivation. Everything that exists has its purpose. The universe creates no useless entities. Perhaps one day, you will find it indispensable on your path to greatness. Exactly. Mountain Gua cheered, bouncing with joy. It truly felt that its efforts to please Wei Qinglan with the sword manual left by its master had not been in vain, for now. This very moment spoke in its favor. It did not wish to leave Ku Mountain but sought ascension. Yet, with Ku Mountain in such a state, it felt compelled to follow her, for she was the chosen inheritor. Jiang Lixing remained silent, a sense of disbelief washing over her. Brother Wei, from where does your confidence in me surpass even that of myself and my master? The thought of achieving greatness felt utterly beyond her reach. Wei Qinglan gazed into her eyes, his unwavering belief evident. He assured her that the laws of heaven and earth would not leave a single opportunity ungranted. Persuaded by his words, Jiang Lixing cast a disdainful glance at the creature before her. Brother Wei, are you certain you want me to take this? If others mock me in the future, I shall hold you accountable. Very well, she sniffed, reluctantly acquiescing, but you must release your grip. No tricks. And do not chew on my clothes. I have few garments, and if you ruin them, I cannot afford replacements. Let me be clear, I cannot provide a daily meal. My provisions are limited. Should I run out, so shall you. The creature released its hold, visibly displeased, muttering, not only are you foolish, but you're also rather impoverished. A pauper like you. Jiang Lixing shot a glare in return. I may be poor, but I did not grow up on your family's rice. Rather, you should be grateful for the chance to feast on mine. The creature fell silent, twisting its body, conceding, fine, I shall comply. Jiang Lixing wiggled her fingers, feeling utterly devoid of spiritual energy. She sighed, Brother Wei, to keep this creature as a pet, a bond must be formed, yes? But at present, I am unable to establish one. Without a bond, if it misbehaves or refuses to heed my commands, I would be powerless. Wei Qinglan took her hand gently. A beam of golden light enveloping them. A sharp pain pricked her fingertip, and a droplet of blood emerged, which he focused upon and infused into the creature. It is done. Jiang Lixing rubbed her fingers, searching for any sign of injury, but finding none. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she gazed in astonishment at the creature's jaw. How did your wound heal? The creature shook its head, obediently responding, Your brother Wei healed me. He is a good person. Wei Qinglan, having received the good person label, turned his attention back to Jiang Lixing. Ever since you utilized your spiritual energy to restore my spiritual abode, I have acquired your healing abilities. Jiang Lixing's eyes widened in disbelief. How is it that you can? My master tried every means possible, even experimenting with his own spiritual abode, yet he could not comprehend the nature of my energy. It is inherently non-replicable. Wei Qinglan remained calm, shaking his head. I cannot say. It was during that day at the healing hall that I realized my spiritual abode did not reject your presence. Even when I willingly opened my spiritual abode to you, it did not resist your energy in the slightest. One must understand that each person's consciousness is an independent entity. Particularly for those who cultivate, they seldom permit others to touch their spiritual abode. Even bonded partners harbor secrets from one another. The spiritual abode is a reservoir of one's innermost thoughts and actions, naturally inclined to repel outsiders. For instance, Uncle Ing from the healing hall cannot be healed by his own energy, and his rejection is palpable. Yet, such barriers do not exist between us. Wei Qinglan observed Jiang Lixing's astonishment, a smile touching his lips. Her expression mirrored his own when he first discovered this phenomenon, an incredulous sensation enveloping him. Yet, for those who cultivate, defying the natural order often leads to the extraordinary, rendering such occurrences less shocking. Jiang Lixing blinked, then blinked again, exclaiming, It is truly hard to believe. Wei Qinglan, witnessing her perplexity, suddenly recalled a particular incident. On that day when she had inadvertently wandered into the Kunlun forbidden grounds, he had to provide an explanation to Uncle Qi, stating he would probe her soul. She had readily agreed without guilt, and although his methods were indeed gentle, they could not be entirely without impact. However, the truth remained that after he had probed her soul, she bore no harm, felt no discomfort, and showed no resistance to him. At that moment, he found it peculiar. If one instance could be deemed coincidental, two occurrences could not. It led him to ponder whether there existed a unique connection between them, a shared bond within the cosmic laws. Considering his lineage, born atop Kunlun with parents who were accomplished cultivators, though they perished during his birth, he indeed possessed unique advantages. In contrast, she hailed from a mundane world. Miles away from the three great sects, abandoned in a land of miracles, her parents were likely ordinary folk, leaving no trace of connection to him. Jiang Lixing gazed at Wei Qinglan, indulging in a fanciful thought. If I were to one day uncover a spiritual vein and restore my spiritual abode, could I replicate your abilities? If you can replicate mine, then surely I could as well? Wei Qinglan chuckled. That remains uncertain. Should you possess such capabilities, I would not object. Jiang Lixing felt slighted. What do you mean by that? Do you look down upon me? She turned away, consuming her snacks with a crunch, choosing to ignore him. After finishing a bag of treats, circumstances compelled her to address him again. Brother Wei, shall we proceed? Indeed, he replied, producing a small flying vessel. Understanding her current inability to leap aboard, he extended his hand, assisting her onto the craft. The creature, fearing abandonment, leaped aboard without hesitation. Once aboard, Jiang Lixing marveled. Brother Wei, you are quite affluent. Such a vessel was beyond her means. Over the years, her spending habits had left her with little. Despite possessing a wealth of treasures in her storage ring, her master had never intended for her to venture out, fearing she might lose her wits and destroy valuable items in a furnace. Subsequently, when she was sent to Kunlun, the destruction of thousands of acres of spiritual fields had left him in no mood to provide her with such luxuries. Wei Qinglan released her arm, gesturing towards a room. You will stay here. Jiang Lixing nodded but hesitated to enter. After sleeping for so long, she was not inclined to rest again. She wished to admire the scenery outside. Ancient texts spoke of Dushan, 27 miles east of Kushan, known for its strange winds and rains. It was home to a peculiar tree called Tianlu, with square stalks resembling sunflowers, which posed no choking hazard when consumed. Given her penchant for snacks, collecting some seemed prudent. Wei Qinglan had little interest in the scenery. He had begun his cultivation journey at a young age, often venturing alone. Noting Jiang Lixing's reluctance to enter the room, he decided to let her be and retreated to his own quarters, which happened to be adjacent to hers. As the door closed, it muted his presence. Left without a conversational partner, Jiang Lixing turned to the creature, speaking softly. Sticking with Brother Wei brings comfort and sustenance. Why are you so foolish? Did I not say to let him take you? The creature, self-aware, replied, I attempted to win his favor with the sword manual left by my master. Yet he did not even grant me a smile. It appears I am better off forgotten. Jiang Lixing glared at it. You think I am easy to bully? You want me to take care of you? The creature, although discontent with its new master, resigned itself to the situation, knowing it had sought this arrangement. To placate her, it offered a flattering remark. You are hardly easy to bully. I followed you for days and nights, yet you never offered me a morsel, you miser. This was the best compliment it could muster, for since meeting Wei Qinglan, it had refrained from speaking ill of her. Jiang Lixing huffed, when we reach Dushan, I shall request Brother Wei to stop for a moment. You will gather some tianlu for me. You recognize that plant, yes? What do you need it for? Shan Gao, having followed its former master, possessed a rudimentary understanding of ancient texts, surpassing Chun Luan's knowledge of the natural world. It was indeed familiar with Tian Nuo, that desolate mountain known for its bizarre winds and peculiar rains. I don't care. You must go gather it, Jiang Lixing insisted. If you refuse, it will mean you disregard my words, and I shall have Brother Wei throw you away. Shan Gao bristled with irritation. Upon seeing its frustration manifest, Jiang Lixing added, Tian Nuo is good for treating choking. We both enjoy eating, and occasionally, we might eat too hastily and choke. It's prudent to have some on hand. With this, Shan Gao calmed down, conceding, fine. Although I feel my large mouth renders it unnecessary, her little pouch of food would barely suffice to fill my gaps. Yet, what if she becomes wealthy and offers me a larger portion? Indeed, after traversing a short distance, the sky darkened, and a tempest of strange winds and rains descended. However, the flying boat, being a magical artifact, remained unscathed. Jiang Lixing, invigorated, called out to Wei Qinglan's chamber, Brother Wei, pause for a moment, let the flying boat halt. Wei Qinglan waved his hand, bringing the vessel to a standstill midair, still inside his room, inquiring, why the stop? Jiang Lixing, feeling somewhat embarrassed, explained, there's a blockage ahead. Let Shan Gao gather some Tian Nuo. Wei Qinglan acquiesced with a simple, very well. Shan Gao then leaped from the flying boat, braving the tumultuous winds and rains to collect Tian Nuo. Once it disembarked, it lost its protective barrier and was instantly drenched, cursing under its breath. Collecting Tian Nuo proved challenging, and upon returning, it clutched the plant in its mouth, its body caked in mud, looking utterly disheveled. Jiang Lixing halted it, exclaiming, oh dear, you're too filthy. You cannot jump aboard just yet. Wait a moment while I call Brother Wei for a cleansing spell. Currently lacking any spiritual power herself, she could not perform the spell and relied on Wei Qinglan. Shan Gao glared in frustration, feeling unappreciated for its efforts. Jiang Lixing justified her stance. This is not my flying boat. It belongs to Brother Wei. We cannot soil it. Shan Gao huffed but remained silent, recognizing the hierarchy of strength. With 100-fold courage, it would not dare to incite Wei Qinglan's displeasure, fully aware of his formidable temperament. After a few instances where it had scolded Jiang Lixing, the way Wei Qinglan had scrutinized it without uttering a word made it feel as though he contemplated how to dismantle it for dog food. Dear ones, please cast your votes and show your support. See you tomorrow. Chapter 56. Fangfei Mountain. Wei Qinglan emerged, water dripping from his form, summoned by Jiang Lixing's call. She blinked, observing his appearance. Brother Wei, were you just bathing? He nodded. What do you need me for? Jiang Lixing studied him a moment longer, pondering if her own room had a bathing area, as she too wished to cleanse herself. She extended her hand, casting a cleaning spell for Shan Gao, lest it dirty his flying boat. Following her gesture, Wei Qinglan glanced down at Shan Gao, who stood obediently amidst the rain, still holding the Tian Nuo. With a casual wave, he performed the cleansing spell, enveloping Shan Gao in a protective aura, instantly restoring its cleanliness and lifting it back onto the boat. Now spotless, Shan Gao deposited the Tian Nuo at Jiang Lixing's feet, grumbling, is this enough? I am utterly exhausted. Yes, you have done remarkably well, Jiang Lixing praised generously. We're heading east. There are many mountains ahead and plenty of treasures. You'll have the chance to gather more. Shan Gao glared. Didn't I mention I am impoverished? If you continue to accompany me, my poverty will be your poverty as well. We are both in dire straits. How can you not strive harder? The treasures we gather can be partially kept for ourselves and partially sold for food. Jiang Lixing's mind whirled with calculations as she endeavored to instill motivation in it. Shan Gao pondered this, though it worried whether Wei Qinglan would approve. Turning to look at him, Jiang Lixing remembered that continual stops were indeed cumbersome and added, "Brother Wei, any treasures Shan Gao gathers will be shared with you." Wei Qingluan nodded and returned to his room. "You can call me anytime." Jiang Lixing beamed with delight. "Thank you." She began stowing the Tian Nua in her storage bag and whispered to the exhausted Shan Gao, "In my current situation, I must rely on Brother Wei for everything. With each occurrence, I've grown bolder, even losing my sense of shame. If my master knew, he would surely scold me severely. Before I ventured to Kunlun, he warned me sternly not to cause trouble or entangle myself with him." She sighed softly. "Yet, I have not sought trouble. It is merely that he is the one who saved me from the bitter mountain, not my master. This cannot be blamed on me, can it?" Shan Gao chose silence. Jiang Lixing did not expect it to respond. After stowing the Tian Nua, she settled against the outer edge of the flying boat, poking Shan Gao's ear playfully as she continued to whisper, "If the Lord of Qin from Kunlun were to discover that I became a nuisance to his precious disciple during his seclusion, he would likely regret allowing my master to take me in. I suspect once we reach Defan Mountain, if we find a secret realm, I will have to trouble Brother Wei again. If we do not find it, I shall ask him to return me to Qingsu. Without major competitions, I may not see him again. This way, I can consider myself sensible, don't you think?" Shan Gao couldn't fathom why a young girl could prattle on so incessantly and responded, "Just agree with me and stop talking. This is his flying boat, not yours. If he doesn't shield his senses, he can hear everything you say, no matter how softly." Jiang Lixing fell silent, observing Shan Gao. She felt it was less understanding than a pig. He had only been bathing half the time, likely returning to his room to continue, and during his bath, he probably set up barriers to keep out eavesdroppers. But now that he had finished bathing, Shan Gao shot her a look, implying that he likely hadn't heard her previous remarks, but she should refrain from speaking further. Jiang Lixing understood and poked its head again, remarking, "I never expected having you as a companion would prove so useful." Shan Gao dodged her fingers, retorting, "Get lost." After walking another 52 miles, they arrived at Fangfei Mountain. Jiang Lixing was aware that this mountain harbored a tree known as Mengmu, whose leaves resembled locust leaves, blooming yellow flowers but bearing no fruit. Consuming it would not lead to confusion, though she was uncertain how it might achieve this state of clarity. Perhaps it fostered a serene mind. She wished to experience it for herself. Thus, she summoned Wei Qingluan to halt the flying boat once more and sent Shan Gao to gather the tree while cautioning, "This mountain is home to a guardian beast known as One, resembling a bee, with a forked tail and a reversed tongue, prone to calling out. Ancient texts do not record its abilities, but given its bee-like appearance, it likely possesses a sting and venom. Steal quietly, do not engage it in battle, lest you return covered in stings. If the venom is too potent, you will require Brother Wei's healing. His spiritual power is not to be squandered. He has expended considerable amounts on your behalf, and you must be considerate enough not to burden him further. If you disobey and return stung, as long as you are not dead, I shall not allow him to heal you." Shan Gao exploded with indignation, feeling that life was no longer worth living. "I have never stolen before. You want me to steal? I would rather fight it. I am not a coward." It protested, "So only you are worthy of his healing? He has expended much of his spiritual power for you, and even while you lay unconscious, he continued to supply you with energy every day. Yet when it comes to me, it cannot be wasted. Are you truly human?" Jiang Lixing was unaware that during her unconsciousness, Wei Qingluan had been supplying spiritual energy to her spirit reservoir every other day. No wonder she was able to move and walk upon awakening. Even if his energy did not alter her spirit reservoir, it must have nourished and revitalized her body. Yet, upon her awakening, he had not mentioned a word about it. With a mixed sentiment, she gazed at the tightly shut door of Wei Qingluan's room, speculating that he might be recuperating from the depletion of his spiritual energy. Was it really appropriate for her to repeatedly halt the flying boat and disturb him? Perhaps she should refrain from collecting anything. After all, it was not a necessity. As she pondered, the flying boat came to a stop, and Wei Qingluan's calm voice resonated from within the room, instructing the mountain beast, "Go." The mountain beast, with a snort, leaped off the flying boat in a huff. Jiang Lixing looked at the closed door, feeling unsettled. After a moment, she could no longer resist and called out, "Senior Wei, are you well?" Wei Qingluan's voice came back, "I'm fine, what's wrong?" Jiang Lixing scratched her head. "What are you doing? Are you in the midst of training? I keep calling to stop the flying boat. Am I being too bothersome? It's neither troublesome nor disruptive. I am not training." Wei Qingluan casually waved his hand, opening the door. However, rather than appearing at the threshold, he reclined lazily on a soft couch inside the room. Holding the sword manual he had been studying, looking up at her, Jiang Lixing observed the furnishings of his room. The table, chairs, bed, incense burner, tea table, and cushions were all elegantly arranged and impeccably tidy. He lay there in a relaxed manner. If Jiang Lixing were not aware of his identity and the fact that she was currently on his flying boat, she might have mistaken him for a young noble from a prestigious family rather than a disciple of Kunlun. This demeanor starkly contrasted with the rigorous and disciplined lifestyle expected of disciples in Kunlun. It was perplexing how he had grown up under such strict rules, yet had developed this nonchalant personality. She suddenly recalled Enruxu, who also grew up in Kunlun but possessed a temperament quite unlike the others. Perhaps her misunderstanding of Kunlun was profound, while rules were indeed stringent. One's character could diverge from them. Some individuals, like Wei Qinglan, might receive leniency due to their prodigious talents, while Enruxu thrived under the protection of a skilled master, emboldening her to act differently from her peers. She wondered how he was faring now. They had promised to travel together, yet she had found herself in dire straits, rendered a mere shadow of her former self, truly a useless being. Surely, he could not be in a worse predicament than she was. Noticing Jiang Lixing standing at the doorway, her expression shifting, Wei Qinglan raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you bored waiting? Do you wish to go for a walk?" "Not at all." Jiang Lixing quickly shook her head. She had no desire to venture out or encounter the mountain beasts, fearing she might be stung all over. She hurriedly explained, "I just heard the mountain beast mention that during my slumber, you transferred your spiritual energy to me every other day." As she scrutinized Wei Qinglan's face, she noticed it appeared pale, stirring feelings of guilt and gratitude within her. "Senior Wei, your life-saving grace and the expenditure of your spiritual energy are beyond measure. Now you accompany me on this journey to Daxian Mountain, and if we happen to find the entrance to the secret realm, you will have to help me suppress my cultivation to enter and seek the spiritual vein. I cannot fathom the weight of such a debt. I fear I may never be able to repay you." "You need not repay anything," Wei Qinglan replied, not looking at her anymore, his gaze returning to the sword manual. "If it weren't for you, my spirit reservoir would not be in such a good state, and I would not have gained your healing abilities. I have not suffered a loss." Jiang Lixing found herself momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, she felt compelled to speak. "I just learned of this. I noticed your door was always shut, and I wanted to check on you. Your training cannot be delayed. Please, do not transfer your spiritual energy to me anymore. I have little hope of achieving any great path. I wouldn't want to hinder you." After all, she was not his responsibility. To claim such would be a stretch. If every disciple entering Kunlun required the future leader to bear their burdens, it would be an impossible feat. Her master, even as the leader of the Qingshu sect, did not possess such influence to have the most promising young genius labor for her sake. For all of Kunlun, the expectations placed upon him were immense. He only needed to focus on his own cultivation, preparing for the day he would inherit the responsibilities of the sect, guiding Kunlun to endure through the ages. Wei Qinglan flipped a page of the sword manual without raising his eyelids, speaking in a casual tone. "All right, understood. If you do not wish to go down, then save your breath and refrain from such idle chatter. Is it not exhausting?" Jiang Lixing felt a pang of rejection. She touched her nose and took the initiative to close the door, lightly tapping her forehead, pondering how exhausting it truly was. Were it not for the communication talisman provided by Kunlun, she would have summoned her master to fetch her long ago. She feared that if this continued, trouble would inevitably arise. Throughout her life, apart from her master, no one had ever treated her this well. If this persisted, the nation would surely falter. The mountain beast returned with a branch in its mouth, pursued by a swarm of aggressive wasps, buzzing and launching their venomous stingers at it, causing the mountain beast to flee in terror. Jiang Lixing stared in disbelief. "What is this? Wasps? Why are there so many?" She cried out in panic. "Senior Wei, hurry! Run!" A swarm of wasps. Wei Qinglan set down the sword manual and emerged from the room, witnessing the mountain beast being relentlessly pursued. It was quite a sight. As it clutched the branch tightly in its mouth, its fur bristling with fear, its eyes wide with terror, as all four legs propelled it forward in a desperate flight. Wei Qinglan unleashed a beam of golden light toward the swarm and simultaneously enveloped the mountain beast with a strand of spiritual energy, lifting it onto the flying boat. Once aboard, the flying boat instantly activated a protective shield, isolating them from the relentless swarm of wasps. The swarm engulfed the flying boat, buzzing ominously, each one appearing quite menacing, sending chills down Jiang Lixing's spine. Her claws instinctively grasped Wei Qinglan's sleeve, her fear palpable. "Senior Wei, is the protection of this flying boat solid?" Wei Qinglan glanced down at her delicate, trembling fingers gripping his sleeve, which was now crumpled from her hold. She seemed utterly oblivious to her own fright, as she remained paralyzed with fear. He smirked slightly and turned his head, assuring her, "It's solid. Don't worry." Jiang Lixing squeezed her eyes shut, finding solace in his words. "As long as you say so. I cannot bear to see, it is too terrifying. Thank goodness I did not fall into this mountain, otherwise I would have perished long ago. How have these creatures survived and multiplied so abundantly? The entire mountain must be infested." Once the mountain beast released the branch from its mouth, it squatted on the ground, panting heavily in fright. "You are a pig, not a dog. Do you really think you are a dog?" Jiang Lixing's eyes peeked open a crack, noticing the swarm still surrounding the flying boat, incessantly crashing against it. She hurriedly shut her eyes again, muttering in frustration, "I told you to sneak away quietly. I warned you how formidable these creatures are. Do not provoke them. Yet you've attracted a whole swarm. Did you not heed my warning?" The mountain beast, feeling wronged and exasperated, retorted, "I was cautious, but these pests are everywhere. No matter how careful I am, it is futile." He shook his fur, already feeling quite impressive. "Not only did I gather what you wanted, but I also emerged unscathed. Isn't that enough? What more do you want from me? If you have the capability, do it yourself." Jiang Lixing fell silent at once. Shan Gao let out a heavy grunt, musing that it was a cowardly shame to blame him. Jiang Lixing tightened her grip on Wei Qinglan's sleeve and retorted, "If you're so brave, why not let senior brother Wei throw you down again? Why not go and fight them yourself?" Shan Gao immediately ceased to respond. Jiang Lixing also huffed heavily, thinking, "You look down on me, but you aren't much more capable yourself." Monthly votes, my dear friends. Moi? Chapter 58. Encirclement. Jiang Lixing believed that since the One could not breach the airship, they would naturally withdraw. However, to her astonishment, they forced the airship to a standstill, exerting their power to prevent any escape. Jiang Lixing was taken aback. These creatures were formidable. She turned to Wei Qinglan. "What should we do?" Wei Qinglan pressed his lips together. "Stay on the airship. I will go out and deal with them." Jiang Lixing grasped his sleeve, saying without a moment's thought, "No. It's too dangerous. You mustn't go out." The immense toll of transferring spiritual energy to her was evident in his pale complexion, suggesting he had not yet recovered and would likely take some time to do so. With so many One outside, perhaps numbering in the thousands, how could he possibly contend with them? She regretted allowing Shan Gao to venture out to steal the Mingmu. Wei Qinglan regarded her, "Though they are numerous, they cannot harm me. You needn't worry. Perhaps we should simply remain here? If they won't let us leave, then we shall not leave. Let us see who can outlast whom." Jiang Lixing was quite obstinate. If she could avoid confrontation, she preferred to do so. Had it not been for the necessity of facing Shan Gao at Ku Mountain, she would have preferred to avoid fighting altogether. Before Wei Qinglan could respond, she hastily added, "Your spiritual energy is too depleted and hasn't yet recovered. I fear you might not be able to handle them. And then what would I do? You still need to protect me." Wei Qinglan looked at her. Jiang Lixing, feeling a bit anxious, looked back at him. He noticed her grip on his sleeve was so tight that her knuckles turned white, revealing her fear. Jiang Lixing followed his gaze, and, realizing she had been clutching his sleeve, quickly released it, smoothing out the creases with flustered hands. However, having held it for so long and lacking spiritual energy, she could not restore its pristine state. Feeling guilty, she averted her eyes and spoke with less conviction. "It's not that I doubt your capabilities, it's just, if we can avoid trouble, why exert ourselves unnecessarily, right? With so many One, it's like poking a hornet's nest. A single sting could leave us incapacitated." Having witnessed the potency of venomous hornets in her youth, she recalled poking a nest and now observed the One releasing toxic needles and fluids, coating the airship in a yellow-brown substance, the liquid glimmering with deadly spikes. One could only imagine the peril of even a minor exposure. Wei Qinglan responded softly, "All right, I will heed your concerns." Upon hearing his agreement, Jiang Lixing sighed in relief. To alleviate her earlier anxiety, she took a step to kick Shan Gao. "You foolish creature. This is all your fault for being so inept, provoking such formidable beings." Shan Gao yelped in protest. "Why don't you blame yourself? If you hadn't sought the Mengmu, I wouldn't have been compelled to provoke these wretched creatures. You foolish girl." Aware of Wei Qinglan's gaze upon it, Shan Gao shrank back, muttering in a softer tone. And it's my fault. Jiang Lixing believed it was indeed foolish, feeling no guilt for her part in the situation. She had warned it beforehand. Yet it foolishly stirred up trouble. Shan Gao turned away, refusing to acknowledge her, unable to scold her due to the protective presence surrounding her. Only able to curse silently within. After an hour had passed, the woman showed no signs of dispersing, their intensity undiminished, seemingly intent on breaching the airship to sting them to death. With their beady eyes glaring menacingly, Jiang Lixing once felt a shiver run down her spine, but now, having grown accustomed to their presence, she observed them closely, murmuring quietly, "These women are rather adorable." Shan Gao turned its head, wearing an expression that questioned her sanity. Wei Qinglan chuckled softly. Jiang Lixing blushed. Indeed, just look at them. Their various stances while attacking the airship are quite diverse. Some have long legs, others short. Some possess large eyes while others have small. Some can even shoot needles and venom from their tails, and some can change the color of their eyes. Does that not suggest that while they are all demons, some possess greater cultivation than others? Wei Qinglan nodded. Indeed. Jiang Lixing felt a flicker of joy at his agreement, contemplating, if they continuously expel needles and venom, might they exhaust themselves if we ignore them? Would they not eventually suffer as a result? After all, the energy within them is akin to the spiritual energy we cultivators possess, limited in quantity. If they do not replenish it, it stands to reason they would perish from overexertion. As she spoke, a thought struck her. She abruptly turned to Wei Qinglan, "Senior brother Wei. Why is your spiritual energy recovering so slowly? You are already at the golden core stage. It should not take this long. Is your spiritual palace still not fully healed? Or do you lack sufficient elixirs to aid your recovery?" Though her mind struggled to grasp the situation, she sensed something was amiss with Wei Qinglan. Even accounting for the energy he expended to assist her, it was unusual for him to remain pale after such a lengthy period. Wei Qinglan met her gaze. Noticing her furrowed brow and puzzled expression, he hesitated for a moment, then said, "During the landslide at Ku Mountain, although I possessed celestial-grade artifacts, I sustained some injuries while rescuing Qinluan. However, it is nothing serious." He dismissed it as inconsequential, unaware that she had noticed. Jiang Lixing was instantly incensed. "You were injured, yet you continue to transfer your energy to me? Do you wish to tempt fate?" She was thoroughly displeased. "If you wanted me to awaken sooner, you could have simply carried me away. Even while I was unconscious, you could have done so." Wei Qinglan regarded her. "What are you upset about?" Jiang Lixing found herself momentarily speechless. Wei Qinglan shifted his gaze away. "I said it's nothing serious. I meant it. Transferring energy to you also allows me to ascertain the state of your spiritual palace." Jiang Lixing fell silent. Shan Gao observed the two, pouting its snout and shifting its body, preparing to bury its head in sleep. Jiang Lixing caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye and kicked it again in annoyance. "Look at you. You've guarded Ku Mountain for millennia and have yet to produce a single offspring. Now look at these Wenwen. They are so adept at reproduction. Are you not ashamed before your ancestors?" This was merely a case of misplaced frustration, seeking a target for her ire. Shan Gao was infuriated to the point of wanting to kick back. "I am a male beast. Without a female, whom should I procreate with? I am the last of my kind. Do you understand?" Jiang Lixing replied. "So your kind is without merit, lacking the favor of the heavens. Just look at the Wenwen." Shan Gao was left speechless in indignation. Chapter 59. Scaring them away. Shan Gao felt utterly unfortunate, having encountered such a master, destined only to endure her torment. Initially, it had perceived her as a soft and bumbling girl, believing her easy to manipulate. Who would have thought her true nature would reveal itself in such a manner? She was insufferable. Though it excelled at cursing, it was unable to express itself due to the protection surrounding her, leading to a feeling of immense frustration. Turning its back to her, it sulked. Jiang Lixing found relief in her release of frustration and continued to observe the Wenwen. After a while, she lamented. These Wenwen would surely make excellent materials for crafting. With their poisonous needles and venom, they could serve as formidable offensive artifacts. Alas, I lack spiritual energy. Even if I captured them, I would be unable to refine them. Wei Qinglan observed that the enthusiasm of the creatures dissipated as swiftly as it had arisen. Following her lead, he gazed outside at the fluttering figures and remarked, "You are right. If they continue to besiege us, I shall capture them all for your future crafting endeavors." Jiang Lixing nodded in agreement, feeling a surge of optimism. One must have dreams, after all, she mused, gradually believing that her spiritual realm could indeed be restored. As the two spoke, the creatures outside suddenly took flight, leaving not a single one behind. All that remained were the viscous liquids and fine, hair like needles they had expelled. Jiang Lixing was taken aback. Why did they all flee? It's as if they were escaping for their lives. She turned to Wei Qinglan, questioning whether their conversation had been audible to the creatures outside. Wei Qinglan, equally astonished, conceded, it seems likely. Jiang Lixing sprang to her feet, a realization dawning upon her. Ah, so they are quite fearful after all. No wonder they can multiply so prolifically. I had thought them formidable, but they are, in fact, quite timid. Just a few words from us, and they scatter. Wei Qinglan chuckled. They must have sensed my sincerity. Jiang Lixing turned to him, and Wei Qinglan waved his hand, enveloping the entire vessel in a golden light, gathering the remnants of the sticky liquid and needle-like fragments into a single container. He retrieved an empty vial from his storage ring and poured the collected materials inside, sealing it tightly before handing it to Jiang Lixing. Should you wish to craft in the future, adding these should yield some offensive artifacts. It is a fortunate acquisition indeed. Jiang Lixing accepted the vial with glee, her imagination running wild. This is quite a bounty. I could at least forge 2 artifacts from this. And I shall gift you one. Very well, he replied. With the vial stowed away in her storage bag, Jiang Lixing beamed at the now pristine vessel, albeit still feeling a tinge of apprehension. Let us depart. Let us not linger at any more peaks. If there are more treasures, I shall not covet them. Wei Qinglan, bemused by her radiant smile, momentarily lost his focus. You may indeed covet them. No, no, I shall not stir up trouble, Jiang Lixing insisted, waving her hands dismissively. This experience had instilled in her a profound reluctance to encounter another such ordeal. Had the creatures not turned out to be so cowardly, she mused. What might have transpired had they faced a more tenacious adversary? The vessel could not remain in stasis forever, and Wei Qinglan would inevitably have to intervene, which could lead to injury given their overwhelming numbers. Feeling fatigued, she yawned and declared, I shall retire to my chamber for a rest. I truly do not wish for any more encounters. Brother Wei, you should also take a moment to recuperate. With that, she stifled another yawn and retreated to her room. Upon entering, she was struck by the opulence of her surroundings, which far surpassed the modest accommodations Wei Qinglan occupied. The bed was adorned with rare silk from the Nanhai region, a treasure from her childhood, a gift from her indulgent master who had intended to craft garments for her. But she had insisted on a bed canopy instead. Aside from the exquisite silk, her bed was crafted from warm jade, and every piece of furniture was a rare and valuable artifact. Jiang Lixing had encountered many fine things throughout her life, yet this room left her momentarily speechless. Just as she was about to cross the threshold, she hesitated and called out, Brother Wei, the furnishings in this room are truly extravagant. Perhaps you should stow them away. I fear I might inadvertently damage something and be unable to compensate you. You need not worry, given your current state. What could you possibly damage? Wei Qinglan raised an eyebrow. Jiang Lixing was momentarily at a loss. Indeed, stripped of her spiritual power, she had little capability for destruction. She had almost forgotten this reality. It was her own ineptitude that had led to her diminished state, and now, even this seemed inconsequential. With a determined stride, she entered her room, closed the door, and, having forgotten her earlier intention to bathe, fell into a deep slumber. The mountain spirit longed for a room of its own to rest comfortably, but observing Wei Qinglan, it resigned itself to remaining still and obedient. Wei Qinglan, hearing the rhythmic breathing from within, realized Jiang Lixing had succumbed to sleep. He turned to the mountain spirit and said, 57 miles eastward lies a mountain known as the Kushan, within which grows a peculiar herb resembling elm leaves, with a square stem and green thorns. Its roots bear green markings, known as nyoshang. Consuming it wards off dizziness and can also be used in crafting. Once we reach the location, I will halt the vessel, and you may gather it, for it will serve as excellent material for your master's alchemy and crafting. The mountain spirit's eyes widened in shock, but she just declared she did not wish for anything more. She said that, indeed, Wei Qinglan replied nonchalantly. But will you go or not? Faced with his unwavering gaze, the mountain spirit felt a surge of frustration. Very well, I shall go, it relented. Satisfied, Wei Qinglan continued. To the south of this mountain flows a river named Kwangshui, home to a turtle known as the three-legged turtle. Consuming its flesh can heal toxic wounds and serves as an excellent antidote. You may capture it as well. The mountain spirit nearly wept. But I cannot contend with the three-legged turtle. While I can breathe fire, water and fire are natural enemies. But you possess claws. Were you not quite vigorous when rousing your former master from slumber to compel her to master array techniques? Wei Qinglan raised an eyebrow. The mountain spirit fell silent, feeling utterly beleaguered. It felt cursed to have encountered these two individuals in this life. Wei Qinglan chose not to return to his chamber, but remained on deck, perusing a sword manual. When the vessel arrived at the next peak, he gestured for a halt, instructing the mountain spirit, "Go forth." The mountain spirit, feeling a weight of despair, grumbled, but, under duress, leaped off the vessel. 2 hours later, the mountain spirit returned, drenched and limping, with a three-legged turtle clutched in its mouth and another tied to its back. Wei Qinglan, undeterred by the passage of time, had been leisurely studying his manual. The mountain spirit, bloodied and weary, recounted its struggle. "These turtles are cunning and swim faster than fish. One of them clawed at my leg, and despite my tough hide, it managed to break through, leaving me wounded." Wei Qinglan merely nodded. "Well done." The mountain spirit looked up, its eyes pleading. "Will you not tend to my injuries? They are quite severe, and if I am not healed, I cannot proceed to the next peak. Should I encounter something more formidable, I would be at a disadvantage." Setting aside his manual, Wei Qinglan approached, channeling his spiritual energy to envelop the mountain spirit's wounds. The task proved arduous, taking half an hour to mend the injuries. Once healed, the mountain spirit shook off the water and leapt about, but its joy was short-lived upon seeing Wei Qinglan's pale visage. "I assure you, I am not clumsy. I simply struggle with water," it muttered defensively. Indeed, Wei Qinglan gestured for silence, took a medicinal pill, swallowed it, and sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to meditate. His expression neutral and unbothered. The mountain spirit, recognizing the need for quietude, turned away to deal with the two captured three-legged turtles. The flying vessel journeyed eastward for another 70 miles, arriving at the foot of a mountain. Wei Qinglan opened her eyes, halted the vessel, and addressed the mountain. "This is known as Bansher Mountain. On its slopes grows a herb called jiarong, which blooms as soon as it breaks ground. With roots extending over 10 feet, its crimson leaves and flowers can shield one from thunder. This herb is a prized material for alchemists and craftsmen alike. Consequently, this mountain has attracted countless cultivators. However, to the south of the mountain flows a river known as Su Shui, which is home to a fish called the Jinyu. This fish, resembling a crucian carp with its dark spots, induces lethargy in those who consume it. Yet the Jinyu possesses a unique ability to weave dreams, ensnaring individuals unknowingly within the mountain, transforming them into bones that nourish the earth. Thus, while the mountain is easy to enter, escaping is fraught with peril, and few dare to catch the Jinyu. If you venture into this mountain, you must suppress your senses to avoid falling victim to its treachery, and refrain from attempting to catch the Jinyu. Merely remain vigilant against them. Moreover, to the north of this mountain flows another river named Yishui, which harbors a fish called the Luyu. Resembling a perch, this fish resides in the depths of burrows, adorned with blue stripes and a red tail, possessing the ability to cure toxic sores and swellings. It too serves as an excellent material for alchemy. You should not venture into deep waters. Instead, agitate Yishui to lure the fish to the surface for capture. Shan Gao felt overwhelmed, pondering whether a solitary beast like himself could survive in such a perilous place. Water was his greatest fear. The thought of being ensnared in a dream, potentially dying in the process, haunted him. Wei Qinglan tossed him a magical artifact, a Qianquan ring, capable of stirring Yishui and defending against attacks while allowing for counterstrikes. "Take this, and if you follow my advice to suppress your senses, you should emerge unscathed, unless you are utterly foolish." Naturally, Shan Gao rejected any notion of foolishness, binding the Qianquan ring to his back with vines and resolutely leaping from the vessel. Wei Qinglan lowered her gaze to continue studying her sword manual. Moments later, she suddenly stood, reinforcing the vessel's protective barriers before disembarking herself to head towards Su Shui, south of Bansher Mountain. Thus, when Jiang Lixing awoke from thirst, she found the vessel unnaturally quiet, even the sound of Shan Gao's snoring absent. Perplexed, she stepped out of her chamber, only to discover the vessel was completely deserted, and Shan Gao's presence was nowhere to be found. Calling out in confusion yielded no reply. Rubbing her eyes, she leaned over the front deck to look down. The vessel had come to rest atop a mountain. Water flowed both to the north and south, while the slopes were lush with trees and oddly shaped rocks. After some contemplation, she discerned that this must be Bansher Mountain, identified by the scattered red blossoms and the mountain's distinctive profile. She mused, Could it be that the two have gone up the mountain to gather something? Yet she recalled the reports of the mountain's dangers. Cultivators who entered often remained there, their bones left to mingle with the earth. Nevertheless, the Jiangnan grass that could withstand thunder had drawn many to this perilous location. For overcoming a thunder tribulation could extend one's lifespan by decades, even centuries, making it an irresistible pursuit. As she waited, her drowsiness faded, and she leaned against the front deck. After waiting for about an hour without sight of Wei Qinglan or Shan Gao, she was instead greeted by a group of cultivators, 6 or 7 in total, a mix of genders and ages, clad in various garments, likely scattered practitioners. Upon their arrival, they spotted the splendid flying vessel, partially obscured by low-hanging clouds, capturing their attention. In a world fraught with treachery, particularly among scattered practitioners unbound by sect rules, it was common for violence and plunder to ensue. One elder among them, quick to deploy his spiritual sense, began to inspect the vessel. Despite Wei Qinglan's reinforced defenses, the elder's extraordinary vision detected something amiss, and a smile crept across his face. It seems there is but a single occupant, a rather weak one. Let us approach. The group, placing their trust in the elder, mounted their swords and surged toward the vessel. Jiang Lixing's instincts flared as she watched the approaching figures, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Reacting swiftly, she shouted, "Run! There's a group of villains coming." In her past experiences, Wei Qinglan would halt the vessel at her command, but in her panic, she momentarily forgot that this vessel was his artifact and would not heed her. Fortunately, the vessel complied, taking off with a swift whoosh towards Su Shui. Though the vessel flew quickly, it remained aware of its master. Steering clear of erratic paths and heading towards Su Shui, Jiang Lixing glanced back, seeing the pursuers following closely behind. Anger surged within her. Who are these people? What do they want? Their malicious expressions confirmed her suspicions. Faster! We mustn't let them catch up. I fear they intend to kill us for our treasures. The vessel responded with increased speed, but the pursuing figures were relentless, especially the elder, whose cultivation level was formidable. Jiang Lixing assessed him as likely being at least at the golden core stage, possibly even at the nascent soul level. Given Wei Qinglan's youthful age and his recent injuries sustained at Ku Mountain, along with having transferred much of his spiritual energy to her, she doubted he could contend with this group, let alone the elder. As a cultivator, the disparity in levels was significant. A higher-tiered practitioner could easily overwhelm a lower-tiered one. Although Wei Qinglan possessed the capability to overcome such odds, he would undoubtedly sustain injuries, especially with so many adversaries, 2 of whom likely shared his cultivation level. Run elsewhere. Don't go to Su Shui. Don't seek your master. Can't you see how many of them there are? This time, the vessel ignored her. Whether it was a reluctance to stray too far and lose its master or an unwavering faith in him, it pressed onward towards Su Shui. Frustrated, Jiang Lixing slapped the hull. Are you foolish? Don't you see? There are 6 or 7 of them. If your master were in peak condition, he could handle them, but he is not. By heading toward them, you are inviting disaster. The vessel hesitated briefly but then surged forward, still heading for Su Shui. Exasperated, Jiang Lixing lamented. Do you wish to lead your master to his doom? Ignoring her, the vessel continued its swift flight, nearing Su Shui. With no other options, she rummaged through her storage pouch for talismans and her 2 crafted artifacts. Earlier, during her time at Ku Mountain, she had shot a hidden arrow into Shan Gao, but upon awakening, it had mysteriously returned to her possession. Now, she adorned her wrist with it, determined to employ all her talismans against the pursuers. Previously, she had been cautious with her talismans, fearing they might run out, but now, with danger looming, she resolved to use them liberally. She recalled that Wei Qinglan possessed numerous treasures, likely possessing a wealth of talismans as well, given his status, which surely exceeded Cheng Luan's riches. As the vessel approached Su Shui without sight of Wei Qinglan, it appeared bewildered, circling the river in confusion. The pursuers arrived, surrounding the vessel in the air above Su Shui, each standing atop their own artifacts. The elder, spotting Jiang Lixing within, grinned with determination. Little girl, descend from the vessel and surrender it to me. We shall spare your life. Clenching her talismans, Jiang Lixing remained silent, her anger boiling over as she hurled a flurry of talismans toward the 7 figures. Though she purchased ordinary talisman paper, there were moments when her creations surpassed the mundane, particularly the explosive talismans. She had crafted many, depleting 7 or 8 while attempting to slay the mountain spirit in Ku Mountain, leaving her with just over 20, all of which she had utilized. Now, aware of their potency, she felt no regret. The 7 individuals were taken by surprise when she suddenly unleashed her attack. In an instant, everyone but the elder was ensnared. The explosive talismans detonated above the water, creating a cacophony that resonated throughout the area, sending water splashing everywhere. 2 individuals were injured by the blast, falling into the water, one of whom was struck by an unknown talisman, leaving him dazed and spinning in place. His artifacts rendered disoriented before he too plummeted into the depths. Another was caught by a freezing talisman, rendered immobile upon his own artifact. Only a young man and woman, both golden core cultivators, though disheveled and wounded from the explosion, managed to retain control of their artifacts, avoiding the water's embrace. Indeed, these 3 were formidable and the most challenging to contend with. Jiang Lixing bit her lip and urged the flying vessel to flee, exclaiming, "What are you dawdling for? Since your master isn't in the water, we must escape." This time, the vessel complied and darted away from the water. However, the elder and 2 seemingly youthful golden core cultivators were determined to prevent its escape, surrounding the vessel once more, this time without hesitation, launching their assault. Wei Qinglan's vessel was a top-grade artifact, agile and responsive, deftly evading Jiang Lixing's commands as she clung to the cabin, feeling dizzy and nauseous. In a moment, the vessel's agility could only buy them time. It soon succumbed to the elder's powerful strike, reverberating with a thunderous crash that eclipsed the sound of all her explosive talismans combined. The water could not withstand the impact, sending a towering column of spray into the air. The elder sustained heavy injuries, barely managing to stabilize himself just above the water's surface, but as he regained his footing, the vessel executed a swift maneuver, diving towards him without regard. The elder's face paled, and he hastily dodged, yet the vessel relentlessly pursued him, resulting in a fierce confrontation upon the water's surface. Jiang Lixing, jostled within the vessel, felt a surge of exhilaration amidst her dizziness, shouting encouragement as the vessel charged forward. Crash! Smash him! That old fool, despite his age, should focus on cultivating rather than resorting to foul means to kill and steal. He ought to recognize whose artifact this is. There are no inferior items in Wei Shixiang's possession. How could he not see that? You, blind fool, deserve to be smashed to pieces. As Wei Qinglan emerged from the water, he beheld the chaotic scene, his vessel relentlessly battering the elder, leaving him battered and bruised. The fiery mountain spirit chased after the 2 golden core cultivators, relentlessly spewing flames, forcing them into a desperate retreat. One wielded a sword, the other a blade. But neither could penetrate its fiery exterior, their faces ashen. What caught his attention most was Jiang Lixing, blood dripping from her pristine wrists as she grasped the edge of the cabin, her excitement palpable as she encouraged the vessel to attack. Wei Qinglan cast a cleanse in the fragrant 10 miles. The wine remains unopened. As the scarlet-clad figure passes, spring fades into obscurity. With the innate sword forged from Kunlun's snow, he lightly brushes the clouds, stirring the mountains and seas. This refers to Wei Qinglan, the foremost figure on the wind and cloud rankings, the sole direct disciple of the Kunlun sect's leader, and a prodigious talent of his generation. Countless tales circulate about him, yet the most recognizable aspect is his red attire, which has become synonymous with his identity across various sections. Since he donned the scarlet robe, no other cultivator has dared to wear it. No one wishes to provoke him, nor to appear inferior by imitating him poorly. When others encounter him, they instinctively yield, not merely due to his prowess, but also because, having just broken through to the Golden Core stage, he single-handedly traversed the unending divine realm unscathed, a feat few can boast. Moreover, with the entire Kunlun sect backing him, who would be foolish enough to attempt to rob him? Especially those roguish cultivators known for their violent ways. Logically, they should avoid him, yet today they dared to challenge him. Was that not courting death? Even if they succeeded in their robbery, the entirety of Kunlun would hunt them down. What madness compelled them? The elder, despite being at the nascent soul stage, turned ashen upon recognizing Wei Qinglan. While 2 golden core cultivators appeared utterly pale, they assumed that a seemingly unremarkable young girl, possessing a great treasure, could be easily dealt with. Little did they know she was seated upon Wei Qinglan's magic artifact. It was said that Wei Qinglan shunned female company. Even his fellow disciples seldom exchanged words with him. How could a girl be found on his treasured artifact? Do you wish to expend your cultivation voluntarily, or shall I take action and end your lives? Wei Qinglan's artifact enveloped the trio, swiftly transporting them to the riverbank. Thud, thud, they fell to the ground, and escape was impossible. The elder, filled with resentment. Lamented his age and the arduous nature of his cultivation. Once his powers were relinquished, he would be as good as dead. Wei Qinglan's gaze sharpened as he raised his hand, decisively slaying the elder. Though he presented a choice, the elder's despair was evident, leaving him with no alternative. In an instant, the elder's nascent soul was shattered, extinguishing his life. The two golden core cultivators were taken aback, their eyes widening in horror, trembling with fear. This was Wei Qinglan. Despite being at the late golden core stage, he effortlessly dispatched an opponent of higher cultivation. Though the elder was gravely wounded, it should not have been so easy for him to perish at Wei Qinglan's hands. Yet, the might of his artifact and his unyielding decisiveness left no room for mercy. Jiang Lixing's eyes widened as she recalled that Wei Qinglan had once single-handedly defeated two late nascent soul serpents, a feat achieved at the cost of his own spirit realm being nearly destroyed. Having slain the elder, Wei Qinglan withdrew his hand, expressionless as he regarded the trembling man and woman. Did you hear my words? I grant you a choice. Should you wish to gamble everything, you may meet the same fate as him. The pair nodded in fright, acknowledging his words. We will forfeit our cultivation. To remain alive was their utmost desire. They understood that as long as they lived, there remained a chance to cultivate anew. Fearing a delayed response might provoke Wei Qinglan into action, they hastily expended their powers. In mere moments, the youthful appearance of the man and woman transformed into that of middle-aged individuals, reflecting their true ages. Wei Qinglan retracted his artifact and spared them. You may leave. The two, not daring to linger, supported one another as they stumbled away from the riverbank, leaving behind the elder, now a mere withered corpse, bereft of power and life. Jiang Lixing observed the elder's face, etched with deep wrinkles, and estimated he must have lived over a century. Disgusted, she averted her gaze, muttering, "Greed leads to ruin. He deserved his fate. Well done, Senior Wei. Heaven knows that without such a formidable artifact, she could have been the one to perish. And thus she could not afford to feel pity." Wei Qinglan acknowledged her, casting a cleansing spell, channeling spiritual energy to treat her injuries while explaining. The fish in the river possess dream-weaving abilities. I thought if you were to refine pills or artifacts in the future, incorporating them would yield remarkable results. I sought to retrieve a few, but encountered a formation that delayed my return. Jiang Lixing realized. So that's why you circled the river for so long. I wondered why you didn't appear despite the commotion. Now I understand you were ensnared by the formation. Curiosity ignited her thoughts. What kind of formation was it? Who would set up a formation in the river? Did you sustain injuries? Wei Qinglan had not employed his usual innate sword against the three. He had relied on his artifact instead. Though he resolved the conflict swiftly, she sensed it was uncharacteristic of him. His temperament was unpredictable. Sometimes he was amiable, other times fiercely cold. Yet, one thing seemed consistent. He relished challenging himself against stronger foes, honing his skills through combat. As she felt her wounds slowly heal under his care, she marveled at his abilities. Previously, she had not appreciated the significance, but now, without expending her own energy, she could witness the healing unfold. If she had retained her powers, she could have healed herself without delay. Wei Qinglan gazed at her fair visage, her smooth forehead, and the earlier peril of being pursued seemed to have left no trace upon her heart. He diverted his gaze, knowing she would eventually recover. He approached the lifeless elder nearby, bent down, and retrieved the fallen storage ring from the ground. Employing a cleaning spell, he waved his hand to dispel the restrictive seal upon the ring, peered inside briefly, and then handed it to Jiang Lixing. He harmed you, so consider this his compensation. Take it. Jiang Lixing expressed her disdain. I do not want it. Wei Qinglan observed her. You possess only one storage pouch, which cannot accommodate much. Make do with this for now. Otherwise, you'll have to let the mountain gourd gather items again, and surely they cannot all be placed with me. After some contemplation, Jiang Lixing reluctantly accepted it. Fine. Chapter 64. Addiction. Initially, Jiang Lixing was quite unwilling to accept the storage ring, but upon opening it and discovering it brimming with treasures, her reluctance vanished completely. Her eyes widened in astonishment. How could this old man possess so many valuable items? It's nearly a mountain of riches. He must have acquired them through nefarious deeds. No wonder he was collected by the heavens. Encountering Wei Qinglan was indeed his downfall. She mused on the folly of not checking the calendar before attempting to seize his treasures, and thus, he deserved his misfortune. She crouched down, rummaging through the treasures within the storage ring, inhaling deeply with each new discovery. Wei Shixiang, this is excessive. Are you truly giving all this to me? Wei Qinglan was indifferent. Yes, it's all yours. Jiang Lixing beamed. I'm rich. I'm really rich, she exclaimed joyfully. No wonder wandering cultivators delight in killing for treasures and seek shortcuts to enhance their cultivation. This feeling of having struck it rich is simply marvelous. She envisioned. Why don't we just stay by the water source and guard it? We can remain where you halted the flying boat earlier, not leaving at all. You can hide while I sit atop your vessel, awaiting those who come to kill me. Then you can strike and eliminate the villains. Wei Qinglan chuckled in disbelief. Are you certain? Absolutely. Jiang Lixing's mind was alight, utterly entranced by the wealth within the storage ring. Didn't you mention that a villain set up a formation beneath the water? With your prowess, he wouldn't even know the formation has been dismantled, right? Let us lie in wait here. It's bound to attract another nefarious character, and who knows, there might be even more treasures within the storage ring. Are you not concerned about using something that has been touched by others? Not at all, Jiang Lixing replied, feeling slightly foolish. Who could possibly complain about such a mountain of treasures? There are various talismans, over 1,000, and here I am. Someone who can craft talismans, yet has been too frugal to afford the paper for more than a handful. What right do I have to disdain such a remarkable storage ring? Seeing her avaricious expression, Wei Qinglan humorously reminded her. Shi Xiangchen from Tai is still waiting for you at Daxia Mountain. Jiang Lixing had lost all interest in Daxia Mountain and Chunlian. She decided to send him a message, telling him they wouldn't be going, letting him amuse himself. Wei Qinglan covered his mouth to suppress laughter. Not everyone's storage ring is so affluent. This elder is a rare find. Had I not sensed his reluctance to use the soul-summoning banner to disrupt my treasures, I wouldn't have acted so swiftly to eliminate him. Perhaps the next would-be assailant is even poorer than you. Jiang Lixing pouted, casting him a dissatisfied glance. If I hadn't been hurried along to Kunlun by my master, I wouldn't be poor either. I have plenty of good items, just currently a bit short. She produced an object, examining it with curiosity. Is this the soul-summoning banner? Can it summon spirits? Isn't this the sort of thing associated with ghost cultivators? Did this old man cultivate the ghost path? Hard to tell. No, it should have been seized from someone else. This object is quite sinister. Keep it safe and do not display it lightly. Wei Qinglan had sensed the item's malevolent energy, which prompted him to eliminate the elder without hesitation. He was never one to be arrogant or soft-hearted. He acted decisively when the moment called for it. Jiang Lixing, upon hearing this, quickly tossed it back to him, fearfully saying, I don't want it. You can have it. I fear that one day I might unwittingly summon a vengeful spirit to devour me. Wei Qinglan conceded that it was indeed unwise to give her such an object. He decided to keep the soul-summoning banner for himself and confirmed with her. Are you sure you want to remain here? Absolutely not, Jiang Lixing replied, shaken from her fright. This wretched place, we should leave. Opportunities falling from the sky are rare. As you said, what if the next encounter is someone even poorer than I? That would be a loss. Wei Qinglan nodded, dismissing the elder's corpse into the water and then helping Jiang Lixing onto the flying boat before boarding himself. Wait, what about that dog? Jiang Lixing suddenly remembered the mountain gourd, which had been absent for some time. Wei Qinglan replied as he settled down, it's probably gone to fetch something. Upon sensing your danger, it must have dropped its catch and rushed over. Jiang Lixing felt satisfied. Her little companion was quite perceptive, knowing to come to her aid. All her meager snacks had dwindled, and the few bags she had left felt precious. Now, with the unexpected bounty from the storage ring, filled with high-quality spirit stones, she no longer felt a pang of loss. She turned to Wei Qinglan. Shi Xiao, when we approach Daxia Mountain, there must be a mortal town below. Could we stop and buy some food? Wei Qinglan agreed, of course. It is Chunlian who is anxious, not us. Soon, the mountain gourd returned. Not emerging from the mountains, but from the water, its mouth filled with several storage bags. It obediently stood beneath the flying boat, awaiting Wei Qinglan's cleaning spell. Wei Qinglan casually cast the spell, and the mountain gourd leapt onto the boat, spitting out the storage bags at Jiang Lixing's feet, wagging its tail in triumph. Jiang Lixing gazed at the tail-wagging creature, exasperated. You are a pig, not a dog. The mountain gourd protested. I am neither pig nor dog. I am a mountain gourd. Jiang Lixing looked at the storage bags on the ground. Did you go robbing? The mountain gourd promptly replied. Those wicked beings fell into the water, startling the fish within. They were not killed but trapped in the dreams woven by the fish. Seeing how delighted you were with the elder's storage ring, I thought it only fair not to let them profit from their misdeeds, To make you even happier, it proudly raised its head, silently acknowledging that seeing Jiang Lixing's joy at the storage ring motivated its actions. After all, this foolish girl was still its master, and for future meals, it was wise to keep her pleased. Well done, Jiang Lixing exclaimed, momentarily forgetting the 7 villains who had once sought her life as she began to sift through the storage bags. The mountain gourd grinned, displaying its sharp teeth as it watched her with glee. Wei Qinglan cast a glance at it and reminded, "What about the treasures you gathered?" The mountain gourd smacked its forehead and leapt off the boat to retrieve the items it had left scattered on the mountainside, hoping that its hard-won treasures were still there. The 4 storage bags contained varying amounts of items, and indeed, as Wei Qinglan had said, encountering a wealth-laden storage ring felt like striking gold, an opportunity that was fortunate yet elusive. The 4 individuals were evidently not as affluent as the elder, likely mere followers who benefited from his bounty. However, there were still valuable items within, and Jiang Lixing did not hesitate to claim them all. Stowing them away in her own pouch, she found herself addicted to the storage bag. After putting everything away, a tingling sensation lingered in her palms. Turning to Wei Qinglan, she exclaimed, "Oh no, Senior Brother Wei, I've gone astray, I've fallen into decadence, and now I only wish to reap without sowing. What should I do? Thank you, dear ones, for your monthly votes. Today, there will be 3 updates." Chapter 65. It truly overthought. Upon hearing her words, Wei Qinglan turned to look at her. Jiang Lixing, with an expression of lingering fascination, gazed back at him. Wei Qinglan fell silent for a moment, then handed her the sword manual he held, saying, "Here, take a look at this. It might alleviate your thoughts." As Jiang Lixing took the manual, her mind immediately became foggy. She could think of nothing but the intricate sword techniques within. After merely glancing at it twice, her eyes glazed over, and the world around her blurred and darkened. Moments later, she swayed and fainted. Startled, Wei Qinglan quickly reached out to support her, pressing his fingers against her wrist to check her pulse. After a moment, he released her with a mix of exasperation and amusement. While the manual was indeed profound and advanced, it was hardly so overwhelming as to cause someone to faint after just a couple of glances, revealing her profound disinterest in sword practice. Had he been the leader of the Jade sect, possessing such a disciple would surely have driven him to despair. It was commendable that the leader had managed to tolerate her for so many years and had spoiled her so greatly. Pressing his fingers to his temples, he lifted her limp form and tossed her back into her quarters. Shan Gao returned just in time to witness this scene, pondering whether it truly overthought the matter. Was this man not exhibiting the demeanor of someone in love? Shouldn't one hold a girl tenderly, or at the very least carry her on their back? Instead, he simply tossed her about. Perhaps it was due to its lack of experience, dropping the items it had been carrying in its mouth. Shan Gao unfastened the bindings on its back and squatted in the cabin, observing Wei Qinglan. When Wei Qinglan turned around, he met Shan Gao's bewildered gaze. With a soft click of his tongue, he acknowledged its loyalty, albeit clumsy, as a redeeming quality. Shan Gao grumbled, "Don't go back to that mountain again. Each time we do, something goes awry." Wei Qinglan dismissed it with indifference. The path of cultivation was inherently fraught with challenges. After spending millennia in the bitter mountain without any progress, encountering her had propelled him forward. What do you think was the reason for that? Shan Gao lay down, finding a comfortable position. "I was so frustrated chasing after her that I advanced in my cultivation." Wei Qinglan nodded. "Thus, the path your master chose for you proved unfruitful. Now, you must undertake more training to steadily enhance your cultivation so that you may eventually achieve greatness." Shan Gao sighed. "Achieving greatness is exceedingly difficult. With a master like her, I fear there is little hope. All I ask is that she is not killed one day. After all, being so useless, I would also suffer the consequences." Wei Qinglan picked up the sword manual once more. "Then it will depend on your capabilities. If you do not cultivate, how can you face danger? As for her future, what can your eyes discern?" Shan Gao huffed in discontent. "I do not have dog eyes." Wei Qinglan continued to focus on the manual, casually informing it. 50 miles east lies Shaoshi Mountain, where a tree grows resembling a poplar, its branches intertwined. It is called Emperor Rest. Consuming its fruit does not incite anger. There is also a river named Restwater, which contains a fish known as catfish, resembling a monkey and having feet like a chicken's. Eating it will not induce toxins or ill feelings. 30 miles further east is Taisha Mountain, which has a tree resembling pear leaves with red markings, called Jiaomu, whose fruit does not inspire jealousy. There is also a grass with white flowers and black fruits. resembling grapes, called grass, which sharpens vision when consumed. Another 30 miles north. Shan Gao felt like crying. Do we not skip any mountains? Are you trying to kill me with this? If this continues, I might as well carry you back to the Bitter Mountain. That is unnecessary. Some items on those mountains are not worth collecting, Wei Qinglan replied without lifting his head. Another 30 miles north lies Jiang Mountain, where a tree named Emperor House grows. Its leaves resembling peppercorns, bearing thorns and red fruits, useful for crafting defensive materials. Collecting from just these 3 mountains will suffice, and thereafter, you need not descend from the flying boat until we reach the base of the Great Convergence Mountain. Shan Gao shifted its posture, negotiating. Can we not go? Wei Qinglan shot at a glance. As a reward for you, once we arrive, we will first stop at the mortal city at the foot of the mountain, where I will buy you some food. Suddenly invigorated, Shan Gao exclaimed, let us go, let us go. Wei Qinglan clicked his tongue. Jiang Lixing remained unconscious for an extended period, sleeping for 3 consecutive days before finally waking. Drowsily, she stepped out of her room. Finding no sign of Wei Qinglan, but spotting Shan Gao rummaging through its spoils in the cabin, she marveled at the bounty before it. So much. How are you so capable, you little rascal? Shan Gao glanced up at her. Fool, you wasted all this precious time sleeping away. Jiang Lixing felt sheepish. I didn't intend to sleep, but my body couldn't handle it. Perhaps I offended the god of sleep in my past life. And now I must keep meeting with the king of dreams. Shan Gao retorted, why are you so lucky? I wish I could sleep. But your senior brother Wei keeps me busy with tasks. It exhausts me. Crouching beside it, Jiang Lixing began to help sort through the items. Where's senior brother Wei? He returned to his room. Someone sent him a message, and he glanced at it before retreating. He hasn't emerged in 2 days. I have no idea what he's up to, Shan Gao mumbled. Unlike you, who sleeps like a log, he stops at every mountain and orders me to collect things. Thankfully, I've had good fortune lately, encountering no formidable opponents. Jiang Lixing nodded, gazing at the gathered items with a sigh. I wonder when I will recover my spiritual power. Without it, I can do nothing. No alchemy, no talisman crafting, no artifact refining. I can only sleep. Shan Gao rolled its eyes. I've never seen someone so carefree. If others lost all their spiritual power, they'd be frantic, but you still find time to sleep. Jiang Lixing defended herself. I was anxious when I was younger. But what does that accomplish? I have this useless constitution. I can't do anything, and I've grown used to it. Unlike senior brother Wei, who possesses an innate sword heart that many envy and cultivates at an astonishing pace, I can barely make any progress. Shan Gao reminisced. My previous master also had an innate sword heart. Unfortunately, he later abandoned swordsmanship for formations. Otherwise, he would have ascended a millennium earlier. This indicates that those with talent excel in whatever they pursue. Jiang Lixing rested her chin on her hand, pondering, but that was eons ago. In these past thousands of years, I haven't heard of anyone achieving ascension. Not even the likes of the Kunlun's Qin sect leader, my master from the Clearvoid sect, or the leaders of the Tai sect, and the ancient ancestors of the 3 great immortal sects, who have lived for thousands of years. They could split mountains and part seas, yet none have ascended. What is happening in this world? The path to greatness seems insurmountable. Shan Gao, too, was at a loss. Having waited in the Bitter Mountain for over 10,000 years only to end up with such a foolish girl. Now, she was utterly useless, and the prospect of attaining greatness or ascension felt distant. It could hardly fathom whether it would even survive, let alone contemplate such lofty aspirations. The thought was too painful to bear. Shan Gao stuffed the organized items into the storage bag and brought them to her, saying, all of this is for you. I truly do not understand how someone as talented as him can be so kind to you, a mere waste. You clearly stated you didn't want any of this. Yet he insisted I gather it for you. Jiang Lixing felt touched. Senior brother Wei is trying to motivate me, to inspire hope that one day I can improve. When that time comes, everything I cultivate will also belong to him. Shan Gao closed its eyes, feeling exhausted. Fine. I just can't comprehend you humans. Thank you, dear ones, for your monthly votes. Today, there will feeling bored in solitude. She adopted the routine of ordinary mortals, rising with the sun and resting at dusk, cultivating a disciplined lifestyle of early to bed and early to rise. Despite lacking spiritual power, she found herself capable enough, extracting a brush from her storage pouch to practice calligraphy as a means to pass the time. Her characters appeared crooked and awkward, resembling the scrawl of a dog, which elicited disdain from the mountain spirit, who remarked that even a 3-year-old could write better. How can you produce such unappealing characters with such a serious expression? Jiang Lixing huffed. What do you know? The mountain spirit, observing her work, retorted, these are simply the characters of the mortal realm. You call this writing? Let us be generous and call it writing. Yet, could you not make it at least a bit more aesthetically pleasing? You've penned sheet after sheet, and I fail to see any improvement. After 10 days, what progress have you made? Why waste your time on this? Wouldn't it be better to sleep instead? The spirit, influenced by her early rising habits, found itself adopting her routine. Though what I write may be characters, I am honing my brushwork, the art of brush refinement. Jiang Lixing declared, her face expressing an air of superiority. Do you not know of brush refinement? It's a formidable skill, capable of slaying with a single word or a stroke, possessing the power to summon all of creation. The mountain spirit, astonished, asked, you can refine brushes? Indeed, am I not impressive? I can do anything, Jiang Lixing replied proudly. The mountain spirit scrutinized the characters on the desk, and then her, finally managing to say, please do not insult the art of brush refinement. With your lackluster writing, there's not a hint of lethal energy. To think you could slay with a word or a stroke, dream on. Irritated, Jiang Lixing tossed her brush aside. What is your problem? Do you want to forfeit your snacks? You won't get any treats today? The mountain spirit, startled, quickly changed its tune. Oh, you can refine brushes? How impressive. If you keep practicing, you might one day become the brush refiner you speak of. With a brush in hand, we shall possess all. Humph. Jiang Lixing turned her face away, dismissing the flattery. The mountain spirit, at a loss for words, pondered how to appease her. Just then, Wei Qinglan opened the door and spotted Jiang Lixing's pouty face and the mountain spirit grinning broadly, showering her with compliments, which she ignored, appearing quite upset. Who would have thought that the once foul-mouthed mountain spirit now only spoke sweet words? Standing at the doorway, Wei Qinglan observed the amusing scene of the girl and her creature. Upon hearing the commotion, Jiang Lixing turned to see Wei Qinglan and tilted her head. Noticing his rosy complexion, she inquired, Wei Shixiao, is your injury fully healed? Yes, it is, Wei Qinglan nodded. Jiang Lixing beamed with joy, her delicate face radiating like spring blossoms, genuinely happy for him. Wei Qinglan momentarily lost his train of thought as he approached and looked at the characters on the table and the brush in her hand. I had heard you could do anything. It seems that is indeed true. Her cheeks flushed. Jiang Lixing hastily shoved the characters into her storage pouch, refusing to let him see. I have an interest in many things, but I cannot master them all, especially brush refinement. I've never succeeded, unlike alchemy or artifact forging, where I managed to achieve some form. This remains merely a hobby. Despite her earlier pride before the mountain spirit, she now felt shy and self-aware. Wei Qinglan remarked, I find your writing quite commendable. The brushwork of a brush refiner is distinct from that of an ordinary scholar. It follows its own path. Cultivating spiritual energy and channeling the essence of the heavens is inherently challenging and unrelated to the aesthetics of the characters. If you enjoy it, pursue it. There are no rules dictating that a brush refiner's script must be beautiful. As long as it is powerful, capable of summoning and creating all things, that is sufficient. Jiang Lixing's eyes sparkled at his words. Wei Shixiao, you truly have a way with words. She turned to the mountain spirit. Look at you, blabbering sweet nothings. Yet what nonsense have you been spouting? The more you speak, the angrier I become. If you cannot express yourself properly, then refrain from speaking. You cannot compare to Wei Shixiang's wisdom. The mountain spirit, feeling wronged, replied, I have only ever known how to insult. I've never learned to praise. To muster so many compliments is already quite an achievement, and yet you still find fault. Humph. Jiang Lixing turned her face away. Once we reach the town below, I'll buy you a few books from the mortal realm. Read more, and you'll learn how to flatter. What good is it to insult others? I wonder how your previous master taught you. The mountain spirit, taken aback at the notion of needing to read after living for thousands of years, felt disheartened. But you can insult too, can you not? Remember at Halfstone Mountain when you encountered that group who killed for treasure, and you cursed that old man for not dying? Jiang Lixing choked. When faced with villains, one must indeed curse. Regardless, she declared, I will buy you books, and you must read them. The mountain spirit looked to Wei Qinglan, hoping he might speak a kind word on its behalf for the effort it had put into fetching things for him. However, Wei Qinglan merely nodded in agreement. Indeed, one should read more. Knowledge brings wisdom. The mountain spirit felt on the verge of tears and turned to Jiang Lixing. But do you read? I do not need to. She replied, I read extensively in my youth, thousands of volumes. Otherwise, how could I recognize the various mountains and rivers and identify a villain like you at a glance? The mountain spirit fell back, exasperated. Jiang Lixing, encouraged by Wei Qinglan's words, felt a surge of confidence, her blush fading as she proclaimed, "One day, I will become a brush refiner." She nodded affirmatively, looking at Wei Qinglan. "When that day comes, I shall paint you a celestial palace, one that can soar through the skies, stronger than your current flying vessel, capable of crashing down upon any villain seeking to steal." Wei Qinglan chuckled. "Very well, when you achieve that, do not forget to share it with me." The mountain spirit, sprawled on the ground, rolled its eyes in disbelief, unable to contain itself. "Stop boasting. Be careful not to burst your own bubble. Look, a cow is flying in the sky." Jiang Lixing felt the urge to smack it. "Silence. When I succeed, you shall have no part in it." The mountain spirit showed no interest in the celestial palace, feeling dejected. "I just hope you live to see that day. Thank you all for your monthly votes. This is the third update. It's the last day of the month. Dear ones, don't hold on to your votes." Chapter 67. River New City. Returning to the familiar landscape of Dazai Mountain, Jiang Lixing found herself perplexed. She still could not comprehend how she and Chun Luyan had fallen from the entrance here to the Bitter Mountain, a considerable distance apart. Gripping the cabin edge, she asked Wei Qinglan, "Wei Shixiao, what exactly happened?" "I entered the secret realm, feeling utterly uncontrollable. One moment the world spun, the next fierce winds surged, followed by a tempest, as if some great force was pulling me. It was pitch black, and I could see nothing clearly. I felt dizzy from spinning for what seemed like an eternity, before finally plummeting straight down, landing with a thud, and found myself at Bitter Mountain." She speculated. Could it be that there's a great formation at the entrance of the secret realm connected to the Bitter Mountain formation? Otherwise, how was I transported there? Perhaps. Wei Qinglan mused. After encountering Jiang Lixing and Chen Luyan at Bitter Mountain, he had also pondered this question. Aside from formations, I can think of no other reason. In ancient times, when the six realms flourished and exchanged goods, every realm possessed great teleportation formations. Back then, whether divine, demonic, celestial, or human, all could traverse through teleportation arrays, just as you described, being sent to desired locations through these channels. Jiang Lixing propped her chin on her hand, gazing at the mountains and rivers of Dazai Mountain. "I have heard of this as well, but after the divine and demonic wars, with the fall of the gods and the disappearance of demons, both divine and demonic beings dissipated into the universe, leaving only the four realms behind. The gates of heaven have closed, the vitality of the celestial realm severely diminished, leaving only the protective formation of the mountain. It has become increasingly difficult for cultivators to achieve greatness, and the tribulations of the demon realm are even harder to endure. They have tucked their tails and adhered to the rules, while the human realm is so weak that it cannot even control the cycle of birth, aging, illness, and death, merely offering a fleeting existence of a mere century. Even the gates of the underworld have been shut, and the spirits dare not wander in the daylight." She found it peculiar. Are there still teleportation arrays? Were they not all destroyed in the war between gods and demons? Wei Qinglan speculated that perhaps they were not entirely obliterated. Jiang Lixing, considering this possibility, asked, "Senior Brother Wei, have you ever encountered such a situation during your adventures in the secret realms?" "Not at all," Wei Qinglan replied, shaking his head. Jiang Lixing, not wanting to exert her mind further, felt fortunate to have Chun Shixiang accompanying her. Otherwise, she would have been devoured by a beast. Just thinking about it made her furious. After expressing her anger, she turned to the mountain spirit and declared, "You won't be getting any food today." The mountain spirit protested. "Can't you think of something good about me? If you hadn't been so stingy back then, would I have chased after you for food? Besides, I didn't want to eat you initially. I only desired the snacks in your hand, which you refused to share, provoking me." Jiang Lixing disregarded its grievances, stating firmly that it would go hungry today. The mountain spirit, fuming, opened its mouth to retort but fell silent at the sight of Wei Qinglan's gaze. Feeling unjustly treated and choosing to keep quiet instead, with someone to protect her, Jiang Lixing felt emboldened. The flying vessel traversed the towering mountains and soon arrived at a town a few dozen miles away from the mountain. Jiang Lixing, preoccupied with thoughts of food, cast aside her chaotic musings. "Senior Brother Wei, I want to buy a lot, enough to clear out an entire street." After all, she had a storage ring to accommodate it. Wei Qinglan chuckled. The mountain spirit, shaking its fur, stood up eagerly, its face alight with anticipation. The town was called Hexenqing, neither too big nor too small, not particularly prosperous, but bustling with the warmth of human life. Wei Qinglan concealed the flying vessel in an uninhabited area outside the town and turned to the mountain spirit, asking, "Are you going into the storage ring?" The mountain spirit immediately replied, "I am a pig. Pigs exist in the human realm. Even if you take me to the street, no one will fear me." Jiang Lixing retorted, "Didn't you say you weren't a pig? I may look like one, so being a pig for a day is fine," the spirit thought. Yearning for the delicacies of the human realm, it reasoned that it couldn't just watch the little girl eat, wanting to see for itself instead, and thus refused to enter the storage ring. Jiang Lixing observed, "Don't you think it's odd for two good-looking individuals like us to be leading around a pig, especially one with red fur?" The mountain spirit longed to argue, believing that it was Jiang Lixing's handsome young companion who was truly attractive, while she herself was rather plain without makeup, only charming when she smiled. However, it dared not voice its thoughts for fear of inciting her ire. Wei Qinglan cleared his throat, acknowledging the peculiarity but concluding that if the spirit did not wish to enter the storage ring, they could simply lead it along. After all, pigs can have red fur too. Jiang Lixing took out a rope to tie the mountain spirit's head and admonished it, "You must behave and not try to eat anyone. Otherwise, I will roast you for pork." The mountain spirit nodded obediently. "I won't eat any living flesh. Let us go." Jiang Lixing led it forward, and after a few steps, quickly added, "Whatever you do, don't speak. In the human realm, if a beast talks, it will be tied up and burned. If we encounter a demon, everyone will shout to chase it away. If you reveal yourself, I can't save you. And whether Senior Brother Wei will help depends on his mood." The mountain spirit, frightened, gave a couple of affirming grunts, understanding the gravity of the situation. A young man and woman leading a pig certainly drew attention, especially since they were both exceptionally youthful, one barely past his coming-of-age years, and the other appearing as a delicate young girl. The soldiers at the city gate routinely checked their identities. Wei Qinglan, though not a frequent visitor to the human realm, was experienced and calmly produced a jade token representing his identity. The soldiers examined it and returned it respectfully before checking Jiang Lixing's. Jiang Lixing couldn't produce one, but then she noticed an unfamiliar object in her hand. Looking down, she saw a jade token engraved with auspicious symbols, featuring a plum blossom character for cloud. She tilted her head and handed the token to the inspecting soldier. Noticing her leading a pig and sharing the surname Yun, the soldier scrutinized her token carefully. After confirming her identity, he cast a few lingering glances at her before averting his gaze upon meeting Wei Qinglan's displeased stare, allowing them both to pass. They entered the city together, blending in with the crowd. As they walked further, Jiang Lixing overheard two soldiers conversing quietly at the city gate. "They are from the Yun family. I wonder why they're leading a pig. What's the origin of this pig? Does it require someone from the Yun family to escort it? I don't know. I heard that prominent families like to keep pets. Some have cats, others dogs. Perhaps these two enjoy raising pigs? Isn't it more common to raise tigers or foxes? This seems rather unusual for nobility. Who knows? I heard the Yun family from Yunshan City is quite mysterious. They even have immortals among them. So their tastes might differ from others." True, but the Yun family is really low-key. They don't even travel in luxurious carriages? How could we ordinary folk understand the ways of the nobility? Jiang Lixing listened intently, her senses sharper than those of the common people despite lacking spiritual power. She kicked the mountain spirit lightly and whispered, "This is all your fault for making us the center of attention." The mountain spirit remained silent, afraid to speak, and could only endure her teasing. Jiang Lixing, curious, asked, "Senior Brother Wei, what does this jade token represent? Is it a sign of nobility? Where did you get it? It seems quite authentic." Yun Duan Shixiang hails from the Yun family in the mortal realm, specifically from Yunshan City, Wei Qinglan explained. "He gave me a token from the Yun family for convenience when I used to travel. Yours is a replica I created as a diversion." Jiang Lixing understood, "Oh, so Yun Shixiang comes from a prestigious background. He truly embodies the noble young master depicted in those stories." Wei Qinglan chuckled, "Indeed. It seems you've read your fair share of mortal tales." Jiang Lixing blushed, acknowledging the truth in his words. Chapter 68. An invitation upon entering the city. Jiang Lixing led the mountain spirit straight to the market. The market bustled with vendors offering a variety of foods, each wafting enticing aromas that made her mouth water. Jiang Lixing's eyes sparkled, and she reached into her storage ring for some spirit stones. Just as she grasped them, she suddenly recalled something important and tugged at Wei Qinglan's sleeve, speaking quietly. Senior Brother Wei, this is bad. In the human market, we need to use mortal currency. But I don't have any. After the war between gods and demons, the realms no longer exchanged goods freely. The celestial realm used spirit stones. The demon realm used demon crystals. The human realm relied on silver coins, and the underworld dealt in ghostly currency. Aside from the mixed markets near various celestial sects, where spirit stones and silver coins were accepted, in this true mortal city, spirit stones were not accepted at all. She looked at Wei Qinglan with hopeful eyes, wishing he had some. Wei Qinglan, however, remained silent, his gaze steady upon her. Jiang Lixing's heart sank. Senior Brother Wei, you don't have any either? He shook his head. I rarely come to mortal cities to buy things. He had no need for such transactions, often passing through only to exorcise demons or dispel malevolence, and rarely visited unless summoned by his sect to deal with significant threats. Most of the time, he focused on his own cultivation and exploration of secret realms, pursuing breakthroughs without the need for anything from the mortal realm. His sect would not disturb his training with such trivial matters. After all, his responsibility was to devote himself to the path, ensuring future protection for the sect. Jiang Lixing pouted, nearly in tears. What do we do now? Back at Qingxiu, the town below was a mix of celestial and mortal, and I could buy snacks with spirit stones. When I was at Kunlun, I would ask Yin Duan to get me food, and he would give me spirit stones. The mountain ointment was nearly in tears, desperately suppressing saliva, unable to eat despite its longing, which was equally unkind to a mere pig. Wei Qinglan raised a hand to her forehead, and after a moment, she whispered, there are dark markets in the mortal realm. When night falls, we shall exchange for some. Is that feasible? Jiang Lixing asked, her eyes filled with hope. Wei Qinglan was uncertain but replied, let's give it a try. The celestial sects also accepted mortal disciples. As long as one possessed spiritual roots, they would be taken in, though the numbers were scant each year. Yet this did not deter mortals from yearning for the path of immortality. Since ancient times, the distinction between immortals and mortals had been blurred. Every year, various sects would recruit new disciples, leading to a significant number of mortals undergoing tests for their spiritual roots. The dark market in the mortal realm should be able to exchange spiritual stones for silver. Jiang Lixing found her reasoning sound. Wei Shixiang, we're counting on you. When night falls, will you be able to locate the dark market? Wei Qinglan felt a headache coming on. I should be able to, I think. He was uncertain. After all, finding a dark market was not something one could achieve merely through spiritual power. The trio, consisting of 2 humans and 1 beast, temporarily left the marketplace. As they distanced themselves, the tantalizing sense faded, and Jiang Lixing felt somewhat relieved. She kicked a pebble on the ground in frustration, muttering, it's all my master's fault. He has spoiled me with this bad habit of eating such things. Wei Qinglan mused how unfortunate Master Yu was, laboring tirelessly to nurture a disciple who still complained about her. Taking advantage of the moment, the mountain ointment chimed in, it's all your fault, you silly girl. Had I not encountered you, I wouldn't have developed this bad habit of craving such things. It's truly agonizing not being able to eat. Jiang Lixing shot at an angry glare. Wei Qinglan chuckled, thinking this was quite the tit-for-tat. The trio, lacking any silver, could only wander the streets. However, their leisurely stroll was soon interrupted by a squad of cavalry blocking their path. At the forefront was a young man, resplendent in a brocade robe with a jade belt. Strikingly handsome. After halting their progress, he dismounted and clasped his hands in greeting, his voice clear. Are you 2 esteemed guests of the Yun family? I am Pei Rong from the city lord's manor. My father is the city's protector, and upon hearing of your arrival in Hexin City, he specifically sent me to invite you. Jiang Lixing's eyes widened, and Wei Qinglan was equally astonished. The reputation of the Yun family was indeed substantial, drawing the son of the city lord. He couldn't help but ponder if his brother Yun had faced such trouble each time he ventured into the mortal realm to exterminate demons. Yet, he had always been in a hurry, never lingering in the streets, making this encounter a first. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he replied, my younger sister and I happened to pass through here. She was curious, so we decided to explore the city. We did not intend to intrude upon the city lord's residence. Not at all. My father is most eager to meet you both. Please follow me. Pei Rong's tone was exceedingly polite, but his expression conveyed a firm resolve to escort them to the city lord's manor, leaving no room for refusal. Wei Qinglan furrowed his brow. Jiang Lixing tugged at his sleeve, her gaze locked on Pei Rong, inquiring, our Yun family has no enmity with your Pei family, correct? Pei Rong was taken aback. None at all. Jiang Lixing sighed in relief, her mind racing with thoughts. Does the city lord's manor have good food and drink? I hope you aren't plotting something sinister, intending to imprison us for nefarious purposes. Pei Rong appeared speechless, his expression slightly unhinged. No, there will be good food and drink. Since the Yun family has arrived in Hexin City, you are our honored guests. Jiang Lixing sensed something was amiss. Is that truly the case? I hope this isn't a feast with ulterior motives, a hidden trap for unwary guests. Her suspicion was not unfounded, having read many tales. She knew that the mortal realm was rife with intrigue, far more so than the celestial gates, especially among the nobility. It was said that everyone bore 100 ulterior motives. Unlike the celestial sects, were most focused solely on cultivation and the pursuit of the Tao. The mortal realm felt far more complex, with a few individuals seeking to tread down sinister paths, though they remained a minority. Pei Rong nearly lost his composure, but managed to steady his emotions, assuring her, "Fear not, miss. The Pei family has been on good terms with the Yun family for generations. Anyone harboring ill intentions towards members of the Yun family would not be from the Pei family." Seeing his resolute assurance, Jiang Lixing felt comforted. She tugged at Wei Qinglan's sleeve, smiling. "Brother, shall we go visit? With free food and drink, why bother searching for the dark market?" From that moment on, Wei Shixiang would be regarded as her brother. Wei Qinglan, noticing her beaming smile, understood her intentions and could only nod. He addressed Pei Rong in that case. "We shall impose on you." Pei Rong also felt relieved, instructing his attendants to bring forth 2 horses. He then said to Wei Qinglan, "The city lord's manor is quite far. Please mount your horses." Wei Qinglan nodded. Soon, the attendants led forth 2 tall steeds, their coats sleek and their legs strong. Jiang Lixing stood on tiptoe, but hesitated to mount. She turned to Wei Qinglan for assistance. He extended a hand to help her onto the horse. Noticing her expression of wonder at this new experience, he smiled and advised, "Hold the reins tightly and sit steadily. Don't fall off." "I want tea," Jiang Lixing replied, handing him the rope for the mountain ointment and clutching the reins tightly. Wei Qinglan accepted the rope and mounted his horse, while the mountain ointment dutifully trotted alongside, its tail raised in delight. Pei Rong, noticing the peculiar pig, stole a few glances but did not inquire further as he mounted his horse and led the way. As the tall steeds began to move, Jiang Lixing found herself swaying despite grasping the reins tightly, causing discomfort in her rear. She shifted uncomfortably, trying different positions, but nothing felt right. The horse sensed her restlessness and turned its head to look at her. Jiang Lixing patted its head, saying, "Walk nicely, or I'll turn you into stew." After being patted, the horse mistakenly thought it was being urged to speed up and took off at a gallop. Jiang Lixing let out a startled cry, leaning back, but quickly reacted, crouching low and clinging to the horse's neck. Wei Qinglan had been observing her movements and, seeing her squirming atop the horse, understood her discomfort. Just as he was about to intervene, he saw her cleverly grasping the horse's neck and decided against it. Pei Rong, astonished, turned to Wei Qinglan. "Does your younger sister have a talent for riding?" Wei Qinglan replied, "Not particularly." Pei Rong watched Jiang Lixing as she galloped ahead. "On this long street, there's south only one main road. I'm not worried about her getting lost." He smiled, adding, "My father was just about to send a letter to the Yun family. It seems fortuitous that Brother Yun and your sister have arrived in Hexin City, saving us the trouble of the journey." Wei Qinglan responded cautiously, "My sister and I do not concern ourselves with family matters." Pei Rong interpreted this differently. "A person of your stature should not be burdened by mundane affairs. Unlike the Yun family, which has many descendants, I am the only one of my generation in the Pei family. I cannot afford to ignore worldly matters, though I wish I could be as carefree as you." Wei Qinglan refrained from commenting further. Pei Rong continued, "I haven't asked for your name. May I inquire how you are addressed?" Wei Qinglan paused briefly. "I am called Qinglan." Pei Rong nodded. "And your younger sister?" Wei Qinglan paused again. "Lixing." Pei Rong savored the names before nodding again. As he looked ahead, he noticed Jiang Lixing had gained control of her horse, halting at a fork in the long street. He displayed an approving expression. "Brother Yun, you say your sister is not adept at riding, yet she seems more skilled than many noble daughters. At the very least, for someone riding for the first time. Her ability to control the horse indicates a natural talent for the art." Wei Qinglan smiled lightly. "She possesses some skill." As Jiang Lixing awaited them to draw closer, she grimaced and complained to Wei Qinglan. The group proceeded towards the city lord's mansion. Wei Qinglan couldn't conjure a cushion for her on the spot, as they were being observed. After traversing 2 entire streets, they finally arrived. At the entrance, a well-dressed middle-aged couple was already waiting, with a retinue of servants behind them. A grand reception befitting esteemed guests. Wei Qinglan dismounted and assisted Jiang Lixing, who grumbled softly about never wanting to ride again. Wei Qinglan concurred, as cultivators rarely rode horses in ordinary circumstances. The city lord, a man of refined attire, greeted them warmly. Are these the esteemed guests from the Yun family? What remarkable appearances both nephew and niece possess. It would be remiss to pass by without visiting. Our families have a long-standing friendship. Your arrival is akin to returning to your own home. Please, make yourselves at home. The city lord's wife, adorned in elegant garments, echoed with a benevolent mien, indeed. Please come in. Consider this your own abode. Although it has been over a decade since our last visit, the distance is the only reason. Our friendship remains steadfast. She clasped Jiang Lixing's wrist, exclaiming, such a fair maiden. I saw you riding alone earlier, so skilled. I wouldn't dare ride, fearing a fall from such a height. Jiang Lixing replied with a smile, I'm not particularly skilled, just a bit bold and unafraid of falling. Knowing Wei Qinglan would come to her rescue regardless. You are indeed braver than I, the city lord's wife responded, her smile deepening as she held Jiang Lixing's hand, reluctant to release it. Your uncle mentioned riding to the Yun family just days ago. It's such a pleasant coincidence that you arrived today. Jiang Lixing found it difficult to respond, as they were not actually members of the Yun family. The city lord admired Wei Qinglan, thinking that the Yun family produced such talents, with all its descendants possessing exceptional qualities. He inquired, is everything well with the Yun family? Wei Qinglan responded with composure. My sister and I enjoy traveling and are detached from family affairs. We have been away for quite some time and are unaware of the current state of affairs. The city lord discerned that someone who managed mundane affairs daily would not possess such clear, untainted eyes and an unrestrained demeanor. He lamented. Large clans offer their descendants many choices. Unlike my own son, Pei Rong, who has few relatives to rely on and must bear the burden alone. Fortunately, he enjoys military matters and has enlisted in the army. Though burdened by duties, he finds fulfillment in his passion, which alleviates his distress. Otherwise, I would feel deeply indebted to him as a father. Pei Rong interjected, Father, what are you saying? Brother Yun and Miss Yun have just arrived in Hexin City, and it's nearly noon. They must be hungry. Let them dine and rest before we converse further. He remembered Jiang Lixing's question about delicious food and drink, and now that they had arrived, it was imperative to provide it. Indeed, I have much to say after so many years. Forgive my momentary lapse, the city lord said, nodding to his wife. Madame Pei cast a loving glance at him and said, Ronger is always so meticulous and considerate, surpassing his parents. I will have the servants prepare a meal. She immediately instructed a butler, Fu Bo, quickly informed the kitchen to prepare a meal with haste. There will be a reward for promptness. Yes, madam, the butler replied and hurried off. Jiang Lixing was delighted at the prospect of dining upon arrival. Genuinely considering herself a member of the Yun family, she sweetly said, Thank you, uncle and aunt. My brother and I travel the world and often eat simple meals. We are fortunate today. Madame Pei, pleased by her address, felt closer to her and exclaimed, Poor dear, eat as much as you like. Our chefs are quite skilled. Chapter 70. Cordial hospitality. Jiang Lixing, hearing that the city lord's chefs were excellent, was full of anticipation and excitement. Shan Gao tugged at her skirt, but she ignored it. It tugged harder. Jiang Lixing turned back and glared at it. Shan Gao widened its eyes, looking at her pitifully, unable to speak, but clearly conveying that it wanted to eat too. Madame Pei noticed Shan Gao and asked in surprise, Niece, is this your pig? It is a pig, isn't it? It looks like one, but its appearance is strange. Jiang Lixing hummed in acknowledgement, It's my pet pig. It's different from ordinary pigs and is quite gluttonous. Hearing that your chefs are skilled, it wants to eat as well. Oh, it can understand human speech? Madame Pei exclaimed in astonishment. Shan Gao, seeing its owner acknowledge it and speak on its behalf, quickly nodded, grunting and wagging its tail to ingratiate itself with Madame Pei. Madame Pei praised, This pig is intelligent and quite adorable. How should we feed it? Will it be joining us at the table? It won't be joining us at the table. What pig sits at a table? A basin will suffice, Jiang Lixing replied with a look of distaste. A large basin. Seeing Madame Pei looking at her, she scratched her head in embarrassment. You might need to trouble your kitchen to prepare more food. It eats a lot. She added after a moment's thought. Probably the equivalent of 4 or 5 strong men's meals. That's easily arranged, Madame Pei replied with a smile, then instructed a servant. Quickly go to the kitchen and have the cooks prepare more food. Our niece has a pet pig that needs to eat as well. A maidservant responded crisply, yes, madam, and left immediately. Lord Pei and Madame Pei led the two into the banquet hall, where nimble servants poured tea, served water, and arranged fruit, tea, and pastries on the table. Madame Pei said with a smile, niece, have something to tide you over. Jiang Lixing's eyes lit up, and she nodded eagerly. Reaching for a pastry, Wei Qinglan tapped her hand. Wash your hands. Jiang Lixing looked at her fair fingertips. They aren't dirty. Wei Qinglan looked at her without speaking. Jiang Lixing could only stand up, pulling him along. You should wash too. Let's all wash together. Wei Qinglan hadn't intended to eat and didn't feel the need to wash his hands, but he was pulled up by her and had no choice but to follow her. Madame Pei found it amusing, thinking, they are still children, quite interesting. She wondered which branch of the Yun family they were from, glancing at her son and thinking that even if they were from a collateral line, it wouldn't matter. After all, they were still members of the Yun family, and the Pei family was now inferior to the Yun family. They shouldn't be picky and should maintain the connection. After washing their hands, Jiang Lixing began to eat the pastries earnestly. The pastries were soft and melt in your mouth, with sweet, savory, sesame, red bean, rose, and osmanthus flavors. Jiang Lixing ate contentedly, but she didn't forget Wei Qinglan. Every time she took a piece, she broke it in half and gave it to him. Wei Qinglan could only accept it. He didn't usually indulge in such desires, but Jiang Lixing coaxed him, and he didn't refuse. In a short while, he ate quite a bit with her. Shan Gao watched enviously, squatting at the door, knowing that there were no pastries for it, and looking pitifully. Madam, your pastries are so delicious. Better than anything I've ever bought. Jiang Lixing praised the hostess. Madame Pei smiled benevolently. We hired a pastry chef from Jiangnan specifically for this. My mother-in-law is from Jiangnan and enjoys them. If you like them, niece, please eat more. Jiang Lixing nodded repeatedly. She wouldn't be polite. Since she was here, Yun Shixiang could repay the favor in the future. She would compensate Yun Shixiang with spirit stones. Anyway, she had many spirit stones now and didn't mind at all. Having made up her mind, she ate without any burden. After trying all the flavors in the pastry dishes, Jiang Lixing stopped, wiped her hands with a handkerchief, and picked up a cup of tea to drink. Lord Pei waited until the two had finished eating before looking at Wei Qinglan and asking, Nephew, from which direction did you two come? The world is somewhat chaotic. Since you didn't bring any attendants and dare to travel alone, nephew, do you have martial arts skills? Wei Qinglan nodded. We came from the Yichuan direction. Uncle is right. I do have some martial arts skills. From Yichuan, which is under the jurisdiction of Luoyang. The city of Luoyang remains relatively stable. Has that admirable niece of yours acquired some skills? Lord Pei glanced at Jiang Lixing, noting that the brother and sister bore little resemblance to one another. One likely took after the father, the other the mother. However, the young lady's temperament was quite endearing, unrestrained and seemingly not overly delicate. Jiang Lixing nodded, unabashedly declaring, I have some skills too, though not as proficient as my brothers. Lord Pei chuckled warmly, saying, It's rare for you to visit. You should stay at the residence for a while longer and allow Rong'er to learn from you. His skills are decent, though he lacks experience due to limited travels. You young folks should have much to discuss. Wei Qinglan declined, stating, Were it not for the kind invitation from Uncle and Aunt Pei, we had no intention of visiting. We have made prior arrangements with friends and fear they may be waiting. Upon hearing this, Lord Pei immediately suggested, Then please invite your friends to stay with us. My dear nephew, do not be courteous. Our families are old acquaintances. You must stay a few more days. Lady Pei nodded in agreement. Indeed, you cannot leave so soon. I have always wished for a daughter, but alas, after giving birth to Rong'er, I suffered complications and have not conceived again. We have only him, who is rather lonely. Now that you are here, you must allow us to extend our hospitality. She took Jiang Lixing's hand, urging her to stay longer. The old lady is gone to offer incense. If she were to know that members of the Yun family have come, she would be overjoyed. When Rong'er's grandfather was alive, the old lady would often visit the Yun family, and at that time, we lived in Pingjiang, which was not far from Yun Mountain City. The Yun family would also visit us in Pingjiang. However, after Rong'er's grandfather passed, my husband took an official post in Hexencheng, which is too far for visits, and the connection faded. She sighed. The old lady often reminisces. But she is now frail and my husband is busy with official duties. Rong'er has devoted himself to the military, holding a position that keeps him occupied throughout the year. I find myself with time, but as women, we cannot freely venture far. The old lady has not been well lately, and I often think of her. I intended to send a letter to inquire if the Yun family would send someone, or if Rong'er could take leave from his duties to visit, but unexpectedly, you have come. Her sincerity was palpable. Unless there is an urgent matter, you must stay a few more days. This is a request from your aunt. Jiang Lixing looked at Wei Qinglan, asking if they should join Qin Shixiao. After all, they had not hurried their journey from Kushan, taking their time. Especially today, when they had entered the mortal city due to her cravings. She was not in a rush to find the entrance to the secret realm. Wei Qinglan had not anticipated this situation. Had he known, he would not have used the identity of the Yun family. Now, being warmly detained, it was difficult to refuse further. He met Jiang Lixing's questioning gaze and paused. Let us send word to our friend and see if he is anxious. If he is, we must go to him. Should we leave, we will also send word home to ensure someone comes to see the old lady. Since they had used the identity of the Yun family, they would bear the responsibility. He could only send a message to Yun Shixiang to inform him of the situation and have him contact the Yun family. Chapter 71. Regret. Lady Pei and Lord Pei exchanged glances, accepting this rationale, and nodded at Wei Qinglan. They were merely passing through and could not insist too strongly. At this point, they could only hope their friend was not in a hurry. They genuinely wished to host the brother and sister, and their hospitality was sincere. After a brief conversation, the chef at the Lord's residence had prepared lunch. The feast was laid out beautifully, rich in flavor and presentation. During times of leisure, Jiang Lixing would occasionally dine at the tavern at the foot of the mountain, enjoying a meal. Yu Wuqian was not overly strict with her, but she did not indulge frequently, for she had diverse interests and could easily lose herself in slumber for days on end. Throughout the year, she rarely found a moment of peace. Lord Pei invited Wei Qinglan to sit at the head of the table, but Wei Qinglan modestly took a seat lower down. Jiang Lixing had intended to sit next to Wei Qinglan, but was pulled aside by Lady Pei, leaving Pei Rong to sit beside Wei Qinglan. Jiang Lixing ate with delight, her eyes sparkling and cheeks puffed with food, radiating happiness. Lady Pei watched with pleasure, constantly serving her dishes while explaining the characteristics of each dish. Seeing her nod in approval, clearly enjoying everything, Lady Pei was delighted. Lord Pei was equally hospitable, frequently deferring to Wei Qinglan, who adapted well to the customs of the place, and the meal was enjoyed by all. After the meal, Lady Pei personally led them to their quarters, saying, "You should rest for a while before sending word to your friend. Where is your friend waiting? Let Rong'er send someone on horseback." Wei Qinglan shook his head. "No need. Aunt, rest assured, my friend and I have a special method of communication that allows him to receive messages instantly." "Is that so?" Lady Pei mused, pondering what method could be faster than a swift horse. Pei Rong, who was beside her, cast a curious glance at Wei Qinglan. The Yun family had practitioners of the arts. Was it a method from the realm of immortals? Was Yun's friend from the realm of immortals? Upon hearing this, Lady Pei realized, yes, the Yun family has practitioners. I had forgotten about that. Wei Qinglan nodded. Indeed. Lady Pei brought them to a courtyard and said to Wei Qinglan, "You may stay in this courtyard. How does that sound? As for your sister, I will take her to another courtyard." Wei Qinglan declined. "This is perfect. We may only trouble you for a day or so. There is no need for further inconvenience. My sister and I can share a courtyard. We are not particular." Lady Pei smiled. "I wanted her close so we could converse more easily. Since you say so, then it shall be a shared courtyard for you siblings." She pointed out that Rong'er's courtyard was adjacent, and if there was anything needed, the servants in the courtyard would call him. Wei Qinglan nodded. After settling everything, Lady Pei and her son left to allow the siblings to rest. Jiang Lixing pulled Wei Qinglan into the room and shut the door, whispering, "Wei Shixiang, you must send a message to Qin Shixiang and ask where he is. It has been so many days. Has he not found the entrance to the secret realm? Is he waiting for us? Also, you need to quickly inform Yun Shixiao. I feel that Aunt Pei's gaze toward me is somewhat peculiar, excessively kind." Wei Qinglan looked at her, assessing, "You are not entirely foolish." "What do you mean by that?" Jiang Lixing denied being foolish. "Though my mind may sometimes falter, I am not entirely dim-witted. Logically, being together, they should be more cordial towards you. For you, in every way, are superior to me, right? Yet, Aunt Pei keeps engaging me in conversation, looking at me as if I were her own daughter. Could it be that she truly longs for a daughter?" Wei Qinglan pondered. Perhaps it is not a daughter-esque gaze, but rather that of a prospective daughter-in-law. "What?" Jiang Lixing was taken aback. "No, that cannot be." Wei Qinglan regarded her. In the mortal realm, familial alliances are common. It is likely that there is a betrothal between the Pei family and the Yun family. Otherwise, Lady Pei would not be so concerned about the old lady, nor would she mention wanting to send word to the Yun family. Especially if the old lady is unwell, she might wish to see her grandson married. Jiang Lixing was bewildered. If that is the case, what should we do? We must clarify our identities at once. She had no desire for a fiancé. Although young Master Pei was quite handsome and charming, she could not marry him. If such a misunderstanding were to occur, it could jeopardize someone's future. Wei Qinglan sighed. I am merely speculating. Let us first consult with Yun Shixiao. Jiang Lixing urged. Hurry and ask. She regretted having taken advantage of their hospitality for a mere meal. Had it not been for her cravings, Wei Shixiao would not have indulged her. If this truly resulted in trouble, she would be embarrassed to explain to Yun Shixiao. This was no trivial matter. Wei Qinglan retrieved a communication talisman and sent a message to Yun. He mentioned that currently, others are in Hexin City, accompanied by junior sister Jiang, utilizing the jade token of the Yun family. They have been exceedingly warm and unusual towards the Pei family, which likely indicates trouble. He ought to inquire with the Yun family about the situation, and if his suspicions hold true, they would have to reveal their identity to express their apologies. He has always been succinct in his messages, yet now he finds himself rambling on. Jiang Lixing watched from the side, eagerly awaiting a reply from Yun Duan, while quietly apologizing to Wei Qinglan, looking remorseful. Brother Wei, it's all my fault for being so greedy. I won't indulge myself again. I will buy my own food in the future and won't partake in others' hospitality anymore. Wei Qinglan shot her a glance, hoping she would remember this lesson. Jiang Lixing nodded obediently, promising to remember and never to dare again. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. She understood that in the mortal realm, engagements and relationships are significant matters not to be trifled with. She truly did not expect that even devoid of spiritual power, she could still cause a ruckus wherever she went. Sitting calmly on the flying boat, they encountered a group of wandering cultivators intent on murder and treasure. She merely wished to purchase some food, yet upon entering the mortal city and lacking silver, her greed led her into great trouble. Dejected, she slumped over the table, noticing that Wei Qinglan's messaging board had yet to receive a response. Sighing, she said, What is Brother Yun up to? It's urgent. Why isn't he replying? Is he busy every day? If he were cultivating, he should be able to respond promptly, right? Wei Qinglan, not knowing the answer, remained silent and sent another message to Chun Luyan, inquiring about his whereabouts and informing him that they had arrived at the foot of Daqi Mountain, now in Hexin City. The message was sent, but Chun Luyan did not reply, and the messaging board remained still. Jiang Lixing felt utterly disheartened. What was going on with them? Could it be that Brother Chun found the entrance to the secret realm and entered it? Once inside, communication would naturally be impossible. Just wait. Wei Qinglan remained relatively calm, instructing her to return to her room and rest, assuring her he would call her if there was any news. Jiang Lixing could only rise, feeling listless. Fine then. Chapter 72. Departure. Jiang Lixing returned to her room, sitting on the bed, worriedly scratching her head. After tousling her silky hair into a mess, she soon found clarity. After all, she was not alone in this trouble. Brother Wei was with her. If the sky were to fall, he would bear the brunt, right? With that thought, she felt at ease and promptly fell asleep. Wei Qinglan remained at the table, his brow furrowed. Hearing the even breathing from the next room, he couldn't help but chuckle, remarking on her carefree nature. He felt a mix of exasperation towards both Jiang Lixing and himself, wishing he hadn't indulged her in the pleasures of mortal food. Shangao cautiously scratched open Wei Qinglan's door, sneaking in and belching softly. Upon meeting Wei Qinglan's gaze, he received no objection to entering the room. With a distended belly, he closed the door behind him and slowly slinked to Wei Qinglan's side, speaking in hushed tones. I never expected mortal food to be so delectable. Even if mortals only live for a century, it's worth it. In the mortal realm, there exists birth, aging, sickness, and death, along with poverty. Not all mortals live in abundance, feasting on delicacies while draped in silks. Wei Qinglan regarded Shanghao's bloated belly and mused on how a master is reflected in their familiar, particularly with the unfortunate fate of earthly creatures. Pigs, in particular, face the direst end, fattened for slaughter. Shangao, alarmed, protested, I'm not a pig. You're quite similar to one. Wei Qinglan teased. Haven't you noticed how everyone treats you as such? Shangao fell silent, then retorted, the mortal realm is not good at all. Wei Qinglan nodded. As long as you realize this, it's sufficient. We need to devise a way to help your master restore her powers. Otherwise, if one day she were to run off to marry for the sake of mortal food, you, as her accompanying pig, would end up slaughtered for meat. Shang Yao's eyes widened. No, that can't be. How can it not be? After all, she loves to eat so much. There's nothing she wouldn't do for food. Wei Qinglan raised an eyebrow. Isn't this city lord's mansion exactly where she insisted on dragging me to indulge? Shang Yao, realizing the truth, looked frightened and firmly declared, I must ensure she restores her powers. The mortal realm is truly terrible. The food isn't even that remarkable, and we must find a way to change her penchant for mortal delicacies. Consuming too much of the earthly grains is detrimental to cultivation, causing impurities that require spiritual energy to expel from the body. It's best if she avoids it altogether. Wei Qinglan retrieved a sword manual. That's not necessary. It's merely a preference. Who doesn't he have one? Restoring her powers is the priority. Shan Yao gazed at him, using its not-so-bright mind to ponder for a moment, before pouting and lying on the ground, muttering softly that young Master Pei is a little general, riding a tall steed with a sword at his waist, looking dashing and handsome. Earlier, when he rode past the long street, I saw many young ladies gazing at him. Even the little maids stole glances. It's clear that being good-looking comes with its advantages, especially since his family's cook prepares such delightful dishes. If she were to marry him, his family seems to be decent folks. They probably wouldn't eat me as her dowry, right? Wei Qinglan kicked him. Get out. Shang Yao, stung on the rear, grimaced but dared not retaliate, hastily rolling out. After arranging for Wei Qinglan and Jiang Lixing, Madame Pei accompanied Pei Rong to the study, where the three of them gathered to discuss important matters. Once the study door was closed, Madame Pei remarked, the young girl is quite nice, soft in nature, polite, and possesses a pleasant appearance, clear and clean. Although she may lack attention to detail, it's not a significant flaw. What do you think, Rong? Pei Rong nodded, agreeing with his mother. I concur with what you've said, but I'm not so sure about her soft nature. If she were truly soft, she wouldn't be able to tame a fierce horse. The steed I had my attendants lead for her was quite spirited. It took me half a month to tame that horse, yet she managed in less than half an hour. The horse under her was calm. It only galloped when she urged it, and she merely held on to its neck, riding it down the street before it stopped obediently. Still, she was dissatisfied, claiming it was uncomfortable to ride, vowing never to mount again. Madame Pei chuckled, isn't that a good thing? If she were too soft, she wouldn't be able to assist you in managing the household, leaving you with no worries. After saying this, she shot Pei Rong a glare. On your first meeting, you had her ride a fierce horse, testing her. What if she got startled? With me around, even if she were startled, I wouldn't let anything happen to her. It was merely a test, when they wouldn't suspect. Once she enters our mansion, given the relationship between the Yun and Pei families, testing her would become inappropriate and could lead to resentment. Pei Rong sighed. But mother, perhaps you worry too much. Look at those two siblings. They seem quite carefree. The elder brother aside, he is still a man. But the younger sister, does she strike you as someone content to stay within the confines of the household? From their conversation, it's evident they have been away from home for a long time and know little of the affairs back at home. Indeed, Madame Pei turned to Lord Pei. What do you think, my lord? Lord Pei pondered. If this young girl is indeed charming, having a brother of no ordinary caliber, if things go well, it would benefit Ronger. Young people traveling far and wide to gain knowledge is not a bad thing. However, I worry, as Ronger mentioned. If the elder brother lacks a sense of stability, it would be concerning if the younger sister, too, becomes wayward and lacks a sense of home, as that would not suit Ronger. Madame Pei sat down with a sigh, her joy dampened by their words. If we miss this young girl. I wonder what the other daughters of the Yun family are like, whether they are easy to get along with, and who might be willing to marry. After all, our Pei family has intermarried with the Yun family for generations. We cannot let this tradition end with Ronger. Lord Pei was more concerned about Pei Rong's thoughts. What are your thoughts, Ronger? Should we let them stay for a few days without a word, or do you wish to keep them and marry into the family? Pei Rong pinched his thumb and forefinger, momentarily indecisive. Father, allow me to ponder. Pei Chengzhu nodded. Indeed, it was unwise to hastily arrive at a conclusion based solely on a single meal. Such a significant matter as one's lifelong commitment should not be rushed. It is crucial to reflect deeply and understand them better to avoid mistakes, for one's future is not a matter to be taken lightly. The family line must continue. Not only is the son important, but the daughter-in-law he chooses carries equal weight. Marrying the wrong woman could ruin a life, Thus it demands utmost caution. Wei Qinglan held a sword manual, yet his thoughts were elsewhere. He extended his spiritual awareness, encompassing the entire lord's residence, attentively listening to every conversation within, including that of the host family. As he surmised, a marriage contract existed between the two families. He pressed his fingers to his forehead, stood, and walked next door, pushing the door open to rouse the sleeping Jiang Lixing. No more sleep. We must leave at once. Chapter 73. Departing Jiang Lixing, deep in slumber, was abruptly awakened by Wei Qinglan, her expression one of confusion. Wei Shixiang, what is the matter? Why are you so rough? Wei Qinglan retorted impatiently. I fear without such rudeness, I might not rouse you. Do you wish to remain here and marry? All remnants of sleep vanished from Jiang Lixing's mind as her eyes widened. Who wants to marry? The Yun family and the Pei family are bound by a marriage agreement. Lady Pei wishes to meet the Yun family for her grandson's betrothal, and we have unwittingly stumbled into this situation. If we linger and Pei Rong truly takes a liking to you, yet you are not genuinely of the Yun family, how do you envision the outcome? Instantly, Jiang Lixing leapt from her bed. Let us go, let us go. She hurriedly searched for her shoes, finding them and slipping them on as she moved toward the exit. Wei Qinglan grasped her arm. We cannot leave in such haste. Even if we clarify things face to face, it may still lead to complications. It would be wiser to leave a letter of explanation along with a token of apology. Avoiding direct confrontation will likely yield better results. We can entrust the remaining matters to Yun Shixiang to handle with the Yun family. Jiang Lixing considered this, acknowledging Wei Shixiang's prudent approach. You are right. Please write quickly. I shall rummage through my storage ring to see if there is anything of value left by that old man. She recognized that she was the one imposing on others, and thus, the responsibility of the apology should rightfully fall upon her. Wei Qinglan nodded, knowing that noble households typically had writing materials on hand. He sat down to compose a message, his brow furrowed as he carefully selected his words. As Jiang Lixing searched her storage ring, she discreetly observed him. Noticing his troubled expression, she dared not stare too long, fearing he might ask her to write instead. Wei Qinglan painstakingly finished the letter, noticing Jiang Lixing's worried face. Surrounded by items, she seemed unsure how to choose from. He glanced over, selecting a box of East pearls. This will suffice, return the rest. Jiang Lixing cautiously inquired. Is this not too meager? Pearls are a precious commodity in the mortal realm, and a single box containing over 100 East pearls is indeed rare. Even the imperial treasury may not boast such a collection. While it may not be worth a king's ransom, it is certainly adequate as a token of apology. Wei Qinglan placed the box atop the rice paper, thoughtfully retrieved a luminous pearl from his storage ring, adding it for good measure. Jiang Lixing gathered the remaining items into her storage ring, exclaiming, this meal has proven quite costly. Beyond their own expenses, they would also need to seek out the Yun family for further explanations. Truly, the price is steep. Wei Qinglan shot her a glance, rubbing his wrist as he stood. Do you still wish to visit the black market? No more of that. Let us depart swiftly and head to Dexian Mountain to find Qin Shixiao. Jiang Lixing had lost her appetite for snacks, the cost too great. If such incidents were to recur, she might have to give up treats for life. Her master could not help her break this habit, but perhaps others could. The mortal realm was indeed daunting. Noticing her eagerness to leave Hexin City, Wei Qinglan nodded, summoning a golden light that enveloped her, then retrieving the slumbering mountain cream from outside and drawing it in as well. In the blink of an eye, the trio vanished from the lord's residence. As evening descended, Pei Rong arrived at the courtyard where the siblings were staying. The atmosphere was notably quiet. A few servants stood at the entrance, cautious not to disturb their esteemed guests, even refraining from conversation. Upon seeing their master, the attendants rose quickly, one whispering, since noon, the esteemed guests have not stirred, nor have they emerged, likely still resting. Pei Rong nodded, glancing at the sky before deciding to enter the courtyard. The doors to both rooms were tightly shut. Recalling which room Wei Qinglan occupied, he approached and gently knocked. Brother Yin? No response came from within. He called again, but silence persisted. Being trained in martial arts, his senses were sharper than most, and something felt amiss. He pushed the door open, discovering the room empty. Confused, he called next door. Miss Yin? Once more, there was no reply. Without hesitation, he opened the door, finding it equally deserted. Turning to the attendants, he inquired, Did you not say they were resting? Where have they gone? No one is here. The attendants exchanged puzzled glances. We have been stationed outside and have seen no one leave. Are you certain you haven't been slacking off? Pei Rong questioned. Absolutely not, my lord. We have been vigilant. They replied in unison. Pei Rong furrowed his brow, first entering Jiang Lixing's room. The bed was slightly disheveled, indicating someone had indeed slept there. He then proceeded to Wei Qinglan's room, where the bed showed no signs of occupancy, and everything else remained undisturbed. Only on the table did he notice something new, a fist-sized luminous pearl, a rectangular box, and beneath it, a letter. He paused, removing the items and picking up the letter. After reading it, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. He opened the box to find a collection of East pearls, likely surpassing even imperial tributes in quality. Closing the box, he reviewed the letter once more, standing in silence for a moment before taking the items and letter to meet his parents. Pei Changzhu and his wife awaited Pei Rong in the reception hall, anticipating that he would summon the siblings for dinner. The kitchen had been generously rewarded at noon, and they had outdone themselves for the evening meal, making it even more sumptuous. Upon seeing Pei Rong return alone, Pei Rong's mother asked, "Are they still resting? Will they not join us for dinner?" Pei Rong's expression was neither good nor bad. He pressed his lips together and handed the letter to them. "Father, mother, please read this." Pei Rong's mother, puzzled, asked, "What is this letter?" Pei Changzhu took it, and Pei Rong's mother leaned in to read alongside him. After a moment, they exchanged looks, each reflecting astonishment. It was revealed that the two individuals were not of the Yun family, but rather from a celestial sect. They had been traveling under the guise of the Yun family due to their connection to one of its members. Unbeknownst to them, they encountered the Pei family in Huxin City. Unable to refuse the hospitality, they left a letter of apology along with a gift, wishing the Pei household prosperity and for the young master to find a fitting match. The final line clarified their understanding of the marriage agreement between the Pei and Yun families, leading them to refrain from further interference to avoid complicating matters. The reception hall fell silent, with the sound of a pin dropping audible. Pei Rong's mother could be heard inhaling sharply. After a brief pause, Pei Changzhu sighed and said to Pei Rong, "No wonder they possessed such remarkable qualities and demeanor. They are indeed of celestial origins. I was hasty in demanding that you invite them upon hearing of their arrival from the Yun family. We have nearly created a misunderstanding." Chapter 74. Regret this night pearl is excessively large. Additionally, this box of Eastern pearls contains over 100 pieces. It is not that I lack worldly experience. Rather, during my visit to the palace to pay my respects to the Empress Dowager, the Eastern pearls she wore were significantly smaller than these, and their luster surpassed them. Truly, those from the celestial realm possess an extraordinary quality. Although my efforts have been in vain and a mistake was made, such a heavy token of apology seems unwarranted. Madame Pei uttered several phrases, noticing that Lord Pei nodded repeatedly, while her son remained silent. She sighed, "Ronger, fortunately, you and that young lady have only met once and exchanged but a few words. It is unlikely that you harbor any thoughts of none but her for marriage. Otherwise, this matter would indeed be difficult to accept." Pei Rong silently nodded, acknowledging his mother's words. He was indeed not consumed by such thoughts, yet his mind was far from devoid of contemplation. The impact within him was considerable. He murmured, "The person vanished from the room, and none of the servants outside noticed. Is this the essence of those from the celestial realm? They come and go freely, unbound by earthly constraints. Even the highest authority of this realm cannot contend with them. Naturally, those from the celestial realm possess such abilities. The capacity to traverse freely is nothing extraordinary. There are those among them who can summon the wind and rain, cleave mountains, and part seas. The highest authority nurtures a multitude of celestial masters and divine teachers, and while they may not be able to confront the celestial sects directly, they certainly do not dare to offend them lightly." Lord Pei reflected, "Otherwise, do you think the Yun family of Yinshan City, despite being situated in a remote corner and weathering countless dynastic changes, has remained steadfast? It is undoubtedly due to the protection of the celestial sections. This generation of their family has even seen descendants selected to ascend Kunlun Mountain, seeking the path of enlightenment. My Pei family has a history therein, albeit only producing a loose cultivator. However, having saved the head of the Yun family, our two families have fostered ties for generations, binding us in friendship for centuries. Yet, unexpectedly, our lineage has dwindled, and we have gradually fallen into decline. In your generation, due to the distance between our families and the prolonged silence, your grandmother and I thought it imperative to renew the marriage contract, seeking support from the Yun family." Pei Rong nodded, realizing that the letter stated, Wei Qinglan and Jiang Lixing respectfully extend their apologies, which revealed their true identities. It appeared they were not siblings. When traversing the world, they adopted the identity of the Yun family, likely for convenience, referring to each other as siblings. Being entrusted with a jade token representative of the Yun family indicated a profound connection with them. Madame Pei expressed her regret. What splendid children. Alas, it seems our Pei family lacks the fortune to be intertwined with them, and they seem disinclined to maintain ties with us, thus departing without notice. Indeed, Lord Pei replied, our Pei family has been passed down in a single line for 3 generations. Otherwise, we should have sent one of our own to the celestial realm to test the waters. Our family lacks spiritual roots, his wife remarked. The ancestor who was a loose cultivator achieved his skills through some fortunate encounter. Let us not entertain such dreams. Madame Pei took the letter into her hands, examining it closely, then sighed. The letter states that we have informed the Yun family. If all goes well, we shall receive a reply shortly. It seems we have inadvertently made contact with them. Let us wait a few days to see how the Yun family responds. If they do not wish to renew the marriage contract, what if they send a daughter instead? It was understandable that Lord Pei harbored such concerns. The Pei family had indeed fallen into decline, and he felt inadequate, having reached the limits of his authority as the lord of a city. Even with centuries of friendship with the Yun family, the prolonged absence of communication over the past decade made him apprehensive that the Yun family might regard them with disdain. This uncertainty weighed heavily on him, especially as he observed his wife's deteriorating health and his son reaching the age for marriage, which delayed his correspondence with the Yun family. However, he had not anticipated that a mere 2 days of procrastination would lead to this predicament. If they do not wish to marry, so be it. Pei Rong suddenly found himself less concerned. If a son lacks ability, the Yun family's assistance is of no use. If he possesses skill, he does not need their support. He can uphold the honor of the Pei family himself. Lord Pei felt a sense of relief. It is good that you think this way. Relying on others is not as dependable as relying on oneself. Madame Pei wished for her son to have some assistance, believing it better to have a beneficial marriage alliance than to burden him alone. Pei Rong said no more, rising from his seat, as he was to join the military. Go. You were meant to leave for the military early this morning. You have delayed long enough. Lord Pei waved his hand. Madame Pei urged him, be cautious. Swords and blades do not have eyes. Pei Rong nodded, acknowledging her concern, then took a few steps before turning back to look at the letter in his mother's hand. Should we keep this letter for you, mother? Madame Pei hesitated for a moment before handing it to him. Pei Rong folded the letter and tucked it into his clothing before departing. After he left, Madame Pei realized he had not even eaten dinner before leaving, even though the meal had already been set on the table. She silently gazed at the array of dishes. Turning to Lord Pei, my dear, Ronger must be feeling rather troubled. This matter has surely left its mark on his heart. Lord Pei nodded. From his desire to take that letter, it is evident he returned to the military without even dining. He must be grappling with it alone. He sighed. Though our Pei family has fallen, Ronger has faced little hardship in his life. I wonder whether this experience will prove to be a blessing or a curse. He lamented, indeed, there are always those more accomplished than oneself. The world is vast. Madame Pei naturally hoped it would be a blessing. These 2 items are exceedingly precious. What shall we do? Should we keep them or send them to the Yun family? Let us keep them for now and see how the Yun family responds before deciding. Lord Pei suggested. Madame Pei nodded in agreement. Pei Rong rode to the military camp, his mind replaying the day's encounter with Wei Qinglan and Jiang Lixing. He recalled Jiang Lixing's pained expression while riding and the joy she displayed while eating pastries. Her cheeks puffed with food as she praised the kitchen staff, her eyes sparkling. When speaking with her mother, her brows and eyes radiated warmth, entirely unlike the celestial beings he had envisioned, who were ethereal and aloof, looking down upon mortals as mere ants. Yet she was not like that. She seemed like an ordinary young woman. Then there was Wei Qinglan, engaging in conversation with a light-hearted demeanor, devoid of condescension, though there was some distance. He sensed no rudeness. She was perhaps even more amiable than the members of the Yun family, leaving him without a shred of doubt. As he hastily returned to the military camp, standing before the solemn military grounds, he halted his wandering thoughts, exhaling deeply, feeling a sense of melancholy. Uncertain whether he would ever see them again in this lifetime, he dismounted. The soldiers at the entrance respectfully took his horse. General Pei, you have returned? Pei Rong nodded and strode into the camp. Chapter 75. Calculation. Jiang Lixing sat on the flying boat, leaning over the edge to gaze down. The clouds enveloped the vessel as the city of Hexin receded beneath her feet. She mused that had it not been for the long-standing marital alliance between the Yun and Pei families, Madame Pei would have regarded her like a future daughter-in-law, and she certainly would have bid farewell with greater warmth. Now, she could not help but feel that hearts had been wounded and the situation rendered awkward, leading to a silent departure. What? Are you reluctant to leave? Wei Qinglan raised an eyebrow. Jiang Lixing sighed. You do not understand. While I was at Qingxiu, I was a pariah. Upon arriving at Kunlun, things improved somewhat. Now, here in the mortal realm, despite adopting the identity of a Yun family member, I am still myself. It is rare to find someone who regards me with such appreciation. Naturally, I feel a twinge of reluctance. Wei Qinglan, hearing this, candidly remarked, had you not been masquerading as a Yun family member, Madame Pei would hardly have taken a liking to you. Humph. Jiang Lixing turned her face away, ignoring him. Wei Qinglan chuckled. How were you a pariah at Qingxiu? Were all those rumors about you true? Jiang Lixing puffed out her cheeks and nodded. Most of them are true. No wonder. If you were to cause trouble in Kunlun as you did in Qingxiu, you would surely be cast into the abyss for 10,000 years. Jiang Lixing was aware of her own predicament, but felt the need to clarify. Although she had caused a series of mishaps during her time at Qingxiu, she had never committed an offense grave enough to warrant being sent to the cliff of eternal despair. This time, having inadvertently destroyed half of Qingxiu's vast spiritual plantations. She asserted that it was not her doing but rather a scheme orchestrated by two treacherous individuals. Had her master listened to her defense instead of sending her to Kunlun, she wouldn't find herself in such a position. Fortunately, a few days prior, at the entrance of the secret realm, she had proposed a soul search before the three venerable uncles of Qingxiu, who seemed to have believed her, thus providing a semblance of clarity to her situation. She understood Shuliking's temperament. Having obstructed Ji Fuling from entering the secret realm, he was likely already convinced of her innocence. Once she entered the realm, he would undoubtedly conduct a soul search on Ji Fuling, and the truth would be revealed. At the moment of the incident, in the heat of the moment, no one had thought of a soul search, not even her, for which she owed a debt of gratitude to Brother Wei. Wei Qinglan was well aware of the destruction of Qingxiu's spiritual fields. Upon returning to Kunlun, his master, having attained a moment of enlightenment, appointed him to oversee the sect just before entering seclusion. He mentioned that Uncle Yu from Qingxiu had sent a troublesome matter his way, an issue that had been a source of contention for many years, and it was rare for him to ask for help. Therefore, he agreed to assist, stating that there was no need for him to worry or pay excessive attention, but merely to ensure that after she caused trouble, she was sent back to Qingxiu. After his master entered seclusion, he had no intention of getting involved. However, when two high-level demon serpents escaped from the demon suppression tower, he slayed them, resulting in the destruction of half of his spiritual residence. Coincidentally, she had wandered into forbidden territory, and Uncle Qi, known for his lack of compassion, especially with Uncle Yu, stopped her from explaining herself, proposed a soul search, and, under the guise of being a new disciple of Kunlun, spared her from Uncle Qi's persistent scrutiny, thus saving her once again. Yet, unexpectedly, her unique spiritual energy caught the attention of Uncle Ing from the medical hall, who proceeded to treat the injuries to his spiritual residents. Thus, through a series of events, they found themselves in their current predicament, and Jiang Lixing sensed that she was becoming increasingly entangled. After sharing her thoughts, she noticed Wei Qinglan gazing thoughtfully into the distance. Following his line of sight, she wondered if that was the military camp of the mortal realm. Having only seen depictions of military camps in illustrated books, she found the sight quite imposing. Is that where Mr. Pei serves? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. Perhaps, he replied tersely. Oblivious to his sudden reserve, she felt an urge to explore the military camp, which allegedly restricted entry. However, with Brother Wei beside her, she was confident they would not be discovered. Wei Qinglan, choosing to ignore her, remained silent. Realizing something was amiss, Jiang Lixing turned to him and asked, Brother Wei, why are you not speaking? Without looking at her, he replied, If you are curious, shall I toss you down? Please don't, she protested. Without you, I fear I wouldn't survive even a single cup of tea. She recalled that outsiders entering the mortal military camp were often treated as spies and executed. Wei Qinglan nodded. At least you understand your limitations. Turning away in frustration, she muttered, Brother Wei, have I offended you? Why are your words so sharp? Remembering the trouble her gluttony had caused him, she felt guilty and quickly turned back. smiling sweetly. Brother Wei, once I return to Qingshu, I shall bring you many tokens of gratitude, and I will do the same for Brother Yun. Seeing her smile, Wei Qinglan thought it futile to argue with her. Back at the foot of Kunlun, she had merely glanced at him before returning to her snacks, which were far more enticing than his presence. Yet, upon arriving in the mortal realm and entering Hexin City, her gaze lingered on Pei Rong, who had boldly led the way, and now that he was gone, she remained curious about the military camp. His expression remained impassive. Aren't you tired? Go rest in your room. I'm not sleepy, she retorted. What sleepiness? When trouble arises, I'm wide awake. Brother Wei, has Brother Yun not replied yet? No. What about Brother Chen? Neither. With a sigh, Jiang Lixing lamented, what on earth has happened? Why can't we get in touch? Wei Qinglan was equally puzzled and could offer no answers. Just as he was about to return to his room, the communication talisman suddenly lit up. Noticing Jiang Lixing's anxious expression, he paused, retrieving it to read a message from Brother Yun, who indicated he was aware of the situation. He had taken on a sect mission recently, exterminating demons near Yunsan City, and would return personally to address the matter, assuring them not to worry as he would handle it. Brother Yun is truly wonderful, Jiang Lixing exclaimed, touched. I never expected we would cause him trouble. Yet he says nothing and bears no resentment. Wei Qinglan glanced down at the talisman, recognizing that while Brother Yun bore no grudge for the incident, he was inquiring why he was once again in Jiang Lixing's company and why they had come to the mortal realm's Hexin City under the identity of the Yun family. At a loss for how to respond, he opted for silence, tucking the talisman away and ignoring its continued glow. Is that all? Jiang Lixing asked, looking at him. Aren't you going to say anything more? Is communication always this brief? Wei Qinglan nodded. Now that you are reassured, you should rest. It was indeed less concerning when he was asleep. Jiang Lixing yawned, feeling a weight lift off her mind, and the drowsiness overtook her swiftly. All right, I shall go sleep now. Without spiritual energy, her body truly could not endure, confirming that mortals were frail and prone to fatigue from insufficient sleep. She needed to find a way to restore her spiritual energy, at the very least to sleep at will rather than being compelled by her body. Chapter 76. Conscience. As the flying vessel approached Dakia Mountain, Wei Qinglan probed with his spiritual sense, finding the entire mountain shrouded in mist, as if enveloped by a colossal barrier that kept his awareness at bay. Retracting his perception, he took out the communication talisman he had previously sent to Chunlian, which still yielded no response. He tentatively commanded the vessel to pierce through the front of Dakia Mountain, only to be immediately met with the barrier, which rebounded them. The vessel, seemingly dissatisfied and having been influenced by Jiang Lixing's tenacity, persisted in its attempts, colliding repeatedly with increasing force. The impact reverberated back with equal might, startling Jiang Lixing, who had been conversing with Zhou Gong. She opened her eyes and dashed out of her room, exclaiming loudly, "What happened, Brother Wei? Did we encounter enemies again?" The mountain spirit disdainfully regarded her, as if to say, "What a fuss. There's not even a ghost in sight, let alone a fight." Wei Qinglan halted the vessel and turned to her, noticing her disheveled hair and disarrayed clothing. "Get dressed properly before coming out," he instructed, returning his gaze. Realizing there was no one around and that no confrontation had occurred, Jiang Lixing felt perplexed by the vessel's violent behavior. She surveyed her surroundings, then noticed Wei Qinglan avoiding her gaze, leading her to lower her head and tidy her clothes. Although she felt there was little to arrange, perhaps just a slight loosening of her collar due to the stuffiness of the room, she quickly adjusted it and leaned over the edge of the cabin to peer down. "But what were you doing just now?" The noise was immense. "This mountain has a barrier," Wei Qinglan explained. "That makes sense. Isn't there a barrier where the secret realm opens?" Jiang Lixing tilted her head, confused by his explanation. "Not quite," he shook his head. "Barriers are only set at the entrance, and once the secret realm opens, they vanish. Yet now, the entire mountain is enveloped in a barrier. Is that so? It resembles the Bitter Mountain. When Brother Chun and I fell into Bitter Mountain, it felt as if we were trapped in a vast jar, unable to escape no matter how long we flew on our swords." Jiang Lixing gazed at the majestic mountains, wondering if Brother Chun had not sent a message. Could he have already entered and become trapped? At her words, Wei Qinglan's thoughts shifted, and he extended his spiritual sense to probe. He majored in swordsmanship and was not well versed in formations. While he could recognize ordinary formations, he was utterly bewildered by advanced ones, like the Bitter Mountain Great Formation he had encountered. He mistakenly thought it was merely a barrier. If it truly were a formation, then it would be disastrous, Lacking knowledge of formations, and without spiritual power, he could not break through. Jiang Lixing scrutinized him. Shall we return? What about Chun Luyan? Jiang Lixing scratched his head. I can't worry about that. It wasn't that she lacked a sense of duty. It was simply that she couldn't manage herself, let alone someone else. May Chen be blessed. Wei Qinglan could not restrain her frustration. Chun Luyan had shared life and death experiences with her at Bitter Mountain, and now he might be trapped, yet she showed no inclination to help. She could not help but wonder, if one day she too found herself trapped, would Jiang Lixing also disregard her plight? His expression darkened. What if I were trapped? Then I would be even less able to help you. If you could be ensnared, how could I possibly rescue you? Jiang Lixing's eyes widened. Indeed, Wei Qinglan seized her collar and hurled her off the flying vessel. Ah! Jiang Lixing plummeted, shocked and convinced she was doomed to her demise. What was Wei Shixiang thinking? Was he attempting to kill her? Yet, before committing such an act, he could have at least warned her to prepare. Mountain Glaze was equally astonished, staring blankly. However, its instincts were quicker than its thoughts. It leaped off the vessel, jaws agape, attempting to catch Jiang Lixing. But Jiang Lixing's descent was too rapid. It snapped its jaws several times, yet failed to grasp her. Just as she was about to crash and shatter upon impact, a blanket appeared out of thin air, catching her just before she hit the ground. Jiang Lixing paled in fright, lying on the blanket and gasping for breath. Mountain Glaze touched down, observing her well-being, and squatted beside her, panting heavily. Wei Qinglan disembarked, his light robe billowing, standing before Jiang Lixing and looking down at her. Let me ask you once more, if I were the one trapped, what would you do? Jiang Lixing gazed skyward, her expression vacant and devoid of energy. To save you, I would find a way, even if it meant shattering my own bones. For that single phrase, he had nearly driven her to her demise. Was it truly necessary? Wei Qinglan nodded, retrieving the blanket. A magical artifact materialized and then vanished as if he were reluctant to allow Jiang Lixing to linger any longer, ultimately dropping her onto the ground with indifference. Remember this, do not become a heartless person, Jiang Lixing thought to herself. She aspired to be someone with a conscience, but she also needed the ability to do so. She decided to remain on the ground, allowing her anger to boil over. Wei Shixiang, are you even human? I have lost all my spiritual power, rendered utterly useless. And you dare to treat me so inhumanely? Do you not consult your conscience? Has it been devoured by a dog? Wei Qinglan ignored her furious lamentations. You will eventually regain your spiritual power, but until then, do not concern yourself with my conscience. Learn to cultivate your own first. Jiang Lixing fell silent. Wei Qinglan asked, have you cultivated your conscience yet? It seemed to imply that if she failed to do so, he would drop her once more to make her truly learn. Jiang Lixing, exasperated, retorted, I have. Is that sufficient? Wei Qinglan nodded, turning away to survey their surroundings. That's good, now get up. Jiang Lixing had no desire to rise. Would she merely be tossed again? She remained motionless on the ground. Wei Qinglan, seeing her lack of movement, urged her. You understand formations. Get up and help me brainstorm. My understanding of formations is rudimentary at best. What could I possibly contribute? You overestimate me. Wei Qinglan turned back, observing her resolute refusal to stand. The ground was cold. Jiang Lixing rolled her eyes. She had nearly overheated while dozing on the flying vessel. She wondered why it had felt so stifling. Was it due to the warm jade bed? The ground was comfortably cool. Wei Qinglan, noticing her reluctance to rise, bent down and reached out to pull her up. Jiang Lixing rolled away, evading his grasp. Just because you want to toss me doesn't mean I will get up. Wasn't he the one who felt the need to throw her for relief? Now he wanted to. Wei Shixiang. Suddenly, a black hole materialized behind her, and she was sucked in. Wei Qinglan reacted swiftly, grasping her wrist, but the pull of the black hole was immense, drawing him in as well. Mountain Glaze, clever as it was, seized Wei Qinglan's ankle, but could not prevent either from being consumed by the void. Chapter 77. Hold tight. Surrounded by utter darkness, the sensation of falling felt akin to plunging into an abyss, where the world spun and winds surged violently. Jiang Lixing experienced a déjà vu reminiscent of her first venture into the secret realm within Ruxu. She thought, this can't possibly be another entrance to a secret realm, can it? How could it be so casual? Surely, they don't just open at will. She hoped she wouldn't be transported back to Bitter Mountain. After all, she had destroyed it. Even if she were to be teleported, it wouldn't lead her back there. Wei Shixiang. Wei Shixiang. Jiang Lixing felt the storm battering her body, pain coursing through her, but a warm grip held her wrist, offering some comfort. It was Wei Qinglan, and she feared he would be forced to separate from her like Enruxu had. Back then, she had her spiritual power to protect her. Now, devoid of it, she had no idea where she would end up. Alone, she could easily fall prey to some creature. She did not wish for death. In that moment, she deeply regretted her decision to lie on the ground and act petulantly. The ground, despite being cool and comfortable, was filthy, dirt, grass, and mud. What had possessed her to roll around? Now she was reaping the consequences of her own folly. Wei Qinglan, upon being pulled into the black hole, felt its repulsion and pressure. He could only suppress his cultivation to the foundation establishment stage, yet the black hole continued to reject him, attempting to expel him. Resigned, he suppressed his power even further, but the black hole would not relent. It escalated its assault as if intent on tearing him apart. Anger ignited within him, and his gaze turned fierce. No longer willing to suppress his cultivation, he restored it to the late golden core stage. Gripping Jiang Lixing's wrist tightly with one hand, he drew his sword with the other, unleashing a torrent of sword energy infused with his rage, cleaving through the storm with the force of a mountain. The surrounding winds paused momentarily before surging back with renewed fury. Wei Qinglan continued to strike with his sword. Hearing Jiang Lixing call for him, he gritted his teeth and replied, "I'm here." Jiang Lixing, hearing his voice, felt a sense of unease. "Wei Shixiang, you won't leave me, will you?" Wei Qinglan pursed his lips, unable to answer her. Since he had ceased suppressing his power, his spiritual energy surged chaotically. He felt as though he were being enveloped by the storm, which sliced like knives and threatened to shred him. He sensed his grip on her hand weakening. Jiang Lixing, not hearing his response, was engulfed by fear. "Wei Shixiang, you mustn't let go. If you do, I don't know where I'll end up. And I might be devoured by a monster. I was wrong, truly wrong. I have a conscience. I can learn to have one. Even if I lack conscience towards others, I will certainly have it for you. You can't abandon me. Wei Shixiang, speak to me." Wei Qinglan's head throbbed with frustration, and he could only exasperatedly interrupt her. "Be quiet." Jiang Lixing felt his grip faltering, and her fear reached a crescendo. Summoning an unknown strength, her free hand clawed toward the direction of his voice. After several attempts, she finally grasped something that felt like his neck. With determination, she tightened her hold, anchoring him securely. Wei Qinglan's sword hand faltered, and his entire body stilled. Jiang Lixing clung tightly to him, gasping weakly. "Wei, brother Wei, I have offended." Despite uttering words of offense, her grip on him was unyielding, almost choking him. Wei Qinglan felt as though his neck might snap under her hold, marveling at how she found the strength to cling to him amidst the tempest when he struggled even to wield his sword. Truly, she possessed remarkable tenacity. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Lixing called out again, "Wei, brother Wei." Taking a deep breath, Wei Qinglan simply sheathed his sword, wrapping his arms around her, protecting her from the raging storm. His voice was devoid of emotion as he reassured her, "I am here, do not shout. I will not let you go." Seizing the moment, Jiang Lixing pressed herself closer to him, finally feeling a semblance of security. "That's good, I was so afraid of dying." Wei Qinglan remained silent, encasing her in his spiritual energy, resolute against the storm's attempts to tear them apart as they were drawn deeper into the abyss. The mountain spirit, although blind, had keen hearing and recognized their conversation, mimicking Jiang Lixing's resolve to hold on, fearing that if it let go, it too would perish. Time became a blur, and Jiang Lixing felt herself nearing slumber in Wei Qinglan's embrace as they continued to spiral downward. Wei Qinglan tightened his grip around her waist, strong enough to cause her discomfort, yet the pressure brought her peace. She had long since released her hold on his neck, nestled within his embrace, her thoughts racing yet oddly comforted by his presence. It was peculiar how fear could dissipate with the company of another, especially one like Wei Qinglan. Jiang Lixing yawned and murmured, "Brother Wei, this wretched black hole seems interminable." She could not recall how long they had been trapped, though it felt like an eternity. Wei Qinglan remained silent, leading her to believe he too was weary. "Are you tired as well? I feel like I could sleep forever." "Do not sleep." Wei Qinglan endured the storm's relentless torment, even as time passed and the pain persisted. Despite his solitary struggle against the chaotic realm, he had never felt such overwhelming aversion towards her presence. Jiang Lixing finally noticed something amiss in his voice and reached out to him, her hand encountering moisture. It was not sweat, but a sticky substance, resembling blood. Alarmed, she exclaimed, "Wei, brother Wei, are you in pain? You're bleeding." "Yes." "Are you rejecting me?" Have you not suppressed your cultivation? It is futile. Jiang Lixing's hands trembled as she rummaged through her storage ring, guided by instinct until she retrieved the fruit he had gifted her. She shakily offered it to him, insisting, "What? The fruit you gave me, eat it quickly." She pressed it into his mouth, urging him to consume it, for the fruit from the unfathomable mountain was said to restore vitality and spirit. "You must endure. We are both powerless, so rely on you." The mountain spirit, listening intently, dared not speak up, feeling insignificant in comparison. Wei Qinglan swallowed the first fruit, and Jiang Lixing promptly offered him another, not hesitating to give him 3 in total, as they were originally his gift to her. The efficacy of the unfathomable mountain's fruit proved true, as after consuming 3, Wei Qinglan felt an improvement, enough to regain some strength and open his eyes. Jiang Lixing quickly helped him sit up. "Brother Wei, can you meditate and regulate your energy?" Wei Qinglan nodded, casting a cleansing spell on himself. And noticing Jiang Lixing's equally disheveled state, he cast one for her as well. After both spells, however, her energy remained unstable. Now is not the time for cleanliness. Meditate. Ignoring her, Wei Qinglan insisted, "Turn around." Puzzled, Jiang Lixing asked, "For what purpose?" "I need to change my clothes." In exasperation, Jiang Lixing complied, turning away. Wei Qinglan struggled to retrieve clean garments from her storage ring, changing with difficulty while scanning their surroundings. They found themselves in a deep pit, about 3 feet deep and wide enough to accommodate several lengths. It appeared the explosion of his spiritual energy had created this large crater. Above them was a lush expanse of greenery, with trees and grass surrounding them, while the mountain spirit lay limply in the grass. Eager to leave the pit, Wei Qinglan urged, "Help me up. You need to meditate. I want to die." After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Lixing reached out to assist him, and together they climbed out of the pit. Once above, she took in their surroundings, a serene mountainous landscape, abundant with trees, enveloped in an eerie silence devoid of even the chirping of birds. Turning to Wei Qinglan, she asked softly, "Brother Wei, do you recognize where we are? I see some plants that resemble those described in ancient texts about Qingyao Mountain. The texts mention a type of grass that looks like orchid grass, with square stems, yellow flowers, and red fruits called sun grass. Consuming it enhances one's complexion and nurtures beauty." She suddenly turned her head to Wei Qinglan, exclaiming, "You are covered in wounds. Have you consumed this herb? It should be effective for your injuries." Wei Qinglan nodded, affirming that if it were indeed sun grass, it would certainly aid in healing. Jiang Lixing immediately dashed over, saying, "Wait here, I will gather some for you." She hurriedly collected 3 plants she spotted, returning without delay to present them to Wei Qinglan. "This is sun grass, without a doubt. Wei Shixiang, you should consume it. Eat the fruit, and chew the roots as well." Since she was unable to refine pills for him at present, if it proved beneficial, consuming more could still yield results. Wei Qinglan accepted the plants, tossing one to the nearby mountain rat, and heeding Jiang Lixing's advice, he first ate 2 fruits and then chewed on the roots. Jiang Lixing felt a desire to partake as well, but there were none left in sight, and since she was uninjured, she refrained from competing with the 2. The mountain rat opened its mouth wide, swallowing a plant with fruit in one gulp, smacking its lips as if unable to discern any flavor. Struggling to rise from the ground, it pitifully said to Jiang Lixing, "I want to eat the jeje fruit too." "What use are you?" Jiang Lixing retorted, not even glancing at it. "You can't even serve as a cushion. If you could, Wei Shixiang wouldn't be so severely injured." The mountain rat looked aggrieved. "It's not that I don't want to serve as a cushion. Look at the pit you just created. He was afraid I would be crushed, so he let me go." Jiang Lixing scoffed, "You're tough and resilient. Even a sword can't penetrate you, and yet you fear being crushed? What need have you for the jeje fruit? With a cultivation level at the late stage of golden core, how could it compare to the sword used by that Chen Luyan? I was injured when I fell too. Look at my wounds. I could have truly been crushed. Do you even understand, you little brat?" Only then did Jiang Lixing notice its sleek fur now resembling that of a dog after chewing, bloodstains scattered across its body. She realized it had a point, but there was no way she would give it the jeje fruit. Nonetheless, seeing its pitiful expression, she took out a bottle of qi-nourishing pills and a bag of snacks from her storage ring, tossing them to it. "This is the last bag of snacks. Consider it a gift." The mountain rat, initially filled with grievance, felt satisfied now as it used its paws to open the bottle cap, lowering its head to consume the pill first. At this moment, the pill held far more utility than the snacks. Although this qi-nourishing pill wasn't as effective as the heavenly fragrant pill she had given Wei Qinglan, it was still quite satisfying to consume. After all, this girl was notoriously stingy. It was already generous of her to offer it any food. Chapter 79. Rescue after consuming 2 sun grasses. The exposed skin on Wei Qinglan's neck, wrists, and cheeks quickly formed scabs. Jiang Lixing was astonished. It truly works wonders. Unable to contain her excitement, she exclaimed, Wei Shixiao, are you sure you don't need to meditate? Shall we move forward and search for more sungrass? I want to eat some too. She touched her face, pondering if this herb could enhance her beauty. It nourishes the skin and promotes vitality. I too wish to become more beautiful. Wei Qinglan observed her. Having already noticed that during the storm, she seemed largely unaffected. Her skin remained as tender and fair as before, and she bore no injuries. The storm neither repelled nor harmed her, and although he had protected her, he fancied he could not offer such complete protection, especially as there were times he could barely safeguard himself, particularly since both he and the mountain rat had sustained serious injuries, while she could jump about freely. Even without spiritual energy, she was still not akin to an ordinary person. Jiang Lixing, noticing Wei Qinglan's gaze upon her, straightened her posture. Why do you look at me like that? Everyone has a desire for beauty. It's not fair that you alone are handsome while others cannot aspire to be so. Wei Qinglan smirked slightly. I am merely curious how you remain unscathed. Jiang Lixing blinked. Is it because I am resilient? Or is it due to your constant use of spiritual energy to shield me? Wei Qinglan shook his head. No, I cannot fully protect you from harm. Jiang Lixing scratched her head. Last time when I fell into the bitter mountain, I wasn't injured. I merely fainted. She explained, since childhood, I have been quite resilient. Even if you struck me, it would be hard for me to bleed. I might just lose consciousness. My master once tested my endurance, and later remarked that unless I was swallowed whole by a demon beast or stabbed through by a sword, I am unlikely to be killed. Wei Qinglan realized. It appears to be innate. Yes, born tough. Wei Qinglan retrieved a blanket from his storage ring, spreading it on the ground before sitting cross-legged. I will meditate first. Your desire to become beautiful can wait. Jiang Lixing, this person is insufferable. The mountain rat, having finished the snacks, licked its lips and nudged Jiang Lixing with its head. Is this really the last bag? Indeed. In the River New City, we couldn't find any more snacks, Jiang Lixing replied irritably. I didn't eat. I gave it to you out of goodwill, considering you have a semblance of conscience for falling down with us, or else you wouldn't have received anything. The mountain rat ceased its nudging, lying down. My wounds have scabbed over. This herb is truly remarkable, though it's too small. I barely tasted anything. Whose fault is it that your mouth is so large? Be content, Jiang Lixing remarked. I didn't even get to savor any flavor. She glanced at Wei Qinglan, who was overly particular, spreading a blanket for meditation, yet had yanked it away earlier, leaving her to lie on the ground. She approached him, lying down next to the edge of the blanket, instructing the mountain rat, you keep watch and protect Wei Shixiao. I'll take a short nap. The mountain rat widened its eyes. Why do you always want to sleep? Do I enjoy sleeping? My body can't handle it. I almost dozed off while we were falling. I've been holding out. Jiang Lixing yawned, tears welling in her eyes. The mountain rat had nothing to retort. Then sleep on. Jiang Lixing closed her eyes and quickly fell asleep. Wei Qinglan sensed something, pausing momentarily as his spiritual energy circulated, before resuming his meditative state. With the aid of 2 heavenly fragrant pills and 2 sun grasses, he finally stopped bleeding. His wounds scabbed over, and his spiritual energy no longer fluctuated violently. Although still unstable, the effects were slow to manifest due to the immense pressure in this area. He was able to manage and suppress it. Half an hour later, the mountain rat also appeared drowsy. After an hour, its eyes could barely remain open, its head drooping. Another half an hour passed when a sudden roar of a beast echoed from afar, resembling a tiger or leopard, accompanied by the sounds of crashing stones and clashing swords. The mountain rat, whose eyes were already half closed, sprang up at the noise, widening its gaze towards the distance. The commotion seemed to originate from the mountain, a thunderous roar resounding like thunder, unending. It appeared that a conflict had erupted, but since it was on the other side of the mountain, it could see nothing. Fearing the fight might come this way, the clever mountain rat nudged Jiang Lixing with its head. Jiang Lixing, deeply asleep, was jolted awake. What noise? It sounds like a fight is breaking out. The mountain rat glanced at Wei Qinglan, noticing he remained in his meditative state, speaking softly. Jiang Lixing groggily climbed up from the blanket, tiptoeing to look, but saw nothing. Straining her ears, Beneath the beastly roars, she could faintly hear the sound of swords clashing. Almost imperceptible. She speculated, could it be that someone is battling with a demon? The mountain rat, curious, asked, shall I go take a look? Yes, go quietly. It might be Chen Shixiao. Jiang Lixing, hesitant to venture forth herself, feared that the combatants might be Chun Luyan, as they had fallen into this place searching for him. It was possible he had also ended up here. The mountain rat nodded, lightening its steps as it stealthily departed. Jiang Lixing listened intently for a while. The commotion was considerable. If it were a demon beast, it must be formidable. Her heart racing, she turned to glance at Wei Qinglan, who was surrounded by a faint blue mist, his eyes still closed, and his spiritual energy in motion, clearly still engaged in his meditation. She could only open her storage ring and rummage through it, pulling out several treasures that seemed capable of offense, defense, or escape. After careful selection, she gathered a handful of talismans in her hand, preparing for any potential attacks. Moments after Shan Gao left, he quickly returned and informed Jiang Lixing. It's not that Chen person, it's a woman, dressed similarly to you. Jiang Lixing glanced at her own Kunlun disciple attire and immediately asked, is she from Kunlun? Her clothing has more intricate patterns than yours, he replied. Is she an inner sect disciple? Jiang Lixing inquired. Shan Gao looked at her. Can we save her? The one fighting her is a beast with a human face, quite ferocious. We must save her, Jiang Lixing insisted. She should be a Kunlun disciple, a peer of Brother Wei. We cannot turn a blind eye. Shan Gao nodded but reiterated, that beast is formidable, and I'm still injured. Here, take this bottle of healing pills. Jiang Lixing produced a bottle of replenishing elixirs and urged him, hurry, consume it, and then go. Shan Gao uncorked the bottle and swallowed the contents before shaking off his fur and darting away. Jiang Lixing thought to herself, among Kunlun's inner sect female disciples, she only recognized Zhao Kersen and Zhu Wenin. She hoped it was not one of them, for if it was, she would require a reward. Chapter 8. Escape. The one engaged in battle with the beast was Zhu Wenin. She had sustained injuries, her Kunlun disciple robe stained with blood. Originally hailing from the spirit beast peak, she prided herself on her fearlessness towards demonic beasts, as the teachings there revolved around taming beasts. The mysterious mountain realm only permitted foundation building and lower disciples, limiting the emergence of higher-tier beasts. However, she soon realized her error. This realm was rife with high-tier beasts. The two spirit beasts she carried with her had perished while trying to save her, and having narrowly escaped to this point, she found herself facing a formidable human-faced beast once more. With a single glance, she discerned that this beast was of a higher cultivation level than hers, a high-tier creature. Alone and isolated, she was at her wits' end, her sword-wielding strength waning, her treasures depleted from days of use within the realm. She had yet to locate an exit, and despair surged within her. Was she destined to self-destruct alongside this beast? Unwilling to accept such a fate, she pressed on. Yet what could she do? No one came to her aid. Gritting her teeth, her eyes bloodshot and dimming, she found her sword knocked away by the beast's claw, stumbling backward as it lunged at her. She had no doubt that if it caught her, it would consume her whole. Many disciples had met their end in the realm, torn apart by beasts. Just as she thought all hope was lost, a crimson figure surged forward, flames engulfing the human-faced beast, which immediately recoiled in surprise, sparing her. Zhu Wenin, shaken but relieved, looked toward her savior, only to realize it was not a human but another beast. This creature, resembling a pig, yet capable of spewing fire, engaged in combat with the human-faced beast. She hadn't expected her rescuer to be a beast. Bending down, she retrieved her sword and pulled out her last bottle of elixirs from her storage ring, swallowing 2 pills. She then glanced at the 2 battling beasts, tightening her grip on her sword. Yet instead of joining the creature that had aided her, she turned and fled. Shan Gao, witnessing this, exclaimed in frustration, "Hey, you heartless woman! I came to help you, and you just run away?" Zhu Wenin hesitated for a moment, but continued to fly forward on her sword, not daring to look back. Shan Gao, infuriated, abandoned the human-faced beast and chased after her. The beast, naturally, was unwilling to relent, pursuing Shan Gao while following Zhu Wenin's path. In a panic, Zhu Wenin fled over a hill toward a dense forest, hoping to use the trees as cover from the pursuing beast. Shan Gao cursed, lamenting, "Had I known, I wouldn't have come to save you, you ungrateful wretch. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs?" Zhu Wenin pressed on in silence, gritting her teeth. Shan Gao, having penned up her frustrations for so long, found a release. You wretched creature, a disgrace to humanity. Is your sword only for flying? Can you not combat beasts? Someone comes to help you, and you can't even utter a word of thanks before running away? If it weren't for that brat saying you were a fellow disciple, do you think I would have bothered? Zhu Wenin clenched her jaw, her face paling and reddening from the insults, yet she remained resolute. Thinking who among Kunlun would come to her aid, having fled for her life these days, encountering various beasts, she had come to believe that nothing mattered more than her survival. She pushed ahead with all her might, and for a moment, Shan Gao struggled to keep pace. Her curses growing even more vulgar as the human-faced beast pursued closely behind. They traversed an entire mountain until they reached a clearing. Zhu Wenin spotted someone ahead and halted abruptly, her eyes wide in disbelief. Wei Shidi, a young man, clad in distinct robes and seated in meditation. His striking features unmistakably belonged to Wei Qinglan. But how had he appeared in this realm? Jiang Lixing, clutching her treasures and talismans, stood beside Wei Qinglan, casting a disapproving glance at the injured and bloodied woman. Sister Zhu, you see Brother Wei but fail to notice me? I sent Shan Gao to rescue you and eliminate the beast. Why did you run here? At such a critical juncture, Zhu Wenin had unwittingly drawn danger to them. Naturally, she noticed Jiang Lixing standing right next to Wei Qinglan. It was impossible not to see her. Yet, the shock of encountering Wei Qinglan alongside Jiang Lixing in this realm overwhelmed her, leaving her momentarily speechless. Shan Gao lunged at Zhu Wenin, pinning her down and stepping on her arm, quickly relaying, "This ungrateful woman. I came to save her, and instead, she abandoned me without a word of thanks." As she spoke, the human-faced beast approached, glancing at them with malice. Though one among them sat calmly, eyes closed, the aura surrounding him was potent, causing the beast to sense danger and retreat wisely. Shan Gao, recognizing its departure, did not pursue, still nursing its injuries, realizing that the beast was as prudent as itself. Seeing the human-faced beast retreat, Jiang Lixing breathed a sigh of relief and stored her treasures away, casting a disapproving look at Zhu Wenin. Pressed to the ground and exhausted from her narrow escape, Zhu Wenin struggled to speak. "I didn't realize it was you who sent Shan Gao to save me. I fled here, barely able to maintain my strength, desperate not to perish. I had no choice but to seize the opportunity to escape." She spoke breathlessly. "I acknowledge that fleeing alone was wrong, and I hope you can understand, but in your position, would you have acted differently? I lacked the strength to wield my sword. All I desired was survival." Jiang Lixing scoffed. "Don't drag me into this. You are you, and I am I, Sister Zhu. You didn't even thank Shan Gao before running off. How cold-hearted you are." Zhu Wenin, weary and powerless, acknowledged that fleeing alone was not noble. But she had never claimed to be a paragon. At the brink of death, her foremost concern was her own survival. Who could say that if she had drawn her sword, they might have been able to defeat the human-faced beast together? After all, that creature was a high-tier beast. Jiang Lixing yearned to empathize with her, recognizing her plight and vulnerability, yet the absence of gratitude left her unable to connect. It was evident from Zhu Wenin's fragments of speech that she had likely escaped numerous dangers before reaching this point. Today, she discarded the mountain bomb that had once saved her. Had she previously cast aside any of her fellow disciples who had come to her aid? When she was fleeing from the mountain bomb, she had encountered Brother Chun but did not abandon him in her flight. Jiang Lixing wore a displeased expression, choosing not to command the mountain bomb to release her. Instead, she turned away and returned to her corner of the blanket, intending to resume her slumber. After all, this person was from Kunlun, and once Brother Wei had finished his meditation, he would surely inquire after her. She was disinclined to waste words on her. Chapter 81. 50% upon seeing Jiang Lixing ignore her. Zhu Wenin turned away and lay down in the corner of the blanket where Wei Qinglan was sitting cross-legged in meditation. Her eyes widened. Although she had previously suggested ill intentions to Zhao Kersin and entertained dark thoughts, she never expected to find herself entangled with Wei Qinglan so intimately. Observing her demeanor, it seemed entirely natural to her. Zhu Wenin was bewildered by the recent events. Her emotions tangled like a fishbone lodged in her throat, rendering her speechless. The mountain bomb, perceptive to Jiang Lixing's sentiments, quickly discerned her disdain for this woman. It promptly plopped down atop Zhu Wenin, growling with malice. "Wretched woman, I have saved your life. What gift shall you offer in return?" Zhu Wenin nearly suffocated beneath its weight, blood rising in her throat, and she fainted from the lack of breath. The mountain bomb extended a claw to check her breath, confirming her unconscious state. It grumbled as it got off her, muttering about her being a stingy miser. I merely asked for a token of gratitude, and she fainted on the spot. Jiang Lixing cast a glance at it, unperturbed. If she did not offer anything, upon their return to Kunlun, she would seek recompense from her master. The mountain bomb grinned widely, muttering, "Not a wasted rescue." Wei Qinglan meditated for another hour before opening his eyes. He glanced down at the peacefully sleeping Jiang Lixing, then at the fainted Zhu Wenin on the ground. Though he was not well acquainted with Zhu Wenin, he knew that she was one of the two direct disciples of Master Jin from the Spirit Beast Peak. He paid little attention to them, only aware that one had feelings for Enruxu, while the other seemed quite contemplative. Had he not witnessed the altercation between Jiang Lixing and them in the medical hall, he might have mixed up their names. Seeing someone lying unconscious, he displayed no particular emotion as he reached out to rouse Jiang Lixing, saying, "Wake up. No more sleeping." Jiang Lixing mumbled in response, turning over to face away from him and continue her slumber. Wei Qinglan chuckled with irritation, wondering how she could be so unconcerned. The beast that had departed an hour ago was gathering demonic creatures. If she remained idle, she would soon find herself facing a horde of monsters. Suddenly, Jiang Lixing sprang up from the ground, exclaiming, "Really? Then we must leave at once." Wei Qinglan gathered the blanket and, looking at the unconscious Zhu Wenin, commanded the mountain bomb, "Carry her on your back. We shall head east." "Carry her?" The mountain bomb protested, glancing at the fainted Zhu Wenin. "What of your flying treasure?" It adamantly refused, declaring, "This ungrateful woman is no good. It cannot be used here," Wei Qinglan replied, shaking his head. "The pressure is too great. The flying treasure is a high-grade artifact, and it cannot function here." Noticing the mountain bomb's reluctance, he added, "Once we exit the secret realm, I will ensure she rewards you generously." Reluctantly, the mountain bomb agreed, muttering as it hoisted Zhu Wenin onto its back and, in a show of goodwill, picked up the sword she had dropped. Jiang Lixing turned to Wei Qinglan and asked, "Brother Wei, what percentage of your strength have you recovered?" 50%, he replied. "However, the pressure here is too intense for me. If I can avoid using force, I will." Without summoning his sword, he began to walk forward, saying, "Did you not wish to find sun grass? Let us seek it out." Jiang Lixing nodded obediently, surprisingly refraining from criticizing him. "Brother Wei, you are truly kind to accompany me after I caused you to fall." She continued, "Once I return to Qingshu, I shall select some of my master's treasured items to present to you." "Very well, remember your promise." Although Wei Qinglan was not lacking in fine possessions, the treasures of the Qingshu sect were rare indeed. Jiang Lixing pondered aloud. "Just now, I saw that beast resembling the Wuluo described in ancient texts. And if this place contains sun grass, could it truly be Qingyao Mountain? The ancient records state that in the hidden capital of the emperor, looking north to the Heku and south to the Shanju, there exists a divine beast named Wuluo, with a human face and spotted fur, slender waist, white teeth, and metallic ears. There is also a river called Jinshui and a bird named Chong, resembling a wild duck, with a green body, vermilion eyes, and a red tail, feeding on the seeds of beneficial plants." She looked at Wei Qinglan, utterly bewildered. "If this is indeed Qingyao Mountain, how did we fall from Daizai Mountain to here, a distance of over 60 mountains, extending thousands of miles? How long did we linger in the black hole? Was it half a day? Half a day to cover 1,000 miles. What speed is that? Your flying treasure cannot achieve such a feat, can it? The Qingshu secret treasure, the Mountain River Scroll, could accomplish it." Wei Qinglan nodded. "This should indeed be Qingyao Mountain." Jiang Lixing scratched her head. "When I fell with Brother Chun, we ended up at Kushan. How is it that we have traveled even farther from there? Brother Wei, is this the nature of secret realms? Always shifting, never remaining in place?" Wei Qinglan shook his head. "Each secret realm is unique, but I cannot ascertain why this is so. I suspect it is also a teleportation array. Aside from Kunlun's Zuan Yangu, Qingshu's Mountain River Scroll, and Tai's Tongling Lian platform, there are the ancient teleportation arrays that can span 1,000 miles in a single day." Jiang Lixing grumbled. "Another teleportation array? Why did the ancients leave behind so many? Did they remain hidden within the secret realms, unknown to the world? Are we currently outside the secret realm or still within it? Is it possible that, like Kushan, if we continue eastward, we might return to Daizai Mountain? When Sister Zhu awakens, we can inquire," Wei Qinglan replied, equally unsure. Jiang Lixing felt a stirring within her. "I believe we have remained within the secret realm all along. When Brother Chen and I fell at Kushan, we were also in a secret realm. However, my failure in the inheritance shattered Kushan, creating an opening in the secret realm, allowing us to exit. Later, upon reaching Design Mountain, we fell back into it. Look at Sister Zhu. She mentioned having fled many times. Clearly, she has spent many days within the secret realm. Wei Qinglan nodded, finding some logic in her words. Jiang Lixing sighed. How long must we rely on our feet to travel? Once we reach Kushan, will we finally be able to exit? The Kushan that I destroyed. After all, heading east was indeed the direction toward Kushan. Perhaps, Wei Qinglan replied. Jiang Lixing felt a pang of bitterness. When I was at Kushan, Brother Wei, you did not feel the pressure, did you? When I arrived at Kushan, I happened to be present when you destroyed it. Wei Qinglan had, at that time, felt no pressure but rather the earth shaking and the sky collapsing, a storm more violent than a teleportation array. Although the duration was brief, he had sustained some injuries. Now, with his injuries recovered to 50%, the overwhelming pressure made it impossible for him to use his sword to carry Jiang Lixing. It was best to conserve his strength, so he could protect her should they encounter a beast attack. Jiang Lixing glanced back at Zhu Wenyan, who lay on the mountain bomb's back, muttering, Sister Zhu is quite fortunate to have met us. How many days has it been? Over a month, perhaps? I wonder how Brother In and the others are faring. Chapter 82. Encirclement. Upon hearing her mention in Ruxu, Wei Qinglan cast her a sidelong glance, but remained silent. This secret realm was unlike any he had encountered before. If Jiang Lixing's conjecture held any truth, this realm was likely more than just a singular secret realm. With ancient teleportation arrays preserved, the visibility of this secret realm suggests the presence of numerous high-tier, ferocious beasts. While only cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage and below are permitted entry, the survival of so many higher-tier monsters contradicts the limitations and logic of this domain. After walking a while, Jiang Lixing indeed found 2 more xianqiao plants. Joyfully, she plucked one of the fruits and was about to pop it into her mouth when she remembered that Wei Qinglan had just recovered to 50% and hesitated, offering it to him instead. Senior Wei, you should have it. Wei Qinglan took it without hesitation and consumed it. Jiang Lixing then handed him the other fruit, which he also ate without complaint. Looking at the remaining 2 stems of the plant, she silently passed them to him. Wei Qinglan grimaced and rejected them, saying they were unpalatable. Pouting, Jiang Lixing tore off a leaf, chewed it, and grimaced as she spat it out. Why is it so bitter and astringent? She grumbled. Turning to Shanggao, didn't you say it had no flavor? Shanggao blinked innocently. I didn't discern any taste. This little plant isn't even enough to get stuck between my teeth. I swallowed it whole. Jiang Lixing was at a loss for words, spitting out the remnants of the bitter herb. She admired Wei Qinglan for managing to consume the 2 stems earlier while looking as if he found them enjoyable. Glancing at him with a pained expression, she said, Senior Wei, I need some water. After rounding this mountain, they should reach Xinshui. Jiang Lixing quickened her pace, urging him to move faster. Disgusted, she stowed the 2 xianqiao plants away, deciding that since they were inedible, she would keep them for future alchemical endeavors. Discarding them was out of the question. Sure enough, upon turning the mountain, they encountered a river with water flowing northward, tumultuous and clear. Jiang Lixing pulled out a cup from her storage ring, but disdainfully returned it, unsure whether the old man had used it to drink. Cautiously, she approached the riverbank, cupping her hands to scoop water and rinsing her mouth several times until the bitter taste finally faded. She squatted by the river, took a few sips, and splashed water on her face. Noting that Wei Qinglan was standing still nearby, she temptingly remarked, Senior Wei, I see fish in the water. They look like crucian carp, or perhaps silver crucians. If we catch some and roast them, they should be delicious, especially since the water is so clear and sweet. Just as she finished speaking, a bird suddenly darted out of the water, pecking at her. Its sharp beak could easily puncture her forehead if it struck. Jiang Lixing quickly dodged, believing she had evaded it in time, but the bird was swifter. Just as it was about to reach her, Wei Qinglan waved his sleeve lightly, sending the bird crashing into the water with a splash. Startled, Jiang Lixing fell onto the ground. Isn't this bird supposed to live in the mountains? How can it be in the water? Ancient texts had not mentioned the ferocity of this creature's beak. Wei Qinglan stole a glance at her, but remained silent, having noticed numerous monsters approaching from the periphery. Turning around, they saw a beast with a human face leading a group of 4-horned creatures, stealthily surrounding them along the riverbank. Simultaneously, the water revealed more and more of the sharp-beaked birds. Jiang Lixing was petrified. Wuluo, Fuzhou, and the bird species? So many ancient texts recorded that the Ayahan mountain was home to creatures resembling white deer with 4 horns, named Fuzhou. Given that Ahin Mountain was only 10 miles from Qingyao Mountain, the presence of Fuzhou here was not surprising, but the sheer number was overwhelming. Panicking, she turned to Wei Qinglan. What should we do? Can you handle these creatures? Wei Qinglan unsheathed his innate sword. You protect yourself and awaken Zhu Wenin. After saying this, he swung his sword against the human-faced beast and the group of Fuzhou. Shangao spat out the sword it had been holding and dashed toward Zhu Wenin, knocking her to the ground in an attempt to wake her while confronting the birds emerging from the water. One person and one beast faced a multitude. As Wei Qinglan wielded his sword, the beasts hesitated to approach, while Shangao spewed fire, keeping the birds at bay. Jiang Lixing pushed Zhu Wenin, urging her to wake up. Hey, wake up. If you don't, I'll toss you into water and fire are inherently incompatible. A water bird, if forced from its aquatic abode, fears the flames and flutters aimlessly above the river's surface. Wei Qinglan's innate swordsmanship swiftly dispatched 2 birds, while Jiang Lixing, not yet satiated, flicked the rope with a snap and ensnared another pair. Accustomed to tossing them to Zhu Wenin, she threw one directly at her. Caught off guard, Zhu Wenin failed to catch it, and the winged creature took flight. Jiang Lixing, incensed, exclaimed, Zhu Wenin, are these birds your kin? Why did you let them go? Zhu Wenin, feeling weak, replied, I lack the strength to hold on. With a scoff, Jiang Lixing hurled the rope once more, managing to catch only one. As she grasped the bird by its neck and attempted to throw the rope again, the remaining flock, sensing danger, took to the skies in fright, escaping her grasp. Frustrated, Jiang Lixing turned to Zhu Wenin, her dissatisfaction palpable. You're utterly inept. Now there's only this one left. Zhu Wenin swayed slightly, relinquished her knife, and collapsed onto the ground, weakly retrieving her medicinal pills. Why do you need so many of these? They're meant for nourishment. Jiang Lixing, feeling a twinge of irritation, muttered, What concern is it of yours? If it's a good thing, I shall have an abundance. Wei Qinglan had slain 4 birds and sheathed his sword. The mountain creature retrieved the 4 lifeless birds from the water and presented them to Jiang Lixing. Your rope is truly effective. Jiang Lixing concurred, indeed. I had no idea it would prove so useful. She gazed contentedly at Wei Qinglan. Brother Wei, are you wounded again? No, he replied, shaking his head. But he nonetheless took out a blanket and sat cross-legged. Aren't you going to roast fish? We shall rest here for 2 hours. Very well. Jiang Lixing recognized that under the pressure of his recent exertions, he would need time to recuperate. Zhu Wenin consumed 2 more pills, suppressing the metallic taste of blood that threatened to rise. Noticing Wei Qinglan in meditation, she too began to sit cross-legged. Jiang Lixing observed that Zhu Wenin had not offered her any assistance, yet she held her tongue. If Zhu Wenin could heal, it would be a significant boon. She instructed the mountain creature, Go collect firewood and catch fish. I will undertake the work first. Reluctant to move, the creature queried, Is roasted fish truly delicious? Delicious indeed. You've tasted earthly fare before, have you not? With a yelp, the creature dashed off. Jiang Lixing commenced digging for the precious materials. Lacking spiritual power, she relied on brute force, exhausting herself. Yet the thought of eventually crafting a sturdy, attack-oriented vehicle that could withstand the might of mountains made every effort worthwhile. Before long, the creature returned with a substantial stack of dry wood and had caught several large fish, each weighing over 10 pounds. It gleefully piled them before Jiang Lixing, urging her, Stop working, come roast the fish. Jiang Lixing glanced at the impressive haul and sighed. How long will it take to cook such heavy fish? Doubting her own capabilities, she suggested, Can't you breathe fire? You do it. The creature hesitated but complied. It placed the fish atop the wood and prepared to breathe fire when Jiang Lixing suddenly recalled an important detail. Wait. The creature turned to look at her. Jiang Lixing approached with a knife. We must gut the fish and clean out the entrails before we can eat. With wide eyes, the creature nodded in understanding. Jiang Lixing successfully gutted one fish before losing interest and returning to her digging. Oh, I just remembered. You don't need to eat the gutted fish. You can have them whole. Roast your own first, master the technique, then cook mine. The creature protested. Why must I eat the ungutted fish? I have no desire for this pile of entrails. Then do it yourself. Jiang Lixing refused to assist, knowing the creature's voracious appetite would exhaust her. With no other choice, the creature mimicked Jiang Lixing, picking up the sword Zhu Wenin had laid down and using its claws to gut the fish. Zhu Wenin, having opened her eyes, turned to see the odd sight of a human and a creature engaged in a gruesome task. Despite the bloodiness, the creature was using her sword without a care, which had been gifted to her by her master and had accompanied her apart from Yun Duan and Ruxu, Lu Shaoling, and a few male disciples. He seldom conversed with the female disciples. When they crossed paths, he would merely nod in acknowledgement, never initiating a greeting of senior sister or junior sister. The female disciples, in turn, dared not approach him, refraining from disturbing his singular focus on cultivation. Now, seeing him idly seated on a mat, cradling a grilled fish weighing several pounds in his hands, it was evident that, although he did not devour it with the same ferocity as Jiang Lixing and Shan Gao, it appeared to her as no different. In this moment, his sole focus was on consuming the meal, which, despite not being a precious spirit fish, was merely a common crucian carp roasted over an open flame. Though it was silver in color, she regarded it as nothing of value, all the more so in Wei Qinglan's eyes. She opened her mouth, then closed it again, taking a moment to suppress the torrent of emotions welling within her, asserting, "I am not so idle." "That's good," Jiang Lixing responded, continuing to eat. After a while, she looked up to find Zhu Wenin still gazing at them, primarily at Wei Qinglan, who was blissfully oblivious, engrossed in her meal. With a flicker of inspiration, she asked, "Senior Sister Zhu, would you care to try some?" Zhu Wenin shook her head. Jiang Lixing observed her, saying, "The task you promised to assist me with remains unfinished. If you do not eat, how will you have the strength to help me?" She herself was quite reluctant to do the work, thinking it wise to utilize available help. Zhu Wenin, indeed lacking in energy, averted her gaze, scanning the area not far from where she had slain the Fuzhu. After much effort, she had only managed to collect 4 or 5 horns. The Fuzhu was a spirit beast, and she only desired the horns, deeming it somewhat wasteful. If she were to take it to the base of Kunlun Mountain, she could exchange the spirit beast's meat for spirit stones. She inquired, "You only need the beast's horns?" "Yes," Jiang Lixing affirmed, as she was no longer in need of spirit stones. "Very well, leave it to me." Zhu Wenin was puzzled by her sudden affluence, recalling how poor she had been at Kunlun, counting coins to purchase a single sword. Jiang Lixing was exceedingly pleased and specified, "I require clean horns. Whether you wash them in river water or employ a cleansing spell, just ensure they are free of blood." "Understood," Zhu Wenin replied, rising to fetch a knife and begin her task. Jiang Lixing observed her, noting that, true to her reputation as a disciple of the spirit beast peak, Zhu Wenin was far more adept at harvesting the horns, working swiftly and efficiently. In the blink of an eye, she had completed one, then another, and after half an hour, she had neatly organized 20 to 30 horns. Though she had expended some spiritual energy in the process, she made sure to avoid further depletion and proceeded to the riverbank to wash them clean, arranging them before Jiang Lixing. While washing the horns, she noted the absence of fish along the riverbank, likely frightened away by the aroma of the grilled fish. Jiang Lixing expressed her genuine admiration. "Senior Sister Zhu, your skills are truly remarkable." With great delight, she touched each horn before storing them in her spatial ring, continuing to dream of grand plans with Wei Qinglan. "Senior Brother Wei, once I utilize these to forge a flying and combat-ready treasured artifact, I shall take you on adventures." "I shall await that day," Wei Qinglan replied, a hint of a smile gracing his lips at her unabashed confidence. Zhu Wenin, observing their interaction, felt a surge of tumultuous emotions, her expression momentarily betraying her thoughts before Wei Qinglan unexpectedly turned to her. "Senior Sister Zhu, please share your experiences in the secret realm over these past few days." Zhu Wenin recoiled at the thought of recounting the harrowing days spent in flight for her life. It was only upon encountering Wei Qinglan and Jiang Lixing today that she felt she could finally breathe. Yet, faced with Wei Qinglan's inquiry, she felt obligated to respond. "Junior Brother Wei, in this secret realm, there are numerous high-tier demon beasts, most of which are above the foundation establishment stage. Initially, I was with my junior sister and several junior brothers, but we were scattered by a horde of demon beasts. I ended up alone, fleeing for my life. Often in a panic, unable to discern day from night. I knew I should head east to reach the exit of the secret realm, yet I had no choice but to evade the demon beasts, which led me here." She spoke earnestly. "Fortunately, I encountered you and junior sister Jiang. Otherwise, I surely would not have escaped. You are aware that we saved you, and for now, I do not seek compensation, considering you have likely exhausted your resources." Wei Qinglan remarked, "Once we exit, you must offer me some reward, Junior Brother Wei, along with a little extra for Shan Gao as thanks." Jiang Lixing seized the opportunity to add, "After all, it is a matter of life and death, is it not? Wei Qinglan cast her a sidelong glance, refraining from retorting, surprised that she had the decency to consider him. Zhu Wenin readily agreed, of course. In the secret realm, where high-tier demon beasts abounded, Jiang Lixing and Wei Qinglan had already encountered some formidable foes, such as the humanoid beast Wuluo, the four-horned beast Fuju, and the Ya, all of considerable cultivation. Their proficiency in group attacks was particularly alarming. Had it not been for Jiang Lixing possessing a usable and effective mid-tier magical artifact, the trio would have faced dire consequences when confronted by the horde. Jiang Lixing's artifact proved to be invaluable, and the bloodshed resulting from the Fuju's capture was somewhat gruesome. Yet it might have deterred the swarm of demon beasts. Had a single disciple been isolated and besieged in such a manner, survival would have been nearly impossible. Jiang Lixing turned her attention to Zhu Wenin, senior sister Zhu. The cultivators who entered the secret realm must have suffered countless casualties, correct? Zhu Wenin silently nodded, aware that Jiang Lixing harbored resentment toward her for abandoning her comrades to flee alone, and responded with resignation. It was not my intention to disregard our bonds and flee alone. Initially, we established the Kunlun sword array, but the demon beast horde was formidable and adept at exploiting weaknesses. One after another, our companions fell, and in a moment of crisis, we had no choice but to flee for our lives. I did not wish to abandon everyone, but my abilities were limited. I could not save anyone without endangering myself further. Jiang Lixing, struck by her sincerity, found herself at a loss for words. Wei Qinglan remained silent as well, simply inquiring, "Senior sister Zhu, where did you first fall?" Zhu Wenin, relieved that Wei Qinglan did not regard her with disdain, and that Jiang Lixing had ceased her earlier antagonism, sighed in relief. "I fell at Fangfei Mountain, where I encountered a swarm of bees." "Ah, Fangfei Mountain," Jiang Lixing exclaimed. "Those were like bees, called One, a large swarm. Were they not?" "Indeed," Zhu Wenin confirmed. Jiang Lixing lamented, "We encountered them as well. Those creatures were indeed formidable, but thankfully we had senior brother Wei's magical artifact, which provided sturdy defense. Otherwise, we would have surely succumbed to their venomous stings and toxins." "You too ventured to Fangfei Mountain?" Zhu Wenin was taken aback. "There were over 10 of us scattered there. How did we not cross paths with you and junior brother Wei?" Jiang Lixing explained, "We never actually descended into Fangfei Mountain. We merely passed by. Shan Gao had gone down to gather Mamu wood, but he inadvertently provoked a large swarm of One, trapping us for quite some time. Eventually, senior brother Wei declared that if the One continued to ensnare us, he would capture them all for me to use in forging. I agreed, and upon hearing this, the One promptly fled in a panic." Zhu Wenin was left speechless. Was it truly that simple? Jiang Lixing expressed her disappointment. Those One looked fearsome, yet their courage was surprisingly feeble. "But senior sister Zhu, you are quite impressive, managing to escape from Fangfei Mountain and journey all the way west to Qingyao Mountain. Over 1,000 miles, what endurance you possess." Zhu Wenin sighed. "I had no choice. High-tier demon beasts roamed everywhere. The further east I went, the more formidable they became, leaving me no option but to flee westward." Jiang Lixing tilted her head. "I see." Turning to Wei Qinglan, she asked, "Given the peculiar nature of this secret realm, is there no method to send a message out, summoning aid from the sect? Otherwise, almost all the disciples who entered will likely be unable to escape, resulting in a significant loss for our 3 sections." Wei Qinglan shook his head. "There is no way to send messages." Jiang Lixing sighed. "Alas." Zhu Wenin inquired, "Junior brother Wei, logically, with your cultivation level, you should not have entered this secret realm. How did you end up here?" Wei Qinglan succinctly explained. "Uncle Master Qi divined that there was unusual activity around Ku Mountain. Upon arriving, I encountered junior sister Jiang and sensed something was amiss, prompting me to join her in heading to Dazai Mountain and entering this secret realm." Zhu Wenin nodded in understanding. Jiang Lixing mused, "That sounds simple enough. Directly erasing senior brother Chen from the picture. I also studied divination, but each time, I cracked the tortoise shell, so I gave up." Wei Qinglan glanced at her. "Perhaps it's because you have too many interests?" Jiang Lixing shook her head. "No, every time I practiced divination, I suffered a backlash. But strangely, it never affected me directly, instead harming the person closest to me. Many people complained to my master, who, out of options, forbade me from learning it." Wei Qinglan clicked his tongue in disapproval. Zhu Wenin exclaimed in astonishment, "Such a thing exists?" "Indeed," Jiang Lixing replied, looking at her with an itchy curiosity. "It's been ages since I touched a divination tool. If you have a tortoise shell, Why not let me borrow it? Sit closer, and I'll give it a try. Zhu Wenin demurred. I don't have one. In her weakened state, she wouldn't dare let her try, even if she did. She had heard that Jiang Lishan was a troublemaker in Qingxiu, failing at everything she tried and always causing harm, making her universally loathed. Yet, despite losing her spiritual power and appearing no different from a mortal, she still managed to thrive, a skill in itself. Jiang Lishan pouted and turned to Wei Qinglan. Senior brother Wei, once you've recovered, I'll give it a try on you. Wei Qinglan readily agreed. All right. Zhu Wenin silently observed them. It wasn't her imagination. Wei Qinglan indeed treated Jiang Lishan differently. In her presence, he lacked his characteristic coldness, detachment, and aloofness. Even with the risk of divination backlash, which she wouldn't consider a good thing, he agreed without hesitation. A sense of unease stirred within her. She had entertained malicious thoughts before, but witnessing this scene firsthand was unsettling. How could Kunlun's young prodigy act this way? She restrained herself, but couldn't resist reminding him. Junior brother Wei, haven't you forgotten that you bear the responsibility of the sect? Wei Qinglan, having finished his questioning, turned back at her words. His expressionless gaze meeting Zhu Wenin's. A sense of unease washed over Zhu Wenin, as if her thoughts were laid bare in Wei Qinglan's lucid eyes. How could he, with his intelligence and insight, not understand her implication? She believed she hadn't spoken falsely. His closeness with Jiang Lishan could lead to no good. Everyone in the cultivation world knew that Jiang Lishan, the only direct disciple of the Qingxiu Jade Sect master, was a cultivation failure. Could he, a prodigy of Kunlun, afford to be hindered by her? I haven't forgotten, but senior sister Zhu seems to have forgotten who saved you, Wei Qinglan said casually, discarding the half-eaten fish. He stood up and said to Jiang Lishan, let's go. Jiang Lishan exclaimed, Hey, looking distressed at the half-eaten fish on the ground. Senior brother Wei, why are you wasting food? Seeing Wei Qinglan ignore her and walk ahead, she glared at Zhu Wenin and said irritably, why are you spouting nonsense? Can't you just rest quietly? Everyone knows he bears the responsibility of the Kunlun sect. Did you need to point it out? Zhu Wenin's face flushed red and then turned pale, as if she had opened a dye house. A wave of regret washed over her, mingled with a suffocating feeling. Jiang Lishan picked up the rope from the ground, stuffed it haphazardly into her storage ring, stomped out the fire, and, clutching the half-eaten fish, hurried after Wei Qinglan. Senior brother Wei, she said, punishing yourself for someone else's mistake is the most foolish thing. Wasting half-eaten food, especially such delicious food, because of someone's idle words, is even more wrong. She rambled on, lecturing him with a torrent of grand principles, all for the sake of the wasted half-fish. Finally, Wei Qinglan, annoyed by her incessant chatter, said, be quiet. Jiang Lishan refused to be silenced. If you didn't want to eat it, you could have given it to me instead of throwing it away. Wei Qinglan pulled out a talisman and affixed it to her mouth. The silencing talisman not only prevented her from speaking, but also immobilized her. She stood there, watching him walk away, seething with anger. Wasn't it a waste to use such a useful talisman on her? Why didn't he use it on Zhu Wenin? Her loose tongue deserved it more. Seeing the two leave without a word, Shangon didn't bother savoring the remaining fish. It swallowed them whole and grumbled at Zhu Wenin, idiot. Zhu Wenin, stifling her anger, remained silent. She picked up her sword from the ground, wiped it clean, and limped forward. Shangon bounded after Jiang Lishan, exclaiming, Huh? Why aren't you moving? Jiang Lishan's face turned green with suppressed rage as she glared at Wei Qinglan, who was walking away. Shangon quickly understood and used its paw to tear off the talisman from her mouth, whispering, Did you make him angry again? Jiang Lishan turned to glare at Shangon. What do you mean, again? Shangon took a step back, reminding her, I grilled fish for you. I deserve some credit, so don't take your anger out on me. Jiang Lishan averted her gaze, snatched the talisman from its paw, and ran forward, grabbing Wei Qinglan's sleeve. Senior brother Wei, how dare you use a talisman on me? What do you mean by that? Did I not have the right to speak after you wasted food? Wei Qinglan was forced to stop, looking at her puffed-up face. Her wide eyes seemed fierce, yet her plain face was smudged with fish crumbs, and she clutched the half-eaten fish tightly. He felt both annoyed and amused. It's just half a fish. What do you mean, just half a fish? Jiang Lishan retorted. It was a hard-earned fish that Shangon caught and grilled with great effort. It wasn't even meant for you, but you insisted on having some, and now you're wasting it. Shangon agreed with its master, feeling that she had a point. That's right. Wasting is wrong. If you couldn't finish it, you could have given it to me. Exactly. Who couldn't finish that half fish? Jiang Lixing angrily took another bite of the fish in her hand, refusing to give in. How could you bear to throw away such fragrant fish? Next time, if there's anything good, you won't get a single bite. Wei Qinglan was silent for a moment, then apologized helplessly. It was my fault. I won't throw it away again. Next time, I won't give it to you. That won't do. Jiang Lixing glared at him. Wei Qinglan earnestly admitted his mistake. I promise I won't throw it away again. Considering it's my first offense, can you forgive me this once? He then reached into his sleeve, pulled out a handkerchief, and wiped the corner of her mouth to show his apology, reminding her, eat it quickly, the fish is getting cold. Jiang Lixing lowered her head and took another bite of the fish, grumbling, fine, I'll forgive you this time. But if there's a next time, don't even think about eating anything good that Shangan and I have. Okay, I'll remember. Wei Qinglan used a cleansing spell on the handkerchief, put it away, and continued walking. This time, Jiang Lixing didn't grumble anymore, following behind him, stepping in his footprints, and eating the fish as she walked. Shangan, full, wagged its tail contentedly, following behind them. Zhu Wenin silently watched the two figures and the beast in front, wondering if she had known a fake Wei Qinglan all along. The Wei Qinglan on Kunlun Mountain and the Wei Qinglan interacting with Jiang Lixing in this secret realm seemed like two different people, completely separate. One was as cold as snow, treating people with aloofness and detachment, high above, beyond the reach of all the sect disciples. The other, in Jiang Lixing's presence, would eat mortal grilled fish, get angry, apologize, and wipe someone's mouth with a handkerchief. It's madness. Jiang Lixing finished the grilled fish, feeling overly full. She had long forgotten her bold claim that anyone could finish that half fish. She asked Wei Qinglan, Senior Brother Wei, I'm so full. Do you have any digestive pills? Wei Qinglan shook his head. No. Jiang Lixing sighed. It's all because the fish was too delicious. Shangan patted its own belly, which was only 80% full, and complained. If you couldn't finish it, you could have given it to me. Why did you have to stuff yourself? I'm not even full yet. It wanted to be stuffed too, but it didn't get the chance. Jiang Lixing harumphed. I wouldn't give it to you. You ate so many, and I only ate one. She turned back to Zhu Wenin and asked, Sister Zhu, do you have any digestive pills? As if the recent unpleasantness had never occurred. She spoke to Zhu Wenin without a hint of burden. Zhu Wenin halted her steps, replying simply, no? Seeing Jiang Lixing continuously rubbing her stomach, her emotions grew complicated. An adept should not indulge in earthly desires. The digestive pills you speak of can only be found in mortal pharmacies. Jiang Lixing sighed and said to Shanggao, how bothersome. If only I were like you, a true glutton. Shanggao nodded, admitting that despite eating so much, it still felt unsated. Wei Qinglan, noticing her discomfort, helplessly took out a pill and offered it to her, saying, here, take this. Jiang Lixing reached out to accept it, lowered her head to sniff it, but detected no discernible scent. Curiously, she inquired, what kind of pill is this? That's a Tongyuan pill. Jiang Lixing was taken aback. Isn't that meant for those in the nascent soul stage? It should be fine for you to take, Wei Qinglan reassured her. After all, at this moment, any pill is ineffective for your body. Given your current state, it may help to regulate your energy and serve as a common digestive aid after you consume that fish. Skeptical, Jiang Lixing nonetheless swallowed the Tongyuan pill, chewing thoughtfully. This nascent soul pill doesn't taste like much. It's not as good as what I usually make, which is sweet and sour, akin to candy. Wei Qinglan nodded casually. Once you regain your spiritual power and reach the nascent soul stage, you'll have to cover the cost of the auxiliary pills. Sure, Jiang Lixing agreed readily. Zhu Wenin felt numb. A Tongyuan pill, worth thousands of high-grade spirit stones, was being treated like a mere digestive aid. Strangely enough, after Jiang Lixing ingested it, her body showed no adverse reactions, nor did she suffer from bloating. What kind of being was she? This was a Tongyuan pill meant solely for those in the nascent soul stage. Anyone below that threshold would perish upon consumption. As they exited Qingyao Mountain, Jiang Lixing had yet to find any Sunko. Pouting, she expressed her dissatisfaction. Wei Shixiao, what does the fruit of Sunko taste like? I haven't had the chance to try it. She surveyed the vast mountain, frustrated that only a few plants had grown. This barren mountain is truly impoverished. Wei Qinglan turned back, handing her a fruit. Since you're so eager to taste it, here. Where did you get this? Jiang Lixing asked, puzzled, remembering she had seen him eat the last one. Was it an illusion? Wei Qinglan explained. While we were battling near the Jinshui River, I stumbled upon one and harvested it. Jiang Lixing was incredulous. That situation was perilous, with swords clashing, And you still had the presence of mind to gather Sunko fruit? She took the fruit, despite her initial irritation at his distraction during battle, and bit into it. The moment she did, the bitterness overwhelmed her, causing her face to contort in agony, and she instinctively tried to spit it out. Wei Qinglan promptly cautioned, "Don't waste it." Jiang Lixing, her face rigid, stared at him in disbelief. Wei Qinglan replied earnestly, "Did you not wish to become beautiful? Beauty often comes at a price. And this may be the last fruit of this mountain." Jiang Lixing was at a loss for words. Her mouth filled with a bitter and astringent taste that threatened to make her faint. Wei Qinglan watched her intently, urging, "Go on, it's just a small fruit. You can manage." Jiang Lixing felt tears welling up, her tongue refusing to cooperate, questioning how he had managed to eat it without flinching. She had thought the roots of Sunko were unpalatable, but this fruit was even worse. It was naive of her to have expected otherwise. "Jiang Shimi, if you don't want it, I can have it," Zhu Wenin said, eyeing the half-eaten fruit in Jiang Lixing's hand. She was severely injured and knew that eating this would aid her recovery, but since stepping into Fangfei Mountain, she had been relentlessly pursued by demonic beasts, leaving her no time or energy to seek out Sunko fruit. Without hesitation, Jiang Lixing handed the fruit to her, feeling profoundly grateful. "Thank you, Sister Zhu. You are truly kind." She believed her face was already quite beautiful and saw no need to endure such suffering to change it. Zhu Wenin insisted she need not thank her, stating instead, "As cultivators, if something aids in recovery and is beneficial for cultivation, what hardship cannot be endured? It's just that you, somehow, have never learned to tolerate even the slightest bitterness." Wei Qinglan had no objections, focusing solely on Jiang Lixing, determined not to let her spit out the mouthful of fruit. Under his gaze, Jiang Lixing steeled herself, rigidly swallowing the fruit, nearly choking and rolling her eyes in despair. "Hurry, water. Bring me water," she pleaded, kicking Shangao. Shangao glanced around. "There's no water here. I can't just turn back to the Jinshui for you. Quickly, look under the tree roots, dig a hole, and you'll find water," Jiang Lixing urged. Shangao, with no other option, ran to a large tree and began to dig. With its strength, it soon excavated a deep hole, and indeed, water began to pool within it. Astonished, it exclaimed, "There really is water." Jiang Lixing rushed over, cupping the water in her hands and rinsing her mouth. The sweet taste of the spring water provided her with some relief. Once she finished, she turned to Wei Qinglan, pointing at him with indignation. "Wei Shixiang, you are so petty. Your vendetta is relentless." Wei Qinglan chuckled lightly. "You were the one who insisted on no waste. I was referring to good food." Jiang Lixing retorted. "The Sunko fruit is indeed valuable, far surpassing that half fish I discarded," he replied, smiling with a leisurely demeanor, embodying the principle that one must lead by example to persuade others. Jiang Lixing had no retort, shaking her hand in exasperation. "You are too wicked. I ate several myself, and I didn't intend to share with you, but you seemed so keen to try it. If I didn't let you taste it, wouldn't you have kept longing for it?" Wei Qinglan raised an eyebrow. Feeling guilty, Jiang Lixing acknowledged that he was right. She had indeed been fixated on it. Retracting her finger and falling silent, Shangao, feeling a pang of sympathy, remarked, "Fortunately, I swallowed it whole and didn't taste anything. I wouldn't want to endure such a vile flavor." After saying this, it observed Zhu Wenin, who was nonchalantly munching on the fruit, even swallowing the pit, and felt a deep admiration. "You, woman, are truly remarkable." Being scolded by a beast, Zhu Wenin chose not to respond, knowing she couldn't argue with it. Let us move on to the next mountain, the Feng Mountain, where jujube trees grow. They say the jujubes are delicious. Wei Qinglan glanced at Jiang Lixing, who immediately jumped to her feet to follow him, murmuring, "Although ancient texts record that Feng Mountain bears jujubes that are fresh and delightful, it is also said to host a type of flying fish that leaps out of the water, dominating the entire Feng Mountain and resembling a pig with red stripes. This creature should be quite formidable, possibly even more so than Wanwen. Yet, if tamed, it could be a powerful ally," Wei Qinglan remarked. "In the future, as you refine pills and tools, it could assist in thunder tribulations, making it a rare material." Jiang Lixing whispered, "When I faced my foundation-building tribulation, my master shielded me. While others faced 9 bolts of lightning, I endured 18. Those bolts were particularly fierce, a purplish-red hue that nearly charred my master. Later, he advised me that it would be best to remain at the foundation level for my entire life, for even with his protection, We would likely not withstand the lightning of the Golden Core stage and could very well perish. Wei Qinglan was left speechless. If even the leader of the Qingshu Yuzong could be overwhelmed by the foundation-building tribulation, how formidable must it be? In that case, there's truly no need for you to seek the Golden Core. Seeing that he had fallen silent, Jiang Lixing continued to walk beside him. But I still really want to eat sweet jujubes. Plus, if we wish to find the exit at Defeng Mountain, we must continue eastward, definitely passing through Feng Mountain. Sigh, with both Defeng Mountain and Feng Mountain, I wonder what connection they share. Surely the exit isn't actually located within Feng Mountain? Even if there are mountains teeming with flying fish, we must venture forth. One cannot capture a tigress cub without entering its lair. Wei Qinglan remarked. Though one may not have excelled in their studies, they have certainly read a great deal. Jiang Lixing scoffed. Wei Shixiang, whom do you look down upon? We are all of similar ilk. Perhaps the Mountain Gao is even an ancestor of those flying fish. Mountain Gao promptly retorted, not so? Our clan has had no connection with fish for tens of thousands of years. Then it's settled. Just brace yourself to be torn apart by them, Jiang Lixing replied. His expression one of impending doom. Mountain Gao too felt trepidation regarding the uncertain path ahead. Wei Qinglan observed the duo, a person and a beast, realizing that although her words had been directed at her, they had somehow veered towards Mountain Gao. She rubbed her forehead. Contemplating her earlier statement, while it may have seemed nonsensical, there was a semblance of truth to it. Could it be that the similarly named Xian Mountain truly bore some connection to the Grand Xian Mountain?